All right. Well, hello,
Hello.
everyone.
Hi
Welcome,
all.
welcome to So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese. Okay, this is episode 0 for us. So you
Yay!
all are here at the absolute ground level of this experience that we are creating here. So as y'all are coming on, please do say hey, introduce yourself in the
Yeah.
comments. Let us know where you're watching from, all of those
Yes.
things. We do have an intro here, okay? So we're going to be official because this is like the first beginning of the official podcast, okay? So,
Sure did.
welcome to So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese?
Why not?
And what we need y'all to know is yes, we do. It was a breakfast staple in our family, and we're going to get into that in just a little bit, but we do put syrup on our grilled cheese. We need y'all to let us know whether you do that, because if you don't, we're trying to figure out what's up. Why would you not?
Why would you not?
But anyway, we are two not so average cousins, real life cousins. We're real
Yeah.
life family. And we're here to talk about the stuff that we thought was normal in our family, but it was actually the recipe of family dysfunction. And
Ooh.
we have spent years thinking about our lives almost like it was a TV show or it was a lifetime movie. Like, I feel like from very young, we definitely knew, like, this not quite how this is supposed to work. And I do not think when I watch the Disney Channel, these are not
Don't do
how
that.
the things usually be going. And
I
then
didn't see
as
that
we
episode.
right, like I didn't see that one because on the TV. Yeah. So anyway, as we grew up, we kind of got some more words for that and realized that a lot of that was actually trauma. So we are on a mission to unpack a lot of those things, share our stories, use our voices to help other people heal and to really think about mental health. And we're also here to provide some comedic relief because a lot of these things that we're going to share, we cannot make up. Okay. Um, it is they're wild. Like our lives have been wild. So buckle up, for that. We'll be talking about family dynamics, childhood memories, all types of things that probably deserve all the trigger warnings that ever were
Yes.
there to have. So get ready to have honest conversation, some witty banter, some
Wiki bit.
history of our
Mm.
family where you don't get an inside look into understanding and take this journey with us as
For
we
sure.
are going down here. So my name is Kimberland, and Kim is also appropriate in this space, and it has been my idea for a long time to have a podcast with you, dear cousin. And so I would like for you to tell the people who you are and what were your thoughts when I was like, so, and also, we should do
Uh,
a podcast?
well, it was more deer in headlights. Are you sure you called the right person? Um, no, I was absolutely excited to do it. You had been talking and trying to get me on the side for a while. You and some other friends actually were like, you need to do this, and I was like, I don't know. But then I realized, you know what, we do say a lot of things that are really interesting and exciting and funny, and I think that there people would resonate with it. Um, and it's just real because I get nervous and I get flustered and I'm like, wait, what was I saying? I lose my train of thought. So luckily we help to kind of balance each other out and bring bring it back to cover everything. But I like to say, who am I? I am the first Kalanda, first of her name, House of Jackson, assistant of entrepreneurs, beacon of banter, creator of content, dancer of dreams, and excellence in tantra, and New Orleans NOLA native. So that is me, and I'm happy to be here with you guys, and just can't wait to see exactly what we do in this space. Hopefully that you all participate with us. Again, tell us where you're from, say hello, and if you need to know how to work in the comments, help a sister out and put that in there too, just so people know how to talk to us.
So we are live right now on Facebook and on YouTube. So this is interactive, right? You can totally ask us questions and put all the comments in the chat. If you're on YouTube, there should be a place where it says chat live, so then you should be able to go ahead and chat in there. So if you have not done so already, please do say hey, let us know where you are watching from so that we can acknowledge you and make you a part of this community, because that's what we are wanting to create here. So we really want to have a space where we have transparency. We do not have all the answers. Neither one of us are therapists, right? We have what we have is our life experience. And that life experience is, like I said earlier, is wild. Like, we have really lived some lives. So you can expect for us to be transparent. If we don't know, we're going to tell you we don't know. And we're going to find people who probably do know, and some of you may know in the comments. So this is a place where we can have collective healing and a collective mindset. And we want y'all to be willing to go on this journey with us. We want to know what questions you have. We want you to actively contribute to this space and to the healing that we are trying to promote here. If you find something interesting that we're talking about, share this, right? This again is a collective space where we want people to be here. So welcome to those of you who are joining us. Again, if you haven't already said hello, please do say hello and let us know where you are watching us from and all of that. So the question that is in the room is, do you put syrup on your grilled cheese? And this is the thing. I feel like whenever we ask people this question, so first off, do you remember what year it was where we realized like people don't necessarily put syrup on their grilled cheese?
It definitely, let's see, it was still in the Facebook era. I guess we are still in the Facebook era, but we've mostly moved on from there. But it was, it's a thing. We love Facebook, don't get me wrong.
Yes.
I feel like it was around 2015, maybe.
15, 16. Yeah, that feels about right. That feels about right. And if I remember correctly, you had made,
I made grilled cheese.
Yeah.
So this is how we realized that this was not a normal, apparently. You guys say it's not normal. But I made grilled cheese. And if I ever tell you I ate a grilled cheese sandwich, please know it was on a plate covered, in my case, in butter pecan syrup, because I like that now. I have evolved. There's an evolution, because you start with beans.
That's fancy.
Girl, you should try it. But yeah, I had a picture of my grilled cheese sandwich and was like, oh, I just made grilled cheese today. And everybody was like, what is that? And I think for the first time, realized, I'm like, Kim, they're saying they don't know about grilled cheese and syrup. I thought that was, everybody does that, right? So it was in that moment, we put out a poll of everybody that we knew, and people were like, absolutely not. I mean, all sorts of reactions from
just
extremely
outrage.
Incorrect.
The people
just wrong opinions on all the things, saying that they would never, they couldn't believe it. And I'm just like, but it's sweet, it's savory, there's people out here eating, you know what I'm saying? What is wrong about butter, cheese, and bread? Somebody tell me. Well, a lot of people will tell me, but still.
It is, and it's so interesting because I think I remember saying to myself that, oh, it must be a New Orleans thing. I was like, it's something from New Orleans. Like, it's got to be a New Orleans thing. And then there were people from New Orleans, and they were like, I ain't never in my whole life heard of putting no syrup on no grilled cheese. And I was like, Kalanta, was it just us? Like, did we?
Right. Because it was not just a New Orleans thing.
It wasn't a New Orleans
thing. Hey, Rachel,
all.
yes, it is delicious. She is a recent convert. that got to try it.
Rachel, please tell us your experience in the chat, because the people apparently just don't understand. So what was your experience like for you to get converted over into this syrup on the grilled cheese world? If you could please share that with us, it would be
and I mean, I'm just saying her comment was at 1:11 on the clock, so you have to know that it was anointed.
now,
Amen. Let me do it.
Manifestation. Come on. Okay. Now, come on here. That was the so yeah, we want to know if you all put syrup on your grilled cheese. It's something that we then discovered that we do in our family, and that is kind of like the whole point of this, is that we will be talking to people, and then all of a sudden, like, I'll see their face change, and then you're like, oh, y'all didn't do that.
Okay.
Oh,
Just me. Got it.
Great. Forget I said that. Moving on. So that's kind of like the experience as we are trying to navigate what is, I hate the word normal, because I understand now that normal is so subjective.
Right.
But the things that we thought were normal, common, that was happening in the world, and it was literally just in our family and in our family unit.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a testimony from the chat. Would you like to go ahead and read the testimony that has been submitted?
So our testimony in review number 1 says, yes. So my first time, I was wowed. I never had it until my sister introduced it to me, and now I love syrup on my grilled cheese. It makes it so sweet. And I will say, we also had, that one was an extra savory one, because we did jalapeno cheese on the ones I made for her. So you can have all the variety in this that you want. Why would you block your blessings, people? Come on over.
Girl, come on now. Wow. So yes, thank you for the testimony live as we are here. So we're going to challenge you all to do that, right? Step outside your comfort zone, okay? And your mind just might get blown. I'm telling you that I cannot imagine. You know what I thought was weird? Back to this, and then we're going to go back to where we were. I thought it was weird that people ate grilled cheese with French fries and ketchup. I thought that was the strangest thing.
Yeah, because that feels very burger-like.
Yeah, but it's not. So I was like, you eating grilled cheese with ketchup and fries? Like, that was just so odd to me.
Yeah. Grilled cheese and soup is acceptable. Fries, that's too much. Too far.
That's where we draw the line.
Draw the line. Okay. I draw lots of lines. We'll find the lines in a minute.
No worries. So what I would like to know, and what I want us to talk about is, what do you feel are the things that you are currently unpacking in your world right now? And I know that's a lot. So, just pick whichever one bubbles to the top, right? But what are the things, maybe there's been like some type of, I call them brain field trips, like some type of rabbit hole that you've been down, or like whatever. So what you currently unpacking right now? What's bubbling up in your spirit?
Well, let's see. Bubbling up in my spirit right now is a lot of things circling around employment for me personally, and having it circle back to where I started coming out of high school. So when I left high school, I graduated from McMain. Go Mustangs! If any of y'all in here, class of '97. I know you didn't think so. But I always knew once I left that I was going to come back, and I wanted to be a high school guidance counselor. And in order to teach, or in order to be a guidance counselor here in New Orleans, you had to teach for at least 3 years. So I said, okay, I'm gonna go to school. I'm gonna be a history teacher, because that information doesn't change. Y'all got to deal with this new math. I never would have had to worry about that. The facts is the facts, unless you're in certain states and they like to scrub some of those facts, but things happen. But anyway, I figured history education would be the route to go, and I could teach history until I could be a guidance counselor and show kids that, hey, if you don't fit in this little path, it's all right. There's 1,000 other pathways for you. Do not give up. don't feel like because you're not a good test taker that you're not going to be a good citizen of the world. Like that's just not accurate. So that was where I started. Well, I went to school and then started making money in the retail field and did that instead. Now I've somehow gotten back looped around to potentially going into education. So that's something super fresh and trying to unpack what that looks like in my life, and see where that takes me in these next steps. So who knows?
So I have a lot of questions that I've been
I bet.
holding. I was like,
It's
oh
a
my God,
fight. It's a fight, y'all. We have to not talk to each other because otherwise y'all would be looking at us looking at each other. So
right. It's so many things, so many things. So first of all, my professional life, for anybody who doesn't know, is in education. And that was not the plan. So my degree is in biology, and I thought I was going to be working in a lab somewhere, finding a cure to sickle cell, like all this, right? And then I was like called into education, and I didn't go to school to be a teacher. Like I literally walked off the street and was like, "We're gonna have to figure this out." Like it was a guy I called, and I was thinking yesterday, I was like, I feel like Kalonda said that she wanted to be in the school system. Like I was like, I feel like you said you wanted to be a guidance counselor. So today, when you were talking about it, and you're like, yeah, so it's coming full circle. It made me wonder what that feels like to feel like you had a path, if you will, and there was a fork in the road, and you chose to go down a different pathway and spend some time over that pathway, and now it's like you're right back to the same fork in the road. Like, what does that feel like?
I mean, it's crazy. Is what it feels like because you look at all of the things, but I take it that if this is ultimately where I wind up going, that I had to go through that alternate route in order to be successful with this.
Mm-hmm.
That if I choose to go into teaching, that maybe I wouldn't have been as successful or as impactful as I needed to be if I didn't have those other experiences. Which I think is really true because
Mm-hmm.
the things I've seen and people I've been interacting with, I just wouldn't have been able to read that or learn that in a book that
Mm-hmm.
says
Mm-hmm.
now you're a teacher, you know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Um, so for me, I think that's really how it is. But it does feel weird to go. That was the longest scenic route in history, but you know, best way to make God laugh is to make a plan, and then that's
Yeah.
exactly what I did. So
Yeah, but you know what? My favorite, so I mentor teachers, right? And a lot of the
hmm
teachers that I would mentor were, well, they were all first and second year teachers, but many of them were second career teachers, right? And it's so fun. I'm putting all these pieces together because before I started teaching, I was in retail management,
right,
and I
yes,
did that, and then I was like, no,
uh-huh.
I got to get out of it. Like this is too much, and that's what teacher presented itself. Um, but anyway, a lot of the people that I mentored that turned out to be some of the best teachers were people
hmm
that it was a second career because you have so much life experience and you understand how the development of these young people is going, like what they need to have in order to be successful out here in the
right,
real world.
right,
So it gives a different view, if you will, in my opinion, because you're not relying on book knowledge.
right.
Education looks nothing like it is in the books, like nothing. Like,
No.
and I can say of all the teachers, and I probably over the course of the time that I was in that role had about 250 direct first and second year teachers that I either mentored or observed. The people who struggled the most were the ones who had just gone to school
Wow.
because they just
It's
this
like,
not
how
what
do
they
you
taught
apply this?
me. I don't know what
Right.
to do with this. We're just like,
I just want them to tell me what a rhombus is. Like, why do they
yeah,
not remember? And it's like you
yeah,
can't really apply that to real life in a way that's gonna make
yeah.
it important for them.
Yeah.
Uh,
So it's
uh,
interesting. It's really interesting. So I do think that that is it's necessary, I think, to be successful, especially when you're looking at those real world applications and such. So I had wanted to say that, but then I also heard you say that you wanted to be a guidance counselor because you wanted to show kids that there were alternative pathways and there were different ways that even if you're not a good test taker or whatever, that you can still be successful. What made you like have that type of passion about like what made you be like, I need to do this. This is the mark I need to make.
Yeah. It was, I will actually credit Eleanor McMain Magnet High School, when it was a magnet high school, for being the catalyst for that, because we saw students that went into school and then they said, you know what, in our sophomore or junior year, they said, I'm going to get my GED and then go to college from here, or I'm going to
Mm,
do my concurrent enrollment so I can graduate early and start now. And our guidance counselors, our teachers all said, like, hey, there are multiple ways to get where you want to go. And a lot of my friends who weren't in that path or didn't go to the same school as me were getting almost browbeaten that you got to
yeah.
go to school. You got to go to school. If you don't go to school, you're not going to have a job. You're just not going to be a valuable individual. And
Hmm.
to tell somebody who's still developing their frontal cortex, like that you're not going to be anything, is damaging.
Hmm.
And then not giving any options outside of that, because we're not even talking about the fact that maybe there were just difficulties in how they were being tested, not that they didn't have the knowledge, just that they weren't able to demonstrate it in the way that was being asked of them.
Hmm.
Was just, it was, I just couldn't wrap my head that that was okay, and
Hmm.
that if somebody decided to graduate high school and start working and build their own successful business working for themselves, that that wasn't a success. Like, that just because you didn't have a college degree on the wall, that didn't make you any less than. But let's show you how to be productive and what do you want to do. Like, don't just say
Hmm.
I'm done with high school and I'm finished. That's not the answer. But I also know that college isn't the only answer, but let's find it for you.
Mm.
So I definitely credit McMahon there, because it showed us that we didn't have to do it one way or another.
That's dope because, and mind you, I had an amazing guidance counselor, Miss Dillon, which I actually was able to reconnect with her right after or right before during COVID.
Mm-hmm.
And she's passed now, but it was like the best type of
Mm-hmm.
amazingness to be able to let her know the impact that she had had like on me and my life and um because guidance counselors are so important like when it comes to these conversations like how you're supposed
Right.
to act in the real world. But also having said that, I don't remember conversations that were like if you don't go to school there are other pathways. It
Because
was
there
very
there weren't.
much like you need to go to school and where are you going to college, like that's it.
Yeah.
So I carried that belief with me, even as an educator for a really long time, that it was like, no, you need to go to school. And then I started thinking about, and I think it was a movement that kind of rose up about college and career readiness. And some of that is because in the US, we don't have skilled workers very
Right.
much right now because there was this push to go to school, right?
Go to school.
So
Right.
they started like developing the career and trade programs and all that kind of stuff to try to get more skilled workers, but like that was never the conversation
No.
in my areas at all. It was very much you go to school or bust, like you go to school or
Absolutely.
you just gonna be poor, and apparently you
Right.
want to be poor because you're not
You
doing
want to
good
be
at these
poor.
things.
Well, and
Yeah,
here's the thing. They also said, go to school. And they were like, but you're not going to school unless you get a scholarship, because your parents aren't
because ain't no
able to send
money.
you to school.
Right,
So good
right.
luck. Like, that message, you want to talk about, like, okay, what do I do with that at 15 years old, 16 years old, being told, if you don't get a scholarship, I can't send you to school.
Mm-hmm.
And unless you're that kid that can say, okay, I'm good at school, I can take really good tests, or I'm gonna figure it out, or my teachers care about me, or there's enough attention that can really foster me to get to these scholarships, or even show me where these scholarships are, that you're thinking there's just no hope. And we wonder
Exactly.
in places like New Orleans why these kids are running around hopeless, because a lot of them have gotten that message and they don't
Yeah.
realize that there's so many other options for them, and that that's not just empty speak, but that there really are other options.
Right. So you seem pretty passionate about what you're talking about here. Now,
But here's the problem.
what's the
Here's
problem?
the
What's the
problem. The
problem? What's the problem?
problem is, why don't they put the money there? Like,
Well,
I could live right now if I take a job that is not in the school industry or in the school field. I would make more money than saying, okay, I want to go teach sixth graders about social studies. Like, that makes no sense,
yeah.
because now I'm having to pick my survival over yours. Because aside from just the salary, in order for me to be good at what I do, I'm going to have to pour more into that.
Absolutely.
So it's like, where am I getting these resources from? Because the school can't afford to give it to me. They can't
Mm-hmm.
afford to pay me.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, how did you find success in doing both? Because you were an amazing instructor,
Mm-hmm.
and you had to straddle that line and do both of like taking care of yourself, but also enriching your kids.
Yeah. In my earlier years, I very much, so I started teaching when I was 20, what year was that? 2006, 25. And it was just me, right? I didn't even have Jack. So, it was it was just me, so there was a lot of sacrifice in those earlier years of making sure that I figured out what the hell I was doing. I taught science, but I taught general science. My degree is in biology. So when it came to earth science, astronomy, the oceanography, child,
On
let's
YouTube.
get on here. And YouTube wasn't even that sophisticated
I
back then.
know.
You know what
No,
I mean?
no,
So
no.
I was very much
You asking
figuring,
Jeeve.
honey, I was figuring it out. Okay. And so I would go through like the book and I would learn the lesson before I had to teach the kids. And there were sometimes I remember teaching them wrong and having to come back and being like, yeah, rip that page out the notebook, because that was not it. Because we gonna do this one again, because that wasn't it.
I love
I
it.
had to do that a few
Yeah.
times because I was figuring it out, as I was
Wow.
going. But one of the things that did, I believe, and if any of my former students ever see this, they can attest to whether I'm telling the truth or not. I put my effort into getting to know my kids.
Right.
And I spent a lot of time seeing them as people, being a child that, I did well in school. And I was that
Right.
that kid that got the scholarships. Because if that's how the hell I'm about to get up out of here, then let me do what the hell I need to do to get up out of here.
Amen.
College, you say?
That's what
Scholarship?
I'm gonna do her. I'm gonna know
That's
her.
what
We're
we
gonna
do.
be friends.
Okay, honey. Okay. So I really I could see the kids. I could see them, and I
Right.
could see that there was a lot other stuff going on. I could see when there were issues going on at home because I was that kid. So I really focused there. And I will say probably the hardest thing those first couple years was really not about the instruction. Also, high stakes testing also wasn't as high stakes as it is now. So, keep in
Right.
mind, this was like 2006, 2007, almost 20 years ago. But
Don't ever say that like that again.
what? Oh,
No.
I know, because 20 years ago is definitely
How long
1980.
ago?
So I don't even know, like, why. Yeah, right.
I don't know what kind
But
of math you're doing.
she was
Jeez,
like,
Flo.
let me just put this out there. Don't you ever say that again.
Ever.
But yeah, so high stakes testing wasn't as prevalent, if you will, back then. So I really had a lot more time to be flexible with the types of things that I was teaching my kids. So I was always the get the most bang for your buck type of person. So if we have to learn, for instance, I'll give an example. I'll give an example of something I do with my kids. So I had to teach them about lactic acid fermentation.
Okay.
Okay. So, right. So this
All
is
I know
sixth
is
grade
that
science.
after you exercise.
What you
You gotta
know?
get you have to let the lactic acid get out of your muscles after you exercise, or you can't hold on as long, and that's why I can't do a pull up.
And how do you know that the lactic acid is in your muscles?
Girl, I don't know.
Okay,
I'm
so
imagining a science teacher somewhere told me that.
well, amen, science teacher.
Nay,
So this is
amen.
what I did. This is what I did for my kids. So I was like, I told them, I said, tomorrow we're gonna have an experience. I need y'all to come in with tennis shoes. I need you to come in with workout clothes. Like, we're gonna be active tomorrow. Okay. You're gonna need your notebook and you're gonna need something to write with. That's it. Other than that, bring your body and be clothed properly, right? All right, cool. So they come in the next day. I got a whistle. This boot camp. All right, we up in here. This boot camp. So I'm like, get your journal, write down how you're feeling. Talk about your mind, your body, your soul, your spirit, your heart rate, right? Had all these things on the board. Talk about all of that, right? Cool, bet. So, all right, put your journal down first. We're going to do some jumping jacks. All right, so we'll warm up. So I'm doing jumping jacks. Bet. All right, sit down, get your journal. Same prompts. Write about how you're feeling. Bet. All right, next, let's do some sit-ups. Let's get it. All right, crunches. Okay, bet. Get your journal, right? After that, all right, we're going to run in place. All right, running in place. Bet. All right, sit down, write your journal. So the whole time, of course, as they're writing in their journal, like, I'm out of breath. I can't, who-wee, what is happening? Why the hell she got me doing this stupid shit, right? So they bet. All right, so now we're going outside. Now we're doing wall sits, right? Because I got
Yes,
the
indeed.
stuff. We only got a 50-minute class period. So now we hitting these wall sits, right? So of course, once they're sitting on the wall, what happens?
Your legs start trembling,
shaking,
everything.
Burning, right? And
Right.
what I'm looking for them to say in their journal. So after that, now you need to go in. I need you to do your assessment again. What I'm looking for them to say is the burning.
Right.
Right. I want them to identify that. So after they identified that, like, talk to your partner what you had, and we was burning it. Well, when did it start burning? Because I couldn't catch my breath. Well, what you think was happening, right? This is the difference between cellular respiration, which focuses on oxygen. This is why they tell you when you are exercising to breathe, because if you run out of oxygen, your body switches over to an anaerobic situation, which is the lack of oxygen, which produces acid. Lactic acid fermentation comes through that process.
Look at that, everybody here.
Right?
Y'all all just learned something new today, or a refresher
But
at least.
That's how I taught my students about lactic acid fermentation. So I started thinking, how can I give them an experience that will help them hold on to this learning, as opposed to being like, so the formula for cellular respiration is C6H12O6 plus O2 gives like that. What are you talking about, ma'am?
Right.
They're never going to forget that. So what I would say to you, and I think that you're very good at this, is thinking about things in experiences, so that you're able to create these memorable opportunities for learning with kids, right? And that's whatever avenue that you choose to go down. Right. So whether that is you operating in a support capacity, whether that is you deciding that you want to step into the primary instructional role, whether that is you deciding that you want to go into the guidance counseling, whether you decide you just want to be on the staff, how can you provide learning experiences for children that are going to be impactful?
Wow.
And in that, how do I have to honor myself in being able to provide those experiences where I also am practicing what I preach?
Right. Right.
You know, and that's the hardest part. Like the work that I do with social emotional learning with educators, we're taught in education that we're supposed to sacrifice our life for pennies. One,
literal,
and for the mission, right? And people don't get into education for the money. Nobody gets into education for the money. Nobody gets into education for the money. We get into it because we care about children. Ain't none. That ain't where it's at. That's not where it's at. Not in traditional education. Right. So I'm a firm proponent of people who come through education and they find a passion that you step outside the system to impact the system from the outside, because inside the system is fuckery and foolishness. There's no other way that I can put it. It's just absolute ridiculous, but you have to know how the system works on the inside to be able to affect it from the outside. So that was my real long answer to your short question.
There it is. I like it though. You did it. You did it. And you're right, Ken. Teachers should be the highest paid occupation. No other demographic has this much responsibility and compassion. So
Exactly.
we are grateful for our teachers.
Yeah. So I think this is going to be interesting to see where you land with all these options. So I had said something to you earlier when we were on the phone, and I was like, and I'm not going to like continue down this pathway, but a few days ago we had talks, and you were like, "Woo, things, come on, something," right? And now you're sitting here, and you have, it sounds like, I don't know how the last thing went today. You can tell me if you want to, but it sounds like you have at least 9 to 12 options of avenues that you could walk down for employment. How has all of that landed, ma'am, on the things?
Ooh, on the things. I mean, if ever you have lost faith, lost sight of where you're going, and I mean, I feel like a lot of people have those moments regardless of what your belief system is, whatever you call it, but just when you get those moments where you're like, look, something has got to shake because I have nothing else. It's about to, I'm going to be shaking. I'm going to be the next thing shaking on the pole somewhere, left cheek, right cheek. Like it was one of those things was going to happen. Because I was like, your girl does not know what else to do at this point. Like I don't know. And I remember having that conversation with you, and it was just, I said that I'm gonna start, praying more, just being more intentional about talking and putting out what I need and what I want into the world, and then asking the universe, asking God, like I need your help because I don't know, you know what I mean? And then moving on that, finding out whatever that next step is going to be, or not knowing what that next step is going to be, and just moving in the direction as if, and then just checking. So every day I was trying to like Pam it, basically pray, ask, move on what am I going to do next. And then literally a conversation turned into an opportunity, turned into 3 interviews, turned into 9 offers. Like, I'm overwhelmed. I'm in awe. I'm disappointed that I didn't believe in myself for a minute, that I didn't believe in God for a minute, of what he could do. But ultimately I sit here grateful, like just grateful for the opportunity, grateful for the spirit of being able to be in these different rooms and see these people that are in front of our children, even if that's not the route that I go through. Just seeing that our kids are in good hands, and that there are people that do care and are looking to fill these spaces with people who can really pour into these kids while we have them, because we don't have them very long. 18, it's not long at all. Time goes so fast. But no, I said God did his big showing out where even today for my breakfast, I had enough points in my little Chick-fil-A mobile app to get a free cookie and a free spicy chicken biscuit. And if you know anything about me, you know that I love God's chicken from Chick-fil-A. Oh my goodness. So the fact that he saw for it to give me a free breakfast,
yes, Lord.
I was like, I will take it. Like, he did his good work. Provides Jesus' biscuits. Like, I can't. It was a great day. So I feel really good, and I'm glad to see it. We'll talk more throughout all of this, that that there were times that I wasn't sure I would. Real life, someone's at the door. I don't know.
Okay.
Well,
look, that sounds like me. I was on live the other day, and somebody was ringing the doorbell, and I was like, sound like they about to be out there, because I don't know
what to do. I was like, is this when you tap dance? Like,
yeah. So you go check the door. No, you go check the door and see what's going on. And I'm surprised the rod didn't really go off.
You don't see our third co-host in here, guys. I have Sarah Gwendolyn Jackson, who is a little pit. I Period.
They still not.
Yeah.
Go,
Tell
go
them
see.
about
Go
Sarah,
see.
girl. Tell them about Sarah.
I will tell them about Sarai. So Sarai is Kalanda's fur baby. And Sarai sings and she tap dances, actually. And
Oh,
hold on, let me mute her mic so we don't have to. So Sarai sings and tap dances, and she was singing before we went live, and then Kalanda found this ginormous bone that came out of somewhere. So that's how Sarai is entertaining herself. But Sarai, she gonna make some appearances, I'm certain, at some point, but we might have to do a collection to make sure she have a bone every time that we go live, because she's been amazing. She ain't said a mumbling word.
Manda knows. Manda is my neighbor. She can hear Sarah through the wall sometimes. They'll talk and have conversations. So she can attest to the fact that Sarah is talkative. Yes, she has an affinity for all the scratches, including butt scratches. Those are her
yes, and she wears pearls because she's
fancy. Because she's a lady. How else will you know she's a girl?
Yeah, because this is the thing that we have done. You know what I'm about to say?
Yes.
So growing up, one of the things that we learned is that you can never leave the house without earrings, because if you do, they're gonna think that you're a boy. So we always have to have on earrings, to the point, and I have all my little studs today so they can fit under these headphones. But we were taught that you have to wear earrings, to the point, I think I told you before, I have gotten to work and not had earrings on and went home to get earrings. Like, it was so conditioned. And even now, the studs that I wear, I just keep them in all the time, so I don't have to remember to put the earrings in. So if I put earrings like that have a hook back or whatever, then I will just and then
real smooth.
Kalata just sent me a message.
Okay, triple side note. If you ever have anybody in your friend group that you are not allowed to sit next to during like serious events, just know it's us. Like, they don't let us sit next to each other because we can't just, no,
We cutting
not
up.
gonna happen.
We are cutting up.
Sorry about that, y'all.
But anyway, so I was talking about earrings because Sarah wears pearls because she's a lady, and that's how you know that she's a girl, because she has on pearls, which is an extension of our oppression with earrings.
You will always, and you will typically find us with an extra pair in our purse or car.
Because you can't be out there with your ears naked. You can't be out there with your naked ears. Apparently, it's an abomination.
So, does everybody use erasers as extra pencil backs? I mean, as extra earring backs?
I feel like that's common, right? No?
Well, I don't know. That's why we're here in the first place, because we thought grilled cheese was coming.
This is true. This is very true. I have used them, and I feel like I've seen other people use them, like multiple people outside of our family. But you know what I wanted to tell you about an eraser that I did when I was in 8th grade?
Oh, God. When did you do with an eraser in 8th grade?
I don't know if y'all remember this, but it was a trend going around. I don't know if this happened at your school, right? So you could tell me. There was a trend going around where people were giving themselves tattoos with erasers.
I mean, I don't doubt that it happened, but I don't remember. That sounds like scariness.
Pain. It sounds like pain.
Yeah.
Is what it
I mean,
like.
I love tattoos. Like, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
However.
Yeah, but this was not that. So in 8th grade, I erased a T in my thigh in class to give myself a tattoo. So it would make an eraser burn, and then it would scab over, and then that was the tattoo. It's gone away now. I don't see it, but
You don't
I did.
say. I mean, I
I
feel
don't
like
see
I
it.
know what the T is for, but what was the T for?
But Thailand, it was the easiest letter to make.
I was just making sure. I didn't want
It
to
was just
do
2 lines. Because if I tried to put
Okay.
a K, that would have been 3 lines. The J, I would have had to get the curve, So I just, Keenan, do you remember this? He was in the class. Do you remember that we used to do this? Some people used to do this. I did a T. What you thought? It wasn't for no boy, that's for sure.
Well,
No,
I mean, I didn't think it was.
for
I was
Thailand.
figuring it was for Thailand, but I knew you didn't know how to spell that for a long time.
Well, I knew it started with a T, nigga. Don't do me.
Oh my God. Keenan says he does remember. He does
It was
remember
a
this
thing. It was
eraser
a
incident.
thing at our small Lutheran school. So when you had said eraser, I was like, dang, I had forgot about that. That was wild. That was
Oh my God. Oh, so what funny things did you guys do in your elementary, high school days that you're pretty sure didn't happen anywhere else? Feel free to tell us down in the comments. We want to know.
Well, what did you do? What kind of stuff did you do?
I was a nerd. I don't know.
I was too.
Yeah, I know. But you had fun. I mean, I had fun too.
You don't feel like it
I do, but I don't think I did weird stuff.
was weird.
I probably did do weird stuff though, because I was an only child, so I was by myself a lot. Who knows, John?
So everything normal in your world. You was like
Everything's normal. I was the only point of view I had to worry about. It was like, this sounds about right. Everybody's got to do it this way. I mean, you had an imaginary neighborhood, right?
Imaginary neighborhood?
Yeah.
What you mean?
So yeah, you have an imaginary. Describe.
Wait, I want to read that. I said imaginary neighborhood. You said
yeah.
Tell us about your imaginary neighborhood.
All right. So you know how some people have imaginary friends. That's a thing. Yeah. I've seen it on TV. Yes. I'm like, that's how you
determine. And did you have an imaginary friend?
They lived in the neighborhood. Exactly.
And that's
like
what I was about to ask. I was about to ask, was it like Mr. Rogers? That's exactly what I was just about to say.
So funny enough, though, it wasn't built like Mr. Rogers. It was more like Fraggle Rock. So y'all remember, everybody remember Fraggle Rock? Am I aging myself?
I don't know.
Well, if you don't know, Google it. I'm like, if you don't know, Google it.
Used to be Cash Cash away. Worries for another day. Let the music play. Down at Fraggle Rock. Oh, I used to love Fraggle Rock.
Red was my favorite. But they had little green people that lived.
The ones who built things. I feel like you've told me this before. Okay, go ahead.
So my imaginary neighborhood is like the little green people building all the little structures and stuff, which actually makes more sense now about my brain people working in the warehouse.
I was just
about to. Damn. Okay. But yes, so my imaginary friends all lived in like this big glass building because that's what they did.
The only time he got to watch Fraggle Rock was at my house because my mama worked at the cable company, so we always had cable.
He had HBO and Disney, y'all. They had money.
Had all the channels. I had all the channels. That's one thing I did not have to want for as a child was to watch stuff on TV. We had cable, and we had a TV in every place imaginable, every bedroom, the kitchen, the bathroom. It was sorry, go ahead. So,
no worries. So you had the people, had my green people, and I had like an old man that lived there. There was a little girl who I think was really modeled after Ramona with the red curl, the boing, boing, boing. And then there were a set of twin boys, but one of them lied all the time and one of them told the truth all the time. And the only way I could tell them apart was to ask them a math question. But
I remember this.
But then I found a flaw in that plan because I was like, what if he just got it wrong? He may not be lying. He may have just gotten the wrong answer. But that's why I have
your empathy and compassion.
But that's also why I have therapy, because that is what you call overthinking. Because it's an imaginary. I don't even just have an imaginary friend. I have an imaginary neighbor.
An imaginary village. So I'm wondering though about the people in the neighborhood. Like, how did they
Mhm.
move? And like, how did they like buy houses in the neighborhood? Or like, did they just show up, or
So
were
we
they
didn't
already
really
there when
have
you
like
got
currency.
there?
They were just kind of there. They were kind of milling about, moving throughout their day and about, and as I'm walking through the neighborhood, I may have whatever interactions with them based on what was happening in and around real life.
Mm,
Perfect sense. um,
interesting.
but we talk. So I alluded to this being like my brain people. So why don't
Yeah,
you take a moment to tell everybody what
what
if you
brain people
like
are.
what brain
Yeah.
people are?
Okay. So in our brains, I think about our brains as like a corporation or an operation, right? So when you have thoughts, right? Thoughts originate somewhere, and then those thoughts go through a process before they come out of your mouth, right? Like there's a whole process to thinking, and the word for it is metacognition. It's called thinking about your thinking. So when I talk about my brain and I talk about brains to people, I talk about it like
Mhm.
it's an organization. So at your organization, there's someone who's in charge, for instance, of your creativity, somebody who's in charge of productivity, somebody who's in charge of emotions and feelings, and somebody else who's in charge of vacations and making sure that you take a damn nap, right? So
Right.
you have these different departments in your brain, and in those departments there are people that operate things, right? So one of my favorite departments is my memory department. Right now, sometimes I have a guy that works there and he's like employee of the year, like homie be
Really.
on it. Oh, when that nigga's at work, okay, he is doing the thing. Okay, like it's chef's kiss. Like I can go all around the world and come back to what I was talking about, like boom. But when he is not at work, the temp guy or the guy that's on the shift, when he takes off away, he is so delayed. Like it be delayed, like hours delayed, and
Oh my
oftentimes I just
God.
be like, never mind, he not here today. Like, or
Don't
I
worry
told
about
him
it.
he could go home. Like, don't even worry about it. So anyways, so it's the way that I think about how my brain operates. So I don't know how many workers I have, right? So it sounds like
Right.
you are well aware of the warehouse, if you will, and I'm gonna let you get into that in a
Mhm.
minute, the warehouse portion of it, right?
Right.
I don't talk to the people that are doing the day-to-day daily situations. I
Mhm.
talk to the VPs of the things, right?
Oh,
So
okay.
like it's like I'm having board meetings and I'm like, hey,
Mhm.
hey,
Get it together.
I need everybody to sit down and we're gonna have some order in this place.
Not
Okay.
this.
We're gonna have some order in here. Because what will happen, if you can imagine, you've seen movies before, like where Wall Street and they're
Mhm.
trading on the floor and it's like papers flying about all
Yeah.
everywhere. That's what they be doing. And we're not doing that. Okay. Now sit down and take a number. Who's next with the next thought? Like y'all just out here doing the most. So there
Oh
are
my God.
times where I be having to get them together because it just be a lot and it just be a barrage of things. And I literally will be like, sit down. Everybody sit down. What's so funny, Manda? When I was teaching, this is how I used to give my rules for my students when we're taking a test. Like I would be like, we're about to take a test. I need you to make sure that you are seated in your chair with both of your feet underneath your desk, facing forward. Okay, while we are taking this test, I need to make sure that you are facing forward the entire time. If something happens, for instance, that you drop your pencil, you need an eraser, something of that nature, you're going to raise your hand and you're going to wait silently until I come over to you. Okay, you are not to talk to your neighbor for any reason other than that you are dying. Okay, and I need to see active symptoms that is occurring. Okay, but I am your first line of defense when it comes to that. All right, what questions do you have about what I am asking you to do? Like it was a switch because I don't want no
There
problem.
are the restrooms are located at the
We gonna
forward
have
and left
order
of the
in this
cabin.
place. You understand me? We gonna have
Tina,
order in this place. So sometimes I be having to get my brain people together like that because they be doing the most. Which is also why I allow them to take brain field trips because it's a lot.
Mm.
Like it's a lot to keep orchestrating all of that. So sometimes it's like, go do what you want to do. Just go do what the hell you want to do. I don't care. Just go do what you however long you want to
No
do it.
problem.
And I'll talk
I'll
to
be
y'all
there.
tomorrow, and we'll be back in the office tomorrow. That's the other thing is that, and then this last thing I'm gonna say, I'm gonna let you jump in here. My hours of operation they're kind of shifting a little bit now since I'm back in Colombia. I don't know if I mentioned that, y'all. I live in Colombia
Oh yeah, we
in
did
South
not.
America. I left the US in 2021 and I don't plan on coming back. But anyway, since I've been back here in Colombia, I feel like my circadian rhythm is
Mm-hmm.
still adjusting and such. So my hours of operation have shifted a little bit. But what I usually try to do is 11 a.m. is when
Mm-hmm.
people start coming into the office. Okay. Now we have like a flex rule. People come in, they get their coffee, they had their breakfast, they do a little water cooler talk here and there. It's a soft entry into the day.
Mm.
Then probably about 1 o'clock is where we rocking and rolling. All right. We
Got
out
it.
here, we got the things. And that probably lasts, depending on the day, maybe until like 6 or 7.
Okay.
And then after that, it's the free for all. It's the free for all. It is
Right.
a free for all. Okay. So yeah, so that's my brain people. Okay, so you
Hey.
alluded to your brain people are at a warehouse and very
Yes.
reminiscent of the green people on Fraggle Rock.
Right. They
Okay.
have their little boxes. So my brain people work basically in a warehouse, in where you have, notice my furrowed brow, hours of operation, concept. Um, this warehouse is 24 hours. Does not
Mm.
stop. Very strange. So much so that I was up this morning from 3 to 5, just cause why
Mm.
not? Why not?
Mm.
I started to
Mm-hmm.
text you. Um, I don't know. Just they be doing things, and they want me.
Yeah.
Sometimes they just really want me to be there while they're doing it, even though I have
Mm.
absolutely no involvement with it at all. So they could just be organizing things and just say, hey, you know what? That time you saw that episode of the Cosby Show was when you learned that the component for gold was AU, because they were like, hey, what happens if somebody steals your gold watch? What do you yell?
Hey you.
AU. Why do I need to think about that at 3:30 in the morning though?
And
I
that's
don't.
what you were thinking about.
But that's what they be doing. That's the shit they do. So anytime between, they could be doing anything, but it's typically a bunch of boxes, and they may be like a box for the podcast. Okay, what are the things I need to be doing to make sure everything's ready to have these open, fun, transparent conversations with my real life cousin? It may be okay, employment. Lord have mercy, what we gonna do in order to get some money in here that we don't wind up on an OnlyFans? Little just different boxes, and they have different
Uh-huh.
stuff in them. So that is my organization of and I use that term very loosely, of my brain people. But it wasn't until we started talking about the imaginary neighborhood that I
That you made
realized
the connection.
very similar, because they were a little construction site that was
Yeah,
constant motion. So
always.
it's just been that forever.
So
And
are
now
you
it's time to rest.
so are you like the overseer? Like are you just kind of like walking the floor?
I guess I'm more like, yeah, I'm like the operations manager. You
Okay.
just
Well,
in
that's
there.
good.
That fits. Just go in, cheer them on, give them the direction. Like, these are the buckets that I'm gonna need to work today. So
Uh-huh.
today we need Pam is every day, because we need to pray ass move every day. We need
Uh-huh.
to work on getting a job every day. Like, these are the
Okay.
boxes that we're gonna focus on. Now, vacation may pop up. You know, um, family time, making sure you're spending time with your mom and your sisters and your brothers, like,
Mm-hmm.
get all that
Mm-hmm.
in.
Mm-hmm.
That all just depends as they kind of rotate out on priorities. But
Mm.
I'm just on the floor, just kind of orchestrating all of it.
It feels
Yeah.
very logistical. Like it feels
That's so
very
funny. It feels very chaotic as I describe it, but
oh,
I see why you say logistical. But that's how a warehouse is, though. It
yeah.
is chaos in the order of the
Organized
logistics
chaos.
of the moving.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, that's it.
Interesting. It's also interesting because there was a time in my life where I was like a hyper planner.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was very much involved in
Mm.
the logistics, if you
Right.
will, of the things, right? And I feel like, especially since I think since coming here to Columbia, so for context, I moved here to Columbia in December 2022, and then I
Mm-hmm.
left December 2023, and then I was in Mexico City for a few months, and now I'm back in Columbia. I told you I talked to the attorney the other day.
You told me you were going, but we never finished.
Baby, sis
Tell me.
is gonna be able to stay here in the country at least through June 2025.
Won't he do it? Won't he? Will. Amen.
The
All
attorney
right.
was
All
like,
right,
girl,
Keenan, get our cousin trip together now.
because this was the thing, because I had not worked, right? So again, context, had a mental health. Oh, I met this lady. I'm sorry, I'm all over the place right now, but this is all going somewhere. I met the lady that owns the apartment, right? That
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
gonna move into.
Yeah.
So she is like crazy wild, and I can tell you about that in a second. But when she talks, she goes parenthesis blah da 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 da, and I was like, girl, this is amazing. I'm about to put that in rotation. Parentheses. I'm
I
like, I
love
do
it.
parentheses all the time. And she was like,
I love it.
yeah. I said, I just never announced this. So she was like, yeah, I always announce it. And I was like, this is, thank you. I'm taking
You
it.
know, they tell us that's
So
a trauma response now.
is it?
Parentheses.
That's
Because
a
it's
trauma
very,
response?
because we're so used to not being, we're so afraid of being misunderstood
Misunderstood.
because it wasn't safe. If maybe you said something and the context wasn't there, they didn't get it, that you go through explaining. So
Oh my
parentheses are the
God.
safety. Girl,
No, I did not know that, but it makes all
parentheses,
the damn sense in the damn world. Wow.
parentheses are
So
a drama response.
that's crazy. That's very interesting. So anyway, so all the parentheses of the thing. So I talked to the attorney, and I hadn't been working since
Mm-hmm.
July because I had the mental health situation that happened July 25th. So I hadn't worked August, September, October, November, December. So in order for me to renew my visa, my digital nomad visa, I'd have to show like that I have had income. Can I have?
Right, right, right.
So then I was like, so my visa ends in June. So how can when do I need to reapply? Because when do the 3 months start? Right. Since now
Right,
I'm working now.
right. We're
So I'm
getting
like, is
these.
this enough? Like February, March, April, May? Like, what does that look like? So he was like, girl, listen, let me tell you what you do. He was like, you're gonna stay here to the visa expires. He's like, then you're gonna have 30 days and then you're gonna leave and come back, right? It's gonna take you a trip somewhere. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then now you're gonna have a tourist visa from July through what is it, August, September, October. Then in October, you're gonna renew that. Okay, then you're gonna be here through December. Okay, then in December or January, you're gonna take another quick trip somewhere. You're gonna come back. Then you're gonna be here January through March. Then you're gonna renew. Then you're gonna have March through June. Okay. Then at
Go
that
ahead.
point, if you want to go to school, you could get that. If you want to, you'll be working by that time. So you go ahead and
Right.
apply for the digital nomad. I was like, come on, Mr. Attorney. You
Go
better help me
ahead.
figure this out. So that was like the biggest weight lifted because I am not the type of person who likes, some people collect countries. Like some people, I've been to
Uh,
so and so, and like they just out
right.
here just, it's a lot
Seeing
for
it
me. I
all.
need to sit my ass down for them. I got to sit down. I need to be settled. Like it's a lot for me. So I was like, I wanted to stay here longer. And I
Right.
was just trying to figure out what that looked like or whatever. Unless, side note, one of these nice Colombian men decide that they want to volunteer as tribute.
That's the problem.
I mean,
Dun, dun, dun.
We'll
just
talk about that on the
saying.
Patreon, but I'm just saying,
Right.
unless somebody want to
You
step up
know,
to the plate,
know somebody.
just saying. But yes, I was really excited about that. So the girl that owns the apartment, girl, why is she like, so we're talking, I'm already like vibing with her energy or whatever. And when I was looking at the apartment, Tony down for a Colombian wedding. When I was looking at the apartment, she was
We're gonna make
like, do
you a
you
flower
want
girl.
I don't even want to win, y'all, but that's a whole nother situation. But anyway, so so she was like, do you want to go to the mall? Like I can show you the nearest mall. And so you can kind of get an idea like of what life would be like and where you would go, blah, blah, whatever. So we're sitting at the mall and she mentions plant-based medicine. And
Mm-hmm.
I was like, yes,
I
tell
need that.
me the
All the
thing.
things. All the things.
Girl, why is her brother someone who takes people on ayahuasca journeys? She's like, my mom and I have been to Peru with him to do have an ayahuasca journey. He comes
What?
to the States to do ayahuasca journey. She's like, and at first my parents were really skeptical. She's like, but then they started to see the way that our lives changed, and then they became more receptive. She's like, it's just, we just really want to help heal people. And the mom is like a neuro coach or something. So she helps people get these calm nervous
Oh wow.
systems that I hear they be handing out.
Oh
Um,
girl.
it was wild, Kalanda. Like I was sitting there talking to her like, girl, who are you and where you came from? Who are you and where did you come from?
Oh my
It
goodness.
was it was really wild. So I feel like to the earlier point, full circle moment, my guy is at work today. He's doing the damn thug
He's
too.
doing his good work.
He's doing it. But full circle.
That's why I can't do plant-based medicine and have full conversations. That thought would have been so gone. Like y'all gonna have to rewind it yourselves. Just keep track.
But I be like that sometimes. Sometimes I be like, I don't know what I just said. This is why I started recording myself because I don't be knowing. I just be talking. And then I go back and I'll be like, that nigga was spitting.
I
That
was on
girl,
something. I was on
hello.
something.
Oh.
We lost her, y'all.
this
We
is
lost
this
her.
is why this is why we can't sit next to each other.
Exactly.
But yeah, so full circle moment to the healing and the way that God is orchestrating these small things, right? So
Mm-hmm.
I was telling her and explaining to her, and again, full circle moment to where I started off with all this. I used to really, really be a planner, and I used to be very, very obsessive. I can't even think of another word about making sure that everything was planned out. And since I've been here in Colombia, I have allowed my days to unfold.
Mm-hmm.
And I wake up more with an intention of going where God directs me. And it could
Right.
be anything. It could be like, let me turn on, I feel in my spirit, let me turn on YouTube. And then I turn on YouTube and I'm like, let me watch this video. And then I watch this video. And now all of a sudden it's opened up this creative pathway for me to be like, oh,
Mm-hmm.
I should do this or whatever. Like, so that has really been interesting. And it reminds me of what I had told you earlier of we're on this journey, finding out what God is doing while we're on
While
the
he's
journey.
doing,
And
yeah.
I'm wondering what it feels like for you to be watching like things happening in front of your face. And you're like, this is crazy because well, I don't like to use crazy, but this is, I don't know what other words to use.
It's
This is fascinating. It's wild. It's
yeah,
amazing. It's all
fantastical.
inspiring.
Right.
Yeah.
It's what's funny too though, it's almost like the smaller things are the ones that get my attention. Sorry guys. More than the bigger ones. Please keep doing the big things. Um but but it's just going, oh, I really need gas. Lord knows how that's gonna happen today. And then coming across an $11, Visa gift card in my purse that I didn't realize I had. You're like, oh, that's enough gas to get me to this interview tomorrow.
Mhm, mhm.
Or oh, free breakfast points at Chick-fil-A. Like, You want to talk about make a way out of no way. Like,
Right.
it's the, but something
Yeah.
so small, and have it be that, have that much of an impact on me, and let that carry the rest of the day. Because now it's
Mm-hmm.
like anything's possible. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, oh,
Yeah.
I can, like, well, what else? Now I'm excited. What else are you gonna do? Like, show out then. Let me find a real big bone under my sink, and my dog's gonna be quiet for an hour and 10 minutes. Who knew? Jesus did. You know, but
The small
it's
things.
it's the small things. So in this journey of watching it all happen and still being able to like marvel in the magic of it all, it's crazy. Exactly. God is
I
driving, and
love
I am absolutely riding shotgun, and I am probably
Yeah.
asleep. I am a passenger princess though. So I'm like, got my books, got my blanket. I am a good navigator if they let me. Um, I'm not so much about the aux chords. I want you to control your own music. I think the
Okay.
driver should set the tone, because
Uh-huh.
that's their space. I want them to
Uh-huh.
feel good about them. This is not your turn to show
Yeah.
out your eclectic musical collection that I don't
Facts.
want to listen to. You know what I
Facts,
mean?
because I gotta
But
stay
that's good
awake and
for
alert
you.
to drive.
You know what I'm saying? And I
Yeah.
might just want to regale you with my concert performance of Jill Scott's live show. I mean, that's just how it happens in my car. I don't know what y'all do. Who's your favorite car concert? Tell me who you like.
Favorite
I don't.
car concert.
Yeah,
I'm gonna think on that. But go
and
ahead,
y'all can
keep
tell us
going.
in the comments too, because I'm an only child. I do talk to myself, but I do like answers and stuff. So feel free to pop that in there. We gonna throw them up on the screen. But yeah, so it's been awe-inspiring just watching it happen, and it's super exciting at the prospect of what the future holds. Um, and it gives me so much more hope that I didn't have
Mm-hmm.
before.
Mm-hmm.
And I
Mm-hmm.
think that's really the biggest thing, is being able to say for the first time in a long time, like we both have had our own mental health crises recently, and trigger warnings of whenever those conversations come up. Um, but that I didn't have that. I didn't have it, and
Yeah.
I didn't. I don't even know when I lost it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I don't know. I don't know in that, because outside looking in, most people would say we are happy people.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely.
And
Yeah, but there's
so,
so much else that's going on.
right, exactly.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, you know, being able to revel in the little car concerts and the free biscuits and the good time. Uh, yes, dancing in Sade or Frankie B and me, Frankie Beverly and
Absolutely.
Maze. Always a good one. We are
Yeah.
one. I be driving down the street like this. I always wonder, side note, if you do you ever try to figure out what people are listening to? Like when you see them rocking out hard as hell in the car, do
I
you try to
used
figure
to.
out what song? I
Yeah.
definitely do that. So
Yeah, I
please,
used to.
guys,
Because
go
I
ahead.
love
I'm
a good
looking and
car
wondering.
concert. I love
Yes.
a good car concert. Like they are everything. And I would probably say the best car concert I think I've had recently, like because mind you, I haven't driven right since I left. But the last car concert I remember I was driving, I think from Pennsylvania to New York, if I'm not mistaken. And it was Meg the Stallion. It started out with
Yeah.
Meg and Beyonce's Savage remix.
Okay.
Okay. So that was
Okay.
on repeat a few times. You feel me? And then what I likes to do is I just like to let the playlist go
Got it.
from there. You see.
Mm.
So sometimes I be feeling like I'm a rapper or whatever.
Right.
And like for instance, one of my favorite songs to rap is 21 Savage and J. Cole a lot. Okay. So the song is like something, 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 a lot. Da, 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 a lot. Da, 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 a lot. Right? So this is
Right.
me. This is me. I'm cutting it up. A lot. Like I'm really saying something. I don't know what else the hell they saying, but that a lot part, be there for it. You feel me? I'll
You in
be
it. You
on
were
it.
ready.
Yeah. So then, I kind of go down that lane and then I'll probably go over to
Mm.
some Kendrick, some Kendrick
Okay.
Lamar. If I'll
Okay.
be over there, you feel me?
So you a hip hop
Um,
head in your car concert.
Because that's where I could really show up. You
You
feel? It's
can.
like
Oh,
if
okay.
you know what I mean? Like that's why I could really,
Oh,
because then this be like this, and then the people that are watching, they like, oh, she hardcore, you know what I mean? She from these streets.
right.
And I be like,
She
that's
knows.
right.
She know what's happening out here.
That's right. Got it out the mud, you feel me? Now when I have my R&B concerts though.
I'm sorry. I was supposed to go along with that, huh? That was my bad. I mean, yeah, yeah. We
You know
all
I'm
know
a
about.
gangster girl.
We
What's
all
wrong with
know about
you?
Kimberlyn T in these streets.
You know what's so funny though? Side note, so this would be the best car concerts is the '90s rap, the '90s hip hop. Because how about when I was actually in Mexico City and they had did this hip hop night and it was finished the lyrics, right?
Uh-huh.
I'm like, I know all these lyrics. Like I do this, but they
This is
ain't
me.
know, right? Because I was just back in the cut. You feel me? Because I ain't trying to, take the shine as such.
Right, right. No, of
Y'all
course
got
not.
your little hip hop thing going on. Yeah, I'm just sitting back here now. So they had played Crossroads, was it? It was sung
Oh,
with Bone
wow.
Thugs and Harmony.
Yes.
Baby, let me tell you something about Kimberly and Bone Thugs and Harmony. Okay.
All
My
I know
friend
is I had
Erica,
the tape.
we bonded over
Bone
Bone
Thugs.
Thugs. You feel me? Okay.
Yes.
So I'm back there and I'm like, I'm saying the words. So they cut it off. The girl didn't know what the words was. And I was like, I got you back here, boo. And she didn't think that she
Ah,
didn't believe me. And I was like, sis, I got you. Like, you just need to come on. And then I was like, I don't want to say it was the part they was talking about Uncle Charles or whatever. But
yeah,
I
Uncle
could hear the words and
Charles,
she
y'all.
won. She won. And I
Ah,
was like, I tried to
you're
tell you.
welcome.
Then they played regulators.
Oh,
Shut
mama.
Shut it down. It was a clear black night, a clear white moon. Warren G was on the streets trying to consume some skirts for the ease so I could get some soul rolling in my ride, feeling all alone. Just hit the east side. Then I be doing both parts because I'm ridiculous. But yeah, so
Yep,
now
yep, yep.
that's a car concert. Yeah,
That's a good one. That's a
yeah.
good one.
That's car
I thought I
concert.
was
That's
Cardi B yesterday,
that's
so that was good.
karaoke.
That
Like
was
yeah. It's real. It's real. But yeah. So anyway, um, this is going to be interesting. This is going to be an
yes, it
interesting
is.
journey that
Yes, it is. That we are embarking on. Thank y'all for joining us.
This is going to be an interesting journey. Also, we don't really know what day and time that we're going to now have the shows because Kalanda has options. Okay. And, she out here fielding offers and such.
Well,
So, we're going to figure out what that looks like, what that sounds like, and when we're going to actually be here with you all. But this is what the experience is going to be like. It's going to be a good time.
A good time.
You never
Some
know
fun stuff.
what's going to happen. You never know. So I do have a question before we wrap out. Is there anything that you are like, we want people to be sending good intentions towards, or like, sending good energy towards, or stuff like that? What would you like to say that might be for you?
Oh my goodness. Please send good energy and intentions for my peace of mind, child. Just so I don't overthink, just help build up the trust in the process. I think that is the biggest thing I could use. Any little 5-second prayer you could throw out that way of just give Kalanda a little peace of mind. Tell her rest and sit down somewhere that somebody is bigger and has it in their hands. Like you're not gonna figure it all out. So any version of that is truly helpful. I think that
I'm
would
gonna say
be
to
enormous.
Too, that there be some very clear and explicit signs that
Amen.
that make themselves
Right.
bright.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I like
Let me
it.
think.
What would you?
I think for me, it is the organization of all these projects that I have in my mind. Like I really, I do want to open my life coaching back up, and I want to open up the opportunity for life coaches to get certified. So I do want to do that. I actually feel this is something specific that people can help direct energy towards. I kind of feel like I am transitioning the work that I do in school improvement and thinking about it in a different way. So I need some like clarity there, because sometimes the work that I do, it feels very cyclical and you feel very trapped because it is mindset work. And I am very cautious of just doing something just to do it, just to get a paycheck. Like I want to do things that are making an impact. And if I'm not seeing that impact, then I don't really have a desire to be drawn to it, even though it may come with a hefty paycheck. And also if I give up that hefty paycheck, sweet Lord Jesus, where is this money coming from? You feel when insert all these other projects. So I do feel like that there are projects that I have inside of me right now that I want to get out, that will actually present a different path, but I haven't been able to direct enough brain people to getting it done. So that's what I feel like I need some energy directed towards, is kind of making that pathway clear, because right now it's the Wall Street trades floor.
She's like, I still have the papers.
It's just papers flying around every day. I need this shit organized in a damn binder or something. Okay, can we get a presentation? Like, relax. So that's what I want to direct energy towards.
I love it.
That's what it is. So having said that, you can catch this replay as many times as you want to, okay?
And don't worry, we'll put together a little Amazon wish list for Sarah. That way, if y'all want to get her toy so that you can listen to this tap shoe free and song free, we'll definitely allow that for you.
I am proud of Sarah, girl. You can look, Mandy, she attested to it in the chat. She says Sarah ain't never been this quiet.
Never.
So we gonna have to do it again.
Tired.
we gonna have to do a GoFundMe or something. The Amazon link, something for Sarah, so that she could make sure that she had the things, honey, because this was on her best behavior today. Okay,
it didn't start out that way. It did not start out that way.
It did not. It was a rocky road, but we got there. And that's what's important. So we will be doing all that. We'll also put up a picture of Sarah so that you can see who she is in her pearls and such.
Yeah.
So thank y'all for being a part of this here inaugural episode. So you don't put there on your grilled cheese. Look out for all sorts of things. Okay, you know what? Do I still have an air horn in here? Oh, that was the beautiful brown.
Like that.
Yes, that was funny.
Always. On that.
So you'll start to see sound effects, different backgrounds and stuff, right? As we develop this out. Also, if there's stuff that you're like, oh, I want to know more about this, or oh, can y'all talk about this, or tell me about a funny time that, or whatever. Please do drop that kind of stuff in the comments.
You ever want to know what happened to your go-kart years ago that I was not involved in? Feel free.
First of all, no, we need to tell this story. Keenan, you still here? Keenan, are you still? Identify yourself in the chat if you here. Yo, I got this time we're gonna go out on this story because Kalonda, swear to God, this did not happen. Kalonda, I'm gonna let you tell the story.
I don't know. I don't know that I was here for any of this. Right. I don't remember this happening. Looks like Keenan's gone. Oh well.
I'm gonna clip it. I'm gonna send it to him.
He's still here.
Okay, y'all. So this is our cousin, right? And when we were younger, he had a go-kart one time. So we lived in this area of town that was it was a park, but it's called Punch Train Park is what it was called. So I lived over there and there's a golf course. So our cousin's grandmother lived
I told
across the
y'all she
street
had money.
from the golf course. Okay, shut up, girl. So so she lived across from the golf course, Medea. Okay. So Medea lived across the street from the golf course. So Keenan was at his grandma's house, but he had his golf cart there. So Kalanda and I guess, left my house and went over there by Medea and saw Keenan have the golf cart, the go kart. So we asked if we could take the go kart for a spin. All right. Now, Kalanda is older than me. Okay.
Barely.
At this time, how old were we at this? Keenan, how old were you when he said his first set of wheels? Keenan, how old were you when you had this go-kart? So I'm gonna say, I don't think it wasn't high school. So I had to be like
No.
in middle school. So it had to be like 12, 13, 14, somewhere around maybe 11, 12, 13, something like that. So Kalanda's older than me, right? Therefore, she about 10 or
I thought it
11.
was
Yeah.
young.
Okay.
Oh, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, so we was like 10 or 11, and me and Keenan are the same age, right? So Kalanda, but anyway, so Kalanda's the more responsible older cousin. Okay, so she's driving the go-kart. All right. So we take off, we drive in the go-kart, and for some we were gonna do like a big loop. Okay, so we go off, so we going down the street or whatever. So this car gets behind us and they blow the horn. Okay.
Rude.
Kalanda drives up on a tree, flips the go-kart, and both of us fly out the go-kart in the middle of the street. Okay? I remember that I landed on the ground and I hit my head on the ground, and I had a barrette that was holding my hair. And I remember being mad because my barrette was broken. And I was like, what the hell? Now we definitely got to go to my house because I can't just be out here with my hair all crazy, right? Because you always got to have your hair combed, you always got to have earrings on, right? But the people that blew the horn, they get out. Oh my gosh.
We almost killed 2 children.
So bad. Why the hell did you see?
Oh my God.
We flipped the go-kart back over, swing by my house, get another barrette, and drop the go-kart off. We get back to the house. Keena says, where did Scratch come up? And we was like, I don't know, that was already
What Scratch? Oh, time to go home. Kim, your mama called. Keenan, in my defense, I don't remember this happening.
That is what happened when we drove the go-kart.
My word.
That's where the scratch. That's where the scratch came from on the go-kart. And that is our first episode of So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Cheese.
Love y'all. See y'all next time.
So make sure, if you have not already done so, make sure that you have liked, commented, subscribed, Minded by Black Ass Business on all platforms. This is, man, listen.
Hey,
it could have went another way. Okay, it could have went another way.
Dude.
Please do make sure, Minded by Black Ass Business on all platforms here on YouTube. We'll be streaming here on YouTube and Facebook as we build out this this podcast. And yeah, this is what it is: us telling stories, us talking about stuff, and dropping gems as we are here. So again, if you found any of this entertaining, exciting, enlightening, any of that, please do share. Please do leave a comment. Please do tell other people about it. We'll be back in approximately 2 weeks, but we will let you all know what day and time that will be once we figure all of that out. So we'll be back soon, y'all.
Love y'all.
Love y'all so much. Bye.
Bye.
What up, y'all?
Good
Welcome
morning,
to the
good morning, good
replay.
morning.
For the folks who are coming for the replay, I want to share this on my socials to make sure that the people know that we are live. So
Hey now.
hello. As y'all are coming in, please say hi. Let us know where you are watching from, and give me 1 second because I can't do two things at one time. Like I can't. My brain people just don't be able to do it. So I was
Is
supposed to
make
cue this up beforehand.
she is making all the things happen over there. Hey, Xavier, how you doing this morning?
What up? Hey, let us know where you are watching from, please. Okay, and I am sharing on my Instagrams and such so that the people know
Look
where we
out,
at.
we are here.
Did you see
We
that
are.
they changed the Instagram like the setup? You don't really share out on Instagram,
Girl,
do you?
I'm like, my Instagram is
Like,
basically
let
a
me tell you what
feature
I'm not
on its
is
own. Like, I don't really, I scroll. I like every once in a while. And every 6 years, I put a post out. I am the worst podcast partner you could have.
well, they changed the setup, which takes
Okay.
me a little bit of extra time because it's like once you get in the rhythm of things, like I know what it is, where the thing's at, and now they moving everything on
Oh,
Auntie,
got it.
and
Not auntie, no
now I got to
auntie.
figure out was what. But anyway, so I got that done. Hey y'all, welcome to So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese. We are two real life cousins, and we're here to talk about all the things that we thought were normal in our family, but we actually found out that they were the recipe for family dysfunction. So we are unpacking all of that stuff and using our voices to really advocate for healing and mental health. And we invite you along on this journey. So my name is Kim, and I have a fancy introduction that I want to share today. I followed this psychologist. Her name is Kobe Campbell on Instagram, and she specializes in trauma. So she put up this prompt the other day, and it was called an "I'm made of" poem. So basically, you just say "I'm made of" and you list some things, right? So I just did it as long as the page was. So
Oh,
I'm gonna read this.
there we
Okay.
go.
Okay. So hi, I'm Kim. I'm made of glitter, gold, and frolicking, deep intuitive understanding, love from an infinite source, deep thoughts and feelings. I'm made of smiles that come from the soul, the willingness to take the step or the leap, the boldness of faith and belief, truth and light, softness and quiet, excitement and passion, movement and freedom. I'm made of legacy and impact.
Oh, excuse us, Miss Maid of. Yes, you are.
So that's
Yes,
me. Who are you?
indeed. Oh, girl. Well, I'm Talonda of House Jackson, first of her name, assistant of entrepreneurs, the beacon of banter, creator of content, dancer of dreams, and excellence enchantress, and Nola Nader.
Come on with the excellence enchantress. Is that new?
Oh, I'm saying, no, you must not have felt it before because I didn't do the.
Oh, that's what it was.
It's a
that,
combo. It's a combo.
that makes
It
sense.
brings it all together. That felt you felt enchanted, didn't you? You're welcome. You're welcome.
I've missed you so much, dear
I
cousin.
miss you too, boo. How you doing?
So before we get started, y'all, these are the vibes that we have here, right?
Us finding
We
ourselves very funny.
think we're a hoot. As a matter of fact, side note, I was contemplating doing a podcast series or some kind of series, and it was called "I'm a Motherfucking Hoot," because I I'm a good
I
time.
crack myself up.
All the time,
You
all the time.
should. You should.
I don't understand people that like don't have a good time with themselves. Like it's weird
Mhm.
to me. Um, but yeah, so you're gonna get some laughs, okay? When you are
Okay.
here, you're also gonna get a whole lot of transparency, okay? Because we believe in keeping it real, calling it like it is, calling the thing a thing, naming the thing what it's gonna be and such. Okay. And what we want from you is to come along with us on this journey. There are probably a lot of things that you thought were normal in your life that you have discovered were just happening in your atmosphere, your orbit, your world, right? So we invite you to share those things as well. And contribute to this collective healing space, because we trying to heal the things. It's a lot, and such. So
A lot going on.
that how your spirit feeling today?
My spirit is feeling actually really good. I did put on a face to kind of help bring it out a little bit because sometimes you need a little help.
Are these new glasses that you have
Yeah.
on?
Well, they are glasses that I had before, and they met an untimely end at the teeth of my sweet, sweet Sarah. So when she ate all the pairs of the glasses that I owned, I wound up rebuying these. So, new
Gotcha.
but old style, I guess. They worked,
Gotcha.
so I said, let's bring that back.
But they have the arms and such intact where we able to,
Yes, there's arms and both lenses. Because before, like I said, because I told you I can't wink with both eyes. I can only wink
yes,
with this one. And
you did say
so
that.
when she broke the glasses, she of course the glasses that she left was the one I could wink on. So it still did
It
not help
wasn't
me because
helping.
the seeing eye was the eye without the lens. So you know that's my child. That's my
I'm
child.
glad that you are up and running. Okay, I'm glad that
Yeah.
that you got the things. Okay, yeah,
Girl, making
yeah.
it, making it.
So you said your
How about
spirit
you?
feels
How's your?
pretty
Okay,
good. My
feels
spirit.
pretty good.
Let's see how my spirit feels today. My spirit feels calm. Um,
Mm-hmm.
what else? Silly. Uh, and maybe curious because we haven't talked in a while, and I'm really curious
I
about
know.
what's
I know.
happening in
I
your
know.
world. But yeah, outside of the curiosity, it's the yeah. I feel pretty calm. Um,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, but this past week was a lot for me. So when is the last time that we were here?
Girl,
Was it like 3 weeks ago?
I think three. Might be three now. Yeah.
Yeah, like 3 weeks ago. Okay. So yeah, this past week was very up and down for me. Like I felt like
Mm-hmm.
I was on this road to like, all right, I'm getting my life together. Okay. I got my list of things that I need to do every
Right.
day, right? We took
Right.
inspiration
There we
from
go.
you, open curtains,
Oh well.
wake up, drink water, eat, brush
Water.
teeth,
Yes.
take shower, like I have my list, right?
The things. Yes.
And then I met with my psychologist and I was
Yes.
sharing my list with her, right? And I was really excited. So I'm like, oh my God, like I got my list, and I got my AM, PM, things and such and
Yes.
whatever. And my cleaning list, right? Because one of the things on my list is to clean something every day. And it doesn't
Okay.
like really matter what it is. It could be sweeping the floor. It could be washing dishes, washing clothes. You know, I think I told you I feel like a Colombian tia. Porque every day it's like necessary to wash laundry. And then, you know,
Oh,
you set up the laundry to dry. You know, you have to do it kind of early in the day so that you can take advantage of the what you call it, of the sun. So, you know, you do it early in the day, you set it up and you just kind of have the drying rack, you know, just out here or whatever.
right.
So
Okay.
that has become like a part of my daily ritual is I have to wash something because then it also acts like a
Uh,
natural air freshener because like
Yes.
it smells like fabric softener, you know? So
Yes.
anyway, I got this list, right? And I was really, really excited to share it with my psychologist. And then she was like, "Oh, okay." She said, "Well, you know, how's your sleep going?" And I was like, "Yeah, so um
Tell her.
I be I be sleeping kind of a little and not necessarily how it's supposed to go, but I'm working on it, you know." And she was like, this is what she did. So she's Mexican, right? So she goes, I am, how do you say,
What was
I
you say?
want to
Concern.
say, yeah, yeah. Say concern. I was like, again, I thought I was doing so well, right? I was like, oh my
Oh,
God,
but did you see my list? But
I'm
did you
getting
see
my
my list?
shit together. This is what we've been talking about. Girl, she
Oh,
said, so, how's your brain feeling? Like, what is it feeling like in your brain? And I was like, it's a bit busy, you know, it's a lot going, but it's always busy, it's always a lot going on.
right.
So, you know, we lining up, you know, she was like, how do I say this? Um, you need to rest. You are trying to make yourself do all these things and you're fighting against yourself every single day to do these things and you're
Wow.
saying I have to open the curtains, I have to do this, I have to do that. She's like, but you're fighting yourself the whole time. And I was like,
But I have to, or those things won't get done, though.
I got to do the things. And she was like, listen.
But the blinds, but the blinds.
She said, she did this. She said, listen, you need to slow down. And I know that you want to speed everything up, pero you need to slow down. And I was like, okay, girl. I don't, I don't know. I just, so she
We gonna
said,
work on it. Oh.
she was like, you need to give your body a chance to wake up when it's ready to wake up. You need to you need to relax. She's like, when you're eating, you need to practice mindfulness. You need to go sit on the balcony. You did like all the things that I'm like, yeah, 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 yeah. But listen,
Yeah, okay. But look,
this
look
list
at
though, this is impressive. She was
it
like,
is holding me together, okay?
and she was like, no. So that's
It
where
is
I
getting
am
done.
currently. And
Oh,
I don't, so yeah, I don't know. But I
that's
will
what
say
therapy will do to you.
for the sake of today, I have already done one, two, three, four things that are on my list. I just want to point that
But have you done them in a restful, slow, non-manic manner? Such as to make your therapist proud.
out.
Is that what you have done? You're not at
I
the end of the
think
list.
I am working on that part.
Because I know for a fact I supercharged through mine. Because I thought, we haven't heard our tiny tap dancer because I had to put her on Bone Patrol again today. But we almost had a in-person babysitter that would have been here to give her all the butt scratches her heart desired.
Right.
So that provided me the oomph to be like, emergency reclamation, clean everything, someone's going to be in the house.
Oh my God, I
and so
hate when that
sometimes you need that jump start.
Yes.
No, I love that jump start because sometimes it's like, eventually I'll get around to it. Like, okay, Conda, for real. Like, it's literally just you that lives here. Like, get your shit together. And then sometimes the only thing that will like give me the like is, oh, somebody's gonna be here.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, clean everything. And then it takes like 2 hours. I'm like, now that you need your ass whipped. Like, you could have done
because it doesn't take that long. It really doesn't.
It doesn't take long.
Yeah.
It really doesn't. Like, it's one person in the bathroom, like, how long does that take? 15, 20 minutes?
Right.
Maybe.
Yeah.
3 songs, tops. Oh, side note. So did you hear this to help with time blindness? To put, instead of using timers, well, there was a couple things that I came across that I was super excited about and wondered if people's minds work this way. Okay. But one was like time blindness and saying, instead of using a timer that you can just snooze and be like, 5 more minutes, and then I'll get back to what I was supposed to do, is to put on like 3 songs that you like have your little, your productivity playlist. Have 3 songs that you like. And then like drop in It's Not Unusual or like My Hump. Or like,
okay, like a classic.
Like, right. Or
that's gonna make you be like,
funny. So here's the funny thing. I like where your head went. I said It's Not Unusual in as a song that I would want to change. Like it would snap me out of my 3-song vibe.
Listen,
and you were like, put on the dance.
Get it in, baby. I'm just like, get you a good throwback on there, baby. Look, that's what I be like.
I'm gonna need you to not back it up to It's Not Unusual. I was all right with the Carlton. But so you can do it however you like, but originally it was 3 songs that's your jam, and then one song that's gonna like pull you out of that zone, so you can be like, oh, okay, next task, and then 3 more songs, and so that way that's your 15 minutes or your like 12 minutes. The songs are so short right now. Have you?
I know, girl. I was
thinking to be 5 minutes.
Bro, I thought it was just me because this is the thing. I use the song strategy for showers because I don't be knowing nothing about no time when I'm in the shower. I'm in there, especially when I get, I'm either hot or cold with showers. So like either I'm trying to get in and get the hell out, or I'm in here.
Or it's an all day everything.
Oh, baby, we in here. Honey, concerts. Okay. So when I get in those concert moods, I need to like keep some kind of track of the time, especially if I have somewhere to be, specifically when I have somewhere to be and I'm taking the shower because I have somewhere to be, then I'll be like, girl, you got 2 songs and then you need to get that ass out. But to your point, the songs used to be like 5 minutes and not like 3, 2.5.
2.5. Exactly. So pick your songs accordingly because they're skimping us on the spin. But
can I add this to the side note? My ADHD is in full effect today. So we just gonna go
full effect today.
I heard I love Here's the Thing and Come on Stage, That Chick Angel, right? So Angel was saying that when she was doing One Margarita, that it could only be so long because if you want your song to play in the strip club, that it could only be a certain length of time for the performance. Dead ass.
They couldn't just snip like whatever.
No, like if you want your song to be played, then you want to, start to finish or whatever, then it could only be a certain amount of time because that's how long the routine is.
Well, ain't that something? Color me
so I don't know
if
that's why like people started shortening their songs because they was trying to diversify.
So they could get planned. I was
But
literally just talking to somebody the other day about the strip club and how it's like, I mean, they're fine, one way or another, whatever. But strip clubs really have the best food. Have you ever eaten in a strip club?
so I don't like strip clubs.
But have you
I've
ever eaten in one?
she's
Two different
focused.
things.
Focused. That's not what I asked you. No, because I've never been to like I've never been to like an actual, that's not a lie. I have been to one actual strip club. It was in Milwaukee and it was a long, long, long time ago when one of my friends was getting married. But I've never like been to a strip club. I hear that the food is amazing. But
Got it.
I've never been able to partake because I can't get over the barrier of this is a strip club and it's a lot going on, you know. It's a lot
Gotcha.
happening and like things. But yeah, so I've heard the food is excellent.
The food is really good. The wings. One of the places I had the best steak was in a strip club in San Diego.
Mm.
Like just randomly. And it was a stripper's birthday. And she was like, oh, you guys should have, like, she was like sharing her birthday dinner with us. And we were like,
Oh,
we need to order this. So just after, imagine a group of, I don't know, it was probably 8 of us, like walking down the street to our cars, completely toasted because it's like early in the morning, eating a steak by hand. Like, that's
oh,
how good this steak was. Yeah.
wow.
So you never know. So if somebody is like, hey, Kim, randomly, you want to go to a strip club and you're hungry, even though
It's
you want
about
to
the
say no to
food.
the strip club, you can
Gotcha.
say yes to dinner. There
Got
you
it.
go.
Got it. Now I don't know what the
Mm-hmm.
scene is like here in Colombia.
Oh.
It's a
Mm.
lot. So so
Hmm.
I would have to do some
Go with a
research.
local. Yeah. Don't just strolling off the street. I would not recommend.
I need, I need, I need a few recommendations. I'm gonna have to put it in the WhatsApp group.
Yes.
Hey y'all.
Right.
So
Right.
where?
Anybody in the comment section today, if you know where to frequent in Colombia, that's safe.
Correct.
Feel free to drop it down.
Safely. Yes, absolutely. Because I'm cute. They might be trying to enlist me. And,
You
I'm
know,
like,
well,
hey,
look, hey,
you
hey,
know,
I'm just saying, I might be
also,
open. Let me, if they
look,
send you an application, send it this way.
I was just about to say, side note, one of my mental health specialists said to me
We're
the
on
other
6
day,
side notes right now, just so you
all
know.
of them. We taking all of every detour that comes up. We're going down the road. Okay. One of my mental health specialists, not to put anybody out there. So that's what I'm just saying, one of them. They were like, so what might it look like, for you to explore earning some money there in Colombia? And I was like, well, technically I have to have a work visa. She was like, yeah, I wasn't really talking about that. I was, just, you know, you know.
Okay,
And I was
you give me a little shoulder.
and I
She
was like,
said, well,
sis, if it if I need to press the go button, I might need to get on out there to the network. But hopefully
oh,
we can figure something out before then.
you always gotta have options. Life is about
Absolutely.
girl.
Absolutely need to have options. So speaking of
Not the
options,
shoulders, Jimmy.
speaking of options, the last time we talked, you had a whole bunch of
Oh, yes,
options going on in life
girl.
about things, and we haven't really caught up, but also the people don't know. So where you at
People
with
don't
your
know. I
with your
know.
options in life?
I'm still searching. I am living the Jeffersons theme song, but I'm like, not the Jeffersons, the
I
good
was like,
times. I don't know why
good
I saw the
times.
Jeffersons,
Okay.
but I wish it was. I mean, moving on up is a great
I
theme
was
song.
here
I
for it.
aspire to that one. That would be phenomenal. We're gonna put
Okay.
that one in my little prayer list. But
Gotcha.
right now it might be more of a good time. Scratch it.
Uh-oh, you muted yourself. Hold on. Come back. Where you went? There
Not
you
a
go.
was I touched nothing, so I
Uh,
don't know how that happened. But
I don't know. But go ahead. So good time.
But yes, so scratching and surviving. So any and everything that is coming my way, I'm like, yes. Let's say yes. So usher at the Superdome. So like whenever they have like shows and stuff, so next shows or games. So next week.
Not Usher the artist.
Not Usher the artist. I feel like I said that to somebody else and they were like, hold one moment. I would have called you about that. That would not be. I wouldn't be like, let me wait till I episode random time.
Gotcha.
No,
Usher ring. Usher ring.
I'll be
gotcha.
Usher with the Superdome. So like you can find me at the Pelicans game on Tuesday and Thursday of this upcoming week. If you see me out there, say hey, it is me. What else? Substitute teaching. So I'm just waiting to get some notices to say like, hey, we need somebody. I know it's coming up on like spring break and end of the school year, so we'll see. Maybe vacations and sick days. You know, I'm here for it.
Yeah.
Trying to use my executive assistance positions wherever I can with businesses that need help and just helping manage calendars and like to-do lists. Just try to keep them on track. Started I can't say bartending because for me to say bartending, I feel like is like a slap in the face to real bartenders. But
bartender in training.
So we can call it that. I mean, I have a certificate that says I'm a responsible vendor. So we'll go that far. I am at this bar, which is fun. It like gets me out the house, has me talk to people because sometimes I like to my circle get real small, and then I forget how to people again. Which why the pandemic, I was built for that. That was phenomenal.
Thanks, bro.
If it wasn't for all the death, I would say bring it back again. You know,
right.
A lot of people.
But I enjoyed, if we could just pause there for a moment, because what I enjoyed about that time was there was no expectation to have to be somewhere. Correct. Like I really appreciated not having to, because if I have an appointment for a day,
that's an all day. That's an all day appointment.
Oh my God. And the refrigerator man was supposed to come the other day, right? And she told me at first, the owner of the place, she messaged and was like, hey, she texted me at like 6 a.m. She's, you know, I'm not awake. I don't be up at that time. So she was like, hey, if you get this, like he is able to come this morning. Well, I didn't see it until like 10:30, 11. So then I was like, well, good morning. Can he still come today or should he come another day? And she was like, oh yeah, he said he's going to come around 4. Bro, he didn't get here to 6:30, son. And I couldn't do nothing for the rest of the day. Like I couldn't eat because I didn't have no groceries, right? So I didn't want to buy groceries because the refrigerator wasn't really working. Like, so it was like, I was just on hold until he came.
See, yeah, an appointment is the death because it's just like, okay, I have this much time to get ready. Then I need to be here. Then I need to prepare for the visit. Then once the visit is over, I need to like recount everything that happened in the visit and then bring myself down from having all of the interaction with the people throughout the time. It's just a lot. It is. And I don't think people realize that. Oh, and that was one of the things I was saying too. When you see time, what way is it for you? Is it vertical or is it horizontal?
When I see time.
Like if I'm saying from like you have your list. Is your list like this? Or is your list like this?
Vertical.
So it is vertical.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
So, okay. Apparently, that's why we're stressed. Let me know in the comments if y'all have any differences. If when you see time, you see it like this. So it's like one task, one task, one task. Or you see this of task. Okay. These are all the tasks.
Okay.
So, vertical, you're looking at everything. Horizontal, you're just looking at like the one in front of you. The next one. I can do these one by one. The time is going this way. But when you're looking at your day, like this is my day,
Uh-huh.
see all of the tasks at once. And so it's all emergent. It's
Uh-huh.
all now. And
Uh-huh.
that is part of why we're like frantically using our list. And I was like, I don't know if that's a thing, but
I have questions. So like when you're because I'm a lister, okay?
yeah.
Love me a good list. So in this case, if I'm writing a list, am I supposed to put one thing per page or something? Like how do I shift my vertical list to a horizontal?
Well, again, you're trying to see the whole list at once. It's just, I'm gonna get like, what? We just say, I have this stuff to get done.
Uh-huh.
These are the things. These are the hours of the day from 8 in the morning to 5 p.m.
Uh-huh.
So 9 o'clock, I have an appointment. Okay, that appointment's done. My next thing says I have a whatever at 11:30. That one's done.
Okay.
Then, I'm free all the way here until 3. And that's my next thing. We're like this, where it's, oh, I have to go here. I have to do this at 11. I have to do this at 3. And they're always there, always present in your face as something to do. Instead of, let me get this one thing done and then worry about the next thing when it's the next thing's time.
When it's time for the next thing.
No, that sounds irresponsible.
I have to figure out how to shift it, because this is literally what my psychologist said in her concern. She was like, I need you to do one thing at a time. And I was like, I am. I open the curtains. One thing. I brush my teeth. One thing. Right. And so she was like, yes, but you are trying to do all the things. So what I'm trying to wrap my mind around right now as you are speaking is, how do I reconfigure my brain to only see the one thing? Like, what, because if I put it on my calendar, it's still a list, right? So, because I hear you talking in timeline is what I hear you talking.
Only because I know that's a easier.
But even in my timeline, I still feel like it's vertical.
They're all vertical. Well, because it's all in the 2D world, so you're gonna see it all at once. But your attack of the things is not, this is my whole thing that I have to get done today. And even if it has a time associated to it or not, this is everything I need to get done. So I need to blow through all of it. Versus, all right, it's, I got up out of bed. Let me start my day. Like, okay, I open my blinds. Oh, the blinds are open. Oh, that feels good. I should go brush my teeth next. Okay, let me go brush my teeth. And like letting that lead you into the next thing, instead of open your eyes and you're attacked with this
attacking the list
of, I gotta open my blinds, I gotta brush my teeth, I gotta drink 8 glasses of water, I need to stretch, I need to pray, I need to meditate. Like, all of this has to get done.
Yes.
Versus today's Sunday. Let's wake up.
First.
The day has started. Thank you, Jesus. Amen. The day has started. Let's open these blinds. Like, oh, good. We got some sunshine. All right, let me see. I think I'm gonna brush my teeth for a little razzle dazzle. Like, I don't know. I don't know how much razzle dazzle people with these horizontal mind frames have, but
I don't know. And that's what I was just about to say. I really need people to like weigh in, because one, I've never thought about this question before and how I organize time and tasks, if you will. But I'm appreciating you bringing this up, because it literally, I had a conversation with my psychologist. I also had a conversation with Lewis, and he was like, because I had said I'm working on this list, and at the time the list was just a list. Like, it wasn't even organized or anything. It was just, in a day I need to do these things. So then he was like, well, can you put them in an order that you would naturally do? So then I was like, okay. So like, the first thing I have, wake up. Then I have listened to this meditation song. Then I have open the curtains. But it's still operating like the list. What
Right.
I appreciate about what you're saying, and I think this is what my psychologist was trying to get me to understand, because she has said something like everything doesn't have to be done in order. She was like, you just allow the day to happen, and then
Right.
the things. So that's what I hear you saying is like, okay, I wake up, I know that's first, but then after that, what is my body, my spirit, my mind telling me that I can do next
Right.
that will add some sparkle and razzle dazzle to my day?
Right.
Okay, I'm gonna have to try this.
So I was wondering. I mean, it's hard because we're two vertical thinkers, and Xavier is also a vertical thinker. Thank you for sharing in the group. So if there are any horizontal thinkers out there, please feel free to kind of pop in and say, this is how you view it, or you don't even think about it, which is what I feel like a lot of people saying. They just.
Yeah, I've never thought about it, but I'm willing to think about it. Now this is going to be on my brain like all day. Because I really do, I'm in this space of trying to start the day together.
Right. Right. That's where it all begins, right?
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
I've been trying to figure out, I've been like saying these prayers, and even in our last video, I think I asked for like prayers over like being anxious and just overthinking and being able to kind of figure it out. But what I'm struggling with is trying to figure out how praying to not overthink isn't overthinking. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense, because I'm like,
it does.
I feel like the fact that I have to pray about it means that I'm overdoing. It's like,
but how else would you be able to not?
right? How do I, like, what does it look like? What does it look like to not? First thing. But even like I told you, in this like faith walk and trying to understand what the, not knowing what the next steps are going to be, and some of this stuff is hard to not think about, and to not think about feels irresponsible. So it's like, how do you make that connection and say, okay, this is me trusting and having faith that God, the universe, is going to provide this next thing as long as I show up. But
how do I not worry about that and not think about that? Well, like you said, go ahead. Well, you said something like, shit, what did you say? You said, how do I not overthink the praying about the thing? So I feel like, you said that it feels reckless to not overthink. That's what you said.
Irresponsible. Yeah.
Yes. So, but that's why I feel like I just be like, fuck it.
He got me.
Because I even said
the best thing about that. Can you see my necklace?
What's it say?
I can't do my
your influencer hand. It's pretty.
Oh,
I can't listen. My eyes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, it says fuck.
Oh, okay.
So when you said, I was about to say I need to work on my fuck it, but then I'm like, I'm literally wearing a necklace that says fuck. So I should be further along in this process.
But like you said, it feels irresponsible, because what will happen with me is I will, for instance, like if I'm like, okay, God, listen, it's bills that got to get paid. Okay. Now you done told me to come out here, and you done told me to do these things. All right. And I'm doing the things. But what I'm also not gonna do is worry about how these bills about to get paid. Now the rent is due on the 1st. Now you need to figure out where the check is coming from. Okay, so that this rent can get paid. Now I am about to go sit on the balcony and enjoy my day. That's what I'm gonna do. Like, so whatever. So that's why I feel like I'll be like, hey, my boy, handle that. I'm finna take a nap. and you let me know what's up. Like, so that's what I just be real like, fuck it, it's whatever.
I need to work on that. I don't know how that.
No, you don't?
Oh, because I'm like, how? Like, I'll be like, these bills got to get paid, and it's coming due, and it's due. So now what? Like, do I need to pack? Like, should
Oh,
I just say, is that what you mean by have faith? Like, I'm gonna have faith that if this bill don't get paid, I need to move. Like, that's what you meant? Because I can pack and go as long as I pay this car note, I got somewhere to live. Like, is that the faith that we're talking about? Because
I don't think that's
it didn't
how it
feel
works.
like that's what they were saying, but that's what I feel when my brain will not stop. Because, girl, but pray, like, I don't know how to not overthink. Like, I'm literally overthinking, praying about overthinking.
Uh-huh.
Please, Jesus, make it stop. Like, somebody.
So I feel like, because I'm trying to think of how I got to this place of just being like, fuck it. I didn't have the answer. I just was like, I don't have the answers. I do not have them. There is nothing in my brain, or I am in a space where no matter how much I want to will myself to do something, that my brain is like, we're not doing that today. So
Yes.
yeah, so it's like I guess I read something and it was like no matter how much you try to force your brain to do something, if it's not prepared to do it, it's not going to do it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think a part of it maybe for me is understanding when my brain is in fight, flight, freeze, survival mode, right? So like there are so first let me say before I go down this rabbit hole, I am a geek when it comes to brain research. Like it is really something that has helped me to understand myself, because I am somebody who would spend so much time like being like, get your shit together asaptually, right? So I've been trying to understand what my brain is able to do and what it is not at any given moment. So I think when I get to these spaces of not having answers or whatever, I realize that my brain cannot biologically access executive functioning. Right. So it's like we have a downstairs brain, we have an upstairs brain. So in our downstairs brain is our amygdala, which controls our fight, flight, or freeze response. The first question that your amygdala asks is, am I safe?
Right.
Right. Then the next question is, am I loved or am I connected? Then that's both the downstairs brain. Then the upstairs brain is, what can I learn? Right. So if I'm in my downstairs brain, I have to allow myself to decompress, which can take anywhere from 30 to 90 minutes after triggering to be able to access my executive functioning. So if I can realize you are paralyzed, like, because I freeze. That's what happens with me when I get in survival mode. I just be like, I can't do nothing. I can't just lay down. Just stop it. Oh. When I realize I'm in freeze mode, then I do my best to give myself grace and be like, you are in freeze mode right now. In order for you to access anything that you want to be able to do, you are going to have to get yourself out of that mode. So that is kind of like my realization. And then after that, sometimes I'm able to come back to the executive function, or other times I'm just like, I ain't got it today. Right. And when I ain't got it, that's not be like, my boy, I ain't got it. Okay. I ain't got it. So what you gonna do? You know? So that's the process that I think.
So I don't think I ever get out of downstairs. I think I'm always in the am I safe? Because it's like, and not safe in the sense, I guess, of harm, but like
Mhm.
in, I don't know. That's interesting because it just doesn't feel safe. Like if at its core, like is
Mhm.
everything not certain, but
Mhm.
to the degree of which you can kind of predict.
Mhm.
We discussed before that I didn't realize I was a control freak, but I am apparently a control freak.
I
Um,
also had to have that realization, by the
it was
way.
odd because
And yeah,
I don't see what I think of as a control freak. I don't see myself as.
same.
And so, but then I realized, oh yeah, I'm spending a lot of time trying to control everything
Yeah.
so I feel safe. So it's
Yes.
like, and that's other people's emotions. So if I need to behave a certain way in order to
Mhm.
get the desired response from them, then that is what I will need to do because that is what will keep me safe in this situation.
Right.
And when I
Yeah.
can't do that, or like there's like contradicting information in that, that is shut down, time to go to sleep,
Yep.
because there is a right and a wrong answer, and I can't make the wrong one. So no
Right.
answer
No
is better
answer.
than the wrong answer, you know?
Mhm. Mhm.
Um, yeah. So I don't really necessarily get past the are you safe? So are you
Yeah.
loved and what do you want to learn? I
Mhm.
mean, learning around me, but it's mostly about how to persevere.
Be safe. Mhm.
Hmm.
Mhm. Yeah, and this concept of safety, I think, of course, immediately when people think of safety, they think of like physical safety.
Right.
But
And that's
yeah, what I hear you saying is the psychological safety to be able to not have to be worrying or figuring something out, or like just being able to be
yeah.
for a moment, and well, more than a moment, to be able to be for some time of not having to do something else to make
Right.
sure that I don't have to pack this
Right.
this month, you
Right.
know.
Right.
Yeah.
That's safe.
Yeah.
Like,
Mhm.
and right
Mhm.
now, none of that feels like that. So
Yeah.
how do I not overthink when I'm like, because I think last time we talked, I had just seen something that said, God factored in your stupidity when He factored
Mhm.
in your lessons and stuff, and so it made me that was like very reassuring. I was like, oh,
Yes.
good, whew, He knows I'm an idiot,
Because I'll be out here doing the most.
and I might fuck this up at any point, right? But then I'm like, but did he know? Like, did he get? Because what if he didn't think I might do this? Because I know that he is working on it and I want to do it the right way. But now that I'm thinking about it, it's
Uh
like pull this all into focus and that there
I
is a right or wrong choice now because I'm aware.
got
That's
you.
much.
And I go
And
the opposite direction.
it does not stop.
Yeah. And
And it
I go
feels
the
like a movie
absolute opposite direction. Like I just be like, hey, you are all knowing, all powerful, all the things. Okay. You know me. That's why I be asking God for emails. You know me. You know I be tripping. You know I be out here doing the most. You know I don't be doing what I'm supposed to do. And I just be doing my best. You already know that. Now,
right.
also, because you are all knowing and all the things and all of that, I always go back to my boy. You told me to do this. You told me to do this. So since you told me to do this, then you need to figure it out, sir.
Right.
Okay. I cannot drive myself crazy trying to figure this out. And that's what I just be like, and what's gonna happen is gonna happen. Because if you don't do it, then people gonna be talking about you. And I know you don't want the people to be talking about you. Here's your chance to flex, my boy.
You don't want your name to be sullied out in these streets.
Because I done already told them that you told me to do this, because that's what
Right.
you told me to say. So I done already said that, right?
Right.
Now, if you don't do what you said you was going to do, the people going to say you a liar. And what I know is that you ain't a liar. So show out, my boy. I'm finna go sit on the balcony and try to be a chocolate goddess. And you just
No.
tap me in if there's some instructions that need to happen. But other than that, handle it, sir.
You're gonna make me go lay down in my driveway. So I can work on my chocolate goddessness.
First off,
my sister's pale right now. Oh, look, oh wait,
listen.
maybe when I lean in. Wait, let me look the camera. Maybe the camera is lying. I'm not this pale in real life, y'all. I do not match that table that is behind me. That is a table.
Not that you don't match the table. No, seriously, on the chocolate goddess tip, when is the last time? Probably when I went to St. Martin. So in July,
Oh,
I had gone to
that
Miami. She's still sitting here trying to find it.
Look how dark I look right now. It's shifting. It's the camera, y'all. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
But that was the last time that I was like, sis, you better be out here sun-kissed and stuff. You know, it was a very, very, it was beautiful. And I just feel like I need to get back there. So yeah, my first step is on this balcony. And then after that, we do have like a pool and all that kind of stuff here.
Right.
First of all, absolute side note, these Colombians take swimming seriously.
Oh,
You hear me? They not just in the pool, just sitting there soaking up sun. You hear me? They got the swim cap on. They is doing laps. They is practicing the different strokes. They serious about swimming.
go ahead.
I ain't never seen nothing like it.
I've never seen that.
Because I personally, now I know you're a former lifeguard, you know, so you might feel differently. But okay, I'm gonna say what I gotta say, then I'm gonna ask if you remember something. You might feel differently. No, but your mama tried to drown me though. Do you remember? This is not even what I was gonna ask you. Do you remember your mama throwing me into the pool and being like, swim when y'all lived in them blue apartments?
So I remember living in the blue apartments and we were always at that pool. I do remember that. I also know that my mother's tried and true method of teaching me was just put the baby in the water.
Thought I was gonna die.
But the funny thing is, I don't remember this, but I remember my mom telling me this story forever and ever. We were at the Y and we were playing in the pool. She was standing. My mom can swim, but she doesn't like deep water. She wants to be able to touch the ground at all times. Okay. So,
and my mama
she's
can't
standing
swim
in the
to
pool.
save her life, child. She's scared of the shower.
Not the shower. So we're playing the jump from the side into her arms, and then, you know, I'll get out and do it again. We having a great time. Well, I went to the deep end and just jumped. And she was like, oh,
you on your own, sis.
Somebody get up.
How old were you?
Oh, I was a baby. If we were at the Y, it was probably like 5.
Wow.
Probably like 5. Did you see the video of the lady who slipped in between the boat and the dock?
Yes, girl. Girl, kill me now. You understand? I'm dead. I'm in here. I'm just done. Done.
Oh my God.
Done. But this is what I was going to ask you about jumping in the deep end. This is what I was actually going to ask. So my mama had a company picnic one time. And there was a pool, and the pool went up to 12 feet, and it was a diving board. And you and I were at the pool, and I jumped into 12 feet. You were teaching me how to tread water, and I jumped off the diving board, not like forward into the pool. I kind of like jumped sideways towards the edge, and was 12 feet. Do you?
I do not remember that.
I thought to myself, Kalanda's a lifeguard. She'll save me.
So here's the funny thing, Kim. That's why I put the church finger up when you said it. I have never.
You wasn't a lifeguard? Shut your face. You were down there at the where you used to go. Remember you used to come to my house?
I was a camp counselor. I was on the swim team. but I was never a lifeguard.
You lying to me.
Girl, you put your life in Jesus' hands that day, thinking
Oh,
I was gonna be the one.
I thought you were a lifeguard.
No, ma'am. Never have I ever.
So when you were a camp counselor, I feel like you used to, were you doing somewhere near my house? Wasn't it at like St. Gabriel or something?
I went to camp at St. Gabriel, but I wasn't a counselor at St. Gabriel. I was a counselor at the Y at Lee Circle, and then became the camp director at the Y at Lee Circle that next year. Girl.
I totally made this up. I
didn't believe the golf cart story? You convinced yourself.
Y'all got to go back and listen to the last episode with the golf cart, because it happened, and Keenan even verified that that's how his golf cart. He was like, "That's how I got that scratch." Yes, that is what happened. So this is not one of those situations, man.
Okay.
But for some reason, I really thought you were a lifeguard. Like, I see you with braids. I feel like you had on red shorts.
That was St. Gabriel. That was camp.
So maybe I just thought that was the lifeguard uniform, because I had been watching Saved by the Bell, and they had like the red shorts. So maybe I just clearly assumed that you were a lifeguard. And I never went to camp. Like, well, that's not true. I never went to like summer camp like you went to summer camp.
Oh.
I went to like learning camp.
Science camp. I did science camp and summer camp. But
where you went to science camp at?
Science camp at UNO.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Was it the eggs and made the chicken bones rubbery? And
was it the Sparkle program?
Oh, girl, don't give me the line about the name. I just
because I did a program at UNO too, but we were doing what we did what you call it, robotics and coding. And I had to build we built like houses out of trash bags.
Oh, fun.
And it was so much fun. I had to be, this was maybe like, let me see, 5th grade, I was at Dillard. So this might have been like 3rd or 4th grade. And the assignment with the, because it was an engineering program.
Right.
So we had to like cut out our pattern, I guess you will, for what we wanted our house to be like. And then we had to tape it together and make sure it had no holes and all that. And then we used a fan to blow it up. But then other people also made, like other groups also made their houses. And then we had to figure out how to connect the houses for all of the fans to keep the houses connected and inflated. It was very interesting. And also I had my debut on the stage in the production Adventures in Mall Sitting. And it wasn't my first lead role, because my first lead role was as the big angel in the Christmas program down there at St. Paul.
St. Paul.
Yeah, that was my first lead role. But this was a big role because I had auditioned. I don't remember auditioning for the big angel. I don't remember how I got it. I just know I rocked it.
Like, clearly I shut it down.
I shut it down.
No one else could be the big angel but me.
Nobody else. Okay. Like, I had my halo on my wings, baby. I was on it. Okay. And I was like, I don't know, 3 or 4. Like, I was good. But this role I could read by this time. So I had to be like 8 or something. And I was the lead for Adventures in Mall Sitting at the UNO Sparkle program.
Wow. Well, you said yes. I was. Yeah. No, the only play I've ever been in was West Side Story. And I was Baby Boy. Baby Boy?
I've never seen West Side Story, by the way.
You said what?
I've never seen West Side Story.
Oh, no. Wanna be in America. Oh yeah, it's a time. You should watch it.
I just figured like there's a lot of this.
Yeah, when you're a jet all the way from your first cigarette to your last dying day. Yeah.
Nope, never seen it.
That happened. But that was like my only acting role. I killed it, obviously.
Clearly.
Other than that, I think I was only on the stage one other time. I was in the Pangea group, and we all learned how to mamba and a bunch of different dances. And then I was mambaing on the stage. And I think in one of the yearbooks, you can see my cast in a picture.
Oh, I used to always want to be in the yearbook. Like, but I never played. Well, I was like, you know, here and there, but like I never played sports. And it seemed like the athletes were always the ones who got to like really be cameoed in the yearbook. Yeah. So I like really had to step my game up to be in the right place at the right time. You know, you got to make friends with the people who put the yearbook together. Like, you see me over here.
Like, look at me coming from science class. I just finished French. Bonjour.
Okay, speaking of bonjour. This is just the show of random tangents.
Okay.
So what you had a foreign exchange student come to your house. You never did an exchange, did you? But you had them come. I know, right? You had them come to your house, and I remember that I struggled to communicate because I didn't know the French. I only knew there was a song that I learned in 6th grade. And it was about plucking a chicken.
Oh.
And it went like this. Alouette, gentille alouette. Alouette, je te plumerai. Je te plumerai la tête. Je te plumerai la tête. Et la tête, et la tête. Alouette, alouette. Oh, do you know this song?
Yes.
I've said this to other people and they were like, I don't know what you're talking about.
My mom sings that song.
Really?
Yeah. Well, because that was why I took French in the first place, because my mom took French in high school. And so growing up, like randomly, she would say stuff in French and I'd be like, oh my goodness, that's amazing. I want to learn French, you know? And so like randomly she would tell me like different words or whatever and, you know, just whatever. And so then I get to McMain and they have French and I'm like, I'm going to take French. You know, we live in New Orleans. It's a French city and, you know, I mean, it's Spanish too, but, you know, at the time, this was school, not very Spanish. Now,
not very. I tell people that all the time. I'm like, we didn't know nobody's Spanish.
Mexican food was Taco Bell. I didn't know real Mexican food existed until I was well into my 20s. Like when I moved to San Diego, Eric called me like, let me tell you, they have this place and they have tacos, but it's not tacos like you think about tacos. It's like they have this tortilla and it has fish with cabbage in this sauce. It is so good. The first time you come here, we have to go get these fish tacos. And I had them and I was like, oh my God, like Taco Bell has been lying to me my whole life. Because I definitely thought that was Mexican food.
That was all we had.
Thank you, San Diego. Thank you. But yes, so I learned French or went through high school, went through AP French, all of it. Moved to Florida, Spanish. Left Florida, moved to Texas, Spanish. Left Texas, moved to San Diego. One exit away from Tijuana, Mexico, Spanish. Moved back to New Orleans, post Katrina.
Everything is Spanish.
What I'm bonjour, je m'appelle Kalanda. Who cares? No one cares.
Wow.
So French, loved it to death, but it does not help me with anything.
It wasn't practical.
And like the best it can help me with is reading Spanish. And because they're both romantic languages, they're both similar enough that I can like guess my way around. But yeah, I loved it though. It was a great time.
Did you ever get like the French, the way they pronounce things?
But Not really. I mean, but it was New Orleans teaching French, so it was probably more, Acadiana French than
Very true.
Parisian French. It just
Very
depends.
true.
But it was very funny with the exchange students, because we had two. So we had one exchange student, a dream, Clarice. She was from Isle de Réunion. I remember all of that. She was amazing, had the curliest hair.
I think I remember her
on my Facebook somewhere. She's probably still on there. So like, super sweet. We were like, I think I took her to a dance. Like, we did all the things. And I had my French book to help us communicate. It was great.
I remember.
We were like, oh, next time the opportunity came around, my mom was like, yeah, absolutely. If you want to do it, we'll do it again. Cool. I can't even remember this girl's name. I do know she was gorgeous, really pretty girl, tall, everything. She gets to the house, and I don't remember if it was the first night or the second night, but she was trying to smoke a cigarette in my mama's house. I'm not gonna let her brother smoke cigarettes in her house. So that was not happening. So we're like, no, dear, you cannot smoke. No fumar. Not Spanish. Whatever. I can't even remember what it is in French. But no smoking. So okay, cool. So then the next day we wake up to the alarm going off, like the whole house, just alarm, right? Now, we lived in Gentilly, but we were like probably 2 blocks away from the St. Bernard Project, I guess. It wasn't far.
It wasn't far.
It wasn't far. Like, but I mean, New Orleans, you're always a block away from a different spice. So she was trying to go. We go down, or I get up. She comes running up the stairs, and she has on a sweater, no pants, just the sweater. And she's like, oh my gosh. And so we're like, it's okay. So we turn off the alarm. She was trying to go for a walk.
Well, girl,
with
no pants on, you don't speak the language.
No pants on, just a sweatshirt. She was just going outside. Just, I'm gonna take a walk. And we're like, oh no, you can't stay. Like, we gonna have a dead Parisian. Like, that's not okay.
Yeah.
We had to send her back.
Wow.
Yes, it did not work.
She was a liability.
It was girl.
That's wild.
She was mad we wouldn't let her smoke, and that we wouldn't let her take a walk down the streets of Paris Avenue at like whatever time it was in the morning. Like, no ma'am, no, absolutely not. Yeah. So that was my French exchange student experience.
That's crazy. I remember the first girl, because I remember you like always having your dictionary, and I feel like she was around a lot. Like, we did a lot of things. Yeah. I don't remember the second girl, but that's wild. So I took Latin in school. My first 2 years, and then I took Spanish. But funny story, me and some of my classmates the other day were reflecting on our Spanish experience, because so I went to prep, for anybody who doesn't know, and that is an all-girls Catholic high school, right? So we were taught by nuns. Not everybody was a nun or a father, but a lot of people. So Sister Margaret Mary was my foreign language teacher. So I had her for 2 years for Latin, and I took Latin, one, because I wanted to be a doctor, but also because you couldn't speak it. So I was like, that sounds amazing.
Perfect. Right up my alley.
I learned these words. Right. I ain't got to say nothing. We good to go, right? So I'm killing it in Latin. Okay, Latin 1, Latin 2. I would have went up to Latin 4 if it was available, but it wasn't. So my junior year, I had to pick a different foreign language, right? So I'm thinking Spanish. And I don't know why I was thinking Spanish. I don't know. Because wasn't nobody speaking Spanish in New Orleans, right?
Right.
But I don't know. So I picked Spanish. Girl, they put us in this class with this man, Senor Christoph. When I tell you, I hated that class. Like, I just didn't feel like my boy knew what he was talking about. I just felt like he was incredibly unprepared and just like winging it. And I remember I got in trouble because he made me mad one day, and I wrote on my paper, mi tío es muy feo, right? But I drew a picture of him. And he was like, so feo means ugly.
Yeah.
Theo is uncle, but he wasn't my uncle. But
Right.
I drew a picture clearly of him because I didn't want to say my teacher. So I said somebody else. Right?
You said your uncle.
But in the same token, it's clear that it was him. And he was like, "What is this?" And I was like, "My picture." Like, questioning me. So he's like, "So what is this about?" And I was like, "You told us to draw a picture and write a sentence." Like, I did that. Like, he was so bad. But anyway, me and my classmates went to our principal, and we were like, "You have got to take us out of this class. Like, this man, he does not know what he is talking about. Like, we want Sister Margaret Mary back." And he gave us Sister Margaret Mary back.
Wow.
That Senor Christoph, baby, he was not where it was at. You understand me? And now being an educator years later, he was winging it. He was learning the shit before he taught us. He was doing the best he could, baby, with what he had. But Sister Margaret Mary, she spoke Spanish. She didn't do French. She did Spanish. I think she spoke German. She taught Latin, like she taught a few things, baby. Sister Margaret Mary used to have us at the competitions, honey, rolling them R's, baby. Okay. But yeah, I had got in trouble about that with Senor Christoph. But it wasn't my fault because he was incompetent and he shouldn't have been trying to act like he was.
She's like, that was not my fault.
It wasn't. He didn't know what he was talking about. Like, we would ask questions. It wasn't. So anyway, now I am on the self-taught journey of Spanish through the use of Duolingo. This is not sponsored, but also
feel free.
Right. Also, it should be. Because that's how I've been teaching myself is with Duolingo. And but I also just met a guy, he's a biologist the other day, and he wants to learn English. So, and I do that sometimes. It's like I'll meet people that want to learn English and then they help me learn whatever, Spanish or whatever. So so the guy was like, "Okay, so can we practice?" He's like, "Because I really need to know grammar." And I was like, "Me too, my boy." Because did y'all have to diagram sentences when you were in school?
Did I? So, speaking of French, A+ student in French, right? English, we had a teacher that made us diagram sentences. I had a D in English. My mom was like,
a D?
Girl.
As in dog?
As in dog, child.
Wow.
It was bad. She was like, how the hell do you have an A in French and you have a D in English? And you know, English has always been like, with my eyes closed, blah, blah, blah. But no one had ever done grammar, really. They were just like reading, comprehension, writing, like, she's got all that. But when they wanted to know where the dangling participle was and they wanted it to like sit off the side, I'm like, for what though? Like, I had a problem if you couldn't tell me why. Why? What was the practical application of this skill? Why do I need to tell you by drawing this little stick figure? Also, same thing with outlines in general. I
used to hate outlines so much in school.
I would write the paper first. I still would write the paper and then do the outline. My brain could not give you something that you were going to tear apart. Like, I'm supposed to write something that I know is not correct, and you're going to give me corrections on that I'm then going to have to do again. How about I write the finished product, write the outline that would have made this product, and then you will be happy and leave me alone. Like,
wow.
Cannot do it to save my life. Cannot.
That is crazy.
That's real bad at applications for jobs. You asked me for a resume, and then you want me to put all my experience in here again. Can you read the resume?
Tell you something. That's when I be tapping out. Like I just why I gotta keep telling you the same thing over and over again. Like this is stupid. You don't really want me to work here. And I don't want to work here because you're making me jump through all these extra hoops. It's stupid. It's really stupid. But no, I was gonna say to the diagramming of sentences and the grammar part of it all. Hold on. Can you close the door? I'm like, where is the music coming from? Hold on.
Whoopsie. That's a Serrano La Puerta. How do you say close the door in Spanish?
Cierra la puerta.
Cierra la puerta. I think I was dreaming about learning Spanish last night or night before last. How y'all doing out there?
Sorry, there's a guest here, and the guest is gracias listening to music. And I'm like, where is this music coming from? What is happening?
The headphones off. At first, I'm like, okay, she lived by herself. So I'm like, what's the 911? Nuevo uno. For Colombia. You gotta give me a sign.
But also, speaking of, they just so that the emergency number here in Colombia is 123.
Oh, nice.
Right. It's not 911 everywhere, but they just instituted 911 for the sake of foreigners who speak English, because you'll be able to be connected to somebody who can actually help instead of trying to fish through a different language during an emergency. So they just put out that communication to us the other day, and that was really cool. Now I done forgot what I was about to say. Hold on. What we was talking about.
Oh, diagram and sentences.
The grammar of it all. So, okay. So I went to college in Tennessee, right? Yeah. And to your point of they didn't teach us grammar, this is what you was making me think of.
Yes. So
one of the things, I remember I didn't have a car at first. I got a car my second semester, but I always had a job. So I'm trying to get to work, and I would ask people, can you bring me to work?
Oh, girl.
And they would be like, Louisiana, it is take, not bring. And I was like, first of all, I'm here on a full scholarship. Okay. I graduated number 3 in my class. I am brilliant. And you mean to tell me all of these years ain't nobody never corrected me about bring versus take?
I was on the campus of Florida A&M University the first time I ever heard there was a difference. You take out the trash, you bring out the trash. Either way, the trash is outside.
It's going out.
Girl.
Or when we would say, reach me that. And I would be like, can you reach me that?
Or who is that for? Like, as in belonging. That was a big one. Because I'm like, who's it for? And
for something.
Yes. I'm like, who's name? Like, what do you? I don't know. And I'm like, how do you not know it's in your house? And I'm like, right. And they're like, I don't know who they're giving it. I'm like, so then I had to think. What am I trying
that you were saying? Giving it to somebody, like who is it for that you're going to give it?
Not who does it belong to is what I was asking. Right, girl. There was some hard lessons, but bring and take, for making anything. Yes,
anything and everything.
Age, like I'm making 19. Make the block. Yeah, I thought make the block was everywhere.
But you know what's so funny is now people talking about spin the block. It's the same damn thing.
So if you said make the block, we were driving with Scott, with my friend from San Diego. And I don't know why we had him driving while he were here, but we were in New Orleans, but he was driving. And we told him make the block. And he was like, huh? We're like, go around, do it again.
Yeah, start over.
And it completely takes you out of it because you're like, well, what is it really called? What am I trying to say? So you have to work backwards to find the correct
Correct.
answer or the name of things. I think I told you when I realized wine candy. All right, so we
Yes.
talked about putting syrup on grilled cheese sandwiches, y'all. Does everybody know what candy I'm talking about when I'm talking about wine candy? Just drop it in the comments real quick. What if you've ever heard of it? Just give me a yes. If not, say what the hell are you talking about? But I have always known this to be called wine candy. If you went to the corner store, which is 25 cents, you can get one.
You get a handful of wine candy. What was your favorite flavor before we tell them what it is?
Green
apple.
Green apple, 100%. Until I got older, and then cherry I refined my palate.
I feel like I used to go between green apple and grape, interestingly enough. And then cherry was kind of hidden. Cherry was kind of hidden.
The one I thought never got enough praise was lemon, but I am a lemon fan. Oh, it's so good. So good.
Lemon wine candy?
We have lemon wine candy. All right, so wine candy, y'all. Jolly Ranchers. I thought that was everywhere. But I'm also coming to find out that maybe it's not even all of Louisiana. I thought it was a Louisiana thing. But I've had several people here be like, nah, I don't know what you're talking about.
Really?
Yeah.
So is it a New Orleans thing? See, this is how this stuff be starting with us, is we be thinking that, but I feel like, so this is the other thing that I just found out about. The candy lady is not really a thing in everybody's community. So
really?
For instance, right. So we just called them Jolly Ranchers. We called them wine candy. So I was talking to one of my friends that grew up in Brooklyn. And I was like, yeah, like you would go to the candy lady, and we was probably talking about either wine candy or honey buns. Did you used to get honey buns from the candy lady?
Not honey buns. I always got like pickles or candy.
Okay. Frozen cups, of course,
right.
Which is another thing, because
whole nother naming.
Before we go down frozen cups. So when I used to go to the candy lady, I used to order a honey bun, and you order it honey bun, warmed up, no shrink.
Oh, like out the paper? Like out the plastic?
They would take it out the wrapper. Well, they would leave it in the wrapper, but they would put it in the microwave. But no shrink was like maybe like 25 seconds, where it was just warmed up just enough. But if you warm the honey bun up too much, it's going to shrink it.
Oh.
So that's how you got to order it honey bun, warmed up, no shrink. So that...
order. Oh.
But this is the thing. I was talking to my friend, and I was talking about this, and I was like, right, so we used to go to the candy lady to get hot pickle, wine candy, lemon heads, frozen cups, right? And he was like, wait a minute. So y'all was going to strangers' houses and getting food? And I was like, yes, the candy lady. And he was like, hold on. So you are just going to a stranger's house and placing an order. Yeah, you knock on the door. Hey, what you got today? Right. Because this the other thing. So then we used to get the ramen noodles. Right.
Oh, girl, yes.
And eat them raw.
I never knew
that seasoning packet on them.
I went to Henry C. Shorberg Elementary School. They banned noodles because not only did we eat them and put the little sauce all over it, but at the end we chugged the sauce and whatever was left.
Whatever was left in the bag, like you did with your Cheetos
in third grade. Like just eating salt. That's all we were doing. They banned them. They were like the ice cream trucks that also had noodles. Our ice cream trucks had noodles and piglets.
They did.
That's the children. It's a wonder that we're still walking around here, y'all.
Bruh.
But yeah, y'all can't have that. You do not sell that to our children.
But how about, I didn't even know that ramen noodles was supposed to be soup until Corey started. Corey is my brother, y'all. Corey started making ramen noodles, right? And because we used to have like trays of them, from the dollar store. I never ate ramen noodles like that, right? I only ate them dry, right? And after a certain amount of time, I was too sophisticated to keep sitting up here eating these dry noodles. You know what I mean? I'm fancy. I moved on to Easy Mac, But my brother was making ramen noodles, and I remember walking in the kitchen and being like, "What is that smell?" And he was like, "I'm making ramen noodles," and put the sauce. I was like,
mind blown.
Soup?
Mind blown. Child.
I had no idea. I had no clue. None.
Yes.
It was wild. So yeah, so Kim said, Kim, where did you grow up? She said they had a candy lady. Someone who sold stuff out of their house. Did y'all not call them the candy lady? What did you call them? Like, what else can they be called? I don't know. But then, so when I lived in Tampa though, and I used to, hey Sarah girl, she finished with her bone. Hey, Sarah girl. Sarah got her pearls, y'all. We gonna put a picture up.
Oh, that's she talking. She just want to talk.
What's up, girl?
You want to say something?
Like, and actually, I do.
She's like, as a matter of fact, can you take me outside? See, Pittsburgh. Kimberly's from Pittsburgh.
Okay, she grew up in Pittsburgh. But yeah, so apparently in New York they would just go to the bodega,
right?
But they didn't have like candy ladies,
right?
And I thought that was weird.
I thought that was
everybody.
I mean, the Enterprise, Miss So-and-so's house. I don't know if I knew. I mean, I feel like I had to have known their name, but I can't think of a name of a candy lady now to save my life.
No. I could see what a candy lady's houses were, but I don't remember their names.
Right. I don't know if I had to have known their names, maybe, possibly. But I do remember whatever enterprising student at school decided to be like the mobile candy lady at school. Did y'all have that?
Not really. Prep was a little strict. I feel like somebody probably was selling something.
It felt like an undercover.
But I feel like somebody was probably selling something, but I probably did not know about it because I was trying to be a rule follower. So I was probably like, yeah. But then I also didn't really have a lot of money, like this discretionary income to support someone's entrepreneurial ventures. I had to write time out before we go. Because we done talked about every damn thing under the sun today, y'all. This just been a random episode of Sidetracks. How was y'all's school lunch at McDonald's?
Well, I mean, it was fine, but we also were the group, like we were one of the last group of kids that got to do off-campus lunch at like 10th grade. So
you used to go off campus for lunch?
Yeah. We would like walk down to Circle K. I went to McMain. I just missed our picnic. It was yesterday, actually. We walked down to Circle K. They had Bud's Broiler down there. Frost Stop was down there.
Salad used to be.
And then if your friends had a car, you could get to McDonald's or Popeyes. Yeah, so we didn't have to do a whole bunch of school lunch. I just remember always doing pizza day and grilled cheese day, even though I didn't eat I didn't like when they did it with the tomato soup, just when they did it with gumbo.
They served y'all grilled cheese with gumbo?
Yeah.
Y'all had gumbo. Like, let me start there. Y'all had gumbo?
Yeah,
for lunch?
Yeah, gumbo.
Like we had gumbo. No, but gumbo, what I can
I'm trying to remember what chicken, but there had to have been. It must have been just baked chicken.
So our school lunch was amazing. In high school. Now in elementary, middle school, it was a struggle. But in high school, we used to have red beans and rice every Monday. Right. Grilled cheese and gumbo was my favorite school lunch. I'm jealous. Okay, but so we had red beans and rice every Monday. I want to say maybe with fried chicken. Very
Okay.
possible. Okay.
Or
Then we would have taco bar. So taco bar was nachos.
square taco?
Well, we could make them. We could make like tacos or we could make nachos. So you would go through, it was like a bar, right? So you would go through, yes. Then we would have potato bar. Okay, so baked potatoes with your fixes, baby. Then what we had, we would have taco bar, we would have potato bar. It was another type of bar that we had. I can't remember. But when I tell you that food was good, and it was an all-girl school, right? So we was chowing down. Do you hear me? You gonna eat your cornbread? Let me have it. Let me eat the things. It was the best school lunch ever. Ever.
I wish.
Yeah.
No, I don't have that.
Delicious. Girl, that line used to be so long, especially for a taco bar. Oh, it was salad bar, taco bar, potato bar, and salad bar. So that was 3 days out the week. Monday was red beans and rice. And I don't remember what Friday's meal was or whatever. But baby, we used to ask our teacher if we could get out just a couple minutes early. Can we or we'll be standing at the door ready to run to lunch. Okay, Sister Margaret Mary classroom was right there on that hallway, baby. And then we used to be like, ooh, we got taco bar today. Yeah, it was amazing. So yeah. So that's our time, folks.
I'm like, Sarah said enough. Actually, she's just doing her zoomies right now. So she's not really worried about me. It's still a win. It's still a win.
Sarah's like, your hour and a half has transpired now. Wrap it up. Okay. So having said that, we have decided, y'all, we're going to be here every other Sunday. Okay.
Sunday.
So this is going to be our time. So please do mark your calendars. Come hang out with us. This is the place where we just talk about, the random things of life and the stuff that we working on in our life of trying to put this shit back together, child. It's wild. It's wild out here. So, Kalanda, you want to tell the people where they can find you?
At the house, boo. Y'all be right here at the house. I do have an Instagram at Kawana Bear. I'm never on it, but feel free.
So Kalanda's at the house, hanging out with Sarah. You can find me at Kimberlyn J at Minding My Black Ass Business on all platforms. Please do share this if it gave you a laugh, if it made you think about something differently. We have been all over the world with this episode, so I am certain that you have gotten something somewhere out of something that you can contribute to. Okay, you can continue commenting in the comments, yeah, we'll be back in 2 weeks and we'll see what happens in life. During that time we'll have some updates and yeah, we'll see what happens. Anything you want to say to the people before we go?
Love you all. Can't wait to see you in 2 weeks.
All right, y'all, so we will be back. Bye.
Bye.
So we pretend that we have like theme music in our head.
Right. Did you see me? I was sitting down.
It's got, oh shoot, did I mute you? Wait, hold on. There you go. Okay, what were you saying?
I said, as long as we both do it, then it's okay. Because I definitely was grooving to my own thing.
So then everybody else is like, oh, I wonder my audio.
Right? Let me go and turn this up. Can you?
That was funny. So, hey, what up, y'all? Welcome to So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese. We're two real life cousins here to talk about the stuff that we thought was normal, but was actually the recipe for family dysfunction. We're on a mission to unpack it all, share our stories, help others find their voices when it comes to healing and mental health. And we invite y'all along on this journey of self-discovery, laughter, and hopefully y'all get some healing out of this.
Amen.
Okay.
Amen.
So my name is Kim, and I forgot my poem in the room.
Oh. She said I had a poem prepared.
So I'm gonna freestyle.
There we go. Here we go.
Hello. Wait. My name is Kim, and I am in the beautiful country of Colombia, where I sit on balconies and watch the clouds roll by. And okay, I'm done. I don't really have too much.
I was gonna be your backup dancer. I was ready.
I saw the liturgical dance coming. I was here for it. But yeah, so my name is Kim. I am I do a lot of things, but the thing that's centered in my spirit right now is the fact that I live in Colombia, and it's very quiet here, but also still a lot to get used to. So I'm excited to be here.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm feeling silly. I'm Talonda. I've done my House of Jackson first of her name thing a couple times, but you know, it is. If you saw it, feel free to look back at it before. I am discovering who I am is what I'm doing. I can usually be found here at the house, which is why I'm having trouble discovering who I am, because right now it's just a parent to Sarah, a little pit bull mix, who you guys will probably hear because I did not give her her bone, and then two cats that were screaming their heads off earlier today because they were hungry and they know what time it is. So I had to run to PetSmart, which does not open until 10 o'clock on Sunday, which is very crazy.
That's so inconvenient.
Very much so. I had to go to Rouse's, and they're not used to Rouse's food. But otherwise, I was not going to make it on the show because my cats would have killed me. But here I am.
You made it.
I made it.
Are here and ready. Okay, so I am trying to, okay, here we go. I am trying to share this here on the interwebs and such.
Yes, the www.
Yes, so that people can join us. But as you all are coming in, please do say hi. Please do let us know where you are watching from and all of that good stuff so that we can celebrate you and know like who's hanging out with us here. So we kind of started talking before because you know we do that.
That's what we do.
Before we started going live, and I was like, what? Hold on a moment. We need to save this for the show. And one of the things that you were about to tell me was I had asked you if I told you about my hot flash story because I was putting my fan on right here because I got a little personal desktop fan situation. You feel me? Because what had happened at one time cannot ever happen again. And I'm not gonna synopsize it completely, but I'm gonna just give just a couple I don't even want to call them highlights because they wasn't highlights, just a little summary. Basically what had happened was I was going to the park, and then my stomach had started hurting, and I had just thought that I had to go to the bathroom, but it actually wasn't just going to the bathroom. It was like drenching, pouring sweat, hot flash, bathroom combination in a public bathroom with no toilet seats. And that's all I'm going to say. It was tragic.
That is her nightmare.
Bruh, I still have nightmares about it. Like, I still will wake up out of my sleep like, I don't know how you got through it, sis, but you did. But you were about to tell me that you felt like you had a situation.
Yes, I had something, and I was like, "What is going on?" So I I went on this excursion trying to find some oysters, first off, New Orleans
Okay.
problem. Found the oysters, realized I don't know how to shuck oysters, so I
I
couldn't
was
get
about to
into
ask,
them.
like, were you looking for char grilled oysters? You was looking for raw
No, I
oysters.
was looking for raw oysters.
Okay.
And so found the oysters, procured the oysters, yay. Thank you to the interwebs for showing me what to do with them once I got them home.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that was its own thing. But then I decided, oh, I want to broil some. So I was gonna shuck them, make a little garlic butter doodad, like whole nine, whatever, right?
You was
Put
feeling
them in.
fancy.
I was feeling fancy. You know, every once in a while a bug get up my butt and I'll be like, oh, I need to cook something.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm cooking, everything's great. Okay, food's done. I plate it up. I go sit it on the table. I threaten the dog with her life if she touched my oysters. You know, get my wine. I'm ready. All of a sudden, I'm like flush. It felt like flame on. I was like, there were no other words. I was like, why do I feel like this? And it wasn't hot in the house. Like, I wasn't standing in front of the oven. I wasn't standing over the plate. Like, but I felt like I was hot and sweaty and just wet, and it was just gross. And I was like, this cannot be it. I am too young for whatever this foolishness
It's
is right
foolishness.
now.
How
But like,
long did it
and then it
last?
was gone. It was probably maybe 5 minutes, but that feels
That's
like
a
an
long time.
eternity
That's
of
a long
just
time.
being hot. And you know, being hot is my like kryptonite. Like, I
I
can be a
know.
lot of things, but hot is not one of them. Oh, Jesus on the cross. But yeah, that was bad. So I don't know what that is, and whatever I have to take to make that never happen again, sign me up. I am a fan. So, well, I don't know if anybody in the comment, if anybody in the comments knows what to do for that, please let me know because your girl is struggling.
It's trash. It is absolute trash. Like so that was your first time like knowingly being like, okay, all
What
right.
the hell is this?
What
Yes.
is what is I don't like
Oh,
it. I don't want it. I don't like
I didn't
it. And
want it. I didn't like it
I
at all.
understand. I am very much, and I don't know if there are any guys in here, and they like saying to themselves,
They're like,
why
what
did
the
y'all open
hell?
the show with
This
this,
is the
right?
episode you told me to come watch.
This is a part of life. Okay, this is a part of life at this age of being over 40. And honestly, we don't talk about it enough, right? So I feel like it does
Right.
like come with like layers of embarrassment, but
Mm.
also like so many layers of misinformation
So
because we don't be knowing. And you sit here
they
like,
spend years telling you, hey, your cycle's gonna start. This is what it's gonna look like. This is what it's gonna feel like. For guys, they tell them like, hey, this is what happens as you go into puberty. But nobody tells anybody what happens on the other side. I don't know what
correct.
the non-puberty is called, but the other side of that of like what, because you have men out here that will refuse to take their blood pressure medicine because they're like that don't make it work all the time, and I don't want to do that. So now they're trying to like half doses and all kind of
Right.
stuff. And I'm like, you gonna die, sir. And they say it's worth it.
They say, you know what the other thing that I see with men a lot is them not accepting that their hair is leaving. And it's like, so
I see it both ways because I see some who adopt it early. They
Uh-huh.
realize it's not for me, and then they just bick it bald and roll with it. And
Yes.
then you see the ones that be holding on to the little bangs, and it's just like, let it go.
Not the band-aids.
The
Not
bangs, just a little one right in the front, just a little strip. And it's like, you can let it go. Bro. We see it's not that. It's not that. It's all right. You have a great personality. Great personality.
that tickled me a little. But yeah, so I'm gonna just say for the record that bald heads are sexy.
Yes.
Okay. And they make y'all look younger. Okay.
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
but also though this is a pet peeve of mine. I don't know how we got here, but here we are. Um I don't like a bald head and a bald face.
Oh yeah, that's a little serial killer like
It
mugshot
feels
vibe.
so
But
weird to
I
me.
think also it's hard because now so many men have bald heads and big beards because that's just the
Right.
style now. And so seeing a bald face is often kind of jarring at some
It
point.
is jarring is
But
the word I was thinking.
yes, but then when you pair it with a bald head, it is a bit
It's a
off-putting.
lot. It gives to me, it gives police. It gives
Police.
yeah, because often they don't usually have facial hair.
I mean, the ones out here all got facial. I feel
Well,
like,
you in New Orleans, so
yeah, yeah. Thank you, thank you.
she
I like them.
was she was like, NOPD be out here fine as all know what, you feel
There's
me?
NOPD in here. That's why I'm laughing.
Oh, she was like, pause. I want the record to reflect. Let me just go on record as having said. But
Love it.
yeah, so it's weird for me. And what's so funny is here in Colombia, a lot of men say that they don't like facial hair because it itches.
It itches.
But yeah, and I understand, but I was like, so listen though, you gotta like go through that part, you feel me? And then
To get to the good
condition
stuff.
to get to the good because you keep starting over. You know what I mean? You
Right,
got to you
right.
got
You
to
never
see it
get to
through.
the luxurious, like,
You got to see it through.
yeah.
Know.
Well,
So
some struggle because some say they don't connect
I
and they got to
know.
deal with that, you know?
Now you know
Mm.
the other thing that I don't like though, and then I'm gonna get off of this because I don't even know how we got on it. Is the Beijing and the filling in of it and like the
Oh,
crisp
the
line
crisp,
that be leaving the ash
the white.
around.
Like, why do
I
they leave your skin? Why did they
what
leave your skin flakes? I feel like you should brush that off. Tell
why
your
we don't
barbers
moisturize
to
it
wipe
and
that
make it?
off.
I don't
But you know what it
understand.
is in real life is because now they like chalk it so they get these crisp angles in their little
Right.
thighs and stuff, so that's supposed to be the mark of, oh, I just got it done. But I'm just imagining you don't dermaplane your face, and that's just your skin cells.
And you're just ashy. You're just ashy about the face, okay? And we need to get this fixed. Or we need some
Oh
moisturizer to
man,
happen. You feel me?
yeah.
So yeah, I've been seeing a lot of that and away with that trend. You understand? Just
Yeah.
away with it. I'm done. I'm over it. I've
Oh my
seen
god.
enough. But I was gonna tell you, speaking of moisturizers, so
Yeah.
I think that I'm gonna get into the market of creating my own like
Butters and
shea
such.
butters and hair things and such.
Oh.
Because granted, there are definitely curly haired people here in Colombia, but I don't want to be a product junkie. And
Mm.
I feel like in order for me to find the perfect, the perfect products here that are Colombian made, I would have to
Mm.
go through so many different types of products, and I'm not here for that.
Oh, gotcha,
I don't
gotcha.
want to do that. I don't like to collect
It's
products.
definitely a journey to try to find.
Yeah. So I think that I really need to, and for me, the moisturizer is the biggest thing for my hair.
Hmm.
I think I want to start creating my own little mix so
Yeah.
that
Have you tried
my,
flaxseed oil or flaxseed gel? It looks easy to make.
no,
So
I
they
have
just say you
not.
take like flax seeds, water, boil it, let it cool off. It turns into a gel, like you strain it, and then it makes your hair all shiny and pretty and your curls pop and all the things. I don't know. I've never tried it, but it may be somewhere to start, and then you can figure out what you want to add to it or subtract or whatever.
Right. Okay, because
Mhm.
yeah, I was looking at what I was looking at, jojoba oil or like avocado oil or like something like I
Mhm.
definitely need to do something to moisturize my hair because I don't
But your
be
curls look good though. It don't look dry.
oh, but it is though.
I was like, one of our first comments was said that our hair looks fabulous. So I think
Gracias, muchas gracias. Y también mi cabello es muy secado. My hair is very dry.
very dry.
So yeah. But this the other thing is, because I don't comb my hair every day. Like I don't know if that's like
Right.
taboo to say that, but I don't. I wake
I'm
up
like,
and I go about my life, and
I
then
do
every
that.
so often when I have to appear, in front of somebody, then I'm like, oh, let's go on and put this little head wrap on right quick and make it pineapple and call it a day.
Make it do. Make it do.
Yeah, so I've been
I
thinking
don't know.
about getting into that arena because
Hmm.
I'm feeling very creative lately
Oh,
and
good.
feeling like I need to be making things or like
Hmm.
even to your point of you making these char-grilled oyster or were they char-grilled?
Yes.
I'm sorry, they were char-grilled.
Well, I mean, they were broiled. So I
They
guess
were broiled.
I
Okay.
didn't put,
Okay. That's
yeah, I just
close enough.
broiled
Close
them.
enough. Close
But
enough.
I made a garlic butter, dill, lemony. It was good. It
So
was
I'm
good.
wondering, because I've also been on like this cooking tip lately, and one of the things, so the name of this is so you don't put syrup on your grilled cheese, and yes, we do. Okay,
We
and
do.
we've
It's
discussed that
delicious.
extensively. We're not about to argue with y'all. Okay, it's delicious.
Because we're right.
Try it. Okay, try it and change your life. But I'm wondering if you have tried any other recipes lately that you were kind of like. I did that right there. Or maybe there was one that failed and you were like, need to tweak that.
Like, oh, that was not it. Um, the last one that well, I think I told you about it when I was gonna make that fried rice, but I had nothing that I was supposed to have for fried rice. So it was, I mean, I did have day old rice, yay. Um, but all I had was like ground meat and like I had ponzu sauce, but not soy sauce. I had all like weird partial parts of these recipes, but I was like, I think I could still make fried rice. Well, but I put too much rice in it, didn't have a wok, so so the rice wasn't crispy. So it's kind of so it's kind of soft. But mine never done. I don't know anyway. So it's kind of soft. It still tasted good, but it wasn't something that I was like, oh, I got to do that again. The oysters, though, I definitely want to do again because I did like this garlic butter with dill and lemon juice and lemon pepper with cayenne, whatever, and just kind of like dolloped it in the shells, put it in the broiler for like 7 minutes, took it out, did a little extra squeeze of lemon. It was phenomenal. I would add probably Parmesan next time if I do it again
Mm,
to give a little crust on the top. I think that would set it off.
hmm
So that was good.
That sounds delicious. I wanted
Mhm.
to ask you about rice because it is something that I
Yeah.
suck at making.
Right?
Girl, I can't make rice to save my life. I be cooking it, but it don't be what it's supposed to be.
You do it on the stove or you do it in like a rice cooker?
I don't have a rice cooker. I don't have now. When I had a rice cooker, it came out great, right? Because you just set it and forget it. But like having to do it on the stove, I am horrible,
Really?
horrible at making rice. I mean, horrible. It is. It's not okay.
Is it
Like it's
gummy? Does it come? What
yes,
was wrong with it? Oh,
yeah.
okay.
It's gummy. So what that mean? That mean I didn't wash it enough?
No, you probably cooked it too long, or you had too
Oh,
much water in it and let it sit
oh.
in the water, so then it like
That's
sucked it up.
that's definitely probably what happened too, because I just be
Yeah,
putting water. I just be putting water
just
in
some.
it and
You
just
just put some in there. And
and
you can
that's
still
it.
do that, but then that means you have to like test the rice in between so you can pour it out and stop the cooking process if
Oh,
you don't want to measure. Because they'll tell you you want this much water above the rice in the pot.
oh yeah, I
You
be
know,
having way more
don't
than that. I
nobody.
just be putting some.
Yeah. Speaking of, I think I want a new tattoo, and they had somebody who they did it with a ruler. I
A
was like,
measurement. I saw that the other day.
how awesome and
But
how
what would you use
useful
it
would that
for?
be? Everything. I would measure everything at that point. For one, I'd be catching all these people lying about stuff, and then
Wait, draw that connection. How is the finger tattoo gonna catch people lying?
you know how.
That was funny.
Anyway, but I thought that was funny. I do need some more tattoos, and I saw that one. That one made me laugh. That one gave me the chuckles. I was like, you know what, you did the big thing that day.
I want another tattoo too, but I want it to be like custom designed. So
Mhm.
like in my mind I have like these segmented ideas, but not necessarily a whole concept. It's like
Oh, okay.
I wanted to have this and this and that and this. So it's like I'm creating this
All the
ginormous
elements.
girl, who about to be sitting there for all of that
Chat
coloring and
GPT.
shade?
You look, put it in
Chat
Chat
GPT.
GPT. It'll design your tattoo.
Get
You can
out of
put
here.
like, yes, you can put like, say your name, New Orleans teacher, design a tattoo for me. And it'll give you an image that supposedly contains those things that you've put in it. So like you can put all your elements that you want and see what design it comes up with, and if any of it you like, you keep.
Okay, then artificial intelligence.
It's
I
coming for us.
haven't
Be
used
careful.
it. No, I haven't used it for like pictures and stuff. I've only used it
Mhm.
for um like when I have brain block and I just be like, give me
Oh,
some ideas for like whatever, whatever. I'm gonna have to go in there and try it out because I be over on Pinterest and
I'll
myself
see, and I'm just,
to death.
I still can't. I try. It takes me to too many different places. It's like, I don't know, something about how it's organized does not does not fit for me. Very
Really?
weird. Yeah, I
Oh
can't get
my
into Pinterest.
God. I
TikTok,
love
on the other hand, I be on too long.
well, that's fair. That's fair. It is. I used to call it a vortex because it does.
It
It
is.
can really
Sucks
like
you in,
trap you in there.
steals your time. Next
Yeah.
thing you know, like an embarrassingly long amount of time has passed, and you're like, oh, I've been on here for hours.
Yeah, that's how I had to do over there on the TikToks. I had to just I felt myself being trapped. But you know what? And I wasn't really watching nothing for real, except I have found a lot of pleasure in the Amazon store finds or whatever. They're like
Really?
five. Oh my God, it makes me so happy.
I don't know, why do I get so many ads? I get so mad. I'm like, if I see this scrubber brush one more time, but now it's like some leash thing that comes on. But I will say they did get me with the crisscross chair because I did buy that, which is
See?
phenomenal. I do love. But other than that, I'm over it. I'm like, I do not want to see this 1,000 times.
My Amazon list is long as hell because I'm in this new apartment, right? So in my mind, I was like, I should create a wish list for some of the things that I want or some of the things that I need for my apartment, right? Just like small
Right.
conveniences and such. So that's how it started, right? So I'm watching the Amazon 5, Amazon products that you need to have, right? Or whatever, however many they are. So I started like making this list, and that's how I started. But then I got obsessed. So then I was just like watching, because a lot of them do be the same. So you got to keep going through them to find the new ones, right? Then after that, I got to go over to Amazon. I got to add it to my list. And I was like, girl, you are out of control, ma'am. Ma'am,
Wow.
you are out of control. So I had to go cold turkey on the TikTok. Um, I ain't been over there in like it's been a minute. It's probably
Really?
almost been a month that I
Oh
have
my
not
God.
been over there on the TikToks because
No.
I don't know how to stop.
I called Marlene. I called her, and she didn't answer.
Mhm.
So then I texted her. I'm like, watch my TikTok.
You made a TikTok?
No, just the stuff I sent her. So the stuff that
Oh,
I find hilarious that has like tears coming out of my eyes, and I
uh-huh.
need somebody else to enjoy this with me. But she's
Ah,
notorious for not watching them. And so I
oh.
called her to be like, you gotta watch these. I'm sending them to you.
Do
She's
you
like, I'm
also,
setting.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, no, she was just like, I'm taking a test. And I'm like, well, watch my TikTok. It's like, all right,
My,
bye.
my TikToks are so
I'm
much
like,
more
that's
important
all
than
I
your
wanted. I
test.
didn't want to tell you anything. I didn't want to talk. I just wanted you to look at these because they're funny.
So do you require individual reactions and responses to the TikToks that you
No,
send?
no, but I feel like if you watched it, you would respond.
Uh-huh.
So while I'm not requiring it, if I don't get any, I feel like you didn't see them.
You
You
feel
couldn't
some
have
type
seen
of
them
way.
because
Clearly
I
you
was
didn't watch
in
it.
tears. I was in tears. Like I'm gonna describe this one to y'all. So they
Okay.
have this trend going out now where you try to match the eating pace of your partner. So if it's a chick, she's trying to match the eating pace of her boyfriend, and if it's the boyfriend, he's trying to match the pace of his girlfriend. But your partner doesn't know this. Girl, hilarious. This guy, bless his heart, they're sitting in the car with Chick-fil-A. He's ready. She's talking about she got to set up her phone. She's getting her sauce. He's just sitting there, visibly like in pain. And he's like, "So you like cold food?" And she's like, "No, who likes cold food?" He's like, "Yeah, me either. I was just
I
asking."
was just
And so
wondering.
then she like takes the bite. She told she couldn't get her sauce open, so he has to help her open the sauce packet. And so he's like, "Here you go." And so she takes a little fry, dips it in, and like bites it in half. And he like looks at her with such disgust. So then he's like, she said, "Oh look, I don't know, the cheese doesn't look melted on the sandwich." He's like, "You should taste it. You should taste it and see if it's melted." So then she takes a bite. So he finally gets to take a bite of his sandwich, and she's like, she sets it down. He's like, "What are you doing?"
You
You
gotta
should
heat it
take
up a little
another
bit.
bite. And she's like, "No, no, no." And she grabs the drink to drink it. He looks so mad. He's like over it. Then she starts talking, and he's like, "Can you just eat?" But anyway, that's the guy one. And then the girl one, he is like shoveling food in his
Yes.
face as fast as possible. And you just see her visibly scared.
Why do they
But
do
she's going
that?
to choke. I don't know. But it's like they're chewing and drinking and like stuffing a fry in at the same time. It's like, how? How are you
How?
breathing right now? And then
Chew
he
your
eventually like, looks.
food.
No, they are not chewing. Well, you know I don't chew half the time either. So so like, when he finally realizes she is struggling, he's like, "What are you doing?"
Trying to eat like you.
And it's hilarious. Stupidest stuff. But I mean, I laughed for way longer than any person should have laughed. It was hilarious.
Because
But yeah,
why do guys do that? Like, why do I need y'all to
so
answer in the
fast. Like
comments?
someone's gonna take it from them. Like for
Relax.
any guys out there, do y'all feel like someone's gonna take the food from you, so you have to inhale it that quickly, or like do you taste it?
I be concerned because I be feeling like, how are you tasting? So, for instance, I was eating with somebody the other day, and I was like observing this, right? I didn't know about this trend, but I was observing the speed and veracity with which you are attacking this food, right? And I'm old girl, right? So I gotta
Right.
have everything set up. I got to have my sauces, okay? Because I'm not trying to get up again after
Right,
this,
right, right,
right?
right,
So I
right,
gotta
right.
have everything settled, right? Make sure it's the right temperature. We got our napkins. I got if I'm watching stuff, like we gotta have everything set up, okay? So dude was like, sir, 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 sir. I need you to relax. Like, and I don't know if I'm more sensitive to it because I have choked so many
Right,
times,
right, right. True, true. You
but
do have a
like, I be thinking because I don't feel like my esophagus is that big. I really don't. I feel like it is very tiny and it just only allows so much food to go down at a time. So I'm in
Right.
amazement and wonder at how you are. I'm talking. I wish I had a fork over here. Fork. Relax. I need to understand. We need to understand why y'all be doing that. Okay? Because calm
Oh,
down. Nobody
right.
is taking your food. You
Nobody's
are
gonna
not
take it.
in danger of being like starved. Relax. Relax.
I used to think it was more conditioned to how people were raised. Like if you had siblings and your siblings were always like taking food off your plate or whatever, or y'all were like play fighting or whatever. But apparently it's like male versus female. Like, and it's
It's
not
not.
even saying that, oh, we're talking, so we're eating slower, but I don't know. It's something.
They be
It's something
focused on the
to
mission, like seriously focused. Meanwhile, my psychologist is like, I want you to like take your time and
languish,
enjoy,
chew,
listen to the
feel,
birds, feel all the
mindful eating.
seasoning.
Yes.
Yes.
Check in with your body as you're
Yes.
processing it.
Because
Yeah,
then after you do all of that scarfing, then you walk around here talking about, oh, I ate too much. Well, if your ass would have
I'm
slowed down.
full.
If
Right.
you would have
You
slowed
you
down,
didn't
then you
give
would
your
have.
body time to tell you that you're done eating.
Come on. Come on. Were you here for
if
the
you
conversation?
if you focus on the bites and the chewing and the flavor and the whole nine, you'll probably only eat half of your food. Because by the time you're done, you're like, oh, you know what? I feel good. I'm full, but I'm not stuffed, and I have leftovers. So they
But
did not get
I
that
do
message.
understand when you say like for the conditioning because growing up we had to clear our plates.
Yes, you had to clean.
And that is a trauma that this is still
It's a real
recovering
thing.
from.
It's a real
Okay,
thing.
it
And
is.
there are times I will tell my mom to this day, like she'll be eating and I can see that she's full. And I'm like, you don't have to finish that.
You
Like
don't.
you don't have to. You
I don't,
don't
and
have
I don't care how little it is. It could be two
to.
bites. I'm
Exactly.
gonna have
It can
them
be
two
two.
bites later.
Or if it has to go in the trash, it has to go in the trash. Like
Or that.
you have to be you have to be all right. You have to be all right with just saying, I don't need the rest of it.
Yeah, it's okay.
But it was a thing. It was a thing. It was like I made this plate. Like you didn't get to choose what you were gonna eat. Like there was no menu option. Like this is what's for dinner, and you're going to eat it all. Period.
Yes. Yeah, she said not the trash. Yes. Throw it, it's done. You're finished.
It's okay.
It's
You're
over.
finished with it. You
So
are finished with it.
what would you say? Well, I know we got a lot of them. So Kev on stage had did this post one time and he was like, what like food trauma do you have, right? And I had a
Uh,
list. A list. I think I know what your first one that you're gonna say, but I'm gonna see what you're gonna say and see if it's gonna be it. What would you say was a torture meal growing up? And the newsflash, it was not syrup on grilled cheese, just so y'all know that
Absolutely not, because
that
that
was
was a
the
delicacy.
delight. Okay,
Delicacy.
delicacy. What would you say was a meal that you were like, I can't do this?
Just anything with okra in it. Like if it was, then she would do greens and okra, and that was just not right. And to this day, like if I see an okra seed, there are a total of two gumbos that I will eat that have okra in it, and Earl makes one of them because he puts okra in his. But
Earl
it's
is my
like,
dad, y'all.
yes,
He saved my life. He saved
oh,
my food life. But go ahead, I'll talk about that in a minute. Go ahead.
but yes, his is one of the gumbos I will eat with okra in it. Otherwise, I'm not touching it. Like I just, and it's not. I know that there are correct ways to cook okra. It's not to say that she did okra wrong. It was just I don't like okra. Now, what I can eat though is pickled okra for some
Okay.
strange reason. I'm okay
Really?
with that. I'm all right with that. But like
Fried?
fried okra,
No.
sauteed, mm-mm. And as much as I love shrimp, when they do shrimp and sausage and okra, it hurts my heart because
Yeah, you done messed it up.
I can't even get past. I
Right.
can't get past it. Like, yeah, exactly that part.
We used
Right
to
there.
get in so much trouble, y'all, when we were kids behind this okra. So I was gonna say okra as well, and it was okra and red beans.
Oh,
And I
the
like red
seafood.
beans in New Orleans. You eat red beans every Monday, right? That's like the standard or whatever. And we would have to eat red beans with slimy okra. And I just, me and Kalana would be in protest. So I want to know, we have another cousin, Casey, who isn't here with us, but we all had
She's
a,
not dead. She's just not on.
yeah, she just not on the screen. Oh Lord, I didn't mean to kill her off. No, she's very
You
much
took
alive.
Angie out the game.
She's very much alive. We're gonna have to try to get her on here with us one time. But I bring Casey up because we all had a strategy for how we would get out of eating food that we didn't want to eat. Okay. So I want to remember what your strategy was for your face.
I don't even know. I remember y'all. Yours used to just make me laugh. Because I thought that was worse. Like, just holding it.
I'm not swallowing this. Bruh.
Or
My mama used
Kim would
to
Kim would sit across the table from me. Just holding food in her cheeks. Her plate would be full, but her plate would be empty. But all of the food would be in her mouth. She did not swallow it at all. Which
sitting just like this.
Just sitting there, cheeks full.
This will not go down my throat. I'm
not doing it. You cannot make me.
I think I was waiting until like I felt like it was a standoff. It was a standoff. Like if I hold it long enough, then you're gonna be like, get your ass up from the table. I can go to the bathroom, I can spit it out. I'm done. Mission accomplished.
Yeah, except our parents did they didn't negotiate with terrorists.
So guess what would happen? You gonna sleep at that table.
You gonna sleep at the table. You be asleep at the table.
And good night. I'm not eating this. I'm not eating it.
Then that's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to go to bed right here.
That's fine. I am not eating this. I'm not doing it. And my list is long, right? So my list was like okra.
This girl is
okay, no worries. So y'all see, she fancy, girl. Y'all see Kalana got a back out and such. But so my list was okra. We used to have to eat canned mackerel. So this is the thing, okay? My mama can't cook. All right, I'm gonna just say.
Did you say canned mac and cheese?
No, canned mackerel.
Oh, I actually used to like canned mackerel.
No,
mackerel and rice with mayonnaise.
Canned mackerel, I don't want it. Goddamn, what the days? Wieners and red gravy with.
Oh no, I didn't like that.
So wieners and red gravy, y'all, is hot dogs cut up with the red gravy is the tomato sauce and tomato paste that comes in the can. Okay, not already seasoned. Yeah. Okay, just red sauce. Okay, might have a splash of salt in there, or might have too much. Like it just depends on the day. Okay,
you know the ancestors tell you when to stop.
Well, my mama's ancestors, they wasn't really communicating too much. It was the give or take. It was the give or take, and also over rice. No. Also, let me run down the rest because I gotta lie, and then I want you to answer that question. Okay, so the wieners and red gravy, the mackerel and rice. We used to have to eat scrambled egg and rice. Okay.
But do you know that people love that though?
I've heard.
Like people love it.
Now
here's the thing, because that was another one that I did not do. The egg and rice.
It was hard.
Something about it wasn't right. But when I tell you, somebody made some not the other day, but I've had some since, and it was actually really good. And I was like, maybe I just didn't have the right egg and rice.
And it was just the eggs and rice.
I like shrimp fried rice.
Yeah. with
it
some other
could stand
seasonings.
to reason that maybe it was just the preparation.
Definitely the preparation was the issue. I'm certain. I'm absolutely 100% certain that the
Love you, ma.
preparation was the reason. But what else? What it was? Black eyed peas. I don't want them. I don't
Good
want
luck
to
or
eat
not.
them. I don't care about this luck. Greens, I'm not eating greens. You know why? Because it's juicy
I'm not a greens
grass.
person.
It's juicy grass, and I don't want it. And I don't
Now
care
I
who
like
made it.
greens. I'm just not gonna look for them. But I've had good greens. But
I don't want to
they're
see
never
them.
gonna be something that I'm gonna ask you to make for me.
I don't want ass for them. I don't want look for them. I don't want them in my mouth. Okay? I don't like it. I
Juicy
don't like,
grass.
and then they're so juicy, and then you have your cornbread, and now my cornbread smell
No,
like
I don't
ranch.
want my cornbread to touch it. I don't. When people say they want the juices to mingle and all
Well,
that, no,
it
thank
ruins
you.
it.
No, I want my cornbread to be cornbread, and I'm not like a don't let my food touch person. But that's like gumbo and potato salad. That's like people who put potato salad in their gumbo. I
Now,
can't.
I have had that.
No, don't do that.
You know what I discovered though is a lot of people, some people they don't like potato salad at all.
Which is odd
It is so
because
odd.
there's so many variations of it that there has to be one version of potato salad that rocks your world. Except my mom puts apples in hers, and yes.
Are you simple?
Which is funny because she didn't always do that. That was not the potato salad that I grew up with. Yes, apples, apples, girl, and is like excited about them.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. She said, don't knock it. I don't want no parts. No parts of apples in a potato. And look, T. Stephanie, we need assistance. No, no. No. So, but this is a
Oh,
deal breaker for me in the potato salad. Did I ever let you answer that question? This is the last thing I'm gonna say. I'm gonna let you. I'm all over the place. So this is a deal breaker for potato salad for me. Don't put no onions and no celery in my potato salad. You understand me? I don't want nothing crunchy in here but these pickles. You feel me? Or maybe if you put some jalapenos in there, I'm here for that. But
oh, no, that's
celery and onions? I can't do it.
I can do them. I can do them, but I don't want them chunky. Like, because the flavor of them is fine in potato
Don't
salad.
want
I'm
the
okay. Look
flavor.
at your face. But like, if it's like fine enough or small enough, I'm okay with that. But funny enough, my dad does his potato salad with red onions and like chunky
Okay.
red onions,
Mm.
and that's actually pretty good. It wasn't something that I had before, but it was really good. But everybody got, as long as it don't have no raisins in it and no apples, sorry, ma, then I'm good. I want mustard. I want salt. I want pickles for sure. Get fancy and put some olives in there. I'm not mad at
Okay.
that. Like
Okay.
I want potato salad. If I make it, it doesn't have onions and celery in it. But if yours has onions and celery, I can do it just small.
I don't want it. I don't. If I taste it in there, I'm out. I am out. Okay, so what was your method? My method was holding food in my mouth. I'm
Yes.
not swallowing it. What was your method for getting out of eating stuff that you didn't like?
Well, back then though, I was more like Mikey. So y'all would normally be like, "Give it to Kalanda, she'll eat it." So I feel like I ate a lot of the food,
Uh-huh.
but the stuff that I didn't like, I probably just powered through it. Because
Oh,
like it wasn't so much food. Like I hate milk. I cannot do milk. As a baby, I was a Similac kid. Like from the beginning, I was like, keep that over that. But your parents make you drink milk, and they're like, drink
yeah.
it. So I would do one of two things. I would either get the milk and chug it, and then chase it with water, so I didn't taste it. Or wait till they turn it back, and then go take it to the bathroom and throw it like in the toilet. Because I couldn't do it. It always tastes bad. It always smelled bad. Like I like dry cereal. Like I want this much milk in my cereal, and like the rest, like I'm not. When people were drinking the,
I know.
no, no,
So in
no,
school, I would think we had this conversation one time, but I want to rehash it. So in school, you didn't drink the milk with your school lunch? Never.
never.
And also, you said that y'all didn't have the milk in the bags.
Yeah, the milk bag.
Y'all had cartons?
Yes. And sometimes we had chocolate milk. I did like chocolate milk.
Okay.
But yes,
I
there was never milk in the bag at a school I went to.
Yeah, we had the milk in the bag. And I remember when we switched over from cartons to the milk in the bag, and I thought it tasted so much cleaner. I was like, oh, it tastes so much cleaner than in the carton. Because I think somebody had told me at one point that rats run over the
There were,
glue on the
oh,
carton. That was enough. You ain't got
yeah.
to tell me nothing else. Okay, I'm done. But then we got the plastic bags, and I was like, oh, this is so clean. But then when I started teaching and I saw my students and how they would treat them plastic bags of juice and milk and they throw them all around and hands all over me. Take me out, coach. Take me out.
Like,
I don't
no,
want none of it.
no, no, no,
None of it.
no.
Eek, eek.
Mm-mm. Yeah, so I
So
think I just powered through. I threw it away.
I remember you throwing it away
Casey just threw it under the
under
under
the
the
damn
table
table. Casey
and just
ass
left it there.
used to just be like, and I'm finished. I used to be sitting
Like,
there like, how this heifer got done
how?
with all of this whole threw the shit under the damn
Under
table.
the table.
Oh
Thank
my
you.
God. It was a
Oh,
lot. So I also the other day was thinking about, I was talking to somebody about vacation, right?
uh-huh.
And I was telling them how we used to always go to Panama City for
And
vacation.
they put that charge
And
on us.
what you say?
They put that charge on us.
So I don't really remember what happened with the pork chops.
I
Okay.
don't know what happened with the pork chops either, but I know we got the charge for the pork chops. So we would go to Panama City, right? And we would stay in these condos, and it was like four to six families. It
Families.
was a
Yeah.
big group.
Yeah.
It was a big group of us, and we would just go to the beach, like just hang out. They would cook. The food was phenomenal all day, whatever. The adults had fun because they knew all the kids was in one spot, so they thought. And then
I want to come back to that. Go ahead.
so they thought, so they went out and they turned up and they had fun and we had fun. It was a great time. Well, one night they had made this huge dinner because again, it's 4 to 6 families, so that's a lot of food they gotta cook. They made these pork chops. Okay, cool. Pork chops were great. I already ate whatever. There were leftovers. Well, then apparently there were no more leftovers, and they were like, "Y'all ate the pork chops," and we're like, "But we didn't, though." Like, so, but they wholeheartedly believe that like we were the main culprits in these pork chops disappearing, and we had nothing to do with it because we weren't even in the apartment.
That part. Do you remember? Was this the same year that we hopped the fence to try to go
Top the
see?
fence, yes, and then we had to scramble back because they were there. Yes.
No. Okay, y'all. So we're in Panama City. If you've ever been to Panama City, like there's a strip, right? And we were staying somewhere near Shipwreck Island, right? I don't know if that's
Yes.
still there, but if anybody's familiar with Panama City, this was around that time. So the reason we jumped the fence is because the resort was gigantic, right? So
Huge.
like to come in and out the gate or whatever, you had to like have a car. Like there was no way. And we were young. We were, I don't know, 13, 14, 12. Who knows?
If that. Yeah. Right.
If that. So in our minds, it made so much more sense. If we're gonna break
Of
out of
course.
this apartment, why don't we just hop the fence? So
Right.
it was us, and then my dad's brother, so my uncle used to have boys with him. So like it was a slew of us, right? So they helped us hop the fence and all that kind of stuff. We living our best life, okay? We out here on the strip, baby, at nighttime. You feel
Just
me? Out
walking
here seeing
around, just
things, honey.
seeing
We
stuff, just seeing stuff. Ain't got
it's
no
spring.
money. We on spring break.
Then we walk in and we see our parents and the adults.
Getting back over the fence was not as easy.
Had to run back, hop back over the fence. Okay, get back into the apartment and then pretend like nothing happened. So then they get there and we catch this charge about these pork chops. It definitely wasn't us. It definitely
It was
wasn't
not
us.
us.
Because we wasn't even in here.
We weren't there. So we couldn't say that.
Correct. So it was like, but it wasn't though. It really wasn't. It really wasn't
Like, I
us.
can just say it wasn't me.
That's it. That is it. But this the thing. This the other thing that I was thinking about. So you remember when we used to on our way back, right? We would stop in Fort Walton Beach.
Oh, yeah.
So I was telling the person, they were like, yeah, do you like to go to the beach? And I was like, I hate the beach. I hate the
Right.
beach. I have hated the beach since I was a child. Like, I don't like the beach. So they were like, at all? And I was like, no, I don't. As a matter of fact, when we used to go on vacation and they would force us to stop at Fort Walton Beach while they went on
Yes.
the beach and play. My bad.
Wasn't us.
We didn't
Not
eat
us.
them pork chops. I just want to say we didn't eat. We just let the record reflect that we didn't eat the pork chops. But
Oh,
so we would we would stop in Fort Walton Beach, and Kalanda and I would be like, "Let me tell you one thing that ain't finna happen. We ain't about to go on that beach.
we're not getting in
Okay,
the sand.
we're not doing it." So there was like this watchtower that was in the parking lot, and our parents would leave us in this watchtower for hours
Hours. Hours.
because we are not going down there on that beach. And they down there playing volleyball and like
Literally,
doing
like football, they're in the water. It
having
was a
a
great time.
blast.
Last. We were reading, just laying up there, just not in the sand,
Sleep.
having a blast.
Do
Anything,
but wait, do
girl.
you remember that one time that man was up there and he was telling us about how to outrun an alligator?
Yes. Telling us that it was like zigzag. When once you get older, you realize alligators can like climb fences, so you was gonna die anyway. Um, but somebody realized he was out there talking to us. I think it was your mom because they like sent somebody to come get us.
Oh, I don't remember
Yeah,
that. I just remember
I feel
because
like
it
they
was
made
just
us.
the strange man. Like that was because this was our spot. Like we every year
Right,
we
we were
did
here.
this.
Right,
We're gonna
this
be
is
in the watchtower this particular day. So what are you doing here, sir?
that's
And
crazy.
I feel like he was up there taking a nap or something, and then he was
I don't know
like,
what he was doing,
"Y'all
but
know
we
how
had
to
no business
outrun them."
there with him. We had no business up there. Oh my
Y'all,
God.
we
But
had to
to
be
this
like
day, like
10.
I used to hate the beach, but now I love the beach. So much
Really?
so love it. Like even the sand, but I think like the time in San Diego, because when I got to San Diego, I was like, I like the beach, there's sand there, blah 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 blah. Like I'll just go to the pool. I just like the water. Girl, I got so used to like just laying out in the sun and achieving my chocolate goddessness.
Facts.
So much so, what was it? It was one day this week, maybe Thursday. I like laid out this little mat thing in my backyard, put my SPF 4 on. I got a base. That's the only way I'm gonna get darker. You can't put too much SPF on. You lucky I'm not using olive oil. You remember they
Oh
used to
my
bathe us
God.
in olive oil? Anyway, I laid out, had my wine, had my cigar, my music, and like laid on my patio for like 3 hours
Nice.
and just like flipped every 20 minutes so I could get some color because I'm
Yes.
not near a beach. So
Yeah.
yes, it changed, but I did in the beginning. I did not like the beach at all,
I don't
at
want
all.
it. I don't like
Oh,
it.
you remember
The
that time
last
your mama let us get in Lake Pontchartrain?
with them slimy ass steps,
Oh, and the dead fish. Oh,
with them
oh, I was
slimy ass algae green ass steps.
let us. I got in so much trouble because I went under the water, and I think my mom had like just done my hair or something.
Oh,
Oh, girl.
But this is the thing. This is what I want to understand. Okay, this is to the Black parents. All right, why y'all set us up for failure like that? Like, why y'all gonna do our hair, then send us to places with water? Because Nanny used to do that same thing. That's the time when we had all got a whipping because
Yeah.
you just did our hair, and you gonna send us outside to play in the sprinklers.
Yes. Like, how am I gonna get my hair wet? We all gotta
Put a
get
shower cap on. That's children. This shower cap ain't staying on my head.
Oh, we all got beat that day. I think Casey poured a cup of water on your head, though. I think that's what really
Casey
got
was
us in
always
trouble.
the one. Now, she not here to defend herself. We're going to have to get her on here to tell her side of the story. But I just want to say it was always Casey.
Oh my goodness. Yes. So yeah, each great time, water and getting your hair done did not mix. And don't ever go in Lake Pontchartrain. Ever, 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 never.
It was, I just remember them steps under my feet. And I just remember being like, but this is the thing now, post COVID, I can't even get into swimming pools.
Really?
I can't make myself do it. Like, I just be like, cooties.
Oh, I figure that there's enough chlorine in there to kill it all, is what I hope.
I don't know.
And I just I do like willing suspension of disbelief. You know, you just believe that it's clean and it's fine, and you're all just, because if you think about it too long, yes, that is the reaction you have, because you're all just taking a bath together. And when does that happen? Now that we've ruined swimming for everybody.
I can't do it.
I love it. Give me a body of water, I'm in it. I love it.
And so, to your point, I would much rather at this point get into the ocean than to get into a swimming pool. But in order to get into the ocean, you got to traverse through this sand.
You got to go through the sand.
You know, so it's like that's where I have to suspend belief. Like, I have to be like, you can make it through the sand, okay? You're going to make it to the water. You're going to enjoy this experience. Because, like, I went jet skiing when I was in St. Martin. I love jet skiing. Did I ever tell you about the time I fell off the jet ski during spring break?
No.
Bruh, I thought I was gonna die in the middle of the ocean. Quick
So.
detour. So I went to Key West. This might have been like 2009, 2010. It was a long ass time ago. So it was actually probably like, I think it was like 2009, because when I got back to school, I did a reenactment for my students. And I was like, y'all want to see how I fell off the jet ski? So we're in Key West, and I'm with a friend of mine's sister and the friend's daughter. Okay. So we're going on this party boat. So they're like, all right, we're going to go on a party boat. It's going to be all these water activities and whatever. This is the thing. I don't know if y'all saw the last episode. I really can't swim for real. But sometimes I get very adventurous, especially if I have a life jacket. I'm just like, I'm snorkeling. I'm doing all the things. Right? All the things, knowing full damn well that I ain't no fish out here. So the first thing was, we get off the boat. So the party boat just parks in the middle of the water, right? And then they have all of the activities just kind of like sparsed about, but in the water, in open water.
Right.
Okay. All right. So to get to the first activity was a banana boat. All right. Now, I am not like Kalanda in that I am slathering on the sunblock, and not because I don't want to be a chocolate goddess. I do want to be a chocolate goddess, but also I be like, skin cancer is a thing. So I done slathered myself in sunblock, right? Because we out here in open water, ain't no sun, right? Okay. So now I got to jump off of this boat to get to the banana boat, right? No worries. I got a life jacket on, right? Light work, right? All right, cool. So I get I'm swimming. I get over to the banana boat. You feel me? Now I got to get on the banana boat, but there's a problem. We in open water, and I don't have no upper body strength, and I'm slippery as a mofo because I got all this damn.
See?
I'm trying to get on the doggone banana boat and I can't get, I'm trying to get my leg up. I'm slipping off. Everybody on the banana boat had to like all together take my life jacket and pull me up
Oh
onto
my
the banana boat, right?
God.
So if you ain't never been on a banana boat, the point of it is to fall off, right? I can't afford to fall off because then I'm just be out here in the water because y'all saw what it took for me to get on here, right? So I am like holding on for my dear life. Okay. All right. Successfully complete the banana boat. Great. Take a little
Oh,
detour, do a little kayaking. It was wonderful. Oh, look, the fish. Oh, it's so cool. All right. So now my friend's daughter's with me. So she's like, ooh, let's go get on the jet ski, right? Okay. So we go over to the jet ski, leave the kayak, right? Okay, get on the jet ski. We out here. We can right? I'm driving. We doing this, right? Because I love me a jet ski. Okay. So then she's like, we ready to go back. So I'm like, bet, let's go back. I turned and hit a wave, and baby, we
oh,
went flying. You hear me?
oh my God. Oh
Flying.
my God.
Okay. Now, of course, the jet ski is going to eventually stop because you got the little
Right,
thing on, right? But also,
right.
it's way over there. Okay. Now, I'm way over here,
In
and
the
I
ocean.
can't, in the open ocean, and I can't hardly swim like that, right? So the girl, she was white. Just white people be knowing how to swim. So she swim. Like she get back to the jet ski, she over there, she own it. She done pulled herself. She was like 11, right? So she like pulled herself up on the jet. I'm still trying to get to the jet ski, right? So now I
Oh my
finally get
God.
back to the jet ski. I gotta get on the jet ski. But remember, I still had this problem about being so slippery.
And
So now
just an 11-year-old.
so the 11-year-old had to help me get on the jet ski, right? All right. So I get on the jet ski. Okay. We get
Oh,
the jet ski back to where it has to go, right? So we park the jet ski, but now I still got to swim back to the boat. Bruh,
girl.
I was in that water. Every stroke I took forward, the waves were like, so I was like, oh my God, I'm going, oh my God, I'm going, like the felt for hours, right? Now this is the party boat. So everybody else is on the party boat partying, right? They have
Right?
right? I'm in the middle of the ocean, flagging like help, help. So the people are like, "You're doing great. Just keep swimming." Just swimming. And meanwhile, I'm like, I done backstroked. It was so crazy. I didn't go jet
Oh
skiing
my
after
God.
that for almost 20 years.
I bet you didn't. I bet you didn't.
It
Oh
was
my
so
word.
traumatic. So now I have to be very cautious when I'm on the jet skis. See, those were back in my wild days, when I was
Oh,
in my 20s and I just thought I was
young and
invincible.
fancy free.
Yeah. So now on the jet ski, I have to be very cautious when I turn. You got to go the
Yeah.
speed limit and stuff.
You know, ridiculous. You're looking for the blinkers. Mad at you.
Signaling. I'm gonna turn around now. Okay, whatever the symbol is.
Right? Exactly. Exactly.
I never
Oh,
really learned those symbols.
I just know one is straight out and one is this way.
One is up and one is down, but what
You
do
know,
they even mean?
we didn't
I
have to
know.
wear pads. They just put us out there in the parking lot and said, "Go for it,"
So I saw somebody else. A friend of mine was teaching his son how to drive, and they were just in the neighborhood, and he was like, "Don't hit the house," and I was like, "You got to take him to a parking lot. Like, what is happening?" But then I
Right.
remembered. I told you when my mama had tried to teach me how to drive, and I almost ran into Schwegmans. So I grew up in Gentilly, for anybody who's in New
This
Orleans.
is like this long. This is
And
like a giant building.
first of all, I know you're not judging nobody because you ran us up on that tree in that go-kart.
Now,
So,
debatable.
so,
A go-kart. That's different.
so I'm about 15, right? And maybe, I don't know, 14, 15, but anyway, my mama was teaching me how to drive. So Schwegmans is a grocery store that used to be in existence. So there was like a gigantic parking lot. Like
Huge.
imagine a
Like
Sam's
IKEA. Yes.
Yeah, like that big. Like it was huge, okay? All right. So I'm in the parking lot and I'm driving, right? And I'm practicing turns and all this kind of stuff. So then she tells me to pull into a parking spot, right? So I pull into the parking spot, and the parking spot was next to the building. Okay.
Hmm.
But it had the little bumper thing or whatever,
Oh,
right?
okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she tells me to pull in the parking spot. So I pull in the parking spot, but then she was like, you need to straighten up your wheel, right? She was always
Oh,
very meticulous about that,
gotta
having your
right.
wheel be
Gotta
straight
be.
when you're parking, right? So she's like, you got to straighten up your wheel. So I'm trying, but also I'm right up against the parking thing, right? I just started driving. I don't know how
Oh,
this works. So I take my foot off the brake, girl, and went over the parking thing and almost ran into the Schwegmans, girl. After that, I was like, I don't even want to drive. I don't even want to drive.
oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
it was crazy. And then there was another time, I'm gonna just confess all the things. My dad probably know about this. So one time so my mama, I was using her car. I want to say this was senior year that I was able to like drive to school. And one day I was driving and there was a cone of those big
Barrel
traffic,
thing?
yeah, the barrel ones, not like a
Uh-huh.
cone, but like the barrel thing or
Right.
whatever. And
Yeah.
I had knocked the mirror off the car by accident. And
Ah,
then when I got home, I had told my dad about it and he put it back on. But I was like, I don't know what happened. And then I came out and then it
it's
was
just
gone.
dangling.
Because I had parked on the street and then I don't know what had happened. So here go my dad, his old engineer and stuff. He gonna say, so if the cars were coming down the
Mm,
street this way,
right.
how the mirror got knocked out this way? I don't know.
On
I
the
just
other
know
side.
I was
I
into
came out.
I was into school and then I come out and then it was gone and I don't know. He was like screwing it back on like, bitch.
Mhm. You got to have a better story for your mama now. Get it
You
together.
got to have a better story, sis. Matter of fact, let's just put it back on and just act like it
We
didn't
just
happen.
don't just we just
You're not,
go
this story is
okay.
not getting it. You
Don't
understand
does
me?
not pass. Does not
Yeah.
pass. No.
So he saved me that day or whatever, because
Girl,
yeah,
no.
I had
My mom sent me to
miscalculated.
driving school.
What you
She was
say?
like, she sent me to driving school. She's like,
Oh,
you just they gonna show you. Don't you worry. That and then my dad had like a 1988 Fiero. Oh, and the other person who taught me how to drive was my friend Kevin. In his, I don't remember what year it was, but it was a Geostorm and it was a stick shift. I
you know
felt
how to drive a
fancy.
stick shift?
Yes, I had a stick for. Yeah, my little Veloster was a standard.
I don't think I knew that.
Yes, ma'am. But when he first tried to teach me, I don't know why he was standing behind the car. That doesn't sound very safe at all. But he was standing behind the car, and I think I was trying to go, I was shifting, and for whatever reason, I did it and then hit the gas, and like the exhaust like blew on his leg. So I'm like almost setting him on fire. It was, I don't know, we were like 15, 16, who knows, on the lake trying to like learn how to drive. It was a time. It was a time.
Oh wow.
But he taught me how to stick.
Did you go on the lake for Easter? Do people still do that?
Well, for Easter, I was home for Easter. I had my little, well, this was my Easter basket.
Oh,
I
that's
had a
cute.
little, thank you, I had some candy in there. It was nice. I ate it. Um, but I don't know. I imagine they do. I'm pretty sure they do. I thought about driving out there until I remembered it was Easter, and I was like, oh, it's probably packed. And so I stayed home.
Yeah.
I was like,
I was wondering if people still go out there for Easter when I was here. I was like, I wonder if people still
mm,
be out there on the lake. That used to be the turn up. Now
I'm
I
sure. Oh
remember
yeah.
having
Ooh.
to get me a good Easter outfit. Now this is another story that so I lived in front of Gentilly Woods Mall. And one time me and Kizzy was walking to the mall and this man was like, let me buy y'all an Easter outfit. And we was like, okay. So we went into whatever store it was, I don't know. And I remember the outfit was like a black skirt and like this white ribbed shirt and some black sandals. And he bought us
Yes,
our Easter
indeed.
outfits and we never heard from him again. We didn't give him our
What
number or
is that?
anything. He just bought it.
That's
We were like, thanks so much.
well, it was a time. And we are lucky. We are lucky to be alive. Like it don't make no sense. The way these men were out here with us as juveniles, like, because my mom worked at charity, so she worked at Charity Hospital, and I would walk from the bus stop on Canal Street to the hospital after school. I
Oh,
was 13. Yeah, I was 13. So I was like 13 years old. I'm walking down the street, and this guy pulls up next to me, and he's like, "Hey, da 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 da," right? Like trying to talk to me, and I'm like, "Sir, the fact that you're driving means you're at least 3 years older than me." Like, just some quick math here. Yeah, and he was a full-on grown man. And I'm like, "Yeah, no, that's not a good idea. You should not be talking to me." Like, it's illegal. It's illegal.
it was very common.
Girl,
It was very
girl.
common.
The number of like college men that were at our proms and homecomings, like,
I was dating a guy and he had gave me some Oakleys
uh,
and I remember like I don't remember if I was told to give them back or what, but like I didn't have a concept of like Oakleys are like really, really expensive. And like
expensive,
also
right?
he was in college, so like I didn't like really, I was a kid. But I remember a lot of instances where there were people who were significantly older than me that were like, hey, we should hang out. And we just be
It's
like,
like,
I don't think we're supposed to do
well,
that.
I don't think that's what we got in common. I can't even work. Like, you got
And I'm
coworkers.
I'm
What?
here in my school uniform, right?
Girl.
Like it's
Well, so it was
clear.
bad because I went to McMain, and so we weren't in uniform. We didn't have
Right.
uniform. So then
Right.
they really had no idea. But I usually had my backpack on. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? And I'm like, sir, come on now. But they didn't catch on. That's my Juve. That's they made a whole song
Child.
about it.
And
Whole
so that made me think about like how obsessed our parents were with us getting stolen when
yes.
we were kids.
Mama.
Because so I don't know, y'all have to tell us in the comments if this is something that your parents had you do. But we used to play a game called Mama, my bread is burning. Okay. And was it like hide and seek? I don't remember.
Because
Like,
I think we were supposed to like stay down, like if we were in the car, because it was usually because they left us in the car when they went into the store, and so
okay,
we were supposed to like stay down so
be
nobody knew we were
invisible.
just chilling in the car by ourselves. But if somebody came and tried to take us, we were supposed to yell, "Mama, my bread burning," or "Your bread is burning."
Yeah. And so,
Oh
but I feel
man,
like we had practice runs about it, like
yes, we
on the
did.
steps
Yes,
in front of the house, like to that in on Royal Street.
loyal. Yeah.
Um, And I didn't realize, I don't think I ever realized that it was like a practice in case we get stolen.
It was a
Like,
drill if somebody kidnapped us. Yes.
yeah, I
But I
thought
mean,
of
it
it
was
as a
also the
game.
time of like the after school specials where you just thought you were watching an episode of TV, but it was like how to be a latchkey kid. Like, don't you touch that door. Like stop, drop, and roll. Like all the stuff that we had because we were home alone that we had to
Right.
figure out what we were supposed to do in these very real situations because
Oh
they were
my
happening.
God. That is so crazy. So yeah, I was tell Lewis likes to make fun of me because I'd be like, yeah, I was going home by myself at like kindergarten sometimes. Like,
Yeah,
like just going
I
out.
almost drowned. I almost drowned myself with milk. With milk. This is probably why I don't drink milk. Actually, we found my origin story. Um,
Yeah.
no, my mom had gone. She went somewhere, Like she went to the store, and for whatever reason, she knew she was coming right back, so she didn't take me with her. And she was like, just watch TV. And I remember I was like, this is when I lived. I didn't live on Royal. I lived
Around the corner.
oh yeah, around the
Was
corner.
that Alvar?
Is that Alvar? Must have been Alvar.
Mm-hmm.
So I was on Alvar, and so we were in that little house, and I'm watching Scooby Doo. So I'm just laying on the floor watching TV, waiting for her to come back. And then I'm like, I had this glass of milk, and I try to drink it laying down. When I tell you I waterboarded
With milk, of all things.
of all things, waterboarded myself with milk, laying on the ground, sputtering, covered in like all of this milk, whatever. My mom comes home, but she did come home with McDonald's. I remember I had a Happy Meal after that. But then I was like 5. If we were on Alvar, I was definitely younger than 6.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, but it was, you just knew you don't open the door.
That's it.
You don't touch the stove, and just don't break nothing. Like you
That's
be good.
it. And turn on, well, we had Disney at my house, so turn on the Disney
Well,
Channel
we didn't have that.
and
I
call
have
it a
this
day.
whole thing. Okay, tell me if anybody knows what this is. So it was like it had a little record player on top, but it was like might have been a 45. So the big circle had a record player on top, and then it had a screen on the bottom, and then you had like little microfiche film things that you would stick in it, and it matched up with the song, and it'd be like, see, it's a cookie, that's good enough for me. And it would have all the little things that went by, but it was like this full-on thing. But I've never seen that since.
But it wasn't, the records were plastic, right? Or
Yeah,
the
it was like a
things.
regular.
No,
It
I
was a
mean,
regular record, and then it was like a separate like microfiche film insert thing.
I
I
don't
don't even
know.
know what to call it.
I always remember you having a record player. And I remember, what was the song we were listening, As We Lay, we were listening to
Oh,
on your,
girl, I
or
had
Superwoman?
Ashley Lay, I had Superwoman, I had Patti LaBelle because it was the B side of something else. Oh, and then the Boys. Yeah.
The
Oh,
Boys. That was the one we used to wear out right there.
we're out.
Yeah. What was the
Yeah.
Boys? Dial My Heart?
Down the heart. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
I
Yep.
remember
Had it.
that.
I
Yeah.
definitely enjoyed my record player. And then I think it was in Janet Jackson because I was Janet Jackson,
You
especially when I
went
had my braids.
to Rhythm Nation. Do you
I
remember what that
did.
was like?
It was wonderful. And you know what? My mama made me think that I actually met Janet Jackson. We were leaving. We were leaving the Superdome. And I guess it was like a Janet Jackson impersonator or just a really pretty lady that looked like Janet Jackson. I don't know. That was walking. And my mama was good for this because she also made me think that Santa Claus was at our house. But so this lady stopped and she's talking to us, and I'm like, oh my God, Janet Jackson, blah, 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 blah. And we took pictures. Oh, so my mom remembers it. We took pictures with the lady. She signed like some paper or something that I had.
To
As
get
if
an
it was
autograph?
Janet Jackson to get her autograph.
Girl.
And I mean, I remember I was in this all black outfit and I
remember.
had my braids
Yep.
with my little ponytail to the side. And
Uh-huh.
I did my
A key,
earring with
right?
the keys. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
I sure did. But I had like multiple keys. I was extra. But yeah, I thought I met Janet Jackson, but it was definitely
It
not
wasn't
Janet
Janet.
Jackson.
When
And
did you
then
realize
for
it
Chris,
wasn't Janet Jackson?
I don't know. But I became aware at some point. Was like,
Like, did you go to school? It was like,
well, see, that's how I did the Santa Claus thing because we lived in the East. I was 7. And she wakes me up. She's like, Kalana, Santa came. Spoiler alert, y'all, if there anybody who doesn't know. But she's like, Santa came. So I go downstairs. She had left the door open. So like the front door was open, and then there was a Santa hat on the floor. And she's like, I heard something downstairs, and he was leaving. He forgot his hat. He left his hat. So I go to school, 7-year-old me in second grade at Schaumburg. Santa Claus left his hat at my house. And they're like, girl, no, he did not. And I think that's what I found out Santa was not real. Because they were like, he did not leave his hat at your house. Your mama did that. And then the next year I found my presents for Christmas. But I still get presents to this day to Kalana from Santa. So
oh my gosh, that's funny. I'm trying to remember because I didn't accept that or no, because I feel like you were trying to tell me that Santa Claus wasn't real. And I was like, you tripping, because remember, I used to sleep in the hallway. Right. So the way that our house was is like the bedrooms were kind of separate. So there was a hallway and then the bedrooms were there. So I would sleep in the hallway because clearly I'm going to wake up if they try to leave out this room and pretend like they Santa Claus. Right. And every year Santa Claus came.
Magic.
Until my mama messed up. I was 10 years old. And she worked at the cable company, right? So there was a watch, a Disney Mickey Mouse watch, okay, that was in my stocking. And it said from Santa, right? So I opened it, I'm excited. I got this watch, and my mama was like, yeah, we won that and such and such. And I was like, what?
It's Santa.
It said it was Santa. There's no Kalana been trying to tell me all this time. I was devastated. I was devastated.
Oh my God.
But I lasted until 10.
Spirit. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's good.
I know, that's a long
I remember
time.
you getting mad at me. Yeah, you did good. You did good. I remember you getting mad at me because I told you about the Cabbage Patch doll.
What you say about my Cabbage Patch dolls? I might have put this memory.
Mad about it again.
I might have put this memory out of my head because it was so traumatic. What you say about my Cabbage Patch dolls?
Because it was something about, because remember they always had the Xavier Roberts on the bus.
Yes, right? Yes.
And so there must have been one doll that you had that did not say
it
that.
Wasn't real. That was Peggy.
And
she was the first one.
Oh. Well, yeah, I told you she wasn't real. You were not happy. I think the man might have been mad about that.
Yeah, I recall.
I didn't know. Killing dream.
Your old stick in the facts ass. Like, why you can't just let these
I'm like, that's not a Cabbage Patch doll. Cabbage Patches have a signature on the butt. That don't have a signature on the butt. Sorry, you got me back by eating the feet off my Barbie.
Why you used to chew the Barbie feet? I don't know. I used to chew up all the Barbie's feet. I don't know.
I would get my little Barbie doll back. There, in case y'all didn't know, there's like a little stick that's in there.
A little plastic.
little stick part that you don't see because you usually keep your feet on your Barbie. Well, I would see mine sticking out the side. Like she broke her ankle. There was a little ankle bone sticking out because Kim likes to chew on the feet.
I did. I used to chew the Barbie feet. I don't know why.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I remember that. Peggy was my first non-Cabbage Patch doll who looked like a Cabbage Patch. She had red hair. I remember her. And she was also she was a little skinnier than the other Cabbage Patch dolls. I remember her. Yep. But then after that, I started getting real Cabbage Patch dolls. And I was like, they got Xavier Roberts on their booty.
You're welcome.
Nah.
You're welcome.
Because I had the one where the hair used to grow.
I had that one. I loved her. That one, her hair was red. I don't remember her name. But I loved her. Where you could like make her hair long and short and braid it. Yeah, I liked her.
Yeah, but I never had a black
Chucky doll, but my mom wouldn't let me get a Chucky.
Chucky? Did you have you had a Teddy Ruxpin?
I did not have a Teddy Ruxpin. I had a speakerphone that was a teddy bear, and it looked like a Teddy Ruxpin thing, but it was actually just a phone. Because I wanted a Teddy Ruxpin, but I loved my little speakerphone because the little mouth would move when people would talk. It was cute. But yeah, I do remember what you're talking about.
I thought that was Teddy Ruxpin. Did you have a My Buddy doll?
No.
Somebody had a My Buddy. I wonder if it was Keenan because Keenan had he had
Yeah,
Cabbage
the boy
Patch, I
Cabbage Patch.
remember. He
Yeah,
did, and
yeah.
it was black. And I remember being like, I don't have any black dolls. I thought it was so interesting. But he had a boy Cabbage Patch, but somebody had a My Buddy doll.
Oh, mm-mm.
Why did you want
My
a
mama said.
Chucky?
Because I like horror stuff, and so I like that movie. I like Child's Play,
Your mama
and then
said,
but I think
hell
that's why
no.
I didn't get a My Buddy because he looked like Chucky too. So she was like, not happening. Because I'm pretty sure I had a My Buddy on my Christmas list, and that did not happen.
That might have been it. Did you pick your Christmas toys out the service merchandise catalog?
I remember going through the service merchandise catalog, but I don't know if it was specifically for Christmas. It probably was, and I didn't realize it. But now that you say that, yes.
I used to be circling
So
the
it
hell
was
out
either
them
service
toys.
merchandise and J.C. Penney, like
JC
those two.
Penney.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I used to be
Mhm.
going to town in that service merchandise catalog, baby. I used to be like, and this, and this, and this, and this. Oh yeah, baby. That service merchandise catalog was off the chain.
I remember we had, it must have been my junior or senior year, excuse me, in high school, and one of my teachers, it was a math teacher. I don't remember which math though, but it was one of our math teachers, and our end of the year project was to furnish our college apartment. And
Mm.
so we were supposed to like look and see how much the furniture was and like put it all together and like draw it to scale to make sure the pieces fit and all this stuff, right? Well, my mama used to use Finger Hut. So we had a bunch of Finger Hut magazines. So I would, put those inside it. And I'm thinking I've got this perfect. I mean, I got my tax, I got my stuff, I got my outline, everything, right? Turn it in. She gives me a B. And I'm like, what? Because Finger Hut had like shipping per item and I didn't factor that into my budget. So my budget dollars were off because of the shipping. And I was like, oh, but it was a message that I learned. And so now when I shop online, I definitely look at shipping
I was about to say
because it
that
makes a
shipping.
difference.
Baby, that
And that's
shipping
how she taught us. She
it
taught
have
us
made me
scale,
tap out.
she taught us tax, and then she taught us shipping and handling because that was a real thing. I was so
It will
mad.
make me tap out. I will leave that whole cart
Whole heart.
over that
Mm-hmm.
shipping and handling. I will.
Yes.
Yeah. It is serious. That's even on this the Amazon cart that I just keep adding stuff to because of the Amazon home finds TikToks.
Oh my
It's gotta
god.
qualify for free shipping. I'm not paying. I'm not
Right.
paying
Right.
shipping. I'm not doing it.
But I also can't just buy stuff to get free shipping. Like
No,
that math has to make sense too.
for
Like if
sure.
it's like, oh, only $14 more to get free shipping, then I have to be like, is it really worth the $14 for the free shipping? Because nothing's gonna be $14. It's gonna be $20 or $25. So
Ain't
you
that
got to do
crazy how
your
$14 equal $25 and $50 equal 100? Like, I don't like this adult
immediately,
math. It's trash. This
girl.
adult
I used to say
math.
20s were adult dollars, like $20 bills or adult dollar bills now.
Mm.
But that still feel like I think inflation has taken that up because it feels like you leave the house is $50 now or 40, really $40 every time you leave the house, no matter what. It's silly.
Facts. That's why I be at my
It
house. That's exactly why I be here because outside is expensive.
is very.
And we need to do something about that. So we have been all around the world, over, under, around,
All the
and
way,
through.
everywhere.
Um, but
Thank
I
y'all for
do want to
sticking with us.
know this last before we leave, we should say I'm gonna go pick it up at that point. Let me she
I'm gonna
said
go
she
pick it
gonna go
up.
pick it up. Yeah, because shipping I can't.
And now see
I
that I
can't.
will not do. I will not go into the store. I cannot. I had to go to Target this weekend, and it was everything in my soul to like talk about. I will literally drive to a place, park, sit in the car, and then be like, I don't
Decide if
really
you're
need it.
going.
I don't. And
Really?
I go back home. I will do that at the grocery store. There's I will park
So
at Rouse's.
what determines what is the final straw for you to be like, I'm going home?
if it just feels like there's too many people, if it just feels like there's just a lot going on, I don't want to have to stand in this line. I'm gonna have to get out the car, then get back in the car, then get all the groceries in the house. Like, but you know, we already talked about my brain and what it does. Like this made me laugh at myself the other day. I was driving to the bar, right? Because I was gonna go to the cigar bar. And so I knew I had a little ways to go. And I was like, oh, I haven't talked to my mom lately. Let me call my mom. And so I was like, I'll talk to her while I'm driving. Well, then I forget what song was on. Some song came on. And I was on Pandora. And I was like, oh, but I really like this song. And I'm like, so then I went into like a deep dive of how do I get all this done? Because if I call my mom, we're going to be on the phone until I get to the bar. Then I'm not going to have a chance to hear the song. Because even though it's on Pandora, when I get back in the car, it's going to play something else.
Correct.
So then finally I was like, okay, we're going to just listen to this song first, get our whole concert on. Then we're going to call our mom and go to the bar. But like I realized at the end of it that thought process was happening and was like, girl, why are you doing all of that? Like, it's not like somebody was gonna go, you thought to call your mom and you didn't do it right away. Shame on you. You know, like you picked
but it's important to have it in the right order.
You know, like it counts.
Yes.
It very much counts. But then when I called her, she didn't answer, so it didn't matter.
So, then I got to have a double concert.
Then I just kept on with my Pandora concert until I got to the bar.
So, side note, before we go, have you listened to Beyonce's Cowboy Carter album?
Of course. I mean, well, I haven't listened to all of it. I've listened to like I feel like now I've probably listened to all of it. But the first time I listened to it, I was watching somebody else react to it. And so we were all grooving, and then Beyonce shut it off. So then that was the end of that. It was funny. But yes, I've thoroughly enjoyed. You know, I'm a Patsy Cline lover. Like, I don't mind country music, but hearing her do music is it's so smart. It's so intentional. And it's just hilarious that people are like, she can't be a country artist. And I'm like, she's from Houston, Texas. Like,
but what even is country? Like, what even makes something country?
Well, people usually ascribe it to like that, like Americana, Southern, cowboys, farms, rural areas. But you can have all of that anywhere, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I just think it's going to be interesting to see what her third act is going to be. If it's going to be like a rock album, because I think she's intentionally picking things that aren't Black supposed to be, but all are clearly rooted in Black music. But I think rock would be amazing because when you think of like Tina Turner is rock, you know what I mean? Like, you can see all of these other artists that are Black and have had huge contributions to rock music, and then see what she does to that. Because I mean, was it Jay-Z that they didn't want at one of the rock festivals?
But he's definitely done some collabs, because he's been with Linkin Park, and like he's definitely like tiptoed. I'm not going to say tiptoed. He has been over there in the rock. I've heard a lot of people say rock, and also I can't think of the songs right now, but there are a few of her songs that have rock influence that I can see being it. What's your favorite song on Cowboy Carter?
Oh, I like Protector a lot. So it's Protector, Two Most Wanted, and Yaya.
And what's
Yaya? Oh yeah. Yaya's good. Yaya's good.
That's exactly what it feels like.
It's like you want to be a Gap commercial and like get the thing on. But then I also love that Two Most Wanted because it's something about them singing almost sounds really Fleetwood Mac-y, like Stevie Nicks like. it feels like light rock,
Mm-hmm.
like what you would hear on the oldie station
Mm-hmm.
20 years ago, but
Mm-hmm.
it feels punk. And then it also feels a little gay, which is fun because I kind of like that too. Because it's like, is this friends? Is this two girlfriends? Like,
Mm-hmm.
what is this? And it feels like it leaves that little area of ambiguity in it. So
Mm-hmm.
I like those three. Um, and then 16 carriages is pretty, you know. And
Yeah.
there's, I mean, I like a lot of them for a lot of different reasons, but those three would probably be my favorite.
Yeah. I think
What do you feel like?
oh, excuse me, Protector is definitely one of my
Mm-hmm.
favorites. To Most Wanted, Levi jeans. I do like with Post Malone. I like
I didn't
that.
realize he sang.
I didn't either. But then I was
I thought
like,
he was
okay.
talented. Right, I'm not mad at it. Not mad at it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was nice. And spaghetti. I like
Oh, spaghetti.
spaghetti because it starts off with talking about this concept of genres and
Right.
like what even is that? So as I listen
What
to
is that?
people talk about her and how she can't be country and all this kind of stuff, that's why I asked that question, like what even is
Yeah.
country? Because what is this genre? Like it's
Yeah.
in theory, as it says in her song, in theory it should be an easy concept to be able to figure out.
Correct.
However,
But
here we are. Hands to
oh, Hands
Heaven.
to
I do like
Heaven.
that one too.
Oh,
Two
and
hands to
Tyrant.
heaven.
Tyrant just makes me want to like go off. Like that's a because it's a sleeper. Like it starts out nice and normal, and then you're off
Turn
into the
up.
stratosphere.
Hmm.
Yes.
So what you think about
Yeah.
Jolene?
Oh, I love Jolene. I love Jolene. I love a feisty Beyonce. I love her when she shit talks, when she raps. I think it's amazing. Yes, the beat drop and Tyrant is everything. Um, the I just like the way she told the story, you know, because like
Hmm.
Dolly Parton's Jolene was like, "Girl, you the shit. You know, you're beautiful. You can have any man you want. Just please don't take mine." And Beyonce's like, "Bitch, I wish you would. Like, you can come over here if you want to."
Let me tell you something. Let's get this thing straight. Number one and number two.
You must not know about me.
I
I
loved it. I
liked it.
loved
I
it.
liked it for her. I was like, you know what? This is
Yes.
great. I'm not mad at it. But that was like the other group, um, something Heart. The girls that were on America's Got Talent that redid Jolene, they did a version of Jolene that was kind of like that too, where they
Okay.
flipped it. And it was really good. It's these three black girls, and they won. I mean, I don't know if they won
Hmm.
America.
I can see who you're
They
talking
were
about. I
all,
just can't remember
yeah,
their name.
yes. But then something Heart, I think. But they did really well. But back really quick before we get off. Hey, look at you, F it. Yes, ma'am. You know about that. um, about like the genres, but people just feel so comfortable about putting titles on things,
Hmm.
and just the only way that they can understand the
Hmm.
concept is for it to be in a box. Because
Hmm.
one night at the bar, the guys were watching the basketball game, and they were like, "Oh," talking about one of the chicks, and it was the UConn, I think. Anyway, and he was like, "You can't tell me her name not James." I'm like, "How you want her to be like pretty playing basketball? Like she's playing sports, running up and down the field, up and down the court, a million miles an hour, like making impossible baskets. And you want her to be cute too? Like how?" And he was like, "Well, you can't tell me da da da." He's like, "Now see, this other girl, I forget who you said, like she looks good when she's in lady clothes." And I'm like, "Lady clothes?" And so that's
Girl.
another one that made me think about the genres, because why aren't clothes just clothes?
Bruh, I
Like
be asking this all
shirt,
the time.
pants, shorts. You know, if a guy wants to wear a top that's crocheted with some flowers on it, like, okay, cool. You know,
What
if I
difference
want
does
to
it make?
wear a slim fit button down shirt that came like out of the men's section, like why can't that be in the ladies section? Why can't it just be shirts? Hey, here are all the shirts that we have. Here are all the pants. Here are all the skirts. If you can find your size and it look good on you,
Put it
rock
on.
out.
I agree.
Make it
And
make sense.
I've been
Make it
asking
make sense.
myself about that because I feel like as women, we in some ways have been able to just wear clothes, right?
Right.
But when it comes to men just wearing clothes, it becomes this thing of you can't wear that. Or the
Hmm.
big thing right now is fingernail
The nails.
polish.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Anytime that a man wants to express himself, like people police that so heavily by what's considered masculine. But
yes.
I don't think they understand how rude that is to women. Like, why are you saying that it's a bad thing to have the same taste as a woman? Like, what are you trying to say about my taste? You know what I mean? Like,
Mm-hmm.
if he wants to coordinate in his self-expression, says that today that includes blue fingernail polish, all right, knock yourself out. Like, who is it hurting? Who? Why do you care? Oh, hoochie
Baby,
daddy.
Iana
Hey,
said she here for
Keisha.
the listen, I'll be here for the hoochie daddy shorts. I'm not gonna
Guys
eat
out,
much
fires
lie.
out.
I'm not gonna eat much lie to you. I'll be here for the hoochie daddy shorts. Let me see your
Guys
thigh
out,
meat,
guys
sir.
out.
Let me see it. Let me see the thigh meat. I'll be here for the
Men
hoochie
can
daddy
be
shorts.
objectified too. Like, I feel like it should be even.
Thanks. Thanks. So yeah, it's
Oh,
there's been a lot of conversation lately against those types of expression, and for me
yeah.
it really feels like the policing of creativity and us
Correct.
saying that creativity can only exist a certain way with certain people, like, and all
Certainly.
of that. And it baffles me. It baffles me, one, because I was programmed to believe that, and now that I don't
Mm-hmm.
anymore, it is very interesting of like, why was this ever an issue? Like, what,
Why was this a
why?
thing?
Why does it
Like,
matter?
why do you care?
How is it
Exactly. Why
bothering
do you care?
me? It's
Who
not
cares what toy they play with, what color they pick? Like, and by making it a big deal, you're probably only pushing them towards something that maybe isn't what they wanted just because you made it seem like this unobtainable thing, you know?
correct.
But yeah, it's a when you I don't know. It's hard to think of like how people rationalize it
Hmm.
because if that's that person's expression, it's personal to them. You know, it's the
Hmm.
same thing for me with pronouns and identity. You know, if I'm telling you my name's Kalanda, but I want you to call me Monique, like
Hmm.
respect
Hmm. Hmm.
that. Like, why is there even an opinion on whatever that is? Like, my self identity is my self identity,
Right.
and
Right.
I'm telling you how I prefer to be interacted with. And if you can't get along with that, go talk to somebody else.
Period.
Like, you know what I mean? And there's things like
Yes.
if people are trying to understand and they make a mistake and you accidentally call me Kalanda, like that's different than I refuse because I knew
Hmm.
you as Kalanda and that's all I'm
Hmm.
ever calling you. And it's like,
Hmm.
you don't have that power over me though. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's a matter, it is definitely a matter of respect.
Well, you be
And
careful in that story, Anna.
she said she gotta go make these groceries, baby.
Gotta go make these groceries.
Um, no,
Instacart
I
will
def
deliver them to your house.
honey, listen, I ain't been to a grocery store and I don't know how long. They come right to my door and I
COVID.
be happy
Thank you.
about it. But yeah, we should definitely explore this
Yes.
concept because there's been a lot of things that have been happening
Mm-hmm.
lately with this and these discussions, and I think that it would be very interesting to talk
It
about. So
is.
let's
Mm-hmm.
put that on the
Absolutely.
agenda for next show, okay?
We'll see
And
y'all Sunday after next, and we'll talk about that.
Sunday after next. So y'all, we here every other week. And we be talking about things, just wherever the conversation leads, as you can see. So definitely if you found any of this to be interesting, exciting, please do respond to some of these questions that we had because we done been through a lot in this here
Got
episode,
a lot.
and we need to know y'all's inputs about these different things. Okay, so please do make sure that you continue commenting that you share this, that you invite somebody else. This is your Saturday, no, Sunday, today's Sunday, Sunday morning, Sunday, early afternoon, comedic relief, and you just might get a few life lessons as you're here with
There you
us.
go.
So, again, we are here every other Sunday at 11 a.m. Central, 12 p.m. Eastern. Kalanda, where can the people find you if they're looking?
In the house. I'll be right here in the house. So if y'all got a friend that y'all think I might like that might show up at my house, that'd be great. Because that's the only place I'm gonna find them. I don't even open it up for Instacart. Like, leave it on the porch.
Leave it on the porch. Golly. No, I love where you are like, and I'm at the house. So please make sure that you are connected with me on Minding My Black Ass Business on all platforms. That is Facebook, Instagram. I'm gonna go back over there on the TikTok so you can connect with me over there.
I'm gonna send
YouTube.
you some stuff.
Okay, that'll get me over there. Also on Patreon, we have the ability to have some different conversations over there, so we'll be getting that up and going. But like the video, comment, subscribe, share, all the things, push the notification bell, all the things that the YouTubers be saying and stuff. Do those
You
things.
do that. Do that.
Yes. And we will see you all back here in 2 weeks. All right, y'all. Bye. We love you.
Bye.
Bye. All right. What up? We're live. Hello,
Woo!
good people. So I want to give all the disclaimers at the top before we even get started. We're gonna talk about like what's been going on in our lives. We didn't have an episode last 2 weeks, so we got a lot to catch up on, and we have not talked to each other at all.
At all.
So y'all gonna be here for the realisticness of that, but also your girl over here, Kimberly Jackson, trying to get her life together, honey. I am trying to get my life together. I got so much going on right now. So y'all just give us some grace, buckle up. Not really sure where things are going to be headed today, but strap in.
We're
like
here.
It's always a good time. It's always entertaining. So I want to do a couple things before I do the actual intro and stuff, because today I did share with real like intentionality and stuff.
Oh,
So
okay.
I want to make sure that it's also live on my personal page, because I invited like a whole bunch of people. So I'm trying to do the good work of sharing the things,
promoting and inviting and stuff.
Oh wait, hold on. I'm hearing myself. Oh God, make it stop. Okay, there it is. Remember that part where I had said I'm trying to get it together.
It's okay.
This is the part. All right. So that is fixed and we are live. It is now live on my personal page. So we're good to go. All right. Some people was like, girl, message me when y'all go live so that I could be on there. And y'all, that's a lot of responsibility. I don't know if I'm up for the job.
Oh, you did it though. That's all that counts.
Okay, all right. So let's do the official welcome. What up, y'all? Welcome to So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese. We are two real life cousins. We're here to talk about the stuff that we thought was normal in our lives and in our family, but was actually the family recipe of dysfunction. We're on a mission to unpack it all, share our stories, and help others find their voices when it comes to healing and mental health. We invite you to join us on this journey of self-discovery, of laughter, and maybe even a little bit of healing. My name is Kim, And I am actually figuring out what that means these days, which is a new level of enlightenment and journey for me. But today I'm just going to pull up some of the adjectives or some of the words that are bubbling up for me as I'm like going on this journey. And I'll expand on that a little bit later. But I am a creative. I am an intuitive. I am an empath. I am a healer. I am a friend, and friend is not a word that is taken lightly in my world. So when I call someone my friend or I call someone family, that is something that I take really, really seriously. And because of that, I also strive to be that person, right? I don't like to ask people for things that I'm not willing to do. So that is who I am today.
Well, look at you, chick. Welcome. Thank you for that wonderful, wonderful introduction of yourself. And it's so true because you are the best friend that there is to have. And I bonus family. I am Kalonda of House Jackson, first of her name. There is another one though. Assistant of entrepreneurs, beacon of banter, creator of content, dancer of dreams, and excellence enchantress and New Orleans native. I am also on this journey trying to discover all that I am, and just really enjoying this kind of quiet time and doing it and being intentional about who's in my circle as I move forward, because that definitely does impact your trajectory. So says
I love it, y'all. So let's talk about the vibe here, right?
Vibes. It's Cinco de Drinko.
Fun fact, I don't know if you knew this, right? Because I lived in Mexico City. Cinco de Mayo is not a big deal in Mexico. It is not a thing. It is a thing in a city called Puebla, which is where Cinco de Mayo came from. It was like one battle or war or something just in that particular city. But the rest of Mexico, child, today is May 5th. Cinco de Mayo is a U.S. situation. The Mexicans are not turning up today. They are going about their Mexican business.
It's Sunday.
Exactly. So anyway, but there in the US, it is Cinco de Mayo. So
it is. What's the
that part? Right. So having said that, I had mentioned already that this might be a ride, so in my cup, what I have is some tea, because I actually stopped drinking alcohol. I actually stopped drinking alcohol.
For you.
It was interesting. It was an interesting journey. I stopped drinking alcohol in September of 2022. And it was really because, so I don't know if I've told this story, but I'll tell it real quick. So I had just got back from the US, and usually my ritual when I got back from the US is I would order some tacos al pastor and a bottle of Moscato, and it's going down, right? So I had that particular day, and it was lovely going in. And then when it came out, I was like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to experience this ever again. So it was on that day I stopped eating meat and I stopped drinking. So what do I have in my cup? I actually have some tea. So I've been getting, did I tell you that I wanted to get into tea?
No.
So you know me, I'm a little bougie, but so when I say I want to get into tea, like I want the clear tea pot with it don't necessarily have to be expensive, but it needs to look like something, know.
No,
but clear. I want it to be all clear because I want to be able to like observe the process. I'm in this mindfulness place with myself, like of trying to slow down, and my psychologist keep being on me about like, it seemed like you're doing a lot, sis. You need to slow down, sis. So anyway, so I want the clear teapot with the clear tea cups, and like I want to do the tea. So I've been getting into tea every morning. So every morning and sometimes at night when I remember. So this tea is basic English breakfast tea, okay,
Okay.
which is a black tea, which kind of has a feel of like coffee to me. But so I put honey in it, and then I also put some infused coconut oil in it.
Oh, so that's a fun tea.
It is. And also, do you remember when I had to steer clear of your coconut oil at your house?
Like, don't use that, girl.
And when you gave my brother that pound cake, he couldn't get his shit
Okay,
together.
I mean the way you say it, like I made him take it.
I don't know what happened. All I know is he was in the back seat of the car and he was like, I need water.
I need water.
And I was like, what is your problem? Because earlier that day we had went to get crawfish, remember, and we had crown. So I'm thinking to myself, we've had the exact same thing today. You are really cutting up, sir. You are really cutting the food. You're that thirsty. Stop it. So I kept looking at him like, what is your problem? Then the next morning, he's like, Alonda gave me that pound cake.
Alonda gave me that pound cake. Like, I didn't do anything. He said he wanted some. He seemed to be enjoying himself until his mouth turned into the Sahara Desert. Like, he was like, this is not fun for me. This is not fun. Sorry, Corey.
I have so many stories about edible things going around at my own hand though, but we won't get into those right now. But anyway, so that's what I'm drinking. I am drinking some infused black tea with coconut oil acting as my creamer, as well as some honey for a sweetener. What you drinking?
Well, you know, I am a Crown Royal queen, so there's Crown Royal and Coke. Perfect mix. Nice amount of fizz. Only thing I'm missing is a little lime, but I'll still allow it.
Very nice.
Yes. So I'm definitely starting my Cinco de Drinko right now.
Very nice. Very nice. Yeah. I do think I'm going to do some type of Mexican inspired meal today.
Oh, there you go.
So okay, let me do this first before I jump into that. So y'all, we talking, we cousins, okay, and we catching up on the things, right? So I'm saying that because I'm like, I don't want y'all to be like, wait, what is the agenda?
Like, is this a 10-minute talk about tea? Like, what are they doing? Like,
it might be, and then we'll move on to something else, right? So we wanted to like give y'all the disclaimer, like just because if you're looking for an agenda, it's loose, you know, but it's
we got on here at 11 o'clock. That was the agenda.
Assignment. And we did that, right? So anyway, as we're talking, please feel free to join in, right? This is an open conversation, right? So feel free to chime in, feel free to comment, feel free to add your 2 cents, you know, if you're drinking tea or whatever, but throw it in the comments, you know. Also, like, yeah, you know, say hey, you know, like, what's up, y'all? So-and-so is here hanging out and all that. So, like, talk to us. And also, let us know where you at. Because I don't know if I said this. I didn't. I live in South America. I live in Medellin, Colombia. And it's real interesting. I realize when I say that to people, because I be acting like I'm so regular. But like I am, but like I'm not, but I am though. Like,
but not at all. And that's how you're supposed to be. And look, because I was going to talk to you about that too, because I knew we were probably talking about Amanda Seales. But
yes,
about her interview. This was separate. Like someone had asked her about who she dates or whatever, and they were, oh, you know, do you date regular men? And she was like, no, because I'm not regular. And I was like, you know what? Snaps
just
to
accept it, right?
And there's something to be said for saying, like, I want to date someone who does believe that they are extraordinary. Like, I want them to know that they are them and that I can now exist in all my extra exuberance and all the greatness that I have because we're both on the same field. And if you
Right.
just think you're regular, then like,
Right.
how am I supposed to get excited about you? You know?
Right.
It was just really, it
So
was a cool perspective.
can I add to that? Because I
Of
had a real
course.
life experience. I've had several, but there's one that jumped to my brain. Because when you mentioned dating,
Mhm.
so I was dating this guy here in Colombia, and I was actually dating him at the time that I had my mental health crisis and such back in July.
Right.
And before that time, I felt like we were fairly comparable. Like, first of all, this is something I know is I be telling people you have not met anybody like me. I know
Right.
that, right? So I do say that to people, but of course, what the hell does that mean, right? It's just like, okay, girl, right? Until they start to get to know me, and then they
You're
like,
like,
I
oh
ain't never met
shit.
nobody like you. Exactly.
Like,
So
that's
I
what I
had
tried to tell
already
you.
Right. I had already said that to him, but I think after everything happened in July and I
Mhm.
started, what happened at that time, I was very much like talking to God on a regular basis. Like I'm talking all day consistently, like getting revelation and plans and like all this kind of stuff.
Right.
And I had said to him over the course of time, like, I feel energy. And he was like, he wouldn't say anything when I would say that. So during this time I said, when I say that I feel energy, do you understand what that means? So he's like, how? Like the whole time I had been saying it, it was baffling to him when I was saying
Mm.
I feel energy. He was just very much like, okay, girl. So because sometimes he would touch me and I would feel like, what were you thinking about just now? Right.
Right.
So what happened is the way that we started to interact and the energy that I started to feel like there was a shrinking that was
Mm.
happening.
Like from him,
And
like shrinking back.
from him, yeah. Like not
Mm.
I didn't know if it was back, forward, under, around, or
Gotcha.
through. It just felt like it was shrinking. Like it
Uh-huh.
didn't feel like distance per se. It felt
Right.
like shrinking, right?
Yeah.
So I said to him one day, I was like, what's going on? Because I feel like this difference. And he finally said to me one day, I feel small next to you.
Mm.
And I was like, I don't know what you want me to do with that piece of information because I am like only going to be more,
Right.
especially as
Right.
I get to know who I am
Right.
and as I get to embrace, right? So you just checked me on the regular, but not regular, right? So as I begin to embrace that I'm not just a regular person with this regular life, like whatever any of that means, right? But that I have done some extraordinary things and I have like made some brave decisions that others
Mm-hmm.
like as I embrace that, I'm only going to get more in tune with who I am. So
Exactly.
if you feel small, I don't know what you want me to do with that,
How are you
sir.
asking me how to help you become bigger? Because I'm not going to shrink at any point in the future. So how can I assist you? But I mean, it's good for him to have to at least have said it because a lot of times they don't even
This is
acknowledge
true.
that there is a difference. And the amount of ego that's there to say or
Right,
not there to
right.
say like, I feel like we're on a different level. And at least
Yes.
it gives you the opportunity to move forward and say, okay, cool. Like you said, what would you like me to do with that information? How can I help you? Or
Correct.
call it and find people that are on the same plane as both of you.
Right. And I'm all about informed consent, right? Because
Right.
I feel like I come with a lot of disclaimers, which is also something I'm trying. Seriously, it's something I'm trying not to do as much
I'm all about the
because
disclaimers.
I will be like, disclaimer, I'm drinking my tea. It's infused. Sometimes God get to talking. And
Uh-huh.
when I get to talking, y'all better be listening because I be talking and
Yeah.
it be making sense. So that's a disclaimer I'll come with. Or I feel like I have to give a disclaimer, hey, just so you know, I have OCD. And then that's the whole thing, right? Or a disclaimer of I'm on the spectrum in some way, shape, or form. I'm all up in here and such. Or I'm at a point in my life where I'm working on executive functioning. Like, I just feel like I come with so many disclaimers. Not that the reason I said I'm trying to stop myself from doing it is because it starts to feel like I'm justifying my existence.
Oh.
And that's not what my intention is, right? Because if I give you the disclaimer, but then you don't understand, right? Mm-hmm. And this is a great place. We mixing and matching, right? Because about the Amanda Seales thing, right? I knew you knew where I was going, because the reason why somebody like us would say, hey, just so you know, I'm neurodivergent, or I am in this stage of my life, or whatever said disclaimer looks like, is because we're trying to be understood, and we don't want you to misunderstand any or misinterpret anything that was intended with the best of intentions, right? Because we're also very conscious of intent versus impact, right? So I want to pour my heart out, if you will, and let you know who you are dealing with. I'm a very direct person. I'm very transparent, like blah, blah, whatever said disclaimers are, so that you'll understand and won't get offended. And what usually happens is the fucking disclaimer doesn't work. That's what usually happens.
Somehow they miss it completely. Like, it's because I think you and I talked about it before, where even like when I was on the dating sites and stuff, and I was like, okay, let me put everything in here
up front
in this little blurb, so you can make your decision about whether or not I'm someone you want to interact with. Because I am aware, like, there is a time constraint in life. You know, we don't have abundance. So let's not waste each other's time. You know, so if I can give you a list of all the things that are me, or the big things that I think may have a little point of contention, I want you to be able to look at that and go, that's not something I can deal with, and go about your business.
Swipe left.
Because you could have just not talked to me in the first place. You could have just skipped it all together, and it would have been fine. You know what I mean? But instead, it's like you put these things out there, and it's almost, I don't know. I don't know if people think that they can change you,
or it's a challenge. It feels like it's a challenge. Like, it's something. Oh, for instance, you don't drink alcohol. No worries. I'm a man. You just ain't had the right drink. Or it feels like a challenge. Yeah.
It's like, why would you pick up that challenge? Like, why do you want that? Like, that's just, it's almost like when people get together and they're like, oh, I don't want kids. And it's like, oh, I can change their mind. Or, you know, I do want kids, or whatever it is. And just getting together and saying, well, by the end of this time, maybe they'll soften. And it's like, they told you who they were from the beginning. Why did you not believe them? Why would you not just accept that? You know, but then at the same time, I feel like it almost makes me think negatively of, okay, I gave all my disclaimers. So then when someone tells me something, because I know how I deliver my disclaimers, that I take it as, this is a hard stop. You know, like, this is what you mean. These are your words. This is what you're standing on. And so there's only so many places I can go from here for you, you know? But then they'll turn around and say, well, it doesn't really mean, and I'm like, but you said it. So
bro, I just wrote down in my notebook, words mean things. Yes. Kalanda. Let me tell you something where I can't understand. Me and Bianca talked about this. Hey, bro, why y'all out here using words recklessly when, like, words, people
that have an existing word, there is a definition for it.
People say to me, you take things so literally, and I'm confusion, because words have literal meanings. They literally mean things. So I don't understand how you using words and they don't mean what they said. So how the hell I'm supposed to know what you mean if you just using words, but that ain't really what you mean? You a liar. You a liar. That's what it amounts to for me. You
She
a
said, I took
liar.
that leap.
Cause you just talking.
You told me. You told me. All I have to go on is what you say.
What you say?
And I'm trying to give all the benefits of the doubt and say, you know what? I'm gonna take you at your what? Your word. Like
That's what it say.
that's how the saying goes. That's how the saying goes. I'm gonna take you at your word. And now you're telling me that may or may not mean anything. So now I don't, because
You a liar. Like I said, you a liar, and I can't
I was
trust
gonna say spectrum. That's being on the spectrum and such.
That's what it means. It means you be out here lying, just saying anything, and I can't trust anything that you say because words you don't even have a respect for your words. You don't even have respect for your words. Hard stop here. And I am so, oh boy, I was just talking about, right? Oh boy. Back in my DMs, okay. His birthday passed recently, right? Now I had asked him when it was a lot of things that happened, but anyway, so what I had asked from him was, I need you to be my friend, right? I need you to be my friend. He was here when everything happened in July. Like, you're well aware of the journey that I'm on. Like, I need you to be my friend. I need you to be a part of my support system. That if I need something here in Colombia, you're somebody I can rely on. I need you to be my friend. Okay. Yeah. So he said, I can't do that because I love you. And I said, if you loved me, then you would have heard me say, I need you to be my friend. Right. That's what I need because you love me. Right? Or that's what you said anyway. Right? Okay, fast forward. His birthday just passed. So he told me he couldn't be my friend. No way, no how. Can't do it. So sorry. Act like I never knew you. Okay. But also, you still watching my stories. You're still trying to keep tabs on me. So why? Right? Okay. So his birthday passed. When I delete you out of my brain, because this the thing. Let me get closer to the mic. Okay. I give a lot of grace. In things and situations and explanations and such, right? Right. If you get me to the point where I am now deleting you out of existence, because I have mental funerals for people all the time, right? Not a funeral. I do. But basically, it's kind of like people remove themselves from my life because I'm telling you what I need and you're telling me you can't do that. Okay, that slot has now closed. That opportunity is passed. I respect your decision. I wouldn't have made that choice. But also, this is your life, right? That's you. This man's birthday passed. He gonna ask me why I didn't tell him. I at least thought you would have told me happy birthday. Why? Why would I even remember that it's your birthday? We're not friends. We're not friends. Now, we're not friends to the point, you done unfriended me on Facebook. All that. And Facebook is how I even know that people have birthdays. Because let me tell you what I can't do is keep all these birthdays in this brain. If you ain't been with me since the jump, Right. I don't really know your birthday no more. Right. Okay. I don't have enough brain cells and brain people to allocate towards remembering all these birthdays. But also, I don't even log into Facebook every day. And I definitely don't go down the birthday track because then it feels like I have to now be obligated to wish people happy birthday because I know it's your birthday. So it becomes overwhelming, is what I'm trying to say. Yes. Okay. So, sir, why would I remember your birthday? So that's what I said to him. Why would I remember your birthday? We ain't friends. And he was like, but I love you and I want you in my life. Sir. Stop. What Xavier said? So friends don't like, that's where love starts, is friendship, fool. Right. You told me that you ain't want that, sir. Why is you over here in my DMs? I'm trying to understand.
It doesn't.
They don't be meaning what they say, Kalonzo. They don't be meaning.
Because I was gonna
They
say
just
it's
be so-
conditional, but then that's still not love. But it's not love
Correct.
though, because it's like
Correct. Love isn't conditional. And this the other I'm sorry. This I'm gonna be quiet because I want you to chime in on this as much as you want to chime in on this. Because I have another friend that he's getting a divorce. And his wife was saying to him that she's at a place in life, like a crossroads type situation, and she's trying to figure out her, right? So then I asked him, do you love her, the person, or do you love her, your wife?
Your wife. Right.
Because if your love for her is only attached to her being in this particular role in your life, then you don't really love her, the person. Right. You have been loving the idea of her. Right. And I asked him that some time ago and he really couldn't answer, and he's still kind of thinking through that. But that's what it gave to me. It gave, I love the convenience of you. I love what you can do for me. I love that I get to say that you're my girl. I love that. But I don't love you enough to hear what you need and to be that. Because if I'm saying explicitly to you, I need you to be my friend. I need to know that I can count on you, and you say to me that you cannot do that. Why the hell would I ever want you to be my partner if you can't count on me? All right, I'm a pause.
And especially if you think about like the biggest difference between, well, I mean, there's more, obviously, asterisk, all that good stuff, between being a friend and being in a relationship or lover or whatever, is the physical and the intimacy. So you only love me then if we're going to be physically intimate, like, because that's really the biggest difference.
That's really it. That's the difference.
So why wouldn't you?
Wow.
Like, why wouldn't you want to be there? You know, and who's to say that if you aren't a good enough friend that it doesn't develop back into something that does incorporate a physical relationship, you know? But to just say, no, if I can't, like you said, claim you as my woman, have access to you, have all of these things that I get as a bonus of being in this relationship, then I don't want it. You know, but if I have to exist with you in a space that doesn't include any kind of physical intimacy, I don't want that from you. And it's like, what are you supposed to do with that?
Block them.
Facts.
That's what I'm about to do. Because when you put it like, I've never really broke it down like that. When you put it like that, I don't need this kind of energy in my life because you are trying to use and consume me. I'm not here for your consumption and for you to use me. If you can't, and the other thing that I heard you say was like friendship. I already say this, but I'm going to state it again because I feel like it needs to be said, is friendship is a level of intimacy that I feel is unable to really be quantified. Like when I think about the people that I consider my friends, right? Especially now in this like season of life, like y'all done seen your girl broken and downtrodden, you know what I mean? Like, and masked off, snotty nose crying. So if you're not willing to hold that kind of space for me as a friend, but you want access to my physical body, nigga.
Just saying, audacity is rampant these days.
And it is. And it is.
I
ain't never thought about it like that. And also, thank you. Thank you for putting it like that. Because I feel like love has turned into this possessive thing. And it's so interesting because I was that way. And through this process, is like I've just become so completely opposite of that. Because again, if I love you as a person, then I need to hear what you're saying to me that you need from me, as opposed to me being selfish in thinking about what I need from you. But that is not the common way of thinking about things. No. And when a lot of people say, back to words meaning things, when a lot of people say things like, I love you, or, I want to be in a relationship with you, my question is, what does that mean to you?
Right. What does that look like?
What is that? Because your idea of what this means can be very different from, and probably is very different from my idea, especially because I've been like on this journey of doing this work. So it's like, I can't take words. Where people don't be meaning what they be saying. So I need additional clarity. But then when you be asking for additional clarity, now folks got an attitude.
Now it's too much. Now, why you gotta be taking everything so seriously? Like,
it's so literally like, why you can't just it was a joke. Let me tell you something about jokes.
10% true, at least at a minimum.
In every joke. In every joke, there is truth. Okay. So I heard what you said, and I also heard what you didn't say, and I'm hearing it all. You understand?
Right.
But that's also where a lot of miscommunication starts. And I was joking. Well, how the hell I was supposed to know you was joking? Like if you said to me, girl, yesterday I went to the Jazz Fest and had to wait 2 hours to get in the line. Right. And you say it to me like that, girl, 2 hours. And I'm like, what?
Wow.
2 hours, girl. What was happening at the ticket? What? And you was like, it wasn't 2 hours. It was actually like 30 minutes. What the hell you
said? Then why 2 hours? Like, just that I was in line for a long time. Like, because words
I'm
do
supposed
what?
to know. They mean things. I don't understand. I really don't. I just we're gonna have to clip this because I feel like I tried to explain this. So this is why I said with the disclaimers why I feel like I wind up feeling like I'm justifying my life, because I'm intentional with my words, right? But you're not intentional with your words. So you think I'm not intentional with my words, even though I am very intentional with my words. So now we got to have another conversation where I done already said this, because I'm intentional with my words, but because you ain't intentional with your words, you think I'm not intentional with mine. So now we talking about this again?
Again.
I already said what I said, and I meant what I said, because I say what I mean, and I mean what I said.
That part. But I guess I still challenge like that it's a justification of who you are. I think it's almost like a label, like it's almost like a laundry label. Like this is how I need you to care for me.
Yes.
Or how, like, just so you can operate and understanding this is where it's coming from. Not an excuse for it. It's not I don't know, ghost people because I don't know, I've had trouble in the past or whatever.
Resolution skills.
Yeah, I I have an avoidant attachment or whatever. Like it's not that. It's, hey, these are the things that are impactful in my life, and the best way that you can show up for me is to know this so you can act accordingly. And so you can decide if you want to engage
this is for you
in the first place. So it's like, I definitely don't think it's a justification of the behavior. I think it's important to have an understanding of it. But like you said, if they're not intentional with their words, they're expecting that that's how you show up with yours. And I guess that's a point I hadn't considered. I just felt like they just weren't listening, because I'm like, that's my thing. I'm like, I told you. I said, and for me to say it is the big thing. Like, because we could have not. We could have easily not, and it'd have been perfectly fine. But because I told you, now there's a different level of expectation because I want you to honor that, because anything you've said, I've honored as well.
Correct.
So, I don't know.
Correct. Yeah, I think the justification part for me comes in and me not accepting that they are unwilling to understand. Or so I feel like I got to explain again, right? Because I
Right.
value you as a person. So now
Yeah.
I'm re-explaining, which makes me feel like I'm trying to get you to empathize with what I'm saying, because why don't you care about me the way that I care about you? But also what I heard you say, and this is me. This what I also heard you say. You ain't listening to me, in that you may have heard me. Right? I've said this and all that, but you haven't listened to me and you haven't received me. You not for me. We're not in alignment. I'm not going to keep doing this. Like, I'm not going to keep saying this. Right. And you know me, Kalonda, I'm sending articles. Okay. I'm sending YouTube video. I'm sending podcasts. I'm sending I'm equipping
I want you to be able, in any learning style that you possess, to be able to digest this information and be able to act accordingly. I'm not assuming anything other than the fact that I've given you the info. I gave it to you.
That's it.
I gave it.
Well, the assumption is, if you cared enough, then you would have opened the info and read the info and listened to the info.
I'm assuming that you saw it. See, and that's
so,
because I feel like if you had done that, then I automatically am like, because I'm curious about how you think, what motivates you, and why you got that, how you got that way, and how did you get to that point. So if you send me this link, this article, this whatever, I'm like, oh, a roadmap, like, it's an open book.
The curiosity of it all. People don't take it like that. They don't take it like that. They get insulted.
It didn't even occur to me. That they wouldn't open the link. Like, that's how my brain works. Complete side note. Sorry, y'all, we do this. I don't know if you saw this. I think it was talking about, I forget how they split up the groups, but it was like this work group, and they said, okay, here's the example. We have these students that need to go on this field trip, and we've raised this money, but it turns out there's we're only able to take so many students. So there's like 5 or 6 kids that wouldn't be able to go. Break up into teams and come up with a solution on like what's going to happen and what the next steps are
for those kids that couldn't go.
For the kids, like, to kind of disseminate the information of either who's going, who's not going, like, how did we get there? So then, they have their breakout, they come back. I wish I could remember what the breakdown of the group was, but one group goes, we just take the kids, like, we just take all of them. Like, we ask the parents, if they can fundraise, we start doing stuff around school to get extra money. And then the other group, they were like, their minds were blown. They were like, we didn't even consider
that somebody
raising that could raise money to get the kids. They were just like, okay, how do we pick? They spent their time trying to figure out which kids could go,
who deserve to go.
So who's not gonna go on this trip? Like, okay, 7 kids not gonna make it. Let's figure out how we pick.
Who are the worst ones? Yeah.
And
wow.
I was just like, what? And it was just very interesting because I'm like, the lady was like, it did not occur to any of us to raise money or find a way to like pay for these other kids to get there. And I was just like, holy shit. And just when you think about how people think about things, and it's easy to take it for granted that everybody's on the same wavelength as you and that everybody's processing information the same. And it's just not. It's just not. And you think about, you surround yourself with your friends, with your family, they tend to have like minds. Our algorithms are all set up now to kind of deliver what we like and what agrees with us. So you don't often see that dissenting opinion. So it's like you're surrounded by what you feel. So then when faced with something opposite of that, it's like, oh, what? I never even thought of it. So it made me think of that because I was like, oh, I didn't even think that they wouldn't open the email. Like if you sent me this link, like I need to look at this link to understand where you're coming from. Like, okay, done.
Yeah. I've discovered is that no. So that's the first question I asked, because the assumption would be I sent this to you and you read it and now you just don't care. But then I'm like, did you even open it? No, and that's a different question, right?
That's a different, right.
If I
did you care enough
to you that I asked you, right? But it's about what you actually did, because you know what happened is people be like, well, you assume this or whatever, and then we get into this semantics war. And the fact of the matter is, this is not about whether you read it or not. This is about the fact that I sent something to you that was important to me, and you didn't create the time to make it a priority for you.
Right.
And that is a behavior that is not in alignment with what I need in my life. And that is what I am becoming more intentional about stating, without feeling like I am losing something, someone, a connection, blah, 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 what have you. Right. So it's like I have to accept everybody isn't in alignment. And as soon as I see that they are not in alignment, I have to ask myself, how many times am I willing to address this?
Right.
Because I know people don't think like me, right? So I also want to give you an opportunity to be able to tap into what I am asking. I also want to give you an opportunity to honor what I am saying. But after how many times that I got to have the same conversation, am I going to keep having this conversation? So that's what I feel like I have to decide, is what that looks like. I was telling Bianca the other day, like the whole boundaries conversation, a lot of times we frame boundaries, and I used to do this too. We frame boundaries as controlling somebody else's behavior. Like, don't scream at me. That's the boundary, you know?
Right.
As opposed to the boundary being, if you scream at me, I'm going to do this. I can't control whether you
I can't control anything you do. Right. I can control how I react to it.
If you do that again, please understand that you won't be talking to me. Right. So that's what I hear in all of this, is that I need to establish what my boundary is going to be about how I explain to people who I am and what I need and how to best love me. And how much re-explaining I'm willing to do if there is a place of lack of understanding. Like, it's almost like I feel like I need to get success criteria. Like, what does success look like that this person is actually honoring what I'm saying? You know, what changes am I seeing? Because I also have to be realistic. I can't expect, you've been thinking this way for 40 plus years. I can't expect you to all of a sudden now, because you met me, change your entire programming, right?
Yeah.
So it's also that, keeping that in mind.
Exactly. And especially at our age now, the people that we're interacting with, especially dating wise, if they're older than us, that's still, it's almost, I mean, we're still the same generation. We're still the same.
This is Hey Girl. Hey Girl.
Our third member, Sarah, who likes to talk to us.
Where her bones at?
I put it out. She had it, and then she got down. So I don't know.
Sarah, go get your bone, girl.
You know what I'm saying? I tell you, Xavier, you were supposed to be here.
That was the previous
no. Complete brain fart. Man, you are distracting. What was I telling you? Something amazing, I'm sure.
We were talking about
age gaps. Yes, because even though we're in the same generation, there's still some holdovers to just how people view things. Like, I've had 2 separate conversations with people where they both remarked about how therapy doesn't work. And I was just
Mm.
like,
I've had
huh.
this conversation as well.
Right. And it's just
Mhm.
the like understanding that, okay, there's whole subsets of people that are like, that was just pull yourself up by your bootstraps, work it out. There's nothing that somebody else can tell you about yourself and all these things. But having been a person who therapy has helped,
Right.
um, it's like, while I hear what you're saying, please allow me to present you the other side. That there is definitely therapy that has helped me. There's therapy that was not good for me. So
Mhm.
yes, 100% that's out there. But there's also, looking at stuff where you're like, oh, if I hadn't even talked to this person, I would not have gained this perspective. And one of the people was like, oh, it's just a money grab because it's never over. And I'm like, no, you can be finished with therapy. Like,
Right.
you can graduate, like, whatever situation that brought you to therapy in the first place. Once that's been identified and addressed, your therapist will be like, all right, girl, like, call me if you need me.
Yeah.
You work the situation out. And unless you have something else that happens in the future that requires assistance, then you're done. But it's just taking that stuff into consideration because of our age and the people that we're in contact with, that they may already on a basis not be coming from the same place. Yeah.
Correct. And that to me has become very glaring, and also it's made me kind of, I feel like I keep adding lenses to the way that I view the world and the way that I understand how other people think and how other people process information. So for instance, I now know that I cannot really be with someone seriously who does not understand the basics of mental health. Like, I need you to at least understand that mental health is the same thing as if we were talking about your heart health, or if we were talking about your bone health, or we were talking about your weight or whatever. Like, if we were talking about some other, as your reproductive health. So I need people in my life to understand that. And what I am coming to understand is that there are a lot of people who exist in the world who do not have those understandings. And my time is better spent of pouring into myself than trying to get them to understand the importance, because it becomes this battle of, like, if it's already not a value for you that you take care of your brain and you are a self-aware person and you are thinking about your thinking, if that's not already a value for you, I can't be the one to introduce that to you, because then I become the reason for your discomfort. That's like why we shouldn't be therapists to our friends and to our partners, because now you're going to be targeting your frustration at me because I'm bringing up your childhood trauma that you never dealt with, because I could see it, but now you mad at me. No, you need to be mad at your therapist. And then in 2 weeks, next week, y'all talk about that again. Okay. And y'all figure that out over there. And then you just come and tell me about it. But I can't be the one to awaken somebody to the understanding of mental health. It's too much of a heavy lift for me. And it puts me in a situation, again, of feeling like I'm justifying who I am and what I am, because in this whole study of neurodivergence, and neurodivergence really being about the difference in every single person's brain. I don't know if I told you this, but I don't believe that there is a such thing as neurotypical. I really don't. And the reason I don't believe that there's a such thing as neurotypical is because neurotypical is supposed to be, for lack of a word, a better way to put it, y'all, a normal brain, free from any condition that might cause differences in how the brain operates. But this is the thing. all of us have lived on this planet. And because all of us have lived on this planet, and most of the people that are listening to this at this point in time live in the United States of America. And I'm also willing to believe that most of the people that are listening to this not just live in the United States of America, but also live in Black or brown bodies that have been historically marginalized. That in itself is trauma. That in itself is trauma, which means that your brain has changed because of that trauma, right? And that manifests in different ways. So when we talk about neurotypical, to me, you're saying white, because y'all wasn't doing studies on people of color and honoring the way that racial systems and all of that white supremacy culture is set up. Like, y'all wasn't doing that. So these are white people, probably men, that y'all have tested on, that you're saying this is the standard for brain operation. I don't believe that to be true. So having said that, I feel like it's very important for us to understand how our unique brains work, because we don't understand. And what starts to happen, and what has been happening, is we have horrible self-talk. We say horrible things to ourselves because we don't understand why we operate the way that we do. We're trying to fit ourselves into boxes of capitalism and things that we were never meant to operate in, and trying to figure out, well, why I can't function, and work 2 jobs and inflation and drink my water and exercise, because you wasn't never meant to do all those things. So, but instead of you honoring the system of it, we blame ourselves. And that is not how that is supposed to go. So in all of that, I feel like it's important for us to understand how we were meant to operate and how our brains operate at their base level, without trying to fit yourself into boxes that you were never meant to fit into. But what I also understand is that that is a very difficult process to start unpacking that stuff. And many people are not willing to take on the responsibility of healing from the 18 years of childhood trauma. Now, this is the last thing I'm gonna say before I let you jump in here. It has recently dawned on me how short of a time that we have to help children prepare to be adults in this world, and how so many people have chosen to have children and have done so much damage to children, whether intentionally or unintentionally. And then we as the adults are trying to heal from this time period of, let's say, 20 years. We're trying to heal from that for the next 60 years of our life, trying to repair the harm that was caused. This is why everybody don't need to have children. This is why everybody don't need to have children. And I'm grateful that the times are starting to change, where we are more willing to say, I don't want that for myself, or I don't want to go through that process. I'd rather pour into the world in a different way, because the type of harm that we have caused in so many kids, like when we're looking at adults, whatever adults that you've judged about whatever, at whatever time in your life, all of that stemmed from childhood trauma. And all of that changed their brains for them to operate in whatever capacity that you've deemed acceptable or unacceptable. And because we don't know that, we continue repeating that cycle, and we continue harming people. And I'm over it. I'm over it. You're muted, love. You muted. You muted. You muted. There you go.
Keep sorry. But no, I think because it is a system, it does take to have someone step outside of it, because yes, negative self-talk is real. Like the things we say to ourselves, just even in thinking that we're trying to motivate, is really just tearing us down and breaking in further to what people have said that are bad about us. But the system doesn't reward anything outside of it, because we're always taught, oh, you should be able to multitask. You should be able to juggle all these balls and keep all these plates spinning and all these things. When you really think about it, multitasking, people aren't supposed to do that.
It's not
Brains
real.
supposed to do that. You know what's supposed to multitask? Your computer. Like, it's supposed to have all of the tabs open and be able to do these things. at the speed of light. You aren't supposed to have to operate like that. Your brain is meant to focus on one task from beginning to end, get rewarded with dopamine at the end of the,
Right.
and then you start your next task. Like that is how it's supposed to go. But we're so busy being told that you're supposed to be able to do all of this that when you're not able to, then kicks your negative self-talk of why can't I? Look at so and so, they're able to do it. Meanwhile, you don't know what they're having left undone because they're
Right.
trying their best
Right.
to multitask.
Right.
So it's like that
Right.
spirit of comparison definitely kicks your ass. Negative self-talk kicks your ass. It's just now she wants to come inside. She barked at me. Nerve. But yeah, like where does that start though is I guess my question, because it is that cycle. So where does the cart go and where does the horse go at that point?
Mm-hmm.
Because you need both of them to change in order to actually see the difference. Because even if you start to realize, oh, okay, like it's all right for me to focus on this one thing and do it well instead of doing 15 things in a mediocre fashion, but then you have the world going, that's all you did,
Right.
so where does it start? Who's the first one to give? But you said something I just lost, completely slipped my mind. But
Can I comment on what you just said about
yeah,
where it started
yeah,
or where
please.
to start? Because I feel like it starts with unplugging from the system.
Yeah, true.
Because if we remain in the system, then the system is going to continue to require that we show up in those particular ways. So that's why I understand that everybody isn't meant to be an entrepreneur. I absolutely get that. But I also believe that if you choose to be in the system, that you need to understand that it is a system and that
Right.
it is not meant for you to be operating at your optimal condition. It is meant for you to be a cog in a wheel to
In the
make
wheel
somebody
to turn
else.
out a product.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
it. So if I'm going to choose, right, to allow myself to be used by the system, then that means I also need to be responsible to understand this is not how it's supposed to work. So in the rest of my life, I need to be able to give myself the grace and ability to be able to operate the way I'm supposed to.
Right.
But
True.
if I'm trying to live and I'm trying to, make it, how do I do that? This is why I be like, y'all leaving or what? That's what I be talking to.
Like, so
It's
she's like,
broke
so
over
are
there.
your bags packed?
What is the plan? Is what I be asking. What is the
why are you
plan?
still
Because this ain't working. It feels like the definition of insanity to me that we keep doing the
right?
same thing, expecting a different result. And in my mind, I'm like, this ain't working. So is y'all doing something different, or you
Right.
just gonna like continue
We
to
just
try
traded
to
out for a different hamster wheel. It's like
that?
you say, okay, that didn't work, but I'm gonna do something else. But we're still in
Yes.
the system, so it doesn't
Yes.
feel like the same thing, but
But it is.
ultimately, it is still the same thing.
Yes. Yeah.
No, but I do. It was what you were saying about the children. Is
Uh-huh.
I mean, since I turned 18, I said I don't want kids. Well, before I turned 18, I should say. And then at 18, I'm like, hey, feel free, take it out. I don't need it. I'm not going to use it. Thanks. And they were like, yeah, no. No doctor's
I
going to do
remember
it.
you told me that. You were
not
like,
going to
they
cover
wouldn't
it.
do it.
And they said no. The lady on the phone told me no. I was like, but I know I don't want this. And it's like, no, once people start having kids around you,
Change
you're
their
going to change your
mind.
mind. Once you get older, you're going to want to have this experience and all these things. And I'm just like, all right, girl. I spent this whole time knowing that I don't want it. But knowing, and just because at that point, all you have to go on is your past experience,
Correct.
and knowing that as parents, the want is to have better for their kids than they have, and to have them in a place where they're more comfortable, more protected, safe, whatever that looks like, but that it's better than that parent's experience was. And so knowing that that's the jump off point, the things that we went through after that being still having such
Imagine what
tremendous
it would have looked
experience.
like.
You know what I mean? Like, imagine if they didn't care, if that wasn't,
Right.
and that was with the intent of being better. So for me personally, it was, I don't want to see if I'm gonna be a good parent. You know, I don't want to test it out and hope that it does well. You know, and I know there are all the asterisks of, you know, well, if you have a good partner, like they're gonna help you, and you know, just because that's how it went, you'll be fine. I think you'll be a great. Like those things all sound nice, but at the end of the day, it's still an experiment. You don't know until you're a parent what kind of parent you're going to be. And like you said, those things have such long-reaching impacts on these kids, where it could be something that you don't even think anything of that turns out to be a major turning point for
Right.
the child that they
Right.
carry with them forever. And
Yeah.
a lot of times they don't realize until they're in their 40s that that's even where that came from. They may just
Right.
think, "Oh, I don't like bees. I don't know," and you don't know why, you know. And it turns out whatever. Yep, it was something that happened to you as a kid. So you do only have them for such a short time, and there is the impacts of what you do last so long as a parent or an adult in this kid's life that you have to be intentional about it. And
Yeah.
so it was just really telling to me that two people from the same generation were like, therapy doesn't work. And I'm like, that's really nice that you had a life that didn't require that. You know, it's like,
Right.
that's
Right.
refreshing for you.
Yeah.
You know, like I'm happy that you didn't need that. For me, I am extremely grateful that therapy was around because
Same.
your girl needed a couch to lay on. And
Same. Same.
I would take it.
Same.
But I don't know. That's always why it's been when people are like, "Oh, you should have had kids," and I'm like, "No, I'll be a really good like aunt or something to someone." Like, let's call that good. You know, I'm trying to fill in the gaps, but
Yeah, for me, I value sleep. And a lot of times like that seems like people be like I'm being shallow, but I don't
you
operate
need
well
sleep
off
though.
of no
I
sleep.
wish
I
like you
don't,
need it.
I don't, I don't do well. You know how some people are like able to function off of 4 hours of sleep, and you know, that's not me. I'm not, I
Yeah.
don't do well. So I feel like I would have been the perfect candidate for postpartum depression. Like I don't want to find out who I
Right.
am with no sleep, stressed out, maybe support or not, unable to really comprehend what's happening. I don't know what hormonal changes happening. Like, I don't want to find that out. I have
Right.
always in my mind never been able to wrap my mind around the process of childbirth. Ever. I've been like, I understand how it gets in there. I want to understand how it's coming out is what I need to make sense
Because
of.
it's not.
Like it never felt attractive to me. It never felt like something I wanted to do. You know how some people like, I want a natural
I
birth and
love
you know, I want
it.
to
I
do it
want
at
to
home.
do it. I want to
None of this
burn.
feels like things that I want to experience. It really doesn't. Now, what I have always said is I feel called to kids who are like school aged. And so I was always open to being a step parent or adopting
Right.
at, you know, a later age. But like those first years, I know I would be great at it. I know I've
Right.
done
Right.
lots of research and things and all that. Yep. And also it's an experiment and I'm good on finding that out, you know. But I've just like become my psychologist has been challenging me because she keeps asking me like, what do you want,
Right.
and I feel like it's a callback to when I first started therapy, because when I first started therapy, when I was trying to get out of the abusive relationship, my therapist kept asking me, what do you want this to look like? And I didn't know how to answer that. I was like, I don't know, because I had spent so much time preparing to be a wife. Like I was like,
Right.
I
Like,
I
what you
just want
mean?
peace. Like I
I
just
want to
want
be
peace.
married.
I
Right.
don't, right.
Call it
So
good.
she challenged me with that. And now I'm seeing that coming back up. And my psychologist is like, what do you want? And I've had to be really honest with myself about these types of things. Like, do I desire to mother children? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Does that have to look like birthing children? No.
No.
Have I
Right.
already mothered children? Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
So let's honor that and let's not discount
Yeah.
that because that is my role. I guess it's kind of like reframing too, because remember, I wanted to be a doctor when I
Right.
was a child. And I don't think it was about the doctor of it all. I think it was about the healing of it all.
Right.
You know what I mean? So now I do
Yeah.
get to be a healer, but it's not through medicine. And that's
Mm-hmm.
where I find like a lot of paradigm shifting that I have to do, because medicine, the way that medicine looks at things is broken. We need to fix it. Give it some medicine. Right.
Right.
Whereas when I'm talking to my psychologist, she's like, you're not broken. This
Right.
is how you were designed. And this is the purpose that you accepted. Because I do believe Tabitha Brown was on the Know For Show podcast when it was Know For Show,
Uh-huh.
even though it ain't no more.
Right.
But she had talked about how her belief is that God shows us in our spirit form what our life is going to be like, and we accept that
Mm-hmm.
assignment. We accept that
Gotcha.
assignment, knowing and understanding that there are going to be certain traumas and there are going to be certain hard things and all of that. But we
Mm-hmm.
also see how it's going to end, and we see the impact that we're going to have, and we see the ripple effect and all of that. And then our spirit decides to come down and take on this assignment. And
Got it.
when I heard her say that, it really just gave me this sense of peace around the
Mm.
things I had to experience, because I still, Kalanda, be trying to wrap my mind around some of the things. Like, and I know it's a lifelong process, and I know you go through this too, but it's like I really still be like, how am I even here?
Right. Because when
Like,
you said our spirit picks that, so I'm like, I just should be mad at myself then. Like, I did this. Like, bitch, you jealous this? Are you? Woo-wee, whatever is at the end of this better be
but that's
fun.
what
And
keeps
I
me
know
feel.
that it's supposed to be spectacular. Like, it has to be, right? Because what the hell? Like,
I believe that at the end of it, we win. I do. I believe at the
girl.
end of it, we win. So it says to me that if it has to be something in the Bible says that God will do greater than we can think or even imagine.
Right,
Right.
right.
So, and I continue, Kalanda, I never, I didn't see this for my life. I just wanted to get
Right.
out of that house. That's it. I was like, I just want to get out the house. I want to be able to take care of
Yeah.
myself. Like that's it. I never in a million years would have thought that I would be living in a different country, or that I would be having international speaking engagements, or that I would have talk shows. Like, I never saw that
Right.
for myself, for my life. So the more that God
Right.
continues to do, the more that I'm like, is greater than this. And on the other
Right.
side of it, I can see why. Right. On the other side of it, I can say, oh, wow, I can see the impact. I can see that this was a testimony. I can see that this helped somebody think differently about themselves. I can
Right.
see what I know about myself. I can see why my spirit was like, we gonna do this.
This one. This
Like,
one. We want this.
yeah, yeah.
Right.
Even though it's
All
hard
right.
going through it. She
I
like,
guess.
I'm still not. Yeah, I'm not.
I guess. I have my days. There's some days where it's like, okay, like this makes sense. I see it. I really got to figure out where I have to sit in order to not match this table.
To not match the table?
Yeah, because it's like that's not my real skin tone.
Oh, you need your melanin to be
Yeah,
popping. You might just have to get you
okay.
a little portable ring light or something to put in front
A
of you so it can
separate
honor your
tone.
melanin. She wants
Maybe
y'all.
that's
Kalanda has always wanted to be a chocolate goddess. Okay.
Tawanda has always been a dark
My
chocolate.
apologies. My apologies. My apologies. Let me strike that. Strike that. Okay, here we are. Kalanda is a
Oh,
chocolate goddess, and she dark chocolate goddess, and she has always regarded her melanin very highly. Okay, so she wants you all to be able to appreciate the
to see
richness
it in
of
its
the tones.
truest form. Yes. And
I
right now, this is
understand.
not it. Not giving that, right? Oh, see, like there. Maybe if I sit right here, I'm gonna just be here. Nope, it moved. Anyway,
It's like, why her face so close to the
whoa.
camera? And hold on,
Nice.
before you say what you was about to say, we had to make sure y'all know that we got earrings on
Oh,
because in our
yeah.
family, you had to have earrings on or else you were mistaken for a boy. So we wanted to make sure that and mine are studs and then hers, there you go. So we had to make sure
They
y'all
just
knew that too.
influence the
Okay.
hands. They are here.
Because we do have she, her pronouns, and it's important
We do.
that
We do.
that's understood. Okay, go ahead. What you was about to say?
Oh, Jesus, help us, Lord. But yes, there are days that I feel like I see the vision, I understand it's there, and then there are days where, sweet Jesus, I'm like,
What's
why,
happening? Yeah.
why is all of this? Um, but at least now I think I'm more open to the process more and I'm not fighting it as much is really what it is. It's like I have relinquished a great amount of control where
Mm-hmm.
before I definitely operated from a space of let me see if I can predict the future. Let me see if I can look
Mm-hmm.
at all the 15 different possibilities, prepare for
Minimize the
each
damage.
one.
Yep.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So that I can feel like all right, if one of these things happens, I have a plan, Well, now it's like, I don't have a plan. I don't even know why any of this is going this way, but I'm going to step out with it. I'm going to keep going and know that something's going to work out, and really still being in awe of the ways that he shows up,
Yeah.
and if that's with other people, additional support, just I don't know, a multitude of scenarios and things that say like you're not doing this by yourself.
Mm-hmm.
If there
Mm-hmm.
was no one here, you wouldn't have made it this far, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And trying to be grateful, where before, like we talked about love and friendship and the possession of people, like having to let that go. And that makes it a lot easier as people move in and out of your life for whatever
Mm-hmm.
reason,
Mm-hmm.
just
Mm-hmm.
being thankful for that season that they were there and saying, you know what, maybe in my head, I saw this as something that was going to be long term. I thought this was someone that was going to be here forever. Um, when finding out that that's not the case, instead of having to go through a full 7-step grieving process, just
Right.
go, okay,
Right.
that just
Right.
served its purpose for whatever it was. You learned that lesson in whatever that time period was, and now it's time to move on to the next one,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and that ideally the right one, the one that's supposed to stay, the friend
Those
that's
things.
going to be around forever, whatever is going to happen. You've created that space for them to do so because maybe they both couldn't exist at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's true.
just trying to be more mindful in that. I don't know, or blow smoke up my own ass, one or the other.
No,
I don't know.
I'm following you. I'm following you with it. And what I'm wondering when you say, because I know we talked about this before about the plans and having plans versus not. Do you feel like your Amazon warehouse is shifting or are your brain people still active 24/7?
It's like I feel like we're on like a siesta. It's like we have a little, we're in a holding pattern. Like
Okay.
production isn't up and running at 100%, but there isn't like a specific production goal that says crank it out, let's go. Like I'm not furiously running now,
Uh-huh.
because it's
Uh-huh.
like maybe I'm not supposed to be applying to 20 jobs every day. Maybe I'm not supposed to be scouring the internet and everything for like people that are hiring. Maybe that's not where my attention should be. Maybe my attention is supposed to be on what brings me joy? What do I want to do? What am I good at? How do I, make that fit? What other things
Yes.
can I do
Yes.
that allow me to pay my bills and take care of
Yes.
myself, but don't take up the resources of my brain so that I
Yes.
can see what the next steps could be. So I'm
Yes.
trying to look at it that
Yes.
way now. So it feels a lot less hurried, a lot less like pressure filled, and just kind of like, well, whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen,
Yes.
like I can only do what I can do.
Yes.
So yeah, so the warehouse is a little quieter.
Okay.
But it is still strange because it's still
Mm.
like I'm supposed
I
to
feel
be
like I'm
doing
supposed to be
something.
doing
Like
something. Yep.
I'm supposed to be doing something, like
Yes.
yeah. It's like I was at a friend of mine's house yesterday, and they were like cleaning up and doing all this stuff, and I'm like, "You need help?" They're like, "No, no, just chill out. Like you're fine. Like I got it."
Yes.
And most uncomfortable thing ever. Like, because
Yes.
it's like, well, wait, if you're doing something, I need to be doing something too. Like, let me help you. Like, how can I? And they're like, no, just stop. Like, just stop. And like, I never thought of that. And in
Yeah.
the past, friends have said, like, you don't have to be doing anything.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
you just have to show up. Like, you don't need to prove
Yeah.
your worthiness through
Oh
actions.
God. Yes.
Like that's not how I want to see you. Like I want to see you relaxed and enjoying yourself and having fun. And so it was cool and interesting all at the same point. So we shall
Yeah.
see. I may
Oh my
actually,
God.
again, side note, be going back to school. So I don't know. We're thinking about this.
Okay.
But
Okay.
for social work, this is like the
Okay.
third time that I've hit this button. Like third time.
No
So I'm like,
worries.
well, maybe there
I
is
just want
something
you to
to it.
follow. I want you to follow your spirit, because I feel
I'm
like
still
you're
applying for the English teaching though too. But go ahead.
good. Because I had asked the guy. So, I guess this is news, but also I don't know. They said that that company that I sent you, there was a company that they sent me to that they said that they're gonna hire me, and I'm supposed to start next week.
Yeah.
I ain't got no paperwork, so it's
Yay!
not official yet, but unofficially, I'm supposed to like be coaching. Let me tell you a little bit about it right quick, and then I'm gonna go back to what you was talking about. Um, so it's coaching English, right? So basically
Yeah.
talking to people that are Spanish is their first language. They speak some English, but they're trying to sound like a native Spanish speaker. So as we're talk about whatever we want to talk about, and
Uh-huh.
I just correct their Spanish. So for instance, like when
See?
I'm talking to Dr. Poppy and I say, he says stomach and I say stomach, or
Oh yeah.
answer is
Right.
one that they say a lot.
Yeah.
Answer, right?
Yeah.
So I just
Right.
correct that. And then if there's like a grammar lesson that needs to be taught in it, like showing
Uh-huh.
them the grammar of it all. And then, okay, so you were saying, I said, I just got to
Right.
talk to people. Oh,
I
what?
did.
This is big for me, right? But to
That
that,
is
to your
phenomenal.
point of the releasing, right? I feel like what you're
Mhm.
describing is the process of surrendering. And I
Right.
feel like that is something that we definitely have struggled with, because we're
Mhm.
taught, like you said, we have to do something, even in our family. I know in mine, I could speak for sure. If the sun was up, you was up doing something. Wasn't no sleeping
Right.
in, wasn't no relaxing, wasn't
Right.
none of that. You are being productive and you is doing
The entire
something
time.
all the
Right.
time, right? So we didn't
Yeah.
learn how to rest. And rest is something that you learn how to do. It's something that you have to teach yourself how to do because the system is not teaching you how to do it. So what I love about
Mhm.
hearing this is I remember when I had told you, I don't have no, I just be,
Yes.
leave me the way you have me go. And you was like, I
How?
I don't know about
I
that,
don't know her. I don't know her.
right?
I told you that's when I talked to my barber and she was like, well, you don't ask how at the restaurant. Like, If you ask for a steak medium with potatoes, you just wait
Wait
because
for
you
it to
know
come
they're
to
gonna
the
bring
table.
you your medium steak with potatoes. And I
Yeah.
was like, damn, that is such a
Yeah,
wonderful
you're
way to
not
put
going back
that.
there looking through the thing like, okay, how
Can
they
I help
cutting
you?
it?
You
Like,
need to cut up some onions. You want me to like make a garlic butter? They're like, go sit down. I'm gonna
yeah,
bring it to you. Like, it's okay. It's because I definitely was struggling with like, how do I let it go? Because after you
yeah,
said, like, girl, I just say, Lord, don't make you a liar. Like the bills are due on the first. I'm gonna be on the porch, and I'm like, okay, one day when I grow up, I'm gonna reach this state of zen because I don't know how to do that. Like, so an active work in progress for that for sure.
yeah. But I love that it's a work in progress, right? Because that's the bravery I feel like of it all. And that's why I said it sounds like the process of surrendering and the process, like
Mm,
faith goes from level to level. You know what I mean?
mm-hmm.
And we say we have faith, and then
We say
we be trying to
right.
help. And God is
We be
like,
doing it.
I got this. And but then the thing that God told us to do, we don't be doing that, right? So what you said was,
Right.
I feel like right now, and I'm laughing because this is the same thing my psychologist said to me. You were like, I feel like right now I'm supposed to be finding out what brings me joy and what actually makes me happy and what I'm good at and blah, 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 right? That ain't the first time you've heard that. That is not the first time you've
Right.
heard, right?
Right.
But
Right.
because of I got to be doing something and I'm used to it looking like this and relying on my own strength and my own power and not letting God
Right.
be God, right? Now I got my hands and stuff and I'm fucking up. Be honest with you, I'm fucking up. And God is
Yeah.
like, hey, get out the kitchen.
Cut it out.
Get
Cut
out
it
the
out.
kitchen and go do what I told you to do. I told you to go sit on this here balcony and go blow some bubbles. I told you to go take a walk through the park. I told you to go hug a
Right.
tree. I told you to get some
Yeah.
plants. I told you to lose yourself in preparing different meals. I told you to do that, but
Right.
you over here doing what I'm trying to do. Go sit
You over here
down
on your
somewhere
knees.
on Indeed,
Right.
just applying the stuff. I done told you that I got it, right? So that's the conversation I be having with myself. And that's where I got to the point where I just be like, hey, you told me to do this.
Right.
I'm gonna go do what you told me to do. I'm about to go sit on my
Right.
balcony. I'm about to go kick my feet up. I had some friends that came in town this week, and
Mm.
I've had two friends come in town. I've had a friend come in town 2 weeks ago, and then I had two friends come in town this past week. And one, it was so amazing to be with people who know me already,
Mm-hmm.
because I don't feel like I have to go through this explaining justification, blah, 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 right? But
Right.
also, these friends that just left, I don't know if you can see back here on this counter, that greenery back
Uh-huh.
there. That's a whole bunch of fruit
Yes.
and stuff. Hey,
Oh.
Angel was here, and she is a pharmacist by trade. But when I tell you this girl is
Okay.
a vegan chef, I told her she's an international vegan chef. I said, put it on because you've been in here private chefing in Colombia. And I need you to put it on your
Ah.
Instagram page, ma'am, that you are an international vegan
Period.
chef. Kalanda, when I tell you I've been eating, Kalanda, the other day I ate 4 times in one
Look at
day.
you.
Yolanda, I ate breakfast, lunch, dinner, and dessert. It was all vegan. It was so good. I'm talking what we had for breakfast. We had like a breakfast scramble. So it was like mushrooms, black beans, onions, peppers, potatoes, avocados, salsa, jalapenos. That was breakfast. Lunch was black bean and plantain quesadillas. Okay.
Oh.
Dinner was curried chickpeas and rice, and dessert was a banana and Nutella crepe situation with
Uh-huh. Girl.
I was eating. Do you hear me? And what it said to me was, God will send people to you
Right.
to help you do what it is that you're supposed to do, right?
Right.
They not only that, They bought me grits. They bought me seasonings. They bought
Girl.
me some Tabitha Brown hair products. They bought me some honey pie hair products. Like, and
Yes.
then they were like, tell us what you need. Like, tell, but for me, that's such a hard question
Oh, I
because
know.
I just be like, I'm gonna figure it out. But
Yeah.
they were like, we want to be able to support you. Tell us what you make a list. We want to
Right.
be able to do what we can and for it to be meaningful and for it to be something that is gonna matter. Even my rent this month, I was like, how am I about to pay my rent? Because I did a lot of work, but then I got an email and they tell me that I'm not gonna get paid out for the invoice until the end of the month, to the
So
end of this. Hey, I got bills, right? I'm
bills are due
talking to
now.
my best friend and I was like, can I borrow and then I'll pay you back? She said, I already budgeted some money. It's in your account. Oh God. Like God will show up, but I think we have to do what he told us to do. Our part is the
Right.
part that you said. What brings me joy? What makes my spirit feel at peace and makes my spirit feel happy? What are the things that I'm naturally gifted at? What are the
Right.
things that God has told me to do to feed into me so I can be in the state of mind that I need to be in so that he can open this door? Because it's a door.
Right.
It's definitely a
Yeah.
door waiting, right? So he can open this door and I can walk through it because I've been doing the preparation already, as
Right.
opposed to being in his lane trying to
Right.
find the doors. He already got the door.
Right.
He already got the door. But we out here building, we constructing doors.
Whole
We out
house.
here, okay, and we're not a construction. We
At
ain't no
all.
carpenter, okay, like Jesus. Okay. We ain't
Amen. Jesus was
just out here measuring wrong. Okay.
all of it. All of
It's just all rigged up. And God is like, hey, remember when I had told you that and I was like, go find out. I still need you to go do that
it.
because
Yeah.
now you over here doing that. I told you to go do
You in
that.
the way.
Yeah.
See, I
Get
be
out.
leaning on the part where she's already factored in the fact that I'm a fuck up. So
Mm.
so I'm like, oh well, if that's a part of the plan, he already knew I was gonna do this. So
And also
it'd be
though,
fine.
but also he's like, and also go sit down.
He's like, you go sit down. You have to be ready for what I am trying to
Yes.
give you. And if
That
you don't do this, you won't be able to get what I have for you. So like
that
it's like constant course correct, constant course correct.
yes.
Like
Yes.
stop it. Like that's not yours. Don't fix that. Like
Yes.
I'm trying. I'm I'm
Okay.
I'm getting close to getting tired of saying I'm trying.
Yes.
So it's
That's all
like
right. It's a process. I want you to give yourself grace and space in your process because we're all in the process. You know what I mean? Like, and I still have to remind myself of that stuff. Like,
yeah,
I'm talking to you and I'm talking to us and all of that, and I'm also talking to me because I be doing this too.
right,
So I feel like the growth is in recognizing it and making the shift quickly as opposed to staying
right,
there. Like we get quicker at it. I don't think we ever stop,
right.
honestly. I don't think we ever stop being like, you don't need no help. No, you got it.
You need
All
something?
right. You
Well, I
need
just
some water.
over here.
I
I'm
just
gonna
wiped
just
this
do
counter
this.
for you, right? Yeah,
Exactly. I'm gonna
go
do this.
sit down. Go sit
Let
down.
me let me feel like I did
I'm
something.
doing something. And that's the thing. The something I'm supposed to be doing is out here on this balcony, is out there on that
Right,
deck. Let me
right,
go. That's what I'm supposed to be doing. So maybe that's
right.
how we can hold ourselves accountable to this is being like making sure that when we feel that urge to like be doing something, that we
That is
center
right.
ourselves and go back to what did God tell me to do? What brings me joy? Let's
Right.
let that be the question of
Hmm.
the next 2 weeks. What
Okay.
genuinely brings me joy?
Hmm.
What genuinely brings me joy? And I believe that those things will be presented and placed in front of us, things that maybe we had even forgotten about.
Right.
Maybe things from it could have been stuff that we used to do in childhood and put it away
Hmm.
because we put away childish things,
Childish.
meanwhile, I need to go to the park and jump off a swing or something, but from a
Right.
low level. from low because these
Yeah,
knees
not too
hurts.
high, not too high. We don't bounce no more.
Okay,
Those bones break. Like,
baby. Have you ever broken a bone?
no, thank you, Jesus. Oh my
Me
God.
neither. Me neither.
Oh.
Thank God. Oh my
Mm-mm,
goodness.
mm-mm.
So yeah, oh, this is the last thing I want to tell you before we get ready to wrap up. When you were talking about multitasking, my
Uh,
psychologist had me try something called the Pomodoro method. Have you heard of it
uh,
before?
uh. Oh,
So basically, she said it's something that she recommends to people with time management. But basically, what it is you work in like 25-minute chunks. So you do work for 25 minutes, and then you take a 10 to 15-minute break to do something different. So
uh,
how that would look for me is I say, for instance, I'm in the process of trying to clear out emails. I had kind of a
okay.
little bit had locked myself out of one of my email accounts because it's way over storage. So if y'all been trying to email me,
You didn't.
I gotta delete some things
I never
before they
got
come in. Because as I've been
it.
deleting things, more things have been coming in. I guess they're
Yeah.
kind of in like purgatory. But
Uh,
anyway, I've been trying to work on that of clearing out my inbox and like organizing myself and stuff. So what I'll do is I'll set a
right.
timer to do it for 25 minutes. And then after that 25-minute timer goes off, I set a timer for 15 minutes. In that time, I might eat. I might
Right.
put a load of laundry on. I
Uh,
might water the plants, right? Then that timer goes off. I sit down, next task, 25 minutes. I focus on that for 25 minutes. And then 10 to 15 minutes, I go do something else. And what it has done is it's made me not, because I have gotten into the habit of continuing to check email constantly. It's made me
uh-huh.
feel like it's not so much time that if something was time sensitive, that within
Hmm.
25 minutes or that 10-15 minute break, I can still get to it.
You can still
Like
get
it's
to it. Yeah.
yeah, it's not like it's been days. Like I can
Right.
say now I'm gonna check this particular email. I'm only gonna do that for 25 minutes and then I'll be done with that. But it gives me the opportunity to not feel so far behind. So I've been
Right.
working on doing that because the multitasking and trying to I be chasing squirrels like a dog, like Sarah out here. I
Oh shit.
be
Hold on.
uh-oh, she done left the baby outside, y'all. Oh God, go get the baby. Sarah out there homeless. She like my mama don't love me no more.
Oh
She
my god.
she
She's
clinking a
just standing
can
out
on the
there.
dang fence. She like, I'm just out here fighting for my life. What was she doing?
Luckily, just standing on the stairs. Bless her heart.
Oh,
And she
she was just on the
literally
stairs.
just standing there waiting because she barked earlier. It's just like a little like, hey, I'm finished, whatever I went out here to
Yeah,
do. And
yeah.
I ignored her. And then she
So I
never
say,
made
I'ma
another
just be here. She
sound.
said, my mama gonna come. She gonna come. I know she is. She'll be back.
Oh my Lord. See, and that's why I don't have children. That's
Because also I do believe that the way my absent-mindedness work, I'm forgetting somebody at school, a daycare.
oh, at
Somebody is getting forgot
somewhere,
somewhere.
anywhere. Girl.
Somebody, I done left the grocery store, the child was in the bathroom. I'm not,
Oh,
yeah, that ain't my ministry. That ain't my ministry. But
that's
yeah,
funny.
so the Pomodoro system is something you may want
Yeah,
to look
yeah.
into as
So
well.
25 minutes, 15 minutes break.
Yep. 25 minutes on, 15 minutes off. And you just kind of keep doing that. And then I know we had talked about like using songs and playlists and all
Oh,
that kind of
uh-huh.
stuff, but that's another method that she gave me. And it's been
Oh,
working out pretty well so far. So
good.
when I do it and when I do it with fidelity, I feel very, very productive.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. I
Yeah.
like that one.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
So,
We
any
did it.
closing thoughts? I know we kind of talked about Amanda Seales, but not really.
Not really.
But kind of a little. Did you have like? I know it was a lot. I know it was a lot to unpack, We could also do like a bonus episode and talk about it too, because I know it's a lot
Yeah,
and I don't want to just try to like throw it in.
turn it into like 2 seconds.
Right. So maybe we'll do that. We'll do a bonus episode,
Yeah.
talk about Amanda Seals and all of that. Anything else that you wanted to throw out, add, bubbling around in your spirit?
Bubbling around my spirit. No, I feel good. I think we covered a lot of it. I'm just, trying to stay the course, be relaxed, be open, and let it rock. Yeah, yeah. So I think I'm gonna try to take a page out of your book and go outside and frolic today. Get a
Yay!
little fun.
Where are you going? To the Jazz Fest?
I don't know. No. I know I'm gonna probably go to the cigar bar tonight.
Okay.
But during the day, I'm gonna just try to find somewhere to go get some, I don't know, nachos or something.
Yeah. Ooh, that sounds good. Because
I had some really good ones.
Cinco de Mayo.
Exactly.
Yes.
That's the plan. At least get some sun. See what happens.
I love this. I love this for you. Yeah, I think I need to do me a Mexican recipe today.
That would be good.
Mm-hmm.
I miss Mexican food. I miss real Mexican food.
I
had some really good nachos yesterday, but like just the cilantro and the onions and like give me all that. And we just don't have that here. But there is randomly this restaurant here called the Jerk House. Great oxtails, great Jamaican food, but they have this salmon taco. And when I tell you, girl, and it's like a big piece of salmon. Like from the Jamaican restaurant. Delicious. Maybe I might get that today, actually.
Phenomenal.
It is amazing.
Yeah.
But they have their oxtails are really good too, and their jerk chicken.
Yes, honey. Eat the things. So yeah, I'm trying to the friend that I was telling you about, Angel, the international vegan chef. I'm trying to get her to do a cookbook, but maybe what I could do is, because we've talked about this before too, like because Angel be saying that she don't know how to measure, like she don't want to have to measure things. She want to let the spirit guide. But I feel like we work the same way. We don't be measuring stuff. You just put some. You know what I mean?
Even if you have a recipe, you still wind up like, when have you ever put 1 clove of garlic in anything? If it asks for 1 clove of garlic, you're getting a head of garlic. Like, you're gonna get the whole bowl. I'm sorry. Like, there's garlic and I want it.
That's it. So this is what I think
she wanted.
This is what I think we can do. Maybe we can have a So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese cookbook, right? And then we get her to contribute some recipes
with the vegan options. I like it.
Because when I be hungry, I be eating. And I was eating this past baby. I was eating. Okay. So that's gonna be our plan. We're gonna work on that. Okay. And then y'all who's listening, if y'all also feel like y'all have good recipes that you would want to contribute, then y'all could reach out and y'all could tell us what they are. So you can email mindinmyblack-ass-business@gmail.com, okay, and submit your recipes. And if you don't have seasonings, it's not really, I'm sorry, if you don't have measurements, it's not so much about the measurements as it is about the ingredients, unless for real it's like, 1 can of coconut milk or something like, you know what I mean? But other than that,
if it's like a half a teaspoon of black pepper, like
some pepper. Put some pepper.
The ancestors will tell you when to stop.
That's what I think we should do. That's what I think we should do.
I like it.
Yeah. Okay. Bet. Awesome. All right, y'all. So at some point, we're gonna record up on this episode and talk about Amanda Seals and the Club Shay Shay interview, because we was messaging each other back and forth like I had to get myself together because
take a break. I had to take a break in it.
Facts.
I was
Same.
like, I'm gonna
Same.
come back.
Same.
I'm gonna come back.
Same. Same. Absolutely has to take a break. So we're going to figure out when that is, what that looks like, because it is a very, very, very important conversation. And I think it goes beyond like this is what's popular at the time. I think it's going to be a relevant conversation. So we will figure out when to do that. We are here every 2 weeks, okay, pending life events that might get in the way, but we're gonna do a better job of, if that happens, to try to plan accordingly and keep y'all up to date. If you are looking for more content, please do join the Patreon, patreon.com/minding my black ass business. That is where you are able to see these podcasts, so you don't put syrup on your grilled cheese, as well as hella other content that's going on in my world. So Minding My Black Ass Business is pretty much where you can find me and all the things. Kalonda, where do people can find you at?
Right here at the house.
I love when she says that. It makes me so happy. So Kalonda be at home, okay? And every so often I pull her into this world to come hang out with me. But y'all, the conversation doesn't stop here. Please continue sharing and commenting and telling people about this. This is the place where we have the conversations that you may have been wanting to have, but didn't have nobody to have it with. So we invite you to have them here with us. All right. So we'll be back in 2 weeks, y'all. And until then, we'll see you later. Bye.
Bye.
Hello there. Welcome to this bonus episode of So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese. This is a podcast where we talk about some things in our family. So I'm sorry, let me start over. Blooper. Welcome. No, what I was gonna say is we're two real life cousins on this podcast. My cousin is coming in just a moment. But we talk about all sorts of things that were happening in our family that we thought was like normal, such as putting syrup on your grilled cheese. And we later discovered that it was actually the family recipe of dysfunction. And we're on a mission to heal that and talk about that and learn more about ourselves and growing and healing and dealing with trauma and all of the types of situations that might be present in this stage of life. So when we're here, this is a space where we talk freely and transparently about the things that are important to us and the things that matter. So I'm going to pause here for a moment because I want to make sure that we share this everywhere, because today we're going to have a conversation centered in, hello there. How are you? You look cute.
Well, thank you, Bill.
With your shoulder out and such.
Gotta give you a shoulder moment.
Yes, I'm here for it.
Amen.
So yeah, I was just telling the people that we're about to have a conversation about neurodivergence, right? And talking about kind of centered in the Amanda Seales Club Shay Shay interview, which we know that happened a little bit ago, but it is so important. Kalonda, I was actually sitting here like, because I watched it again, right? So I keep trying to watch it with different lenses. And I watched it again and I was like, we got to take this clip by clip. Like there was just so much, especially in that first hour. So I feel like this is going to be a continuous conversation that we're going to be on, because there were just so many things.
Exactly.
Yes. Yes. So let me share on my page. So just in case anybody wants to get in here and interact with us on the live. And I was going to say today, I want us to introduce ourselves with our professional credentials, because I think that that's important. Also for people to understand, like, you know, there is this very much we're creative and free spirits and all that kind of stuff side. And also in the real world, we were like real work. Yeah, that's like impactful and such. So I was like, we've never like really shared our actual credentials. So I want us to do that today. All right, Jesus, that was like the longest process of everything. All right, I just shared on my page or made it public or whatever. Okay, so you want to start or you want me to start about what you're doing? You want me? Oh, you just took a bite of something. I blinked. I missed that. Okay. So in the real world, the professional world, what have you, the work that I do is as a school improvement specialist. I focus on school climate and culture, specifically creating culturally competent schools. I work a lot with trauma-informed practices, so understanding trauma and understanding how trauma changes our brain. I also exist in these spaces of social emotional learning and really thinking about the holistic of it all. So not just that I want this child to sit down and do math, but is this child actually capable of being able to do this math right now? What is their mental state? What have you? I also conduct professional developments both in the U.S. and abroad. I currently live in Medellin, Colombia, and I am entering into educational spaces here as well because I see that there's a need for mental health advocacy and understanding what happens with that. I also want to add on top of that, I've had a talk show for 6 years. And interviewing people is something that I have done consistently and regularly. I also, we do podcasts, right? Yeah. So I wanted to just kind of put all of that, okay, in the bubble. So hold all that. All right, now you tell the people what you do.
I've been a retail manager for over 20 years, office manager, several positions, product movement. Definitely been a part of building cultures in retail spaces that are really geared towards creating safe spaces for the employees, but also for the customers and patrons that they get their needs met. Most recently was in the dental field, working with building treatment plans and finding ways to help patients afford their treatment and be able to get that done without completely upsetting their lifestyle, but able to take care of their health. Passion of mine currently, I say currently, but it's been an underlying theme, is apparently counseling of some sort, with originally the goal being to be a high school guidance counselor, but possibly even looking at going into social work, to do licensed social work, to help with kids that need mental health rehabilitation. So that's kind of Kalonda in a nutshell. A lot of peopling is what I do. I talk to them, understand, try to match them with the services that they need, and really just leave them better than I found them in the first place.
Come on with the better than I found them. Y'all know that's the motto right there. So again, I wanted us to do that because I think sometimes people can discount what oftentimes people can discount, right? Oh, they don't know what they're talking about, blah, blah, blah. So we wanted to kind of frame that so that we can say there is some expertise here. Like, just put it out there. So I was telling you, I rewatched the interview with Amanda Seales and Club Shay Shay, and I tried this time. So let me not even go to this time, the rewatch. The first time that I watched the interview, I couldn't get through it. I had to take a break. About 30 something. At first, the first time I had a freak, I was maybe about 15 minutes in, and I was like, oh my God, like you just got this is not really happening, right?
Right.
And then I took a break. I even did an Instagram live about it. Okay. And then like had to take a nap and breathe, and like it was a lot of stuff. And then I went back and watched it, right? What was it like for you the first time that you watched it?
Very similar. I remember like yelling at the computer, at my phone. I'm like, what? Like, shut up. Like he wouldn't let her talk. It was just immediately, and you just felt it. And I did the same thing. I paused and then I messaged you because I was like, oh my God, have you seen this? Da, 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 da. And as I sent it to you, I then went to Instagram because I was taking my break. And then I saw your live. And I was like, oh, never mind. I see you saw it. I too have taken my break now. I'll let you know when I finish this. Like, right. So that definitely was my first reaction was, what is this?
Correct. What is happening? Okay. So then I watched it again. Mm-hmm. Right. Well, no. So in between watching it again, I've watched a few, not necessarily think pieces, but I have read some posts, comments, maybe seen a couple TikToks, who knows. But overwhelmingly, you know, with people understanding Amanda in it all, right? So then I was like, I feel like I'm in an echo chamber and I try not to do that. So let me try to understand what the other side of this is. And what I realized is the depth of ignorance that comes when we're talking about anything that has to do with our brain. Yeah. And when I say ignorance, I don't mean, so like in New Orleans, we would call somebody ignorant. You so ignorant, and we mean ratchet or ghetto or whatever else. I mean ignorance in the literal form of the word not knowing.
Correct.
Okay. Because words mean things. And we have talked about that. I was telling Bianca the other day, I was like, go watch our show from Sunday. Because I was like, ma'am, this is the same conversation. Words mean things. But anyway, so ignorance, the depth of not knowing, the depth of ignorance that is present in the world really allowed me to go back and view it with a different lens. So the second time that I went back and watched the interview, one, I didn't watch it. I listened to it.
Oh, okay.
And I listened to it from the lens of he is just incredibly ignorant, and not necessarily rude. And then I had a completely different reaction and response. So I'm wondering what it was like for you when you watched it again.
So when I watched it again, it's funny, I didn't get to the point of grace for him until I watched the Charles Barkley interview.
I still haven't watched that one.
So I realized he's just not good at interviewing.
Yeah.
I mean, like, aside from being argumentative and, you know, or coming off as argumentative, that's just not his bag, I don't think. Or I mean, he's done really great interviews. Obviously, we're talking about him. But it's just sometimes the structure and the follow-up, like you can tell he has very pre-planned, like, okay, I'm gonna ask this, this, and this, but then he doesn't really capture those moments where you can go in for a deeper dive and kind of explore what that is. Tell me a little bit more about that, or you know, what does that mean to you? How does that show up? Like, he doesn't do that. He'll just go to his next question. And it's like, sir, you missed a wonderful opportunity to have this conversation that this person is giving you. They're just teeing it up for you.
Alley-ooped it. But he played football. What would it be? I don't know. I actually like football, and I don't even know what that was called. It's right here. It's in the chest. It's
right off his number.
Right in between the numbers. That's what they be saying.
In the breadbasket.
And you missed it.
And I think for him, he's been very fortunate that the people that he's interviewing are like giving him, like they're trying to help him. They're trying to make it easy and like answer these questions as descriptively as possible. But I think that was kind of where I came in with grace for him, was just, so I mean, ignorant to kind of how he actually conducts the interviews.
Yes. And so when I listened to it the second time, that's what I landed at. And because I remember when I started with Beautiful Brown Girls, I did not know what the hell I was doing. I was trying to be somebody that wasn't me. Like, I really don't know. So when I go back and watch like those first interviews, probably my first 2 years, and I interviewed some people, you know, I was talking to Melissa Butler of the Lip Bar, and Tanya Rapley, My Fab Finance, and Kalila Wright, A Mess in a Bottle. Like, I'm talking to these people, but I had not yet developed my interviewing skills.
Right.
And what I think that people, the danger, if you will, in platforms, in the ability of having platforms, is that someone equates celebrity with ability to actually be a skilled interviewer, right? Now, I didn't go to school to be a journalist. I did not. But what I did do is I watched myself back, critiqued my craft so that I'm able to capture those moments, right? So it became more about the gist of what I want to get out in the main idea, as opposed to these individual questions. And I stopped like doing an interview, like, first I'm going to ask you, second I'm going to ask you. It's like, at some point I might ask you about this. How do you feel with the spirit just flowing? It's how I started doing my interviews, because I was feeling more confident in my craft. So I am able to grant Shannon Sharpe grace, and he just got started with this.
Right.
And to your point, the people that there's a skill to interviewing, and there's a skill to being interviewed. Because when you are interviewed and people ask you like a closed-ended yes or no question, like, as a skilled person who is being interviewed, you're going to answer that and add on, right? That's a skill. But sometimes if somebody asks a yes or no question, that's where they give you a yes or no answer. And then now we just sitting here looking at each other. And now we have to go to this awkward, like, so my next question is, right? So y'all have seen that. Y'all have seen people be not skilled at conducting the interview, and you've also seen people be not skilled at giving an interview. There are skills on both sides of it, right? So when I looked at it from the stance of he was just incredibly ignorant and he just didn't know anything about anything. So we're talking about he don't know nothing about interviewing. He knows nothing about neurodivergence. He knows nothing about race, as far as white supremacy culture and the systemic issues of race. Nothing, right? And all of those things were the things, and Amanda didn't get it at first. She didn't get it at first. And then it like clicked in her head, and she was like,
he just doesn't got it. Okay. Like, you're not fighting me. You just don't even know. You just
don't know. And you're not even open to knowing, because you think that you do know, but you don't even know how much you don't know, because you won't shut up so you can know.
So you can learn. Because I'll teach you. This is what I do.
Insert the misogyny, right? Like, this is what I do. And that's when she was like, you're sitting in front of an expert. I'm not just somebody who has experienced race. I'm also somebody that studies race. And I felt that so deeply. Because I'm like, the people don't understand that either. The extensive digging into systems that you do when you study race. And how world shaking it is, because it is so deeply embedded in every piece of everything that we do, that if somebody isn't there yet in understanding even what a system is, there is no way to even awaken them to understand it. I don't care what type of skin they live in.
They just don't have a reference at all to even understand it.
Correct. So that landed on me, right? Then I'm like, I saw somebody say somewhere, maybe on TikTok or something, they were like, Shannon Sharpe is an athlete in the South. He was treated basically as a house nigga, right? So he was the prized possession. So yeah, they treated you real well. So no, you don't really have an understanding of how racism might manifest systemically and all of that, because you were protected from that. That doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. And it also doesn't mean that you haven't experienced it. You just didn't know that you did. You just didn't know what to call it. So I felt her on all those things. and it's a lot. But I have some actual like things that I want to
Yes.
ask, right? Or talk about.
Right.
Because I believe the reason that we both, and the people that I saw that had the responses that they had, I believe that the reason that we felt so passionate about it is because we understand it, because we live this life.
Right.
Right. So what I wonder is, when did you start wondering if you were like neurodivergent? Like what made you start being like,
something's different?
yeah, this might be on to something.
I don't know if my brain works the same way as everybody else.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I think I didn't really know a word for it until like TikTok generation, when it diagnosed everybody. And I say everybody, but I mean, you know, just your algorithm showed up and you were like, wait a minute.
But side note though, can I just say, I don't believe that there's a such thing as neurotypical.
Right. I mean, well, because
I really don't.
We've talked about this with normal, like very subjective. What is it really? Everybody's version is a little different. Like, you're going to have a different grasp of how to move through the world just based on your experiences.
Correct.
So, absolutely. So but you know, you have to have the baseline to have the conversation, I guess.
For sure. I guess.
Uh-huh.
So you were saying.
But yeah, so I don't think I really had a word for it. And then I was just thinking, oh wow, like that sounds like me. That relates. And I'm going, well, maybe there is more to this, you know, and then looking into, you know, the ADHD, the autism scale, like who knows, you know, and then being high functioning depression, you know, like those all went into it of like, okay, well, what is all of this? How does it all correlate? You know, anxiety, all of that. And so I guess it's probably been within the last 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
I guess 3 to 4 years, I'd have to say, where it was a real, like, what is this?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I feel like it's the same, kind of around the same for me. I was trying to remember because let me say this, that I'm a teacher.
Right.
I've been in education a long time.
Yeah.
And my idea of autism has evolved so drastically over the time. Oh, so I'm sorry, it was a huge lightning bolt.
Oh, wow, I heard it.
But it's weird because
it sounded like static though. Like,
yes, that's what made me look like, what is that? But also, we don't really be getting lightning here, so this is interesting. But yeah, when I first started teaching, the autistic students were in the portal, you know, out back.
Yeah.
You know, and these were students so autism is a spectrum, y'all. Neurodivergence is a spectrum, right? And I think that we need to honor what that word means, because a spectrum means that you can, like, you know, when they say a pendulum swings, right? So you can be all the way on this side, or you could be all the way on that side, or you could be somewhere in the middle, right? So neurodivergence and autism is a spectrum. You can be anywhere up in here, right? But they had in the portables in the back, the kids that were on this side of the spectrum. So students that may have been nonverbal, or students that had issues with motor skills, or those types of things, right? So that was my understanding of autism at first, right? So then over time, friends started having children, right? And then autism awareness would come around, right? And they would be like, oh, it's Autism Awareness Month, wear blue and all that kind of stuff, right? So then I was like, oh, wow, that's really nice. You know, but I'm still thinking Special Olympics, like, you know, on this side of the spectrum, right? I remember over the course of teaching that I came across students that were labeled as having Asperger's. And I remember thinking to myself, they seem pretty normal to me. Like, you know, Okay.
That's how it usually manifested. They were super smart, did what they wanted. They just didn't want to be your friend. Like, leave them alone.
I leave me alone. I'm about to sit over here and read my book.
Right.
And or I'm about to sit here and watch the grass. Or just leave me alone. Like, and
right. Teacher's dream. Teacher's dream.
Never had a problem. Right? Student teacher conference. Hey, parent teacher conference. A's all around. Pleasure to have in class. The only time we have issues is if it's for group work.
Right.
And at that point, I just started giving them options. And cool.
Here we go.
Yeah, done with that. So over like having seen these different instances labeled as autistic, like I really was thinking about it in that context. It wasn't until it actually might have been around 2020. I met this lady at a school in Hillsborough County. I was doing some contract work, and she was the principal's secretary.
Okay.
And she was on it. You hear me? Sis knew everything that was going down with everything. She had the system. She had them people together. You hear me? She was doing them afternoon announcements, baby, rocking and rolling. Okay. I was like, I like you. You a lot, right? So then we friended each other on Facebook. And she started, I started seeing posts of from ADHD or autism or whatever. So I'm reading the post and I'm like, that definitely sounds like me, but I don't think that. Right. Okay, like, girl, that's funny, right? Then I'll share it again, right? Well, of course, the more that you share, the more the algorithm is gonna feed you, right? So now more things are coming up, and I'm like, this really,
they talking to me.
This kind of feels like me, right? So then eventually, after that happens for so long, what you go do?
Start looking.
You go start looking and you go find you a test to take.
Yeah.
Right. So then you go find the test and then you take the test and the test is like, yeah, that's what you had thought.
You're right. You get this good quiz. Right? You pass.
So you passed with flying colors, baby. You on here, baby. You on here, right? So I was getting frustrated with the lack of understanding of self-diagnosis because it's valid. Like, you live with yourself, right?
Right.
So you started asking those questions. You started doing the research, right? And then you get over there into the ADHD, ADHD, autism, TikTok, baby. You sees yourself everywhere. Okay. Because again, I don't believe that there is a neurotypical brain.
Right.
I believe that all of our brains are neurodivergent. And when you think about divergent, that has to do with diversity, right? So in this neurodivergent world, you own one side of the spectrum or not. It might not be that every single day all of these things might be happening, but it might be your one or two things where you like, hey, don't you step out that shower onto that bath mat and make it wet. And I'm like, but ain't that what bath mats is for?
That's what they do.
So that might just be your one thing, right? You might be on this side of the spectrum, whereas somebody else might have a whole bunch of things, right? But we all up on here.
Right.
We all up on here.
We're on the spectrum.
So it was frustrating me because what happens after that, then you go talk to your therapist.
Right.
And you like, hey.
Why you didn't say nothing? First off.
You saw this in the first or the second session. Sis.
Like, you
and now we had to go through all this rigmarole for me to get here to finally be able to be like, I think that
to get a virus on my computer from this ADHD quiz that you could have told me about when you knew good and damn well.
You could have just told me.
I paid you for this. I give you actual money for this.
You could have just told me, and we could have skipped all of that of me thinking, because I remember my psychologist saying to me, she was like, nothing, you are not the problem. She was like, because I kept saying, I was talking to her about how people just leave. I was like, people just evaporate from my life. Like, and it is wild because again, in not recognizing social cues,
Right.
I don't necessarily know it's the issue because you're sitting up here telling me everything is fine and everything's not fine, and then I'm looking at your body language and I'm seeing that it don't seem fine, but you tell me that it's fine. So I don't want to keep asking you, because I know if you keep asking me, I'm gonna get mad. And now I'm mad because you keep telling me I'm mad. So I don't want to keep asking, right? So then I just be like, okay, I guess everything is fine. But then here you come 2 weeks later and you got your stuff packed at the door talking about everything ain't fine.
Can't do this. Like
I
asked you.
So I was talking to my psychologist about that, right? And she was like, I need you to understand that's not about you.
Right.
She said, you expect people to be impeccable with their word. You expect them to have integrity. You expect them to have transparency and communication. You expect that they're going to use words that mean things, and they're going to use the words according to the definitions that have been established for those particular words, or make sure that you understand if you're using the word in a different context so that you're able to understand.
Right.
And everybody can't handle it. So that's why they leave. And I was like, I couldn't take it at first. At first I was like, clearly I'm the problem, sis. I done did the math and the math is mathing. It is clearly.
I am the drama. I am the drama. I am the common denominator. Like, that's what they tell you to look at. Like, it must be me. What did I do? Where does my responsibility lie? Not to say that anybody's blameless, but
right, but that's the difference is we accept the accountability for the things that, like, yes, I will give you. I definitely did that. I sure did. I said it, and that was not okay.
that was my inside voice.
I can see how we got here. You know, okay. Great, right?
But from here,
what do we do from here, right? I'm done. We've talked about it. So I was trying to understand how I needed to be different in order to keep people in my life. Is basically what I was doing, right? I was like, what do I need to fix? Because clearly I'm broken, and that's why they're leaving. Right. And she said to me, she was like, I need you to understand that what you require from people, they're not ready to do. And it wasn't until I had a conversation with somebody that I had considered to be a friend, and they said to me, listen, it's not you. Okay, I don't want to be who you want me to be right now. I'm just not trying to be that person. And therefore, I know that's who I should be, but also I ain't trying to do it. It's me. I'm the problem, and my bad. Like, it wasn't until that moment that I made that connection. So I feel like so many of us, specifically as Black women who are neurodivergent, that we have these situations where we wind up turning it inwards because we don't, who we have had to be,
right,
is not supporting who we need to be, if that makes sense.
And then even what got us here in certain cases is where we get that like turn inward. It's like, okay, I can't control anybody else. I can control myself. Right. Like that, I have 100% control over. So if I look at this problem and find a way that I'm responsible for it, then I have a way that I can fix it.
Correct.
And so correct. Your first goal, because you want to fix it, is okay, this is what I did wrong.
I can control me. I'll fix me.
I'll be better next time. I'll not speak up about that because that made you uncomfortable.
Correct.
Like, okay, cool. Or I'll make sure I ask this earlier. Or like you just start to kind of figure out how to contort yourself in order to do it. But I think it's super telling that when you had that conversation with that person, that many people are just not going to say that. They're not going to acknowledge that you're asking something of them that they are able to do, but unwilling to do.
Yeah.
And it's like, but saying that is so freeing to someone who thinks like us, because it's like, okay, I can understand that. Like, I know now that I'm not crazy. Like, I'm not asking for too much. I'm not like being unreasonable. It's just something you don't want to do. cool. I can work from a place with that. We could still be friends in a place from that, because I at least know, like, this is where you are. Okay,
Yes.
I'm gonna deal with you where you are.
Correct.
And whatever that looks like within my boundaries is what that will be. But it at least gives me an option to do that for you. The other way just leaves no room, because there's
Correct.
no conversation that's happening, and everything you're doing outside of your words is contrary, and I can see it. Like, I can see it. Makes you think
And we
crazy.
talked about on Sunday how now you just a liar. Like, nah, I just know you just a liar.
You just don't tell the truth.
You don't tell the and you don't even tell the truth to yourself. So how the hell I expect you to tell the truth to me? And you sitting here telling me that you fine and you walking around here slamming cabinets.
What did that
You got to go.
you? What did that
You a liar. You a liar.
You're clearly mad. And I used to tell people this even at work, because it's one of those places where there is that kind of barrier, of how much are you sharing of your personal life and whatever, but there are people that you see. So if something's a little bit off and you're like, hey, what's going on? Like, what's wrong? Nothing. And I would frequently say, like, you don't have to say that. Like, I can see something's wrong. Like, you can tell me I don't want to talk about it. Like, tell me you don't want to talk about it, and cool. But I just want you to know that I recognize something is going on. And if you want to talk about it, I am here. Like, but everything's fine. It's fine. Everything's like, why? You don't have to do that. No one believes it. Who's it for?
But keep in mind, and this is what I be forgetting, everybody doesn't see people, right? So a lot of people just look at people. They looked at you, they saw you clocked in and get to going, right? You took the moment to stop and see that something is happening. So if that person, they're not used to people asking them with intentionality what's going on or how you doing. How many people be all right, hey, how you doing?
And that's the general greeting here in New Orleans. How you doing?
And I hate it.
And you just walk by. How you doing? Don't even pause. Not even a stop in the step. Not listening for the answer. As a matter of fact, I'm having a craptacular day. Thank you for asking. Almost got into a car accident. Got a ticket last week. They about to turn my lights off. Like, all this stuff. And it's like, whew, I needed that. Meanwhile, you halfway down the block, because you was just saying, hey.
That's it.
I acknowledge your presence as a person on the side.
That's it. So if that's all you want to say, just say hey or say good morning. But don't ask somebody how they doing if you're not going to hold space for that, right? But we do it all the time. So then we're trained that when somebody asks us, that we just give an emotionally unintegrous, if that's the word, answer. Oh, I'm fine. Everything is fine. But no, I'm asking you with intentionality, but we are the anomaly in the things, right? And that's the thing that I kind of been like trying to wrap my mind around is, remember we had the conversation about being regular.
Yes.
Right. And you was like, you are nothing but regular. And I'm still working on accepting that. Okay. But also I want you to know that you ain't regular neither.
Oh my God.
Because we're not regular, because we have the gift of seeing and the gift of empathy and the gift of feeling energy and like all of that, we are always going to pick it up. But everybody, I'm not going to say everybody doesn't have it, because I do believe that every single person is gifted.
Know how to
they just don't acknowledge it. They don't know how to access it. They don't know what it is, right? So they've been calling it them being crazy all this time, and that's actually your gift, right? So but I want us to know, as people who recognize that we are gifted and as people who operate in our gift, we're always going to see things with a different lens and be willing to see things with a different lens.
And be willing to have the conversation about it. Because there's that level of curiosity that's there of like, I want to know. I want to know the difference. I want to understand. I want to understand.
I want to understand.
I want to understand. I want to understand, and I want to be understood.
Oh,
like those are the.
That's it.
If you could just understand where I'm coming from,
that's it.
Then I feel like that would make everything so clear. And that's like when we talked about parentheses and like
Yes.
putting in additional context. Like
Yes.
that's why everything has an asterisk and takes like a bumblebee track, because there's so much other information that goes into this answer. It's not yes or no. Like I can't tell you yes or no.
Correct.
Not in me. Not in me. There's a lot of things.
There's no way to access it, because in order for you to truly understand my yes or my no, there has to be context.
Right.
That
like
is
you gotta
added.
see how I got there.
Right. Like, and I'm working on not, remember I told you on Sunday, like I be feeling like I have to justify like my existence. I'm working on not framing it that way, like not justifying, but more I'm giving you a roadmap. And I think that I'm going to start using that language. Like this is a roadmap to understand me. And I will know whether it is important to you or not based on how you treat me. Because I'm giving you the answers to the test. I want you to be successful.
Right.
I
it's
do.
It's
open, like
all of it.
All you got to do is press play or read it, or that's it. In multiple forms. We talked about this. I done sent videos, I done sent music, I done sent articles.
All of it. Here's a meme, like whatever version you need it in.
TikToks, worksheet.
You. Quizzes, like hello.
I told Bianca on yesterday, I said, I'm going to develop a application for access. Because I told her, I said, some of the questions, what did I put on here? I said, some of the questions that we need to ask are, what do these words mean to you? Transparency, accountability, integrity. Ask, what is your relationship with words? Right? Or what else did I say? Bianca said we should add, how do you resolve conflict? When you are faced with obstacles or frustrations. Like,
I want to know what you look like angry. Like I need to know, like when you don't get your way, what does it look like?
So I told her we need to start doing this before we even, like, this is through email. You know what I mean? It's like, give me your email address. You can submit this Google form. Okay, I'll review your responses, and my people will get back to you within 3 to 5 business days. If you don't hear anything after that, that means that your application was not accepted.
Was not selected. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your time. And I wish you the best. There is someone out there for you. It is just not me. And that's in I'm talking friendships, business, partnerships, every single thing, because I'm learning that my literalness of it all is not the common of it all. And in this unmasking journey, I really have just, like, I feel like I need to be more intentional with the types, because I give people this standard level of trust. I was telling Bianca this yesterday. Like, I'm not the type of person where I start people out with a deficit. I start people out with, you get the base level, and then what you do with that, is up to you. And sometimes that might have rolled real quickly.
Right.
And then, other times it might build. But I never want to feel like I'm starting somebody out at a deficit, but I also need to control or do something about the benefits of the doubt that I give to people. Like, I just make assumptions that people view the world within this equitable way, and that is not the truth.
Right. I know that was a conversation I had with my therapist, because I trust you, like, because you have not given me a reason to not trust you. So I'm not doing anything with the intent to harm you. So I'm assuming, which is, not supposed to do that, but I'm assuming that you're not doing anything to harm me. So I'm going to deal with you wide open. Like, all right, cool. And as you show me different things, that may adjust how I allow you to access me. or what parts of my life you have access to, because you've shown that you can't be trusted with that. And that's fine. And that may still exist in other spaces, that it's perfectly okay. But I may know, you know what? I'm not talking to you about how I'm getting my hair done, because last time you told me to get a mushroom. You know, like, I don't know. You can't be trusted.
Yes.
So, like, having to identify that. But what was interesting was my therapist said that that was not how you should interact with people. She's
Really?
Like,
we should do the opposite?
She's like, that is a very childlike way of trusting. Until they're shown a reason not to. And she's like, you should have a healthy fear and a healthy, like, boundary already in place that says everybody doesn't get access to me. I don't know you. I don't owe you anything. Like, there's no reason that you should have the same amount of access to me as my friend of 15 years. And I was just like, blink, what? Because I'm like, but to me, that feels like harsh and not me.
I just told Bianca this yesterday. I was like, it feels icky in my body to like not trust people.
Right.
Yes.
Like, if I have to look at you like I can't trust you, I can't be around you.
Correct.
Because if I can't trust you with this, I don't know how far that spreads. Which sounds very opposite of what I just said, that you could still exist in those areas. But, like, depending on where that trust is, if I can't trust you, like, I can't be around you. Like, I don't want to look. And that was actually when I worked at Best Buy for years and years and years. I always worked in operations. And I loved working in operations because it was over, like, the hiring and training and orientations and seeing the light bulb moments and all the fun of the people learning the things and, like, being successful and all that good stuff. And you have the answers to the questions. Like, you're that person, you know, like, you're like the mom, whatever, not mom, but whatever. And then I switched over to, like, the product process side, which dealt more with, like, the movement of products in and out of the stores. That was no big deal. But the asset protection of it all, I had to make a switch from, let me look at all my baby birds and get them under my wing and show them how to navigate this world, to now let me look at you and figure out how you're trying to steal from me. And how do I counteract that? What do I set up to keep you from being successful in that regard? Like, and I did not like having to operate in that space. That doesn't feel good to me. And so I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. Yeah. Like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to feel like I'm working with people I can't trust, because I'm here because I enjoy what I do. And if I can't trust you, I can't enjoy what I do, because now I'm not.
I need to unpack this with my psychologist tomorrow. Because she has been saying to me, we've been talking about access. And I was telling her that, like, I feel like I'm just assessing every aspect of my life. And, you know, I'm looking at what I'm following on social media, like all sorts of things. And she was like, something I want you to start considering is how much access people have to you. So I was like, okay, girl, like, you know, it's fine. But also, I live in Columbia, like, ain't nobody here. You know what I mean? So, but there's so many ways to have access. And then I started thinking about this. I don't even remember what made me think about this with Bianca yesterday, of talking about this, like, not just giving people trust. But then what really sat with me that you said was, it's a childlike way of looking at things. And I think that there is a true innocence in the way that our brains approach people, and the way that we've had to be, because the world required us to be that way for safety. Right. Because even I was thinking about earlier stemming. Right. And stemming can look like so many things. It could look like the extreme,
Right.
over here on this side of,
The
flapping and
body shape. Right.
vocals and,
Right.
but stemming could also be how T used to rock us back and forth all the
Yep.
time. That's
And her
stemming.
little hum. Mm-hmm.
All the time, baby. T gonna get you together, baby. You gonna be good to go right here. Mhm. Yeah, baby. T got
Yep.
you, right?
He got
Like,
you, baby. Yeah.
that's stemming, right? And when I thought about it, I was like, why? Because again, the masking and unmasking of it all, right? Because I want to give grace to our ancestors in that they didn't know, and anything that looked like danger, they had to shut that shit down.
Correct.
Right. So a child who is
Doing
moving around and being a child,
You're doing
you're doing too much. You got to sit down. You got to be quiet because master
right.
gonna come, and it's a life or death situation.
Exactly. If I don't
And
nip
that has
in the bud in the house, then somebody out in the street is gonna do it, and they don't care about you.
and then you might not come home.
Exactly.
Right. So it is landing on me very heavily of how we have been conditioned to mask and to place ourselves into these boxes of acceptability or whatever it might look like
Right.
for our safety. But I think that now I'm not going to say that it's safe at all, because it's not, especially in the United States of America.
Yeah.
But I think that because there is so much more access to information, and what I love about the generation that's coming up right now, the ones I had a chance to talk to some students yesterday from St. Augustine University in North Carolina, and they're here in Medellin. So like I actually saw them in real life, right?
Real life people.
Right. And there are 2 interns that are going to stay and work with Bianca and I.
Oh,
but I was talking to them, right? I was talking to them about what I do, right? Which is a very big question, So I was trying to cliff note it as much as possible. But I mentioned neurodivergence, and I talked about like we have this podcast and all that. And one of the young ladies came up to me and she was like, I heard you say that, and I'm neurodivergent, and that connected with me. How can we remain connected?
Wow.
And I feel so proud of them because they are willing to explore their brains, and they are willing to tap into their empathy, and they have the freedom, or they're taking the freedom to do that. And it just makes me so proud to see them. But also for our generation and our parents' generation, it's a lot of work to do. I think our generation, we're starting, like there's a movement of us that is starting to do this, but it's definitely the outliers of it all.
Right. It's not
everywhere.
I had the conversation with Eric, about just saying, something about neurodivergent. And he was like, what? Like, it wasn't even a word for him. Wasn't even a word. Like, just does not exist in his circle at all. And I'm like, and it was so surprising to me because I feel it so intensely all the time. Like, that it was like, there are people who just don't even, it's not even a question. It's not a blip on the radar. Wow.
It's like either you behaving appropriately or you're not.
Right.
It's very like black and white, which is weird, Kalanda, because I used to be real black and white. I used to be really, really black and white. But that's why I be wondering, like, the stuff that I'm now, the way that my mindset is shifting. I don't know if that was ever me.
Ever really you.
You know what I mean? Like when I think about the religious programming, when I think about the types of things that were beaten out of us, or like all of that, I'm like, I don't know that I was ever that person. Because I always had questions.
Right.
I just learned not to ask them because I won't get my ass beat.
Right.
But in my brain, I had plenty of them.
To know, like, why and how? Like, if you say this, but you do that, there's no way. Those 2 things cannot coexist. And I can see that. And if me as a kid can see it, then I don't understand how but you couldn't bring that up. You couldn't even have those emotions. You couldn't display
emotions. What are those?
Anytime I talk with anybody about feelings, I'm like, sadness, I was able to own. I know you had like some issues around not being able to be, but like sadness I can have. I was able to have sadness. Anger?
Anger. You got food and you got a house.
Right.
Anger.
And like you don't have the right to that. And so now I don't know what that looks like. Like I don't know what that looks like. And it's just you don't realize the things that you put on the back burner of yourself in order to move through the world, you know,
in order to remain safe.
And with you saying like, you know, we just weren't, maybe that never was who we were. And I think after both of our kind of, I don't know what to call it, but whatever, after our things that we both were able, I think, to then truly say, you know what, it was killing me. Trying to be that person was killing me. And I was trying my best. I was trying my hardest. I wanted it to work because that is what got me accepted and loved and cared for. And it was easy on everybody. But it was killing me. And after January, it was like, okay, you can't do that anymore. Like you have to figure out what this is and really just own it, you know, and not know what you don't know and say that. Like, because when I tell you to this day, it's still, you know, what is this purpose? You know, like, what am I doing? You know, like it's got to be a reason. But I'm here. I'm still trying to figure it out. You know, but like not being so hard on myself about it. But realizing that whatever was happening before was mostly a reaction to just outer influences.
Yes. It makes me, it allows me to give myself grace. It allows me to realize that I wasn't consciously abandoning myself, but also that as a child who is thanks, StreamYard. As a child who was concerned with safety, I became who I needed to be in order to remain safe. And in this process of discovery, like I feel like I continue, and I don't think it stops. Like, you know, I think it only, because again, the more that we research and the more that we learn about brains and our own brains, and the more that we're able to honor that, I think the more that we'll dive down more rabbit holes and stuff. But it's really, I guess, you don't know what you don't know. Exactly. You know, but now that you do know, how are you holding yourself accountable and responsible for being who you actually are? Right. And what I'm trying to figure out right now is how I balance this whole access thing that we just talked about. You know, like how do I honor the core of myself that loves people and loves to help people and shows up with pure intentions, with understanding that everybody else doesn't do that. So I have to be cautious. I can't just fearlessly frolic about the world because everybody isn't of the same mindset, without becoming closed. Because I remember what that felt like I remember hosting meetings and people were crying and we'd be talking about data because I was over the department or whatever. And we'd be talking about data and they crying because their data wasn't well, which means their students didn't learn and all that kind of stuff. And I was just like, so you need to step outside because like I still need that. So,
we still gotta finish.
Like, and I still need the data. So do you have it or no? Like I'm not, and just very much don't give a damn about none of your tears, you know? And now it is so opposite where I am paying attention to everything and all that. So it's like I'm trying to find my balance in all of that, of not being so empathetic that I'm just woefully ignorant, you know, or being so closed that now I look like I'm unapproachable and, you know, all the things. You remember they used to say about me as a child, like I wouldn't go to nobody and I always had a tear and all, because y'all funny acting.
I could feel this. I knew something. These children know something.
To be true.
These children know something. All of them, when you're forcing them to go give hugs and kisses to so-and-so, and they don't want to go stay by such and such, like, oh my God, there's a reason. The part that sucks is the children, they don't have the vocabulary to say what it is.
Correct.
But it's the most innocent, pure form of recognizing
somebody energy ain't right. Yeah. So this is a journey. And we appreciate y'all for coming along on this journey with us. As we try to figure it out, because we don't know. And
I know they had that saying that it was like the behaviors that helped you survive will not serve you when it's time to thrive. Like, oh, like, okay, all right then, got it, you know.
Wow.
And so it's having to check yourself in the middle, like, okay, which version of Kalanda would have made this decision, you know, and which one aligns with where I am right now, because you're the ones that you know, like that's you don't have to think about that, you know, but just really saying, like, is this really the right way to answer that? Is that the honest way to respond to this situation? So, but I like that.
Well, all right then. So on that note, we gonna call it a day. This is gonna come back up, y'all, because we still have hella things that
we just talked about rewatching it. We didn't even.
I know we didn't even start doing clip to clip. Like there's just so much, but I also wanted people to be able to hear like our process, right, in all of this, and because I do believe that others are asking themselves questions and they're wondering, like they're like, I see myself in that too, like, and that's healthy. Like keep asking questions. And for me, it's not, this last time I said before we go, it is not for me as important to have a concrete diagnosis as it is for me to understand that my brain functions differently and how my brain functions. Right. So I'm not caught up in whether it's ADHD, autism, PTSD, depression, anxiety.
Right.
It's just all of it.
Just show me what it is and how to navigate it.
It's all of that. And this is what I need to do to make accommodations in order to be successful. And I'm taking the shame or embarrassment or whatever off of those accommodations. This is what I need to do in order to feel at peace in my body and to feel safe in my environment. And if you cannot honor that, then you are not welcome in my space.
There it is. Simple as that.
We'll be back with our next episode. So you don't put syrup on your grilled cheese on Sunday, May 19th. Please do go back to Minding My Black Ass Business on YouTube so that you can see what has led up to this. We just started this, y'all. This is the community we are building in real time. And our conversations are developing as our lives develop. So we invite y'all along for the journey. Kalanda, where do people can find you at if they're looking for you?
Right here at the house. Swabbing.
Kalanda's at the house if y'all looking for her. If you're looking for me, I'm out here-ish on the internet, Minding My Black Ass Business. Other than that, we will see y'all next time. Okay. All right. Bye, guys.
Bye.
What up? Okay, so you good over there?
Well, hello.
Hello there. We had a couple tech issues, y'all, but we here. I actually spent some time sending links out today, so that was fun.
I did that as well.
Yeah. So let me go ahead and I put it live on my page too. So I'm going to go ahead and make that public.
Girl.
And then we will get started.
Happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday. So this is what I was gonna tell you before I get started. I said, I was like, what I'm aware, right? And also I've been looking like a bum lately, so I just like not, and I don't mean like that in a self-deprecating manner. I mean that I have just woken up and been like,
Yeah.
all right, let's go do the podcast.
Well, hey, I mean, you wake up like that. That's a blessing, child.
Well, that amen, right? Speaking of
Amen.
blessings. So I had said, Kalanda always be having her shoulders out, and I need to let the people know that nice shoulders running the family. So let me go ahead on.
You better do it.
Out.
You better do it. You're like, this is what we do. This is real life.
So I was just waiting for you to get on here so I could see if your shoulders was out, and you did
and
not
in fact, you get both of them today. Which is so funny because I work at a cigar bar on the weekends sometimes, right? And so there was a guest who was like, every time I see you, you always have your shoulders out. And I was like, oh, okay. Like, it's not something I think of consciously. So I'm like, I guess I need to put that on the list of like, hey, people are checking for your shoulders, girl.
And you know what I wonder is if we could capitalize on the OnlyFans and just give them a little, you know what I mean? Because I'm all about multiple streams of income. You feel me? So I mean, they might need to get a little shoulder action.
I didn't know. I'm gonna have to put them away then. Wait a minute, these worth something. Hold on.
I know. Well, this would be the commercial, and then after this, they have to be like, so y'all have to go over to the, you know what I mean? Because you got to give them a little tease. You can't send them in there blind.
Like, this is what you can see.
All right, let me get us started. So that because girl, we got so much stuff to talk about. So let's start to catch up on you. Hey y'all, welcome to So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese. We are two real life cousins here to talk about the stuff that we thought was normal, but was actually the family recipe of dysfunction. So we're on a mission to unpack it all. We're sharing our stories, helping others find their voices when it comes to healing, when it comes to mental health. And we invite y'all along on this journey, honeys, so that you can also have some self-discovery, a little bit of healing, and a whole lot of laughter. Okay. I would just go ahead and say we are a hoot. We are an absolute hoot. Okay. I mean, a great time. We have great times individually, but the collectiveness of it, it's hilarious. So, just saying, if you ain't here, chef's kiss. Okay. So anyway, some of y'all might be like, who are you though? Right. So my name is Kim Berlin. So my name is Kimberland, right? But this is the thing, and before I tell y'all like my introduction, do my little fancy thing or whatever, I just want to say again, my name is Kimberland, and there's like these two schools of people who know me as Kimberland, and then there's a school of people who know me as Kim. And the people who know me as Kim, for some reason, don't know that my name is Kimberland, and they think that my name is Kimberly. And I am just confusion.
Where'd that come from?
I do not know who that is. So
we don't know.
I don't know. I do not know, right? But it has come to my attention, and I've had to be like, it's Kimberland. It's Kimberland.
Yeah.
So I'm saying it a few times because this is the thing. A lot of times I know when I used to have guests on the show, like you look for all their videos to see if they said their own names so that you can say it like them, right? So this is the tutorial. My name is Kimberland, all right? Kimberland, like England. Now you might ask, why do you use that, right? Because you don't say England, you say England. Now, how is it spelled? Kimberland is spelled like Timberland, but you know what people be saying? Timberland, and that is not my name.
That's not it.
Okay. So it is Kimberland, like England. All right. But here in this space, you can address me as Kim, right? So I am Kim, House of O'Neill, Jackson, and Adams. Now,
All
let me just
right.
pause right there for a second because I was redoing my Oriki.
I see.
I need to honor the totality of the totality, right? So my
Okay.
biological father's last name was O'Neill. My last name is Jackson, and then my dad, who is my stepdad, his last name is Adams, and I just feel like it just all needs to be honored. Okay, so
There
that's
you
the
go.
backstory on that. If you're looking for backstory for real, y'all go over to my website, KimberlyJackson.com. I have a blog over there where I talk about it. But anyway, so okay. My name is Kim, House of O'Neill Jackson Adams, empathetic energizer, intuitive, inspirational innovator, seer of souls who are hurting, healer of hearts, and voice to the voiceless.
All right.
I gotta
And
get us some
confetti.
air horns. I know. I gotta
I
get
got
us,
you,
girl.
babe.
We gonna upgrade. You gonna see. You gonna see. But my bad. I didn't mean for my introduction to be so long. Tell the people who you are. Tell the people who you are.
Well, I'm Kalonda Monique. Another fun, interesting spelling. I just say Kalonda like Yolanda with a K. That's not going to get it spelled right, but that'll at least get the sound together. That's really
Correct.
all that matters. I've seen it spelled with H's in it. We get C's all the time. I had somebody write Yolanda and then they put a K after it.
In a
I
random
don't
place.
help them, Lord. I'm like, this is new. This is different.
That's
Yeah, everybody's so creative. But yes, so I'm Kalonda. I am on my cell phone today, so we don't have access to all of that fun stuff.
Oh,
But
you want me? I'll introduce you, cousin. I have you. Are
girl,
you
look at
ready?
you. I'm
Are
ready.
you
Tell me about
ready?
me. Tell me about me.
I'm about to introduce my cousin, y'all. This is my real life cousin, my first best friend, my first sister. Okay. This is Kalonda House of Jackson, first of her name, assistant of entrepreneurs, beacon of banter, creator of content, dancer of dreams, excellence in oh shit, I fucked it up. Make this a blooper. God damn, I was doing so good. We gotta go back. We've got let me hold on. Let me practice this word. It's the damn alliterations. They messed
I
me
do
up.
love
Okay.
alliteration. That's my favorite.
Excellence. Enchantress. Okay, I got it. I'm ready. Okay,
Okay, here we go.
Take two. Okay. Y'all, this is my real life cousin, Kalonda. She my first best friend, my first sister. Okay. Kalonda of House Jackson, first of her name, assistant of entrepreneurs, beacon of banter, creator of content, dancer of dreams, excellence, enchantress, and New Orleans native. Let's give it up for her, y'all. Give it up for Kalonda.
Thank you, boo. You did a phenomenal job.
I had to run your back. I can't do you like that, cousin. I got to make sure you're good. Okay, I got to make sure you're good.
Good looking out, boo.
You might need to clip this one day. You know what I mean? I got to make sure that you're good. So anyway, y'all, we want to welcome you. This is what it's like with us, and today is going to be no different. All right. If you have not done so already and you are watching live, please go ahead and say hey in the comments. Let us know where you are joining us from. We are international, y'all. I actually live in Medellin, Colombia, and Kalonda stay in the U.S. Baby, like, you know, we out here. We might have to the white meat. We might have people in here from Mexico. We just never know. Okay, so y'all let us know where you are watching from so that we can shout you out. Also, we have some agreements, expectations, what have you, that we want y'all to know how to interact with us. Okay, so what y'all can expect from us is transparency, y'all. We're gonna tell you like it is. Okay, we're gonna tell you what it is and what it ain't, and if we don't know, we don't know, and we're gonna say that too. All right. All right. Now we done already covered that this is a good time. We are a hoot. Okay. So you can expect a good time, all right, from us. What we expect from you, y'all. Ask us questions, interact with us, comment, like, reaction, share, subscribe, and most of all, y'all tell people about the time that you have in here, okay? Because we got
Yeah.
people checking in, okay? So tell the people we are here to build a community. We love to have real candid conversations, and today we got some real ones that we really need to have. But before we do that, we need some things, y'all, because this morning I'm gonna tell you about my shower in a little bit, but my brain people, honey, they was getting it going. Okay, they at work today.
Yes.
All right. So I was like, we need some things. Like we need a segment. We need segment names. We need emojis. We need
Emojis.
you know what I mean? Like we gotta have those things. So hello, the people that's watching, we need y'all to help us come up with like some segment names and some emojis and all of that, right? So that means that you gotta like be here hanging out with us so that y'all could give us some suggestions and stuff. So put that in the comments. Also, and you could give some more information about this. It's come to our attention that people want to be on here as guests, is what I heard. Can you? What is happening?
So the word on the street is the people they want to be a part of it. They want to talk. They want to interact with us and have everybody see them. We would absolutely love it. It gives us fresh perspective, fresh perspective, ability to even reach a larger audience, just to kind of say, hey, how you doing? So I know I've had a few people say, hey, Kalonda, like, when you gonna get me on the show? I want to talk to y'all too. Y'all look like y'all having a lot of fun. So if it's something that you really truly want to do, again, drop down in the comments, let us know, and then you never know, you too can talk about what you put on your grilled cheese.
And that's what I was about to say. So this is the thing. We need to have some qualifications, right? Because y'all got to at least try the syrup on the grilled cheese. Okay. And y'all got to give us a real live, authentic review. Like you can't be coming on here and you ain't never tried it. Because what happens is people be knocking it and they ain't tried it. And then you tried it, then you be out here like, oh, it is a little
like I'm trying to tell you.
So y'all got to make sure that you have tried or are willing to try syrup on your grilled cheese, okay? And then also, y'all, we need y'all to be in these comments, okay? Interacting with the people, all right? So that's gonna give you bonus points, if you will. But be like, yeah, let's have some. Girl, they always be in the comments. Get them in here, right? So if that's something that you want to do, let us know in the comments, or you can email mindingmyblack-ass-business@gmail.com. The subject line, let me on there.
Yes.
That's the subject line. Okay. So if you want to come on as a guest, please be willing, ready, and able to do all those things. All right, cool. Girl, it's so much stuff.
Okay.
I don't even know where to begin. Okay. Let me see. Okay. I think I'm gonna start here because we have so many things. So we aunties, Kalonda.
It's bound to happen, Lord willing. You know.
I think that we need to accept that we are aunties. Like, and just lean into it and just be all right with it, right? Because this is the thing, this is how I realized that we are aunties. Remember I was telling you about the interns that we were gonna have, and I had went and talked to the students from St. Augustine, right? Okay, so they got started and stuff, and I forgot what it was like to be 20. Like just and not like in a not in a negative way, but I just really forgot in real life what it was like to be 20. I was reflecting on my 20s because like I was having conversations with them just about their life and like what things are like and all that kind of stuff. And I was like, I had forgot about all this stuff. Like I had almost put it out of my mind, a lot of it, like it didn't. So as they were talking, I was like, damn, that did happen. That happened to me. Wow.
like I have been through this stuff.
So I kind of just had the realization, like, I need to embrace the auntie-ness of it
Uh-huh.
all, you
Okay.
know, and use the auntie to be able to help,
Uh-huh.
right? So that the ones who are in their 20s, maybe we could save them some time, money, energy, heartache, heartbreak, and such.
Amen. I mean, I feel like we owe it to them because if there is like one that we can save from going down the unneeded beaten path, be like, we've all been down there. There's nothing there.
Nothing
Looked
says turn
like
around.
turn around, and talk about the importance of turning around. Like just because you got on the path doesn't mean you have to stay on the path. Because
Amen.
we were told like you pick a career, you pick a degree, you finish it, and then that's what you do. But that's not always who you are. And you need to know when it's time to say, you know what, that doesn't serve me. I don't want to do that. And that be okay. Because
Yes.
learning that at 24 is much better than learning that at 44, you know?
Cause I'm saying we try to hip y'all to the game. Okay. We try to hip y'all to the game. All right. So pull up a chair, honey, call your friends and be like, y'all, they hipping us to the game, right? Because this is the thing. We didn't really have growing up, like we didn't really have anybody to ask. And let me speak for me. You could, because I know your friend group, I feel like was maybe the parents were a little different, but in my life and friend group, so family and I didn't have nobody to ask. I did not know the things, like I could not have a real life conversation about real life stuff or else I would get in trouble.
Consequences. Right.
So I feel like even when I used to have my mentoring program, like I wanted to make sure that there was a safe place to ask questions because
Right.
if the people ain't talking about it, how y'all supposed to know? Huh? How y'all
Right.
supposed to know if ain't nobody talking about it? So some of the things that we need to talk about, okay? We need to have some auntie conversations, okay? Because I found out, I don't know, well, let me start here. One of the things I realized is I got to have this start the day morning routine together.
It sets the
Cause
tone.
baby, and I don't even like to call it a morning routine because it don't always happen in the morning. So I
Right.
just kind of call it a start the
But
day
like,
routine, even if it happens
yes.
at noon, right? No
Yeah.
judgment. Okay.
Still counts.
So this past week, like for various reasons, my routine has been off. And when I tell you sis ain't being able to get her life together at all whatsoever,
Uh-oh.
like
Uh-oh.
it has been so nuts. And I'll catch it like after a few days, and I'm like, I've got to get my stuff together. Like
Yeah.
I gotta get back on the horse or whatever, right?
Right.
But I have gotten to the point in life that if my morning routine or my start, whatever routine is
Uh-huh.
disrupted, it's a wrap.
Nah. That's the end of that.
It's a wrap.
Uh, so what have you found since identifying that that's an issue? Are you able to get back on, or have you found that you needed to
Yeah,
adjust
because
something
I mean,
about it?
I got the infrastructure in place.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So like I got the infrastructure in place to be able to make things happen. But what happens is sometimes I forget to do that. So for instance, all I really have to say is good morning to my Google Home, and then things
Uh-huh.
start happening. But it be to
Oh,
saying good
okay.
morning.
Uh,
I don't be
so
doing
maybe we
that
need a
every
different phrase.
I picked that one because I thought it was easy. And then I was like, because good morning could be whenever you wake up, right? Maybe it's still some judgment attached to it. I don't know.
It's just like maybe that's not it. That might not be it.
So yeah, but I
either
could get
either
go ahead.
no, you good.
No, tell me what you was gonna say.
No, I was gonna say it's either the phrase or maybe just the setup. Like maybe Google Home isn't the place to jump off for you. If saying a phrase to it in order to start it is where the hang up or bottleneck is, then maybe it lives somewhere else for you. Like it's something
Another
more
step
intuitive
one.
that you don't. Yeah. Maybe. I
Uh-huh.
don't know.
I don't know. Do you have
Yeah.
like an established start the day morning routine?
Just like I get my little notebook with my cute little to-do list when I'm home. And then I go, open the blinds, take your medicine, drink your water. I'm supposed to be adding this Pilates
Buddy.
business on here, but we're gonna see how that go.
Oh,
Because I don't really be caring. Um, yeah. What else? Like those are the staples. And then whatever I need to do for the day, I put those on there and then I do whatever my priorities are. So then I just kind of marry that with whatever's already in my calendar electronically for like actual timed events. But that's it. But it's not like set in stone. You know what I mean? Like if I don't write it on the paper, I'm still like, okay, let me open my blinds, let me take my medicine, let me like do this. Like I still have the things that I know are non-negotiables for me because if I
uh-huh.
don't do it, then my day isn't gonna go well.
Yeah.
But like that's really the basis for my start the day.
Yeah, I think I need to do the medicine first. I think that
Mm-hmm.
needs to be the first thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because I do feel better after
Mm-hmm.
that. And then it makes me want to get up.
Okay.
As opposed to just saying good morning, but I don't really want to get up. Because what it was like say good morning, then get up and take your medicine. I know this feels like it is so like
But it
inconsequential,
matters. But it
but
matters.
clearly that order ain't working. So what
Because
I'm
it
gonna
did
do,
not let you get started.
I'm gonna put that thing down, flip it and reverse it. Okay. So I'm gonna do the medicine first. And then I'm gonna do the good morning. So anyway, so once I say good morning, then there's a meditation that I do. So do you do
Uh-huh.
meditations?
So I don't do meditation, but I do listen to this prayer line that I've been following recently. And so
Okay.
I like, and it's about maybe 25 minutes. So
Okay.
I'll get up, listen to that. That's usually before I even get out of bed. So I usually just listen to that while I'm in bed. Then I get up, do
Gotcha.
the blinds, all that good stuff. But funny enough, now that you say that, I don't actually put that on the list, but I guess because I don't get to the list until after I've done that part. So
But
maybe
you
that's
need to
why
put that on the list because that's something else you got to check off
that
that
I
you've been
gotta go.
doing
Ta-da!
consistently.
Okay, for
Yes.
a side note for 2 seconds, like, do you ever
What?
just write stuff on the list that you've done already just so you can check it off? Just
Absolutely.
okay, just
All
checking.
the time. That's why I'm like, you got, girl, on my list, wake up. Like, open your eyes. Get out of the bed. Everything is on my list. I am here for, I am celebration central. Do you
There it
understand?
is.
Like,
There it is.
every step in the right direction is a step in the right direction, no matter how small. Like,
All right, all
all of
right. I
it.
hear you.
Yes. Yes.
Accomplishment. She's like, I want the credit. Check.
Yes, because I did that. And that matters because you know why? Some days I don't do that. Some days
Mm,
I don't, get up. Some days I don't
right.
get out the bed. So we need to celebrate on days that I do. Okay. But this is I know that I was gonna ask you about because so I've been listening to meditations, right? And I had
Mhm.
made this I had made like this meditation video. And y'all tell us in the comments what y'all's morning routine, start the day routine, whatever it is. If you're watching us live, if you're watching a replay, still tell us in the comments because you might help somebody else. But
Facts.
what else I see? What else I see? Did I just completely lose my whole train of thought?
Meditation.
Oh, the meditation. So I be listening to. I had made a video that's on my YouTube page. I should find a link and share it and see. But I think it would be weird for me to wake up to me. But also then I was like, it might be powerful for me to wake up to
It
me.
could be.
Like I
It's a
wonder.
it's a message from past you.
Right. So I'm like wondering about incorporating that. But usually I use this artist named Londrell.
Okay.
And Londrell is a Black man. And he does like guided meditations and such, right? He's got
Hmm.
a whole bunch of albums, all that. So when I start my day, it's a grounding meditation from Londrell that plays. But then my YouTube music will continue playing like things in that same vein.
Oh,
Okay.
uh-huh. Right.
And something that I noticed today, I don't like white people talking to me in meditation. I don't like it. I don't like anything about it. it makes me, it bothers my spirit. Like I was like, hey, you need to play something else. Like it completely took me out of it. And I don't know if I'm the
Really?
only person that this has this issue.
Is it like okay, so is it more of the tone of voice?
Yep.
Because there are some, I mean, like,
No, I haven't found it.
I said nope. I mean, but even are there other, like, if you hear other, races that are doing it,
Ethnicities or accents.
ethnicities, like, does it take
Probably
you out of
no.
it as
I
much?
don't know. I'm saying white blanket. I really am, because I don't know what these people's ethnicities are, but I know they
Right.
ain't black, because I
Gotcha.
know there's a certain richness in
Uh-huh.
our tone of voice that brings comfort for me. Like it
Gotcha.
feels familial, if you will.
Okay.
And those voices do not
Don't
feel
sound.
familial, comfortable. Like you ain't had, I don't know, but no, for me, the answer is no.
Well,
So it made me think like we need more Black
more
creators
Black
to
creators and
make
voices.
guided meditations, and that's why I had remembered that I had did one. So I was like, well,
Yeah.
maybe I should listen, like put that one out there. And then I was like, but would that be weird to listen to myself? I don't know, like I don't know, but it
Huh.
takes me out of it. When I say out, done, meditation over. I
She's
was
like, I
like,
am no longer in the right space. I am.
play something else.
Oh,
Like I
wow.
literally was like, play something else. I
Well,
don't
here's
like
the
it.
other thing too, for as far as you publishing the one that you did, maybe that one's not for you. Maybe it is for other people. You know
That's
what I
fair.
mean?
You know, this girl had reached out to me, and it might be in the comments. And this again, auntie-ness of it all. She was like, I listen to this every day. Can you turn this into a TikTok sound?
Oh, see.
Girl, thank you so much. And also, I have
Oh.
no earthly idea how to do that, baby girl. I was like, when I figure out how to do that, sure. I have
Sure.
no earthly clue, but it was the sweetest message. I don't even like,
Oh.
it's not somebody I know personally. They found it,
Yeah.
right? Because it's titled Brown Girl Meditation,
Oh,
or
okay.
I'm gonna find it, y'all. Brown Girl Meditations, affirmation, something. But it's on my YouTube page, minding my black ass business. But anyway, I forget that there are comments and stuff over there, right?
Right, right,
So I
right.
had gone and I had looked at the comments, and I saw the comment. I was like, that was so sweet. And I was like, I have no idea how to make that happen, baby girl. I barely even knows how to use the
Hey,
TikTok.
you got to get with your good girlfriend Google. She'll tell you
Well,
everything.
that's where these interns might be able to come in. Because if y'all over there,
See?
if they over there on the TikToks, baby, they could help your girl out. Because I don't
See?
really, I be doing my best. I did a get ready with me video this morning, and then I was like, I probably should have turned the camera the other way because the sun is behind me. Note to self.
She's like, oops. That's okay. That's why, like, right now I'm trying to use my hair to block out this light. So if y'all see me leaning, it's just because I can see this beaming at y'all.
Right.
But
Yeah.
you know better, you
So
do better.
that part. So that's the first thing I wanted to tell you about. But under
Yes.
this, we aunties, and maybe that's the segment. We are aunties. Like, what are the auntie things that are happening? Because it's a lot. But this the other thing. So I took a
Oh,
shower
it could
this
be an
morning.
Ask an Auntie.
Oh, that's cute.
That's
Ask the aunties.
cute.
I like it. Y'all send
That's
us y'all
cute.
questions for the Ask
Right.
the Aunties thing.
There we go. All right. Sorry.
This is how things be happening. But no, so somebody I follow, they had put on there, do you know that you can get FMLA for having a painful menstrual cycle?
I did not.
Girl, I
Really?
did not either.
That's
So
phenomenal.
I know. So I don't know how long this gonna last, because in the
Child.
United States of America, nobody
Yeah.
has control. Not nobody.
Of their,
Women don't have control
there
over
you
their
go.
own
Over
bodies.
their bodies.
But I was talking to somebody and she was like, yeah, she said, if you go to the doctor, your doctor writes a note that you have, that you
Right.
have I think it's for intermittent FMLA, I think it's called. So then that you have painful menstrual cycles that you can get days off of work. And I said, girl, I'm going to tell everybody I know.
Seriously?
And she said, that's why I posted it. She had posted on Facebook. And I was like, I'm going to tell everybody I know. So I had wanted to talk about that because my cycle has gotten ridiculous. And I'm sick of this shit. You understand me?
Tell me how you really feel.
I'm sick of it. I really am. But this is the thing. I don't know if I had told you, I didn't have a cycle for a really, really long time.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember?
Like after you started? Like after?
So I got put on the birth control at 14, I believe. Yeah. I think it was 14. So I had a cycle because I was on birth control, right? But then I had wanted to get off because I didn't ever remember to take it. To keep it real, it is only by God's design that
there's no little KJs running around.
Because let me explain to you what I cannot remember to do is take medicine.
Oh Lord!
And what I don't understand, I had actually made a TikTok about this. I said, how somebody who forget to do everything supposed to remember to take medicine to help them remember to do everything, but you can't remember nothing because you forget everything, which is why we here. Like this stupid. You setting me up for failure.
Like there's no way for me to win this. This was not designed for my success
at all. So I used to forget to take my birth control all the time. So then I was like, this is dumb. I don't want to do this anymore. Like, I'm just not going to take it. And I was celibate because I was celibate from 2012, 13 to 2019. So like
bless
7 years. So yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot that was going on. I'll tell y'all about that later. So I wasn't having the sex. I was like, why am I still having to remember to take these stupid ass pills, right? So I stopped, and then I didn't have a cycle for like almost a year, like no cycle at all. So then my doctor put me back on the pills, and she was like, so that you can have a cycle. And I was like, I kind of feel like that's not how that's supposed to work. I feel like it's probably supposed to just happen though. But this is my thing. I don't want one, but I don't want to not have one unnaturally. Like I want, if it's time for me to not have them no more, let's go ahead on and speed that clock up and let's be done. But I don't want to not have it because something is not working properly. Or I'm taking medicine to make me have a cycle. Like that just doesn't make sense to me because I'm supposed to have a cycle. My body is supposed to operate that way, right? So I took myself off the pills and I was like, I'm not doing this. Then my cycle finally came back. Okay, great. And I've had a cycle consistently since then, right? And I refuse to ever get on birth control ever again because no bueno. But this is what I'm saying. This is these cramps. I didn't have cramps. I didn't have cramps growing up. Baby, these cramps is whipping my ass. Do you understand me?
Yes, unfortunately.
Ninja warriors. And this is what I want to say. If anybody who's watching who does not own a vagina, I need you to make yourself stay here. You know why? Because y'all don't be knowing what's going on with our bodies, and you ain't got no empathy in you, and you're just sitting here just thinking that everything. Y'all need to understand that there are things that are happening. This is human, and stop being so skittish and toxic masculinity. Okay, now haven't said that.
Just haven't said that. Yes,
these cramps is whipping my ass, bro.
No, for sure. Like I don't know. I'm a fan of the no period, no cycle, whatever. When I was using the pill,
you don't care how it happened.
Please stop. Please stop. Please go away. Yeah. So just backstory. I've always known that I didn't want kids, right? So I turned 18. I was like, hey, let me call a doctor. See if they want to scoop all this out. Is there a donation process we can go about? You just let me know what I need to sign. I'm done. I don't need this. And they quickly informed me that I was not able to make that decision just yet. And that I would probably wind up having kids, and once my friends had kids, I'd want kids, and blah 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 blah. So essentially, they told me no. They're like, no doctor will do that for you. No, your insurance will absolutely not cover it. Like, you just gonna have to keep
That is
having
so
these.
wild.
You have to keep
On
having these
so many
cycles.
levels.
For so I was on the pill forever. So I quickly discovered if you just skip that last week of sugar pills,
Then you'll never have a
you just
cycle.
never have a period. Now, I was a fan of that for a very long time. I'm just
Oh,
like, just
wow.
keep taking them, just keep swimming the whole time. And I was like, this is great. Then I switched to like an implanted method, which was phenomenal, and it went away on its own. So I just didn't have them. But now I think like it's time to change that device. So they've been back. It like yeah, when I had them before, it didn't hurt. Like, it
Uh-huh.
wasn't the most comfortable thing, but it wasn't painful.
Uh-huh.
Now it's
Uh-huh.
like stop you in your tracks, like,
Yes.
whoo,
Yes.
and like breathe through it. I'm like, what the hell is this? Like, this was not always like this. So, but people don't tell you about that. We talked
I
about that
know.
before. Like, they tell you what's going to happen going into puberty, but they don't tell you what happens later.
On the
Like,
other
oh,
side.
hey, by the by, these are some things you might want to look out for. Or don't be alarmed if this
Right, when it
happens.
happens. Exactly. So that's why I'm like, if y'all feeling uncomfortable, stay anyway. Because you need to know. Like, we need to know this stuff. But this the thing. So this the thing. So so not only has my cycle, I've started having cramps, but my
Mhm.
cycle is now a full 5 days.
Yes, what the hell?
And that has never been the case either. So my cycle had gotten down to like 3 days at
Yep.
one point, right?
Yep.
And I was cool with that. I was having one, seemed like we was being real efficient. You feel me? This 5-day business is
For the
fuckery.
birds.
You understand me?
I'm
I
telling you, there's a
do
7
not.
and 10-day option. Just be aware.
No.
It's not
Let me
fun.
stop complaining about my 5 days. Again, I said that. But this is what I wanted to ask you. So I started using, not that I started, I have, all of my belongings fit in 3
Right.
suitcases in the backpack, right?
Right.
So I have been trying to be more conscious about disposable consumptions and like all that kind of stuff, right? Because I'm turning into a hippie is what I really feel like is happening, but whatever. So I have the period panties, and I thoroughly enjoy not having to worry about pads. Like I've never been a fan of tampons ever. It's just I don't like it. I get the functionality of it and I've used them if I absolutely had to, but I just don't want to have to stuff something up myself. Like just leave me alone right now. Right. Okay. So I've used pads but of course, like the whatever the chemicals are, whatever, all this that might be making the cramps worse, right? So I'm trying to figure out what the hell is going on because these cramps is whipping my ass, right? So I started using the period panties and I like them. However, I do not like I like that they're reusable, but I also don't like that they're reusable because that means I have to like immediately wash them, right? But then also, depending on how heavy things want to be, then I might have to have another method, like all of that or whatever. So, but I know people love the disc and the cup and all of that, and I just can't make myself understand. So I was wondering where you are with what you use. What menstrual products are you using? So all that to say, tell us about your menstrual business.
Yes, indeed. Yes, no. So I am not a pad girl at all. Don't like it. Well, one, your girl is usually free balling at any given moment. So pads just don't work. And even when if I am wearing something, it's usually a thong. And so pads don't work.
Yeah.
So that's just not fun for me. So I've always been a tampon girl. So that is just what works for me. It's convenient, works out phenomenally. cups, I just can't wrap my head around it and
Yeah,
take it. Not so much putting it in, but like the thought of taking it
that's
out.
the part. Yes, that's the part
No,
for me.
no. I
And
mean,
I
and
understand
power
it's
to you.
mine. I get it, like all that. I don't feel like I'm mature enough.
Nope, don't want it. No, thank you. Like, absolutely not. So yeah, and I haven't tried like the thinks and all those just to see what they
Yeah,
look like, even for like maybe sleeping. But
because that's what it
I
was. I
like to
was like,
just put on
you
it
just
and go about my business. Like,
understood. Understood. I'm trying to figure it out. Like I'm really just trying to figure out what I want this to look like because I'm over it. Like I'm really over it.
it's like 'cause I'm over it.
I really am. But having said that, so I ran across this Instagram page
Mhm.
where the creator, her name is called the Vagina Rehab Doctor.
Oh,
And she works with women who have pelvic floor trauma or
hmm,
tightness or things like that. But I'm trying to find the link. I'm gonna have to find it and put it in the comments. But she made a video the other day and talked about how to wash your vaginal area. And I was like, this what they need to be teaching in the schools.
right.
You understand? Like
Yeah,
our parents did not really have a conversation with us about these things. Like we had to
no.
figure this shit out. You
Oh
know what
yeah,
I
we had to
mean?
figure it all
So
out.
it's like we have the ability to really be able to instruct and like so the youngsters ain't out here just lost.
Girl. Because I mean, when you think about it, if you like, just even with tampons and how to use them and stuff, like my mom had that conversation. My mom's a nurse. So she like told
My
me
goodness.
just the mechanics kind of in general.
I had to
But
reach the box and I left the applicator on because I did
so
not.
that's literally what I was about to say. Like I know of a few friends of mine that in high school, whatever, like they left not even the cardboard in, and
Cardboard applicator.
I
Yep.
was like, what? What
I
now?
didn't know. I read the
Right.
box, but I didn't really know what the applicator was. But you know how it's the plunger. So I
Yeah.
took that part out. But the other part, I was like, this
Stay.
is the most uncomfortable thing I've ever felt in my life. Why would anybody want to do this? I did not know. I don't even
Yeah.
remember how I figured out that I had done
That
it wrong,
wasn't,
but I
yeah.
did not know. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, just stuff like that where it's used prevalently, obviously, but people don't have those conversations. Now, the good thing for the kids and everybody coming up behind us is there is a lot more
Right.
information
Right.
available without having to have that fear of having the actual conversation eye to eye with somebody. So I think that probably helps a little bit with information being disseminated, but yeah, it's rough. I mean, we didn't know. We didn't know. Our parents and friends weren't necessarily talking about it unless you
Right.
saw it in a movie, read it in a book. Like, good luck, because
Correct.
you
That
were
was my
definitely left
life.
to your own. Yeah.
Yeah, that was my life. I was left to my own.
Yeah.
So, in our effort to not leave folks to their own, right? What would you say thinking about your 20s, right?
Okay.
Okay.
I'm there. All right.
Because this is a theme that has kind of been coming up in this age group.
hmm
Thinking about your 20s, what would you say to your 20-year-old self about navigating friendships?
Friendship. So at 20, I think for me at 20, it was a lot easier for my friendships.
Mm,
Because I'd gotten married at 21. I had just turned
mhm,
21.
mhm.
So I mean that was a little bit different just because it wasn't, oh, let's just, it wasn't just me anymore.
Mhm, mhm.
Um, but
But maybe if even if like you could give a warning for what's ahead, right? So maybe this didn't happen in your life
yeah,
until later on.
but just
But what would
friendships
be
in
your
general.
warning that you would, yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
or
I think
advice?
especially at 20, being aware that that is a very transitional, transformative time. You're going to go through most of your changes during that decade, I feel, because you're also aware of them. In that point, like you can't, I think people tend to get a little selfish about their relationships and their friendships and what people do and how they interact. I think just having a lot more grace for what you're discovering and then also what your friends are discovering, and not being afraid to say like everything in a season. Like this person you've been friends with forever, y'all may not be able to move forward together. That path, that upcoming path, just does not look the same. It doesn't align, and there's nothing wrong with that. It does hurt. You acknowledge those feelings, but you just say, you know what, there's going to be someone on this path who is going to be able to take that journey with me, and we'll be able to support each other through whatever that looks like, without really beating yourself up or taking, like the blame, or that something's wrong if this friendship ends or if this relationship changes. So we're cool, like nothing's wrong with us, we can talk, but it's just you're not my person, you know.
Mhm.
I think that would be my biggest thing, especially for the 20s.
Yeah. I think I would say, similar to what you said, allow seasons to exist. But I
Mm,
think I would also add to that, spend more time in paying attention to how you feel around people.
yeah.
Because I feel like I spent my early years of my 20s, even into my 30s, honestly, being in situations where I honestly really didn't want to be there, but I was there because I didn't feel like you never come outside and you never do this. And it's Thanksgiving. Why you not coming over? And I really just want peace and quiet, but
Right.
I was like doing a lot of contorting to
Mm-hmm.
to make myself palatable, I feel like, for particular friends.
Mm-hmm.
And then I look back and I barely even talk to any of those people.
Right. Right.
So it's like I spent those years denying myself and not listening to what my mind, body, my emotions, my spirit, all of that. Like I was doing what I was supposed to do, or I thought I was
Mm-hmm.
supposed to do, because that's what
Right.
whoever said was what you were supposed to do. But I really didn't want to do that. And I feel like it definitely contributed to um some heartache that I didn't
Mm-hmm.
need to experience, because had I been able to be okay with myself,
Mm-hmm.
then I wouldn't have been trying to make these situations fit so I had somebody else to do something with. Because I feel
Mm-hmm.
like I didn't do a lot of things because I was like, well, I don't want to do it by myself. And, who am I want to make memories with people, or, whatever. And then if they didn't want to do it, I didn't do it. Or if they did do it and then they tainted the experience
Right.
because they were never
They
even
didn't want to
supposed to
be
be there.
there.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, so I really would say, like, spend time connecting to what you want and how you feel around these people, because
Mm-hmm.
I found out I was friends with a lot of people, but they were not friends with me. They weren't
Right.
my friend. I was there. I was an amazing friend, but they were
Right.
not my friend.
Right. No, absolutely. And I mean, I think that speaks volumes just in general to going through your 20s, just relationships in general, not necessarily even friendships, but just more paying attention to how you feel, like, and giving a voice to what those feelings are, and acknowledging, like, hey, I do need downtime. I do need this time to myself, or, you know, asking for what you need. Like, hey friend,
Hmm.
I need you to come over. Like, we don't have to do anything, but I don't want to be alone right now. Like, being
Hmm.
able to say that stuff, and finding the people that honor that, like you said, finding, the people that are your friend as
Yeah.
well, because that if they called you and said, hey, can you just come sit with me, you'd be like, all right, I'm on my way, like, not a problem. But finding the same people that will do that for you, I think, is big. um but I definitely think just giving voice and honoring your own feelings, because you're still in that kind of weird coming out of childhood and
Mm-hmm.
doing things because, you know, your parents said, or, you know, whoever your guardians were, and really just saying, okay, well, I have to do this. And then taking that same mentality and carrying that over into those new relationships.
Right.
So just being mindful of that. And that's, I think, just overarching, not just friendships, just in general. So
I agree. I agree with that. Oh, I agree with that. So I'm gonna save my last one. I want you to catch me up on what's going on in your world.
she said, don't do me. Anyway. Definitely still been, you know, looking for something to keep me like even, finding new work, have lots of different opportunities. I keep saying I'm just collecting jobs like Pokemon at this point. So that's just, but none of them are really paying me yet. So we're gonna work on that. But I have them. They are there.
The infrastructure is there.
It's there one day. So that's been good. Just trying to not be stupid out here in the dating world. You know,
I was
just
like, try not to be stupid.
girl. There's just, you know, because you believe and you want to believe in like the fairy tale of it all, and you know, oh, somebody's gonna like knock on the door and like pick me up for a date, and then we go out for dinner and have a good time, and then they drop me off at home and we say good night, and then we text each other like, oh, it was such a good time, I can't wait to do this again. Like, you know, that's what I would like to believe.
Like Bridgerton, but
You
like
know,
modern day.
but today, you know. However, what happens is people, you know, you meet somebody online on a dating app or whatever, and then you go out with them, and then they dismember you and leave your body strewn through a national park.
that escalated really quickly. I thought you were gonna be like, they're an asshole.
No. Worst case scenario at all times. You gotta be prepared. You gotta be ready. You have to be ready because it's crazy. So having those two mindsets exist in one brain is a lot. Yeah, like I went I was like, okay, I'm gonna go out, I'm gonna go on a date, right? Like I'm gonna go on a date. Met this guy. He seemed nice. I mean, you know, I don't know necessarily from the beginning that there were like, oh, all these like crazy sparks or whatever. But it's like, oh, you never know, you know, different environment. And just see what happens. What's the conversation look like, whatever. So I knew enough not to have them come pick me up from my house. So I would like my points for that. So I said, I need some points. I get it. Y'all gonna be subtracting points here in a minute. So we met at like, you know, a safe location, whatever. And then we were going on this date, and I'd asked, oh, okay, you know, well, where are we going? And he's like, oh, I'm not going to tell you. Like, it's a surprise. I'm like, oh, cool. I like surprises. Because remember, we like the Bridgerton, you know, on this side. So I'm like, surprise date. That sounds fun. So I'm like, okay, cool. So we wound up going to like a local seafood restaurant. Really nice, fun time, great food. But it was kind of awkward. Like it was a little like he wasn't really talking. He was kind of looking at his phone. I felt like I was like pulling. So I'm an only child. Girl, I'm an only child though. So I thoroughly can entertain myself. Like that's perfectly fine. We don't have to talk.
Free dinner. No worries.
You know, I'm like, if this is what you want, like, all right. I mean, I'll just sit across the table from you. That seems odd, but you know,
but I'm about to eat these shrimp. I'm finna tear these shrimp down though. Know that.
When I tell you, girl. So anyway, okay, cool. So we eat. Everything's fine. He kind of starts to warm up a little bit and like starts having conversations. Okay, cool. So then we leave dinner and he's like, oh, well, let's get like a daiquiri and then we're just going to go ride on the lake. So I'm like, all right, you know, sounds good. We go to the daiquiri shop, get our daiquiris. I'd gone to the restroom. I come back and I was just like, thank you for dinner. That was really nice. And he's like, oh, well, how appreciative are you? And I was like, I said, thank you.
Right.
Like, I thought that was the appreciation that, like, what?
With a grateful heart. Thanks so much.
You know what I'm saying? I meant that. Like, I really meant thank you for dinner. Like, it was cute. And now you're being weird. So anyway, so odd. So I'm just kind of like, okay, but it's fine. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Get our drinks. We get back in the car, drive to the lake. We're just sitting out, smoking a cigar, having a conversation. We wind up running into someone else that we knew. So we talked to them for a little while. Okay, cool. Now it's getting dark. And I'm like, all right, we can kind of wrap this up. Like, this is fine now. We've done it. And he's like, okay, we're going to go. So then he proceeds to, like, drive from one end of the lake all the way to the other
what
end
end of the lake were y'all at?
So
what end of the lake y'all started at?
So welcome to New Orleans. We were on the white side. So we were down on, like, the western side. Okay. And then... so then we went to the other, like, all the way to the other side, all the way to, like, where the little beach is. Like, yeah, all the way. I can't even tell you how long it's been since I've been down there. But anyway, so I also have a problem with driving slowly, like school zones, traffic. Like, if we're like sub 30 miles an hour. Like, it's a physical reaction. Like, my heart is beating really fast. Like, I feel uncomfortable. Like, I just don't like it. I don't know why.
So you're not cruising down the street real slow with the fellas be yelling Marrero.
Not at all.
You're not here for it.
It's not comfortable at all. Can we go 45? Like, why are we moving so slowly? So this was not a good experience.
Are there other cars too? Like, is everybody, making their laps, or is he like intentionally doing this?
I mean, it's like kind of like a Sunday cruising. So people are driving, but there's not like traffic. Like, he could have gone faster. But I'm
or also, why are we riding down the lake? Because I didn't need to do this. So can you just go ahead on and take a turn, and we just go ahead to where we need to go?
Get on the interstate and go regular speed, please and thank you. So finally we finished this, right? So I'm like, okay, cool. Now we must be going to get my car so I can leave, right? So I'm like, okay, we're driving. I'm like, this don't look right. Like, this is not it. But he's on the phone, so I'm not talking. I wasn't talking to him. And so
which is also mad weird because you're on a date. So why are you like just on the phone?
But I also feel like at this point I had already kind of curved him. So I don't know if maybe he was like, okay, cool.
Like I just took an Uber. But go ahead.
Hindsight and all. Or root cause, don't get in nobody else's car because they could dismember you. So if I had gone with that side instead of the Bridgerton,
I thought you was gonna say, because then you'll be stuck and you can't leave when you're ready to, and you're like, and then they chopped your girl, relax. Okay, go ahead. So what happened?
I'm just saying, it's the Bridgerton part of it that's fucking me up. Like, that's obviously what has me in trouble. So anyway, so I look around and I realize we're like way away from my car. Like, we're nowhere near my car. And he's like, there's another kind of park, lake area that he's like, oh, okay. So he kind of drives around there, is giving me like this tour of it or whatever. And it's now dark. So I'm like, okay, like, I'm finished now. And so he's like, oh, I have to use the restroom. I'm just going to run home real quick, right? I told you was going to be deducting points. That's why I needed my points up front. So I'm like, okay, so now.
Y'all tell us in the comments how many points Kalanda got. Somebody got to keep score. Because, my God, go ahead.
So now my brain has shifted to just survival mode.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, this is how I die. Like, this is it. Like, this is how it goes. So I'm like, okay, I'm like, I don't think I have my locations on. I don't know if anybody knows
You
where
don't, because
I
I looked at your
am.
location 360 the other day. You supposed to be in my circle, and it was like, no, that's such and I was like, that's what we're doing, huh? All right.
So I'm like, okay, for real, nobody knows where I am. I'm like, well, I'm gonna just sit in the car while he goes to the restroom, because that's what he says. And first, side note,
First of all, he's a man. You could pee on
bam,
the side of the
that's
street.
exactly what I'm about to say. I'm like, first of all, you're a dude, like, girl.
Nigga,
Anyway,
I'm ready to go home, bro. I don't. It ain't
so
nothing like being ready to go home and you can't go home.
and
I
you
don't like
can't
being
go
stuck. I don't
home.
like
I don't
being
like
stuck.
it.
I
It's an
don't like it.
awful, awful feeling. So I'm like, okay, fine. So I'm sitting in the car. He gets out the car. Then I realize, like, oh, he just thinks I'm waiting in the car for him to open the door for me. So I'm like, shit. I'm like, okay. I'm like, all right. I'm like, okay, well, I can't be too weird because I don't know. Like,
What
I still
is
need
gonna
to get to my
happen?
car. I still need to get
I'm
to my
burning some
car. So,
Palo Santo. Go ahead.
she said, yeah. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go inside. So I walk in this apartment and I'm like, I'm gonna just sit at the dining room table, because they had like the living room with everything, whatever. I was like, I'm gonna just sit at the dining room table. That way, nothing, whatever, he can go to the restroom. He goes to hand me the remote and is like, oh, here, find something to watch. And I was like,
Do he have to shit? Is that what's happening?
we're not going to be here that long. Like,
Bro,
you
you
just
better
need to
go in
use
there and make
the
it pop,
restroom
sir.
and then we're going to leave. So he goes to the bathroom, comes out of the bathroom. He's like,
How
you didn't
long you
find
took?
anything. I mean, I think he just had to pee. Like, it wasn't long. Right. Like,
You better be in there
a
with
tree.
fucking running diarrhea if you got me over here and I'm ready to go home.
Girl.
Go ahead.
So he comes out. He's like, you didn't find anything to watch. And I'm like, I need to get to my car. Like, we're not going to be here long to like watch something, right? So he like sits down. It's just, and I'm just like, okay, all right. Like, you can't make him angry. Like, I can't fight a dude, So okay. I'm like, all right, and you like just
Your
keep it
location
cute.
better be on today. You understand me?
I will turn it on. I promise I will turn it on. So we're there. He's like trying to make small talk, whatever, blah blah blah. Then I must have like looked at my watch or something. I didn't look at my watch. I think I like moved my bracelet that was like under my watch. And he's like, well, let me take you to your car.
Yes,
You
would
keep
you?
looking at your watch. And on one hand, and I say out loud, okay. Because yes, please, that is what I've wanted this whole time. And I was like, but I wasn't looking at my watch. And I'm like, and I can see what time it is on your microwave. Like, I'm not trying to be slick. Like, whatever. So we go to leave finally, right? And I'm like, okay, yay, we can leave now. So I like go to walk to the door. And then I think he like turned the light out like in his living room or whatever, so he could turn the lights off, whatever. But then he like tries to go in like to hug me and kiss me, and I'm like, no, still no, like no.
Sir, you are holding me hostage right
like,
now.
I would like to leave. I would like to go now. So we finally get to I get out of the apartment, get back in his truck. He takes me to my car. Thank God. No dismemberment. I am still here. Everything's fine. But it was just odd. So stuff like that. So like I had already gotten off the dating apps before this because I was like, you know what, this is for the birds. Like this is just crazy. Nothing people are wild, whatever. So I was like, I'm done with that. So then this happens, and I'm like, you know what? All done.
But you know what we also talked about last week is that our last show is that you said that your therapist said that we cannot just be giving people this blind portion of trust. And you did not listen to what your
well, see, that was before though, I think.
Okay.
No, I'm wrong. No, I'm wrong. She said that a long time ago. I'll take it back.
We gotta put that on. We gotta bring that. So do we need to put like
to the forefront.
we might need to put some post-it notes around the house, remind
you don't have to worry
ourselves.
about me no more, because I'm telling you right now, if they don't pop up in my living room, like just magically teleport into my living room, it's not happening.
Understood.
Well, you say that, and then you wind up meeting someone after that and going, "Oh, this is cute. Like, what's this?"
So the fairy tale starts over.
You know what I mean? Like, stupid. Deduct more points, y'all. Like, I don't know how many I have left, but it's fine. Like, I want to believe in it. I think it's out there, and I think it can happen. But
Yes.
Your
But
brain,
this is a different time, Kalanda. You just said you got married when you were 21 and
right.
you spent 20 years.
Damn near 20 years. Yeah.
Married. So you
Right.
are doing things that a 21-year-old or a 22-year-old would have done, but
I
in
sure
a
hate it for
different
y'all.
world.
I sure hate it for y'all. It is terrible.
But the gag is, as our sister Kiki Palmer would say, it don't really get no better. It don't really get no better. It really
But it
don't.
does. I think it does. I think, now see, we switched. Look,
What age?
I think it does. I mean, I definitely think it just comes to, like, again, the discernment and honoring what you feel. Like you
Yes,
said, you were like,
I
that
agree.
sounds like a Uber. Like,
Yes.
instead of me just trying to keep it cute and nice and thinking, okay, like, I just need to kind of make this all right, instead of saying, I'm not comfortable, take me to my car. Like,
Yeah.
period, point blank, I don't care how you feel about it, and I,
Yeah.
like,
Exactly.
you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, I was not there. And I think that's when we get in trouble with ourselves, by not listening to those voices and allowing that stuff to happen just to make it more comfortable for the other person, and it's just like,
So
that should not have been my concern.
I don't feel comfortable with the allowing it to happen, because I get what you're saying, but I think that you should be able to operate that way. We should be
Yes,
able to operate that
for
way,
sure.
right? So that it's not on us being stupid. It's on the fact that men are making choices to harm women and not protecting women. So we have to then be smarter than, or we have to keep ourselves safe despite that. But we should be able to be in the world and trust that somebody who asks us out on a date has intentions of getting to know us and wants to have a good time and like all of that. But like, it's the toxic masculinity of it all for me.
I just, because it makes me think of, like, the whole bear versus man thing that's going on, where it's just like, I really do think you should be able to, like you say, you should be able to expect it to be a normal, pleasant interaction. But unfortunately, we know that that's not the case, But the part that sucks about that is, then you do find something that is all of those things, safe and rewarding and comfortable and affirming and all that. And it makes you look at that sideways, because you're like, well,
what do you
when
want?
are you, you know what I'm saying? Like, when are you going to turn crazy? Like, when is this other shoe going to drop? And that just robs you of the joy and feeling in that moment and being present, because you're now like, should I be trying to protect myself? Should I be worried about this? Like, what is happening now? And it just really does remove you from it. And it's unfair to the other person, because they haven't shown you, like, they haven't shown you anything to make you think that you should feel that way. So that's why I definitely have always been in conflict with my therapist about the level of trust you're supposed to give somebody. And it's like, if you haven't given me anything to make me distrustful of you, why would I treat you that way? You know?
Mm-hmm.
And then
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't feel good when you're in your head going, okay, but
Are they
why are
trying
you
to
being
dismember
this?
me?
Right. Like, are they going to dismember me? Or then going, okay, are they going to dismember me? Let me look at everything they've shown me thus far and go, they've shown nothing that would make me think that. And then going, so why do you feel that way? Like, so why are you treating them like this? Like, fix it, you know, because this is what you've been asking for. And here it is. And now you're about to like just completely fuck it up because you're like,
Self-sabotage.
you know what I mean? And it's like, you can't do that. Like, but on the other side of that is, who wants to be hurt either? You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's just really about, you know, saying, okay, what's the joy in this moment? You know, and I think we had talked about that before too, just in general of, you know, how do you appreciate the experience for what it is? And if it turns out to not be forever, or, you know, the actual ideal or dream, like, how do you be grateful and enjoy the pieces of happiness that you found in that, and let that be good enough, you know?
Yeah.
And be happy with that, and not say that there was something inherently wrong because it wasn't this end all be all, because there were still rewarding moments there, you know? So that's kind of
yeah, I get it though. I definitely get, and I don't I don't necessarily know that answer. I'm also working on that of like when it's okay to trust what I'm seeing. I don't know. I feel like I also am like constantly trying to check that, because again, we talked about this before too. People don't be meaning what they say. So then I feel like I have to compensate for that, you know? So it's like, it's a lot, but I'm trying to do my best to just, take moments individually because I do a lot. I'm Bridgerton too. Like I was, you know, making fun, but I definitely am Bridgerton as well. And I'm amazed that I'm Bridgerton because I done been through some craziness. But I'm trying to take moments individually instead of the romanticizing and forecasting. Right. So it's like if I go, for instance, I didn't go, but I wanted to go to see the bees yesterday. There was a bee exhibit here in Medellin, and honey and all that kind of stuff. And I was like, that sounds interesting and different. But just enjoy it for the sake of enjoying it, as opposed to being like, oh my God, this was so awesome. And also next time, right? Which is a lot of times where I can go. So I'm trying to be much more intentional in taking those individual moments and honoring the individual moments. I don't yet know how to cut off the forecasting. And I don't just do it in romantic relationships. I do it
in
period.
life.
Like just So like I'm trying to be more present in now and just accepting now instead of either getting anxious about the future or like painting a whole movie, because I done wrote a whole movie. Like, I need you to know, you done told me something and a
Like
whole movie has been
I'm
written.
gone.
It's chapter,
I'm on
like
my way.
and it's amazing. It is amazing if you will just get on this bus and we go, right?
If you just read these lines, it's gonna be phenomenal. I
It will be.
promise.
So just play your part. Like,
But that's the part they don't know. We didn't give them the script, so they have no idea, and they be off script the whole time.
That's what I was about to say. But when they have the script, they still ain't reading the script and scripting right. But no, I think it's fair though to. I think the grace for you too comes in honoring what your like dating life, you know, has looked like as well, because you're kind of flipped.
Right.
But also in that, I don't know. I don't know how to just accept, like, I see what I'm seeing, and like you said, this is what I prayed for, and let me just be all right with that, because I feel like things will get snatched away. That's how I feel. Like things will get snatched away, or that they just wake up one day and leave. Like, so that's
Right.
I noticed that I already know how to feel and read energy, but when I feel those shifts in that energy, bro, you ain't got to do all this. You could just say you through. Like, we
Just
ain't
tell
got to,
me. Right. Like, it's okay. It's okay.
because I don't
But
like having to do jigsaw puzzles and solve riddles and like all that kind of stuff. And that's what I feel. Unfortunately, emotional intelligence, and not just in bodies that consider themselves male, but just in people, it's not common. It ain't.
no, it's
So
not.
I feel like more often than not, I am more aware in many ways, and also trying to extend grace. But that grace extension often has led to me in the past of ignoring what I feel, because I'm so busy trying to explain why you're being inconsistent or whatever is happening. And I just feel like at this point, that's fine. I don't even need your participation at this point. Like, because you're not being emotionally integrous. So
Right.
I'll make the decision.
So then I guess this is where I have gotten, because the forecasting is a big thing. Forecasting, and we talked about asterisks last time of like, I'm gonna give you a rundown of all the reasons you should not want to be with me, or at least give you all the options of like, hey, this is what this
Things that
is,
may give you
and
pause.
then you can decide if you're willing to go with that. So we can figure this out now. You know what I mean? But what I am trying to work on and being more intentional about is, instead of me writing the script and saying, oh, they were a little off or that response seemed a bit weird, really making myself ask the question, instead of just going with it. Because
yeah.
I will normally just go with it, come up with my own conclusion, and then my reaction will be based off of that.
Gotcha.
Instead of finding out, like, oh, I noticed you were a bit distant yesterday. Is something going on? And giving them an opportunity to say, oh, well, yeah, it was just a lot of shit with blah, 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 whatever. Or, well, I felt a certain kind of way because of how you responded to this, so I just needed some time, or whatever it was. And let the reaction be based on fact, and not what I've just concocted in my head based on previous experiences.
Absolutely.
So I think that's where the work is, on like saying, okay, well, what happened with this? Or even just honoring like, oh, well, I moved that way because I thought you were saying this. And, I just want to clarify, like, I wasn't just running away. This is what I thought I got from you. Was that correct? So even though that's not in the moment, it's better than what I had been doing. You know what I mean? Like,
absolutely.
baby steps.
Yes.
So just trying to like start there to like remove my narrative that I've created and really actually involve this other person and be like, okay, well, what was that? Or can you help me understand? Or, hey, this is what I thought. Was that correct? Or whatever. So that's what I'm hoping helps. And then I can be present and enjoy whatever's happening. Also, at the same time, it just feels weird and irresponsible to not forecast, because it's like, how can you be prepared if you don't know that this is something that's coming, and I like to be prepared for things.
Can you shorten your forecast, like, so like maybe shorten it to a week as opposed to 10 years,
the rest of my life.
Like, yeah.
I could probably work on it, I'm sure.
Just start scaling it back, little bit by little bit.
being intentional, I think whatever you put your mind to, whatever you set your intention on will work. Because like I said, like I didn't think about that before. I never was like, well, let me just ask, are you mad at me? You know what I mean? Or like, let me just say, like, hey, I left because I felt this, you know? And it's like, I would just run with whatever, be like, oh, this is what's happening, this is what it feels like, this is what's going on, and just let that be the narrative, you know, and everybody deal with whatever. Now, if they didn't ask me specifically, like, oh, what happened, then I'm gonna just go with I was right and keep it pushing.
Wow. Okay. No, I'm the clarification queen. I'm gonna ask for clarification. I'm going to bring like quotes and receipts and all of that. The issue that I run into is I'm asking for clarification, but your words, you saying everything is fine, but your words and your actions ain't matching. Because I'm gonna ask the question. I'm going, because I want to make sure that I gave you an opportunity to say what is happening before I make a decision. I've really, really, really been training myself not to make assumptions, because I used to do the same thing. And then I was like, this is driving me crazy and I don't want to do this. So I started like retraining myself to actually ask. But the issue I run into is when that clarification is sought is either seen as an attack or some type of, which I don't understand. I'm just trying to understand.
Like, I'm just trying to legitimately
understand. I just trying to understand, right? Or they choose not to answer me, ignore me, and that just pisses me off to the high heavens if you just don't, right? So, or they don't have the ability, capability, capacity, whatever, insert word here, at the time to communicate. And instead of saying, I'm unable to communicate right now, or I really don't know, I need to spend some time, we need to circle back, blah, 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 whatever. You give me a false answer or you don't answer me. Well, now I'm done. Now I'm done. But I'm going to ask for that clarification.
Yeah.
From top to bottom.
I take their actions as the
as what it is. And but you know,
that's what you did.
Yeah.
And I feel like then if I'm asking, now I have to decipher, is that what you really meant? Because what you did is very different from what you're saying.
That's fair though. That's fair.
But is it?
But it is, because your actions speak louder than words, right? So if your actions are showing me something and those actions don't align, then I should be honoring the actions that you are doing, not what you are saying or your justification of said action. Because my grace that I'm extending is that you are operating out of in a survival mode. Your brain done went into trauma mode. You operating out of your amygdala right now. You're not rational. Right. So I'm giving you that. So I'm just like, I try not to interpret it. I'd be like, I don't know what this means, but I noticed that you haven't answered my question. So I don't know if you're ignoring me. I don't know if you don't have an answer. I don't know what you're doing, but I noticed that you didn't answer my question. Whereas it sounds like for you, you're like, you didn't answer my question. So what? What would you say?
Well, I wouldn't have asked the question. That's the thing. I didn't even ask the question. You did whatever you did that sent my spidey senses off. And I reacted off of that and
decided that you're safe or unsafe.
Said, oh, okay, like, well, this is what my next step needs to be because that's what you did. But you know, you still also you want to extend the grace of, maybe I perceived that wrong. You know, like you didn't realize that that's how I would take you doing that. You know?
Because I'm seeing it through my own filter and life experience.
Lens. Exactly. Exactly. So, you know.
So both, it sounds like. But what that look like?
What that do? I mean, now for me, it's the asking the question. I'm at least getting to the point now where I'm like, you know what? You probably need to just ask the question. Yeah. And then you can make the decision based on what you saw and what you've heard and then go from there, you know, and you can have the honest conversation and say, okay, I hear you saying this. This is how I interpreted what you did. And there seems to be a disconnect there. So how do we, you know, going forward, not have to have this same conversation or, you know, whatever. And I'm not saying that it's automatically on the other person. Like it may be something where like, oh girl, everybody is not trying to dismember you. Like you are relax. Exactly. Relax. Just relax. So, you know, just being open to that. And instead of just letting the anxiety, the fear, the past, all that stuff dictate how I show up today. You know, and leave room for me to say, you might be wrong. Like you may have just completely seen that different. And that's not what they said. You done packed up your little bag and you done moved across the country, and it was not even that serious.
It wasn't like even that. If you would have asked the question, then you would have known. I've definitely said that before. Like if you would have just asked, then you could have saved yourself a whole lot of heartache
of everything.
Because I would have just told you. Yeah. Correct. Interesting. So I think my homework in that then is to honor the actions and not necessarily stop being so empathetic. Give the empathy, but also honor the actions and stop allowing the empathy to
override.
Correct. I think that's my well, all right. Well, that was a nice discussion there.
A little trip.
Yeah, I enjoyed that. So we still need to, we're not doing it today though, but we need to talk about this Cassie
I know, my God.
video and the things that are surrounding that, and that can go so many places. I don't want to make sure that we give that its due time without feeling like we are rushing. So we will we will figure out when we're going to do a bonus episode, y'all, and we'll let y'all know, and then that will be our specific subject that we'll be talking about is the video that has come out with Diddy, but the whole situation of it all, because the I've been staying off the internet because now that I saw people, it is sending me. You understand me? Sending me.
And
so I
out
was
in droves.
I turned my phone off yesterday. I turned my phone off. I put it on Do Not Disturb. I was like, I can't do this because I'm going to be angry. And I have to, for those of you that are like, why are you so angry? I am an abuse survivor. I was in an abusive relationship. Technically, the actual relationship was 7 years, but then it took me another 6 years to get completely free and have the last interaction with that person. So it is something that I take very, very seriously and very personally. So we need to talk about that and unpack that and all that kind of stuff. So we're gonna have to coordinate our calendars. And figure out when we can do that. So just a couple reminders, y'all, before we wrap up. Thank y'all for rocking with us and all the things. Please make sure that you like, that you subscribe to the page, Minding My Black Ass Business, that you share, that you tell people. If you got something out of this, put it in the comments for us. Like, what did you get out of this time? We talked about a whole lot of stuff. So tell us in the comments, though. It's helpful for us because it will help us to know where to clip things so that we can share it. It'll also help us to know any conversations that we might need to further continue because there's so much, like it's a lot. So please do let us know that in the comments. What are the things that resonated with you? Also, keep in mind, we are looking for segment names. We came up with one at Asking Auntie or something we said, but something regarding to being aunties. But y'all give us, we don't want to color your creativity, okay? But give us some segment names and let us know like what comes to your mind, and we'll kick those around and all that kind of stuff. And also we need some emojis, y'all. Yes. So if you can think of emojis that would be great for our show. And this is so that when you see us out here in other places in the universe or on other podcasts and all that kind of stuff, that we'll know that you came from this community right here. You feel me?
That's it.
So
That's it.
we want to have an emoji here in this community. And if you are saying to yourself, I got something I want to say about all this, I want to be a guest up on there.
Yes.
Please do either let us know in the comments or email us at mindingmyblackassbusiness@gmail.com with the subject line, let me on there. Okay. And that's how we're going to know that you all are wanting to be guests and come and have this conversation with us. Kalonda, where can the people find you after this?
Girl, at the house. Right here.
I done told y'all they're going to have to show up in my living room.
In my living room. Teleport.
So Kalonda will be over there at the house. If you're looking for me, Minding My Black Ass Business on all platforms, or KimberlynJackson.com or Kimberlyn J over on Instagram, and also on Patreon, Minding My Black Ass Business. That's where you can find blog posts. And we're going to have some more of these dating conversations, but they're going to have to live over there on the Patreon because it's a lot. We talked yesterday, and I was like, girl, let me tell you this, because I can't tell you on live, girl. You remember. So we want to have those conversations, right? But we can't do that out here in the general public. So that's going to be on the Patreon. So again, if you're looking for that kind of content or whatever, please do go over to patreon.com/mindingmyblackassbusiness. Again, we're going to let you know when our bonus episode is going to be, when we're going to discuss Diddy and Cassie. And then other than that, we'll be back 2 Sundays from now. So that's June, is it the 3rd? It's right for your birthday.
For my birthday.
So we gonna have a birthday party next time. Yeah. All right, y'all. We finna go. So y'all enjoy, be cool, share, do something that brings you joy today. We didn't get a chance to talk
about our joy, but it's that.
Do something today that brings you joy, and then let us know in the comments what you did. All right, y'all. We'll see y'all next time.
Bye.
You know what's so funny? I needed that so badly. And I just...
You are welcome.
I really needed that. You know, I was just sitting here and I was reading through, our opening and stuff.
Yes.
And I was like, I said to myself, we, always hone in on the humor, of it all. And then I was like, I don't know that it's going to be too many funny things tonight, right? So I was like lost in that thought and very much like focused, brain people on high alert, like, come on, let's get ready.
Right.
And then to see you. So I want you to tell everybody what just happened so they can understand why I needed that for real.
So we were getting ready, prepping, doing all the things, getting all the technical stuff set up so we could be here for you tonight. And I needed to step off camera for a moment before we got started. And so I'm doing all that. I give Sarah her treat of ice because she likes ice and we think it's a game.
Make sure they know who Sarah is.
Sarah is our third co-host, basically. Sometimes she makes an appearance, if only an audible one. Sometimes you'll just hear her tap dancing in the back, like right now. But every once in a while, she has a speaking role and she'll let you know when the show is over. But she also likes treats, obviously. She's a dog, but I'm Black, so her treats are ice. So she heard the ice machine because I went to go make a drink. Well, I'm making the drink as the minutes are counting down to the start of the show. And I come sliding into the frame at like 10 seconds to go time.
But not even the minutes, though. It was seconds, right? So you got up at like
1 minute and 18 seconds.
So all I'm hearing is, I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. So I'm like, what is she doing? I'm like, is she about to make a drink? Like, what is happening? And then you just slid back in. It was like, 11 seconds. I am here.
I'm committed. I was like, how fast can I make a drink? A minute 18 sounds like more than enough time.
Oh my God.
If I didn't have to have crushed ice, it would have been faster.
Oh my
That's what
God, that
slowed me
was
down.
so funny. But no, I needed that because I was very much over here in my head, and I needed that moment to laugh. So
I got you.
woo, child. Okay, I want to make sure that I share this on Facebook and places and sending links and all that kind of stuff before we do like our official like get the show started. But I also want to say that tonight's show episode, what have you, is not really about formalities.
Right.
It's really a conversation, right? So also like we about to have a conversation. And Sarah may chime in from time to time with the amen squad. So y'all get this A and B selection from Sarah right quick so I could share this on my Facebook. Okay. All right.
Yes, it did.
Oh my goodness, that was so funny. I haven't laughed that hard in a minute.
I'm happy I could be of service. I know it's a serious topic.
It is.
Triggering.
It really
So
is.
You know, any moments of levity that we can find in there.
Yes.
Welcome.
And to that, all the trigger warnings that we can place, definitely understand if you have to tap out from time to time or what have you. But this is a safe space that we are creating here tonight to have a conversation about what has come to more public knowledge regarding Cassie and her relationship with Sean Diddy Combs. So if you are not in a space to have that conversation, or you're not in a space to hear that conversation, we take no offense of you saying that. So what I would just ask is, if you got a piece out, y'all send us some love in the comments, and we want you to make sure that you prioritize your mental, emotional, spiritual well-being as you are here. Having said that, if you are in a space to be in this space and have the capacity to hold space for us in this conversation, as well as anybody else who might show up in this space who is a survivor of domestic violence or anything that may have been categorized in a different way, but a survivor of traumatic instances or abuse or anything of that nature. If you have the space to hold space for those people, we ask you to remain because your support is needed and felt and heard. So having said that, some of the ways that you can show support is by clicking the reactions, right? That's an easy way to just tap buttons, and that lets us know that you're hearing us, you're with us, and such. Also by comments in the chat, and for those comments to be your actual words of support. We appreciate that as well. So all of that counts as a way to show us that you are here and show us that you are ready to receive and like I said, hold space. Okay. So having said that, what are y'all watching? Who are we? Like, what's going on here? So welcome to So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese. This is a podcast where we are two real life cousins, and in this space we talk about things that we thought was normal in our family, and then we realized that it was actually family dysfunction. So we decided to start a podcast so that we could unpack it all and share our stories and help other people find their voices when it comes to healing, and especially when it comes to mental health. So in this space, we invite you to come along, and this journey, we're on a journey of self-discovery, and usually a whole lot of laughter, which is why if you go back to the beginning of this episode, we had a moment that I just absolutely needed, and that just always seems to show up. So we do try to find something funny in all of the craziness, and bringing you along to also maybe get some healing. So my name is Kim, and my name is Kim today.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Same. I am of the same mind. Oh wow.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. My name is Kim.
Yeah.
I am a survivor of domestic violence. And I talk about it. I started talking about it probably in 2017, 2018. And sometimes I talk about it like it's not me, like it's somebody else's story. And then other times I actually talk about it as if it is me. I don't know which version of that is really going to show up tonight, but this topic is really, really, really important to me because I feel like a lot of people judge, and there's a shroud of shame, that an embarrassment, and stuff that surrounds like telling your story. And I decided that I would volunteer my face as somebody who would talk about it, because I don't look like whatever the hell that looks like, somebody who has lived through this. So that's me. And that is why I am here.
Well, I definitely thank you for sharing your story and the strength it takes to say that, and I know that it differs from day to day, so I'm glad that today lined up with one that it did feel good and appropriate for you to do so.
Yes.
So
Yes.
appreciate that. I am Kalonda, Kim's cousin in real life. That's my boo. So luckily, and I do say luckily because there are so many women that have had to live through and are currently enduring domestic violence. And it's not always physical. We all know there's definitely mental, emotional, and financial abuse that happens as well. So just making sure that today, as Kim said earlier, just that we hold space for those feelings for those people. It's very easy to stand outside and say, oh, well, I would have, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, until it happens to you, you really have no idea what you would do. And certain things may sound easy, but it's easier said than done. And that's a saying for a reason. So I am just here to help further this conversation today. And just really
Can you take that just back that you just put out there? Thanks.
Oh, spicy.
I was gonna let you, and then I said no.
She's like, I'm not. Oh, and the look. I'm here to help further the conversation. But yes, and to be a part of that, and to really see where that goes. And please, as you guys are listening, if there's questions, things you'd like to share, please put them in the comments. We definitely want to hear from you. And I know that today the conversation isn't easy, but it's definitely much needed. And we can still have it without, it carrying all the weight that it does carry sometimes.
Yeah. So, where do we even begin?
Girl, I swear it happened right after we got off the show.
Like,
Mm-hmm.
I feel, or I just remember seeing it.
The apology happened right after we got off
Yes,
the show.
that's what it was. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You're right, because I was at lunch when I saw the video for the first time. And do you want to talk about that? Do you want to start there of where the video kind of?
So let's actually start at I'm not a lawyer, but who is where I get my news from.
Okay.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I'm lying. I don't want to start there. You know where I want to start
Tell
from?
me. Tell me.
I want to start from, was it called Making the Band?
Yes.
Was that the name of it?
Yes, the cheesecake.
That is where I said something ain't right about this dude. When he made those kids walk to, and I had no concept, I had never been to New York, of how far Junior's was from wherever was, but the kids seemed rather outraged about it. So I was like, they must be mad far, right? Or I don't know what the what comes after mad, brick far, if that's just for cold. But anyway, I gotta brush up on my New York lingo.
On your New York lingo.
When I saw that, and I don't even remember what year that was.
Oh God.
But I was like, something ain't right with him. And I could never really like get into him. Recently, someone was like, oh yeah, you ain't never heard Diddy Dirty Money. And I was like, I don't even know what that is. And also no, right? So they were like, oh man, it's the thing. And I was like, okay, but also, so send me your favorite song, like send me the best song and let me give it a go. I couldn't take it seriously because the whole time, like, I don't even know who's in the group and ain't in the group, but the whole time you just hear him in the back. Yeah. Just creeper mode. Like, I just could never. Could never. So that's my like background with him. So this is coming from, and I guess this was a good place to start because this is coming from someone who has never really been a fan of this man, or like not, yes, the artist, like I liked Biggie and I liked Total and Faith and, you know, the whole Bad Boy Entertainment 90s R&B era.
The movement. Yeah. It was
appreciated that. But him as a person, I ain't never been a fan of this man, you know. So I think that's important for me to say, because that's the angle I'm also coming from. Okay.
Right. Yeah. I mean, for me, it was more, I mean, I definitely watched, you know, the Making the Bands and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, it was entertainment for what it was. And I think it wasn't until maybe more recently that I was just like, okay, he's an interesting character. But I mean, you've always heard or kind of got the feeling that his passion and need for control really surpassed the studio and reached into his personal life. And then there were just, you know, there's always been so many stories circulating around him and like suppositions of what he was involved in or what he wasn't, and how it, you know, ties into the hip hop community, but you never really got a sense of what was true or not. So because he also played, it's weird to say he played a background role because he is such a big person, but he wasn't like the front face of the music is I guess what I'm saying.
Right.
So it was easier to kind of just, you know,
let him, because he's the producer. His hands is all on it, but he's not the face of it.
But he's not the face of it. You know what I mean? So it's kind of easy to allow him to kind of just exist in the background. But now that a lot of this has happened, you know, when you really think of how he is just the face of everything. I mean, you look at Sean John, you look at Ciroc, you look at DeLeon, you look at all of these brands that he's the face of, you look at the careers that he's influenced, you know, even just him as like a host for different parties, different awards, different shows, like his presence is huge, you know. And we talked about, we didn't talk, but just talking about even when the allegations and everything first came out with Cassie's lawsuit, you know, in the beginning, it was, I found myself on the fence because, you know,
Really?
because when stuff first comes out, you're like, what does this look like? What's going to happen? And I knew immediately, either way, as soon as she filed the lawsuit, I had even said, I was like, he's never going to be the same, guilty or not. Like, even if he is innocent, just the fact that someone has said this about him with this amount of detail, with this amount of description of like, because what she put in her statement was alarming. I mean, it's frightening to think that someone lived through this, you know? And so it's like, okay, even if it's not true, like, let's just say she got up one day and decided she wanted to be a Pulitzer Prize winning white writer and just make up this lie, like, there's nothing that's going to ever be able to walk back this allegation because it's out there. You know what I mean? And so then I'm like, if it is true, I'm like, why didn't you just pay her? Like, you know what happened in y'all's relationship outside of everything between you, her, and God. You know what happened. So when she came to you and said, look, my nigga, I need some money. If that's how she came to you, you know, however that conversation looked like,
you should have just did it.
You should have gave it to her.
But you're arrogant.
And that's my thing with him, is that paints the picture of how bad it was and how much he's been able to get away with in his career. Because he felt like, knowing there is possibly video witnesses, actual hospital records, what have you, of how I've treated this girl, but I can probably still beat this. And I am going to go out in the media, say that my character is being maligned, that I am being dragged through the mud, and that time will only tell the truth. Yes. When I know that I am lying.
Absolutely. Like Absolutely. But this is the thing, when you said the things he's gotten away with, right? So this guy, Keefe D, came out, I don't know if it was last year or earlier. This year time kind of is a vacuum for me. A lot happened, things. But within the last 2 or 3 years, this dude, Keefe D, spoke out and said that Diddy hired him to kill Pac.
Right.
And did a whole interview about it. Yeah. Okay. I watched the interview. The man described it, all of this, whatever. He did, I want to say he did 2 interviews. Anyway, I watched the interview.
Yeah.
Nobody talked about it.
Right.
Nobody talked about it. The man described in detail what happened, right? Okay, nobody talked about it. So when the lawsuit came out, there was still a large faction of people who were saying, well, we got to wait until we see all the evidence and all the things and blah, 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 blah. I know people in real life, that had to see the video to say, okay, now he went a little bit too far, even for me.
That's what that heavy side-eyeing the people, you know, for sure.
And that's what I want to make sure that we make a point. I need y'all to pay attention to how people are responding. This is one of those things for me. I'm one of the people when R. Kelly got, not when he got caught, just when it was like, there is more than a preponderance of evidence. Right. Like, we've been hearing this for years, and this before the internet really even existed. I ain't know nobody in Chicago, right? But we've been hearing this for years. I have zero problems believing, understand this. But then when it got to the point where there was a preponderance of evidence, and you cannot deny this, like we done had Surviving R. Kelly 1, 2, 3, 4, the after the season, the reunion, like, and you still following this man, that's a hard line for me. That's a hard line for me because I don't understand how you can make that make sense. I just don't. And that might be supremely judgmental. And I'm going to have to own that. And I'll take that up with the Lord. Diddy is the same line for me because it should not have taken this video to come out for people to now be saying, oh, well, maybe it did happen. And I don't want to jump too far,
Right.
but this video, my actions in this video,
Right.
what happened in this video.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Because I mean, you can tell. Yeah, we'll have to figure out when we want to.
Just bring it up. Just bring the things up. Just say the things because it ain't go. Just
things are here. But yeah, because it's like you in the video, you can tell like there was no fear from him of someone stepping in, anyone stopping it. Correct. Oh, let me look around. Let me like.
Correct.
He felt perfectly comfortable.
Absolutely.
In behaving the way he behaved and knew that he would be able to be in control of whatever that situation.
Absolutely.
I wonder because I think, and I don't know if they've said it, but did this video come from the raid on his house?
I don't know. I don't know where I don't know where it was gotten from because they said he paid someone $50,000 for him to have the video.
Right.
So if the video was in his possession, unless somebody else had recorded it, then it would have had to come from the raid, which is also a very sick ass thing to be keeping these trophies of all the abuses that you have committed.
But that's what she even said in her thing, that he would make her watch.
I know.
The videos of things that they had done that she thought she had erased that weren't there anymore. And so it's like, not only are you active in abusing her, you know, sexually aside from physically, you're now re-victimizing her by having her rewatch this, you know, and that's
the cycle of abuse.
Absolutely.
And that's what people don't understand is that. So there were a lot of folks that I saw on my timeline that are from various city, insert city XYZ. If he would have tried that with a so-and-so chick, then I would have da. I need y'all to understand that abuse does not start there.
No.
This is something that was progressive over years. By the time he got to that point doing that, he'd been doing that for a long ass time. Yeah. It is very insensitive and ignorant as in not knowing, to make statements like that. And this is why I say we have to pay attention to how people are handling this situation because fuck Diddy. There are people in our lives in abusive relationships, and you are not a safe person to come to because you think only stupid people, only this people, only those people can find themselves in these situations.
Right.
Or so
she deserved it because he was providing this lifestyle for her.
She signed up for this
knew
life.
What she was, right.
You knew what you was getting into. The level of ignorance and insensitivity. And honestly, you're not a safe person.
Right.
For somebody to come to say, this is what I'm experiencing. You're not a safe person if that's how you think.
Right.
Because y'all think I was sitting in my bedroom dreaming about being in a relationship with some dude who had the nerve to fucking put his hands on me? Like, that's what y'all think? People is growing up and being like, you know, think I want to get my ass beat every day. Like the level of ridiculousness, the way that this happens is like a grooming process.
It is a grooming
know,
process. She was
it is a grooming
19
process.
when they got together. He was grooming her from the beginning. This is a case study. You not only were her lover at whatever point that happened, we're going to use that term loosely, coercion and all, but you at some point were in a romantic relationship with her. You were her boss because she was signed to your label for 10 records.
Wow.
10 Cassie.
Wow.
But no shade. But like, come on. So that's why it really threw me when people were like, well, she knew what she was getting into. She wanted to be in the business, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, you have this person who is in control of your life, every facet of your life. And the people that would normally support you and help you and say, hey, girl, you need to get out of this, he is also funding their lives. He has completely taken away your support system and made you rely wholly on him. So at that point, really, do you have a choice?
Right.
Like, it's these false choices that people are like, oh, well, why didn't you do that? She could have left at any time. Do you not understand that we are watching the video of her trying to leave? This is what happens when
but
she
then
tries
also,
to leave.
How about she did wind up leaving, and then she came back because he told her that her single or whatever was supposed to get released wasn't going to get released. Yep. She came back to the hotel and the people told her to leave because they had seen the video.
It's ridiculous.
Like, and that's the thing is like, I had tried to talk to, and I often try to talk to people who are in positions who want to support someone who is in an abusive relationship, because it is not easy.
Right.
And it is so delicate, but it is so needed because it is the most isolating experience ever, right? Because when things first start happening, you feel like, okay, this probably shouldn't be happening, right? But there's always some type of power dynamic that's going on. So it's like, okay, this probably shouldn't be happening. So you kind of might mention like the lightness of it to your friends, just kind of toss it out there,
see what
right?
What the reaction.
And depending on what the reactions are, and a lot of times the reactions are very, very much, cause girl, and right. And so now you feel stupid because you didn't even tell them the actuality of what happened. You just told them like the bare minimum. So they already like this stupid, but then you feel trapped for whatever reason that a power dynamic is here, right? So then you're like, okay, so maybe I can go to somebody else, or like at what point do I like pull the trigger? You start doing research about how do I get out of this? Like, it is so consuming. So to come to people, or to want to be able to come to people to ask for help, is like the most embarrassing thing. I don't even know to this day, I don't even know if I shared the totality of what happened with my therapist at the time, or any therapist actually, for that matter. Because it's like, oh, just okay, I need to like, whoo, all right, got out of that. Whoo, we are healing, like things, yes,
right.
all right.
Moved on.
All right. But where is the safe place to be able to say, like, these are the things when people around you are making you feel like you're stupid for being in that situation, and you already feel stupid. Trust me and believe
your
me.
internal tape is already tearing you
apart. Baby, tearing you from limb to limb. Okay. So it's not that easy. I feel like anytime that we fix our mouths to say, why don't somebody just do, shut up. Whatever you was finna say, shut up. It ain't, you don't know.
If it was just, they would have. They would have. If it was just, they would have. And most people in domestic violence relationships, that is when they often lose that battle with domestic violence, trying to leave.
Yes. It is incredibly dangerous.
Yeah.
It is incredible. The last night that I had to ever see my abuser, I was like, I was finally like, we could just do this. Like, I had lost all shame, all embarrassment. I had started writing about it in my blog. So, like, it was more and more known. And I was just like, we doing this today? Perfect. Let's have a show.
Right.
Fine. All the way to the point that I had to call the police. And even after that, I was still, he wound up leaving, but I was looking over my shoulder that whole night thinking, what is going to happen? What is going to happen? And I looked over my shoulder for months after that. What is going to happen? Because I found out he had been stalking me. I found like it was so wild. So it's not that easy. Like, it's just not that simple. And I need us to be more empathetic and more curious about how can I support? How can I hold space? How can I show up? Right? Because there are plans, y'all, that have to be made.
Right.
Like, especially, I am so thankful I didn't marry that man. I'm thankful I didn't marry him, and I'm thankful that the video when he proposed to me disappeared into thin air, because I don't even want the memory. Like, I wasn't even happy. Like, I just knew that I had to say yes, because if I didn't say yes, it was going to be some problems, right? And then on top of, in my situation, it was a lot of religious manipulation. You know, so I had went to his parents who were pastors. Right? Ain't that what you're supposed to do? Go to the pastor?
To church, talk to the pastor.
Went to the pastors, and the pastor said, oh. His parents, the pastor. Oh.
Did you see TD Jake's sermon?
Which one?
He did one about domestic violence related to Diddy. And he even had a part where he was like, you know, as a young
wait, where'd you go? Wait. Come back. She was about to say something real good. Hold on, y'all. Okay.
There we go.
There you go. I'm like, girl, what happened? Okay, he said, what, as a young pastor.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I can't hear you for some reason.
You can't hear me? You're going to have to be able to hear me, girl. Nah, you can't not hear me.
Let's see.
You done broke something. See, this is the kind of stuff that happens, y'all, on purpose, so we can have something to laugh about. Because otherwise, now she's sitting here tap dancing.
Be right back.
Fix your sound, girl. I realized I was so nervous before we got on here. Like, I haven't talked about this stuff in a really long time. And I was so, I don't know, just all of a sudden, probably like 2 minutes before I pressed the live button, I was like, oh my God, like I just felt it everywhere. And when I tell you what I love about my cousin is she gonna make sure that she just her, like she brings this light. My mother used to say to us, we had gone on this cruise one time to Jamaica. And when we were on the cruise, we had sat down at a table, and the people that were at the table with us seemed like they maybe had been arguing or something. So, but they on a cruise, like you don't have dinner with the same people the whole time, like while you're on the cruise. So it's like me and Kalanda made this conscious choice to like change the environment. So we just sat down and we're being us, and you know, both of us, we didn't know at the time, but neurodivergent as hell. So we just sit here laughing about stuff and all that kind of stuff. And by the time that dinner was over, like everything had changed. They were laughing with each other. Like it was just so interesting. So my mom has said, we changed the atmosphere when we walk into places. She was like, both of y'all just changed the atmosphere when you walk into places. So I wouldn't have wanted to have this conversation anywhere else, because these types of things happen at like the moments that they need to happen, because that's what we do. So,
hey y'all. I'm back.
hey girl, welcome back. Do
Hey,
you remember what you were saying though? Because I don't.
Yes. It was
Great.
because I don't. It's I was like TD Jakes, TD Jakes, TD Jakes, TD Jakes.
TDJ, got it.
I put my brain people to work. I was like, don't move this box. They be quick to put stuff away, girl. All right. So like, done with that? Like, no, I didn't say it yet.
We need this.
No, so TD Jakes was saying how as a young pastor, they were taught to keep the family together at all costs. You know, if somebody comes to you and they have this conversation, you say, you know, God can work it out. He can do everything. Like, y'all need to stay together. This is how this works. And he's like, you know, over time, I had to realize that, you know, that is true. You know, Christ can do it all. But some of the stuff he has to do from a distance. Like, you don't need to be in this situation in order to make that happen. You know, if you are in that and you are going to church to say like, hey, I need help, the answer should not be stay in and figure it out. You have to, you know, help find a way to get them out of there. So it was interesting. He did a whole kind of sermon of saying like, you need help. This is not normal. Like, this is not okay. Like, and I was really impressed to see that he addressed it in front of his congregation. So, you know, because they already have their.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. I'm gonna have to look.
I'm gonna skip mine and send it to you.
Yeah, and even we could probably put the link into the description and stuff. Can you do me a favor? Can you look up the number for the hotline?
Yes.
So yeah, the amount of people that stay in these situations because of poor advice that has come from this is the thing that I want y'all to understand. Let me move my mic a little closer, because I also need y'all to understand. Pastors are not necessarily mental health specialists. Okay. I need you to understand that some pastors, their expertise runs out at their lived experience. And it is supremely important for us to seek professional help from people who have professional credentials, right? So if your pastor is not a licensed clinical social worker, your pastor is not a doctor of psychology, your pastor, it's not good enough for them to have taken a psychology class, okay? It's not good enough for them to have a bachelor's in psychology, okay? It's not good enough. Because what will happen is you will get poor advice. And then again, when there are power dynamics and such involved, and religion is one that has us, specifically Black women, in a chokehold. In a chokehold. And we take abuse from the church. We take abuse from so many different places that we become desensitized to it. And then we wind up staying in situations, right? So I just want us to make sure that we are actually seeking professional counsel in these situations, and not thinking I went to talk to my pastor and that didn't help it, and therefore there is no help. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. I will also say therapy is necessary to process this information and process your experiences. So if you are someone who in I was about to say who has experienced abuse and domestic violence, but I also want to go back to something that you said at the beginning, because we saw a physical, not we saw a lot more than
Collective we, yes.
many people saw a physically violent situation. They are thinking about this in isolation. So you had mentioned earlier about the different types of abuses that exist. And I would like for you to talk a little bit more about what you were talking about.
Oh, yeah. Saying that there's, the physical abuse, which I think is the most prevalent that people think of when they think of an abusive relationship, of physically, attacking someone's personage, causing harm. But there's also mental abuse, if it's degrading you, if it's putting you down, making you feel as if no one's going to love you the way I love you. I'm the only one that can take care of you, that can see you this way. Or, if you've had, people have lived multiple lives before they get in relationships. And sometimes when you get with certain people, they can identify that part of those past lives have made you vulnerable, or you feel ashamed, or shame regarding where you came from. And they will use that to keep you tied to them, to say, you're not worthy. Like,
Yeah.
right. No, if anyone else knew this about you, they wouldn't be able to put that behind them and love you. I'm the only one that can do that. So now you're in a situation where you're putting up with things that you wouldn't naturally do, just in order to keep this person's love and affection, what have you, with you. Would be like the emotional side. And then there's financial abuse, where if you're unable to work, or you're not working for whatever reason, and you have to rely on this person for your shelter, for food, just for the ability to have natural human basic needs met. Again, they all kind of they all stem back to a power struggle, a power dynamic, where there is one who has the ability to control the other person. And those are just a few of the ways that they show up. The domestic violence is the one that typically has the physical scars that are visible. But there are so many other ways that you can abuse someone that does not leave scars, and that a lot of times preys on people's vulnerabilities that already exist, which is why it's just so heartbreaking that you can see someone, because they have the emotional intelligence enough to see the pain in this person. And instead of saying, how do I help this? How do I make this better? How can I show this person true love? They take that vulnerability and they twist it and say, okay, how can I get them under my thumb? How can I make them do what I want to do? How can I make them my victim? And it's a choice. It is a choice. It's not something that's an accident. It's not something that you did that caused it. It's not your fault. You didn't do it. This person saw something and they said, I know what to do with this.
I want to take advantage of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And framing it that way maybe makes it more outrageous, I hope, because it's not something that just happens.
No.
It's a pattern. It's a cycle. It's who the person is. Because there are many of us who wake up and we think about how can we help heal the world. Right. That's the choice that we choose to make.
Yeah.
How can I help somebody smile today?
Yeah.
How can there are many of us that do that.
Like, I know you and I will say, like, I want to leave people better.
Absolutely.
If you have an interaction with me, regardless of what it looks like, at the end of it, I hope that you come out feeling a little bit lighter, just from whatever we talked about. It doesn't like nothing big, whatever it is, like that's the goal. But realizing there are people who don't have that, and who are actively going out
for the opposite. How can I tear you down? How can I break you down? How can I control you?
Correct. How can I use you for my benefit? How
Exactly.
can I find how I almost equate it to they see the light that you have and they think to themselves, how can I
I
suck
want
the rest of that out of you and put it into me?
right, but not
You
realizing
know,
you can get that other way.
correct. You don't correct,
You don't have
but
to, but that's what they know. That's what they know. That's what
correct.
they've seen. That's what they've been taught. They had a I don't know if it was a am I the asshole, because now that I'm thinking of the story, I don't know why they would have thought they were the asshole. But this girl said she was, I don't think they were married. For the sake of the argument, let's say they weren't married because I don't remember. But they she was with her partner and he told her that she smelled bad. He's like, you know, you just smell like body odor. And so she said it would just really like get with her. And she's like, I became the weird person who was like self-consciously trying to like sniff her armpits and be like, okay, do I stink? Like, do I smell good? And he would consistently like just at times be like, oh my gosh, like you just don't smell good. Like, and so she's like, you know, I'm brushing my teeth every time I put anything in my mouth that wasn't water. I'm taking showers like 3 times a day. Like I'm constantly going, oh my gosh, do I stink? Do I stink? What's going on? Blah, blah, blah. And so she said, finally, it had been going on for years. She felt awful about herself. She's like, this is, you know, just demeaning and demoralizing all over. And she said one time she knew, she's like, I had just taken a shower. I had on like prescription strength deodorant. I brushed my teeth. Like there was no reason, no way that he could say I smelled bad. She had gone to the doctor, everything. And he told her that she smelled. And she's like, what is it that you're smelling? Like, you have to be able to tell me, because I know for a fact I've done X, Y, Z. There's no way possible. I don't smell anything. Like, what's happening? This man told her that his dad did that to his mom. And that his dad told him, you know, if you tell them that, they'll, you know that they'll think that no one else will love them. They won't be able to cheat on you. They're gonna stay with you. They're not gonna leave. And it's gonna like tear them down, and you'll be able to do whatever you need to do in your marriage. He was literally taught it. And it, you know, what's happening out now may not be that extreme, but there are so many variations of that. You know, if someone isn't explicitly telling you, they're showing you in the relationships that they have. So when you're, you know, when people,
I was going to say I'm an example of that, because I was taught to never be honest about how much money you have. Right. Always lie and say that you need more money, even if you have money. I was taught that. That was a lesson consistently. So I can believe it. You know, like you said, it comes in many different forms, but that's an example of financial abuse that existed, that I was being taught how to be a financial abuser and a liar and a liar. And to think I was getting my ass beat for lying and you teaching me to lie. I just fucking connected that.
It's the level of what's appropriate. It's a, yeah.
I'm gonna have to unpack that in therapy next week.
She said,
Damn it, I used to. And so even on that point, the question might be like, what is the work that I need to do, right, on myself if I feel like I'm in this situation? Like, how do I heal and how do I process this situation? I want to reiterate that what Kalanda said of this is not your fault, right? The fact that somebody decided to victimize you is not your fault. The fact that somebody decided to treat you less than you deserve to be treated is not your fault. So it's I don't want it to be thought of as, how do I fix myself? Clearly I'm broken, right? I'm in this situation. So how do I fix it? Right. That's not the framing that I want us to think about.
Right.
what I want us to think about is where in the past was I taught that this is all that I deserve?
Mm-hmm.
And then I want you to spend some time getting to know yourself. This is not a commercial, but also it very much is.
Right.
My process of building myself back up to be able to get out of an abusive relationship is how I wrote my curriculum for my life coaching. I had gone to therapy because my pastor at the time had suggested that we stop having sex and that we go to therapy, right? That's probably one of the best things. It was a lot of trauma over there at that church, but that is one of the best things that came out of it. So I got to therapy, and my therapist was asking me for like 2 years, what do you want? What do you want? What do you want? And I was like, girl, I don't know. And you keep asking me this. I'm talking every week.
Right.
Ma'am, I don't know.
Right.
And then one day my answer was, I want peace.
Mm.
I want peace.
Good.
So she said, okay, that's the start.
Thank
So
you.
she said, I want you to take this spiritual gifts test. She's like, I want you to take this spiritual gifts test and we'll talk about it next week. Right. So I take the spiritual gifts test. We talk about it the next week. And discernment was high on the list. So this is when I discovered, did I tell you that I be seeing filters over people's faces? I'm sure I probably said this to you before.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this is when I figured out what it was.
Right.
Because I thought I was crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So she was explaining to me that discernment, feels like this and looks like this, because again, I had spent so much time disconnected from my body.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't even paying attention to how people felt around me.
Right.
How I felt around people. I mean, how I felt around people. So, she was like, this is how discernment might show up like this. It might show up as feeling tense. It might show up as, you can't quite put your finger on it, but you just feel unsettled. It might show up as upset stomach, like blah, 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 right? So I was like, oh, because sometimes when I look at people, I feel like I see distorted, She was like, yes, right? Okay. So then I got curious about that. So then I started doing some additional research, and the path that I took is how I wrote my life coaching curriculum. And it is how I understood why somebody would choose to try to dim my light. Because I understood and I'm still understanding, but at that time I understood that what I was carrying and the way that I show up and the way that I have the nerve to keep getting up and the way that I have the nerve to keep living, like they wanted that and they were jealous of that. And the stability and how I'm excelling in my career and I'm getting this and I done bought a house and they were so jealous of that. So it helped me to understand so much about me. And it's why I am so passionate when I do have the opportunity to take people on the journey with Discover Your Destiny, because it was the way that I discovered me.
Right.
It was the way that I was able to understand and process this wasn't my fault. This, you know what I mean? And that's the hope and dream that I have for anybody who is in this situation, any person of whatever gender that you identify, because abuse is not gender specific
at all. And neither one of us have said it's one or the other. There are so many men that are being abused as well.
And the stigma around that keeps them in the cycle of abuse, because there are safe spaces, like you said, for them to be able to say, hey, like, something's wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I don't know. I wish that I could help people understand the complexities.
Yeah.
I really do. On all sides of it. Those who are in it, those who've never been in it, those who want to support those who are in it, those who think they ain't gonna never be able to be in it. Like, I just wish I could explain the complexities and the layeredness of it all. Because it's not a just situation. It's not a we'll just leave or just go or just don't do that no more. Like,
Right.
just get another job.
Stop making them mad.
That,
What did you do? That's the one. When people have the nerve to be like, well, what did she do? And for this one, I'm specifically talking about Cassie, but like, why? What would be the appropriate answer?
Right.
Like, what would she have had to have done?
Correct. That would have made this appropriate.
For you to forgive this grown ass man chasing her down, dragging her around, kicking her, and
throwing stuff at her.
Like, what is acceptable? What would she have had to have done in order to make that okay? Like, sir, and he has daughters. Like, that's the, like,
I know.
You have daughters.
I know. It makes me so grieved for what those girls have seen.
Oh my God.
I wonder what their mother went through.
Right.
She's no longer here to tell her story, which is that's why I was like,
and there are rumors of that.
I know. Like, it's how do you, as a young lady, navigate a life of wanting to find a partner when all you have seen growing up your whole life is abuse?
Right.
How? It is so difficult. Like, the ways that I had to deprogram my mind from the way that I was raised to be, and the things that I saw, and the ways that I thought was normal because it was my life. Like, right. It's normal to come home and clothes are under the carport. It's right. normal to come home and the locks are changed. It's like, these things are normal. Like,
everybody, it happens to everybody. Like,
it's normal for a member of the family to not be in the house from time to time every 2 months or so. Like, it's, you know what I mean? Like, I really had to do like a power wash of my brain to even, that high school sweetheart of mine, God bless his soul. Because let me tell you, I was a terror. I'm talking just ridiculous cussing, just saying anything that came to my mind. He was so patient with me because that's what I knew. That's how you supposed to talk.
That's how you deal. That's how you get your point across.
I didn't know. I didn't know any better. And it was the first time that somebody like had the patience enough to be like, you sound like you're upset right now. I'm gonna call you back later. Like, it was mind blowing. Yeah. But this is my point, is like, this is a pattern. Like, this is something that is watched and seen, and a lot of people don't know that. Even many people don't even know that they're in an abusive relationship, right. Because this is all they know.
These are the houses.
They don't even know.
I mean, it's really like just looking at the premise of our podcast of these are the things that we thought were normal. This was how life went. Everybody puts syrup on their grilled cheese. That's just how you eat that sandwich. And it's not, and until, like you said, until you run into, get involved with, open yourself up to someone who is able and willing to say, it doesn't have to be like this.
Yeah.
Like, does that feel good to you? Because it doesn't have to be like this. Or someone who's just steadfast in their commitment to showing you that there is different. And it's a blessing to come into those things. And the part that's scary about that, though, is you can be so embroiled in that cycle and in what chaos looks like and the comfort of chaos that you push away a lot of those relationships because it doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel normal. It's like, well,
what you want?
What is
it?
It
Seemed like who sent you?
What are you doing?
Who sent you?
Something. I don't know. I can't put my finger on it. And you literally can't put your finger on it because it's not wrong. It's not wrong. It just doesn't feel comfortable. And so for those girls, I hope, we have certainly evolved into a more open, I don't know, society around therapy and be in self-exploration and really understanding what those trauma wounds look like, that hopefully they're able to get an earlier start, because otherwise it is trial and error, and until you get involved with that one person that does break that cycle for you, you're going to repeat it until you get tired, until you physically say, you know what, I have had enough. Like, this can't be the way it's supposed to be. And hopefully you get to that before it's too late, because there's some people who decide to opt out and say, I don't want to do
well,
this.
That's what I was gonna say, because the I'm tired can look very different, because if you've been fighting for so long, that I'm tired is not, it doesn't look like leaving, especially if you don't have a support system to help you establish and a soft place to land, to offer some grace and healing and repairing of your heart. Like, it just, I told you I had talked to those college students recently, and I'm just remembering my 20s, because I got into that relationship when I was 26, 25. And I don't want anybody to have to go through what I went through. And I just be like, I'd be like, people just need to hear. If they just hear, then they'll tell somebody who tells somebody. Like, I just need people to hear that, that, like, recognize these signs, like, know these things, know that you're supposed to feel better after you leave somebody who tells you that they love you. Know that your spirit should feel calm around somebody who has good intentions towards you. Like, I want us to be able to understand that, so that our spidey senses are, like, around, you know what I mean? Because if we can recognize it and recognize these types of behaviors and recognize how to not even open the door,
Right.
The first thing that man said to me was, the first time I saw him, he said, you're really cute. He said, don't worry, I like big girls. And what was so interesting, this was 2006, right? So I graduated from college in 2003. And I was a dancer when I was in college and, walking everywhere and all that kind of stuff, right? So I had gained weight. At the time, I was probably like 170 pounds. So I know, right? I wish, right? I would happily rock 170 pounds today. But at the time, I had gone from like 120, 130 to like 170 pounds. So that had that whole, when you were like, no, I'm the only person that's going to love you. Like it had that type of effect on me in my early 20s, like, oh, wow, but he thinks I'm cute. It's like, I want us, when it didn't sit right with me. Like I remember being like,
right.
But also,
Thank
I
you.
am big. I am bigger than I was. So I guess this is the size of a big girl. And I don't know. I ain't never been big like this. So I don't know how big girls, get love. I don't know. And here's this man that's, seeming like he got it all. Like he got a BMW. Girl, that shit was held together by duct tape. Like the damn driver's window didn't even roll down. You ain't got no air conditioning, but you driving this broke down ass hoopty, trying to like pretend like you somebody. You know what I mean? But I am in all of my wisdom and geniusness, because there was a wound inside of me that was like, yeah, he right. So like I want all of us to really understand who we are and like how perfectly we have been created and designed, so nobody can walk up to us and say that bullshit. Like it already would be like, you ain't even worth it, right? But then we got to get outside of the pressures of, you need to get married, you need to have children, you need to do this, and it needs to look like that. Like it is just so oppressive to us, because we put ourselves in situations not knowingly, thinking that we're doing what we're supposed
This
to
is
do.
what we're
Like
supposed to do.
I really thought God told me that he was going to be my husband. I don't know if that is true. Me standing here today, 43-year-old me, I don't know if that was the truth. I really don't. But I stood on that at the time and I believed it with my whole heart. And that is one of the reasons that I stayed, because I had already been engaged before and that didn't work out. Right. So now here's somebody else that well, at least they want to marry me and I'm big. So, maybe this is good. And, they could sing and, they in the church. I'm trying to be a good Christian, trying to show myself worthy to be a future first lady. Like it's so many factors. And my heart grieves for those who are just starting their lives and are being exposed to this type of stuff in their lives. I need them to know this is not what it's supposed to look like.
Exactly. I would like to believe that there's, it's like as I'm saying it, I'm finding it not true. But I would like to believe that there are more examples of alternatives now than there used to be. You know what I mean?
I think that's fair.
Because before you did feel like this is the only way. And you did have to see clothes under the carport, change locks, all those things, because the message was stay no matter what.
Yeah.
We got to work it out. Well, you got married. Like we're not getting divorced. Like there's no, like, this is it. And now I think you see more people who say, okay, you know what, this isn't right. And we're not even touching on having children in these relationships and in these houses and the completely different aspect that brings to the situation about talking about how to leave. But I can tell you, children would rather be from a broken home than live in one.
I almost stood up at the wedding. Do you remember that? I don't want this. This is not helpful to me. I don't want this. I don't want this. I object.
Right.
Don't. And you was like,
Like, you can't do that. You can't do that. Don't do
I
that.
don't want this.
Yeah.
I was 12. I
Right.
don't want, I've lived this enough. I don't want this. No, this is not helpful for me.
Right. Like,
I
this
promise
feels permanent.
you.
Like, this is permanent. Like, we're
No, no, this is not it. Let's not do this. Children would absolutely rather live in separate, safe places than to be in a situation where there is constant abuse. I am willing to scream that from the mountaintops. It was not beneficial to my life.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So if that's something that you are struggling with, let that go.
Let go. Let that go.
Let that go.
Because all it's going to do is create coping mechanisms that they're going to have to get over as an adult. But easier said than done. You know?
I know. I
Easier
know.
said than done, and I sit here as a person with no children. So, you know, I do what you have to do. Those, you know, but, however, comma, all the things, they would rather be from a broken home. 100%.
Absolutely. 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 I'm grateful I'm still here.
Me too.
I really am. I think when I had processed some of the things that have happened, I really don't think I processed a lot of the things. But I think when I made the decision to actually speak freely, I remember I went back and reread recently, and I remember just being like, I don't know how I don't even know how I'm still here. Like, I was like, I don't, and I mean that so many times over since then. I don't know. And there were people around me that knew and saw that should have protected me or should have said something, and they chose silence. And like, it's a lot, and it's a continuous like process to like think through. But what I want y'all to know is that there is help. And you know, we're putting these numbers up and putting them in the comments because I don't even remember how I think I talked about it in my blog for the first time. Like, I think that's the first time a lot of people in my life found out about what had actually happened when I talked about it in my blog. And that was like the tip of the iceberg. Like, that was like the okay, cliff notes. Like, this is how I started.
Hey guys.
This is why I stayed, okay, and this is why it took so long, and this is why now, and all of that. And why, when I said that why now, let me speak to that. To the why now. I was in that relationship officially from 2006 to 2013, but it took me another 6 years before it got to the point where it was the last conversation that I had to have with him. And there is so much to process. Like, this whole episode, we've been talking about all the things and all the reasons why somebody might not say what's going on, right? There are so many reasons of why someone chooses to speak up when they choose to speak up. It doesn't matter why now. The fact is that they are now.
Yeah.
That's it. So if you don't know what to say, you can say, thank you for being brave enough to share your story.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to even say story because I don't like that word.
Right.
Thank you for being brave enough to share your experiences or
Right.
your lived experiences, because there are people that may not ever be able to share what they lived through because their mental health is not in a space where they're able to process that information. They may have forgotten things because due to trauma. But when someone is brave enough to share their story with the world and brave enough to stand up for themselves, the only response that we should have is supporting them and thanking them for sharing their story, not questioning why or questioning the validity of what's if they got. That's why me and Bianca be saying people lie, receipts don't. There was too much detail.
Right.
There was too much detail for it to not be true.
Right.
Too much.
Right.
So if somebody got receipts and like, what more do you need to believe them?
Right.
And if you need more than that, I wonder what happened to you. That's what I really wonder. What happened to you, and why do you think that that is a healthy response?
So what would you, I know you said earlier that when you kind of toss out the softball, just kind of like lob it out there of, oh yeah, this might have happened. For you, what do you find would be a response that would allow someone maybe to then open up and go, okay, this is a safe space. You know, I can
Mm-hmm.
go a little further. I can feel comfortable sharing this.
Mm-hmm. I think it's more curiosity. So my philosophy in life is curiosity over judgment. And also thank you for this question. So if someone came to me and they said, for instance, my partner went through my phone last night without me knowing and was questioning me about something happening, right? I might ask questions like, oh wow, well, how did you feel about that? You know, and allow them to talk and they share whatever their feelings were. So what is your spirit telling you that you want to do about it or whatever, right? It's more asking them questions, but not from an accusatory like kind of place, but more so what you're doing is you're gathering information so that you can think about how you want to go back and let them know that you're a safe person. Because it might not be, if this is not a one-on-one conversation, if this is with several people, like that might not be the appropriate time. If this is a one-on-one conversation, then I would let that person guide the conversation, right? So if they clam up and they're just like, oh no, but you know, that's fine. So, and then they change the subject. So then you might say something like, I understand, but I also want you to know that you can talk to me. I'm not here to judge you. And you might have to say that 17 times before they actually believe that that's true. But those are ways that you can show that you're not judging this person, that you are receiving what they're saying, that you're actively listening, and they will guide the conversation. Like they will say, if I ask somebody how they're feeling, how they felt about it, and you know, they just say, oh, I don't know, and change the subject, they're not ready to talk about that right now. So I respect that, right? And then, okay, I just want you to know that if you ever want to talk about that, we can definitely talk about it. You don't have to feel any type of way. And then you leave that alone. But now I've collected for myself well, this is me. I don't know if people do
Right.
this, but this is what Kimberlyn does. So I've collected for myself another data point to understand that something they might need some additional support.
Right.
And so I want to make sure that I start asking them questions. I'm very much on not necessarily getting information about the situation. I'm more so on let me build you up.
Mm.
So let's talk about you and who you are. And let's talk about, because I'm knowing that at the house or wherever that you're hearing some foolishness, right?
Right.
So let me talk about you and the light that you have inside of you, and what are your dreams, and what does this look like, right? I'm talking to you about those things because
Right.
I want you to start believing that this is possible. When you're ready, I want you to know that it is possible, right? And in that conversation, all types of things could be dropped. Like, oh yeah, well, you should come to Columbia and
Right.
hang out sometime. Let me know. I'll get you a ticket.
Right.
Let me know, right? You know what I mean? Like, you just kind of start planting seeds so
Right.
that they know when it is time that they have a safe place to go. That's what I would say.
That's awesome. Thank you. And I know that'll help, a lot of people, because you may not know what to say,
Mhm.
and like you said, people may not be ready to go into the full conversation. It was just kind of let me just jump up
Yeah,
a little bit, but it does plant that seed and offer a place for them to come for support when they are ready, or as they
right.
move through the process of being ready.
Correct. Because it's definitely a process.
Yeah.
It is definitely a process. And the more layers that are there of all the different layers of abuse that you mentioned, the more extensive the process is. So that's another philosophy I adopted, is like everybody's at a different space in their process.
Mhm.
Believe it or not, before being in this situation, I was very judgmental of people in these situations. I always used to ask why they stayed at my own house.
Mm.
Why? Like, I didn't ask you to do that. Why? Why is this still a thing? But
You like this?
I
Can't be
don't.
good.
This ain't how this looks on
Don't
the
look fun.
Disney Channel. I
Don't
just
look
want
fun.
you to know this is not what's happening over there on
Claire
Disney
would never. Claire
at
and Chris would
all.
never.
But
Lord have
but
mercy.
yeah, like, it's a process. It's a process. So understand that somebody may be at a different space in their process. They might not be ready to leave tomorrow,
Mhm.
right? But when they are, can they count on you?
Right.
I think that is probably the biggest thing. And that is so much easier said than done, because I understand. And I don't know, maybe you can speak a little bit too, which I don't know how much you knew when was happening. I don't know.
Yeah, it was
Would
more after the blog post
Okay.
or anything, because we hadn't spoken about it
Uh-huh.
prior. So it was,
Yeah.
yeah.
So how did that feel for you, I guess, in retrospect, even reading, and then you was probably pissed. She was probably like, this bitch ain't called me.
Like, why
Girl.
didn't you say anything? But I mean, and that was just more out of I'd do anything I could to protect you.
I
You know what I
know.
mean? And it's like, you realize in reading that and in seeing your experience just how hard that had to have been, and then to see how long it had been, of how long you had been feeling like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's also that part of being that family member of going, how did I fail her? Like, how did
Mm.
I not show up enough so that she knew that she could have been safe in a different
Mm.
situation, and then finding a way out of that and going, it's not about you.
Right.
No, it's not about you, but saying, okay, what can I do now? Like, what does she need now? Is there anything,
Mm-hmm.
and putting yourself in a position to be there if needed, and
Yeah.
let that be okay, and not taking it personally if, someone didn't come to you, You know, like maybe you just weren't that resource for this situation, and that's
Yeah.
100%
I
okay.
think that's important. I
You
think that's
know,
important.
because
Yeah.
that's why I said I had to like get out of the. It's not about you. It's not. You know, you can put your cape up. Like you didn't have the right cape for this job. You know, somebody
Yeah.
did, and you have to be like you have to understand that, and then go. I'm just glad that you found a way out, and that you found your voice, and that you found your strength in it, and that it didn't break you. You
Yeah.
know, because that's not everybody's story.
I know.
So I mean, that was just the biggest thing. Was just you don't want to see the people that you love in pain, and
Hmm.
anything that you can do to avoid that, you try. Um, and I don't know. I don't have a personal point of view for domestic violence, but like sexual abuse, I do. But like just knowing everybody handles it differently,
Yeah.
and to just be there and to not just really to not take anything personally, because
Hmm.
during the recovery process, people are still actively trying to get better, and
Yeah.
they may not be themselves for a while. So just being
And
mindful.
while y'all
It's
is
infinite, still happening.
right.
Still
So that too, I think is important for on all sides it is,
happening.
because even for myself and even with our current like healing journey that we're on, I try to hurry it up. Come on, let's
Let's
get to
go. I'm
it.
ready. I'm ready to be good. I'm ready to be
We
okay.
got stuff to do. I ain't got time to still be dealing with this. That's not quite how it works. It doesn't work like that at all. It's healing is not linear, right? So that's where the grace and the empathy and the compassion, look into. If you are listening to this and you're thinking to yourself, I really do want to be able to support, look into trauma informed practices, so that like courses about that. That's one of the things that I specialize in, because it helps you to shift from this what did you do like type of situation to what happened to you.
Mm-hmm.
What happened, and how can I see that, and give compassion and empathy there.
Mm-hmm.
um that is the most helpful thing that can be done, because one moment we think we're fine, and then the next moment something happens and we're not. you
Correct.
know I had a situation where somebody that I'm very cool with grabbed me one day, and I was like, do not ever in your life put your hands on me like that. And they were just trying to get my attention, right? They were like, oh my God, look, hey,
Not okay.
don't do that
Yeah.
to me, right? Like you never know when a trigger might pop up.
Correct.
So if you are choosing to be in a position of supporting someone who is currently in a situation, recently exited a situation, or has ever been in a situation, please, grace, compassion, and empathy. It's a process. If you're wondering what happened, like Kalanda said, it's not about you. And that reaction, for instance, that happened, that I had, the question should be, I'm sorry, what, how did I just trigger you, or what just happened?
Right.
Talk to me about how I made you feel just
Right.
now, because that was not my intention and I want to understand.
Right.
Please share with me how I just made you feel, and be willing to accept that, and understand that if it wasn't right, if it was an off thing, like they were just grabbing me to get my attention, okay, I won't ever do that to you
Right.
again.
Right.
One. And two, thank you for sharing that with me, because now it helps me understand how I can love you better.
Right. That's all anybody wants.
That's it. Is to be loved, and to be seen, and to be heard, and to be understood.
That's it.
That's it. You know. So
Okay.
any other thoughts before we roll out of here?
I think that was phenomenal. Just check on your people, and sometimes if you get an inkling, because just like you said with Diddy, it wasn't something people could put a finger on. It just feels a little off, and take that time to see the people that you love. We have this habit of going, how you doing? Just as a meeting of greeting, but not actually waiting for that answer and seeing what that actually looks like. Take time, if someone hasn't talked to you in a while about anything other than current events and memes,
the weather, and
yeah, like take a second to check in. It means the world. Even if they don't share anything at that moment, they go, at least, you know what, I know this person was genuinely curious about me and what was happening with me. And then that kind of can put them on the radar of, okay, this is someone that I could possibly go to. So
yes, that's good. That's good, cousin.
that's
No, for real. I felt that.
true. That's true.
That's good. Yeah. So we thank y'all for listening, sharing, receiving, holding space, being here to support. Our ask is that you share this with wherever and whomever your spirit is led to share it, and introduce them to this space. Kalanda said a little bit ago, the reason that we started this is because we realized that some things were not what they call normal. And we was like, we need to talk about this because there's probably other people out there that need to talk about this kind of stuff too. So those are the people that we're looking for to be a part of this community. We have previous episodes that are over on Minding My Black Ass Business Facebook page. So please do go over there and check out our other episodes where we have had some shenanigans, as well as serious conversations, as well as foolery. Like it's a lot, and we always promise that you will leave better than you came. That is something that we both live by. So, Minding My Black Ass Business on all platforms. If you are interested in hearing more about or reading more about me and my journey and the blog that I was referencing, you can go to my website, KimberlynJackson.com. My blog is called Free to Be Me, and I have shared a few things about, I think there are 13 posts there now. I don't blog as often as I used to, but sometimes I go back over there and write something, but would love to have you all read that and leave a comment. If you do, all of that means something very special to me. I am actually the one putting my eyes on it. So I see those messages and they mean a lot. So if you feel led to do that, we also appreciate you there. We will be back with our next episode of So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese. I think it's June 2nd, not the 3rd.
Oh,
whatever that Sunday is. I feel like, I don't know. You probably know because your birthday closer to. Yeah, it's the 2nd.
Oh, okay.
June 2nd. So Kalanda birthday on June 5th. So that's gonna be the birthday episode. All right. So party hats and all types of things. All right. So we would love for you all to join us for that. It's going to be a good time. So June 2nd, 11 a.m. Central is our next episode. And this will be up for replay. So if you're just getting here, please do go back and watch. Every comment means something. Reaction, shares, likes, subscribe, all of that. Please do. Your support means the world to us. Anything else you want to say to the people, cousin?
Love your faces.
Love y'all. Bye.
Bye.
What up, y'all? What up, y'all? Hey, hey, hey there to the people.
Hi to the people.
I just want the record to reflect that I have asked Bianca how we get on the list to get us a dope intro song and stuff. Hey, Google, pause.
Google, we are
Sorry.
starting the day. We got it.
Yeah,
Good,
Google's like, it's
good
11
morning,
o'clock,
Google.
sis. It's 11 o'clock. You got to get your life together, Google girl. I'm up. I'm up and we here, girl. But no, I asked Bianca, like, what we got to do to get us like a dope intro song and like cinematic video and such,
Oh,
right?
right?
Because
Because she
that's
is the
not my
guru.
area. Yeah, that's not my
Yeah.
area of expertise. You know what I mean?
You know what
So I
I'm
was
saying?
like,
We all have
sis,
our own gifts. We got our
how
own
can
gifts.
we get pushed up the list? You know what I mean? So for now, we just gotta bust up in here and be like, all right, y'all, hey, what's up? That's how it is. So as y'all get up in here, please do say, hey, let us know where y'all watching from, all the things. And let me find, girl, Google's still trying. Hey, Google.
They said no, but for real. We committed to do this. I am your accountability partner.
But like when I tell you, remember last week when last show when you was like just change the order
Oh, yeah.
of your routine, and I did that and it's been working. Like,
Really?
yes. Hey Google, pause the music. I think it's because my phone is right here too. So everybody trying to be helpful. You know, everybody's like,
Oh, right,
yes, yes, we are here, like at your beck and call. But anyway, that sage advice that you gave me to change the order of my routine has done wonders for my life.
Oh,
All right. Okay.
yay.
So having said that, let's get us officially started because like it's a lot of stuff that's going on in my brain. People are all over the
They
place.
on one
Okay.
everywhere.
They are twerking on every wall available. You understand me? Okay. They are just so yeah. So anyway, y'all, hey, welcome to So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese.
That's us. We got it together, y'all. I promise.
We are two real life cousins, and we talk about the things that we thought were normal in our family, but it was actually the recipe of dysfunction. So we're on a mission to unpack it all by sharing our stories and hopefully helping others find their voice when it comes to healing and mental health. So we invite you to join us on this journey. Hopefully there's some self-discovery here, a whole lot of laughter, and maybe even a little bit of healing. So my name is Kim Berlin, House of O'Neill Jackson Adams, right? Because anyway, empathetic energizer, intuitive, inspirational innovator, seer of souls who are hurting, healer of hearts, voice to the voiceless. What up, y'all? Glad to be here.
Get it. Get it. There we go. I had to find myself here, literally and figuratively. It be like that sometimes. I'm Tawanda. Hi. This is welcome to the birthday edition of our show. My birthday is coming up on You get two shoulders today. You're welcome. Just wanted to say thank y'all for being here. Your girl wasn't sure this birthday. We didn't know it wasn't promised, y'all. So we are happy to see it. I want to thank and love on everybody who has been there and loved on me. So I love y'all for that. I am Tawanda of House Jackson, first of her name. Thank you very much. Assistant of entrepreneur, beacon of banter, creator of content, dancer of dreams, and enchantress of excellence, and a New Orleans native.
Period.
That's me. Period. That part.
So before we go any further, the people, I don't know if they heard, okay, that is this your birthday edition.
It's the birthday song. I missed the meeting.
I wanna say happy birthday to you. I wanna say happy birthday to you. Yeah. I wanna say happy birthday to you. I wanna say happy birthday it, think about it. And blow out your candle, close your eyes and make that wish, make that wish. Think about it, hey. Blow out your candle, close your eyes and make that wish. Think about it. And blow out your candle, close your eyes and make that wish. Let's go. Hey, hey. 1, 2, 3.
Yes, indeed.
That's my birthday gift to you. Some sound effects and such.
Baby. Oh, I feel the love. I feel the love.
Look, he's talking about West Stevie Wonder. We hip, we evolving, okay?
This is going to be our new Stevie Wonder.
We staying connected to what the young folks are doing, okay? Because we are hip.
Aunties. We might be aunties, but we still in the know. We're like
we the hip aunties, exactly. So
I
like
think
you
that's
gotta.
What old aunties say though. Don't tell nobody. It's just us. Don't tell nobody.
So, yes, ma'am, I am excited that this is your birthday episode, and I have all sorts of questions. So,
okay.
I don't,
well,
yeah,
let's do it.
I'm just like, honey, I want to know the things, okay?
Oh,
First of
all right. Me too. I want to know the
like,
things. I hope I got the answer.
Are you how old you making, right? And you can answer that however you want to answer that for the people, but you know that's a common question of how old you making. So
I'm making because we make things here in New Orleans. So I'm gonna make 45. I will be 45. I'm excited though. Like that's a good thing. Birthdays have never been like I don't want to. I wanted to hit 40. I wanted those big milestones. So it's like that's a good one. And 45 is a good number. 5 is my favorite number. So it just feels good.
Yeah, feels symbolic and such, like 5, 9 times over and things.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
45 alive.
Okay, now I was doing the math this morning. I was like, hold on.
She said, carry the one. We're the same. We're 1 year apart. But
wait, hold
this
on.
the one.
Because sometimes it's 2, and then but no, that's because I'm
sometimes we're a little off, but then it's back if you carry the 1. Yes.
I was definitely doing some calculations. So I am wondering, how does it feel? Like how your spirit feeling?
My spirit feels good. My spirit feels hopeful and excited. Yeah, I mean, a lot is happening. I know this year, just with like work and relationships and just setting up my life, and I feel like, I think somebody, I forget who I was having a conversation with, but was essentially saying that like, yeah, it's like you're doing it all backwards. And I think it was probably you more than likely, because we were talking about how like I got married younger. So it's like, I didn't do all the dating and out there and all the stuff. And now I get to try that, I guess, but it's not really for the faint of heart. I don't recommend it, but
0 out of 5.
Very much not. But no, I'm super excited. I feel like in a lot of ways I really am just kind of continuing to discover myself. I feel like when I turned like 30 or like 33, I felt like, oh, I know who I am now. I'm sharing these universal truths about myself with myself, and in real life I still had no idea. So then now it's like, oh, I feel like I do understand more things, and I do feel like, we've talked about it before, that maybe before wasn't who I was, and I was still becoming that, and becoming the authentic version of it. that wasn't really relying on other people's opinions and, what someone else, was going to think about it, and just saying, okay, what do
Yeah.
you really want? Like, what do you, because that's a hard question. And you talked about that last week. Like,
Because why you keep asking me that, Miss Therapist, ma'am? I don't know the
like, if I
answer.
knew, I wouldn't be here. That's what I pay you for. Can you tell me? Like, I swear, all these memes that go
Some
around that say,
guidance.
what I'm saying? They're like, as a teenager, you just didn't want anybody to tell you anything. Like, don't tell me what to do. I know everything, blah, 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 blah. And now all I want is detailed instructions, step by step. Give me the times I need to be there.
That's
That would be
it.
great.
That's
And
it.
instead, they're like, no, you have to decide that. Like, no one's going to do that for you. I'm like, really?
Fact. But you know what? Side
I
note,
get
what I remember when I was working on my master's, and I
Mhm.
remember like feeling so like, excuse me, aren't you supposed to be teaching? Like, why?
This
Why
feels
am
very
I doing
self-led.
the teaching? This feels
I'm
very
doing the
much
work.
self-led. What is the answer, ma'am? Huh? Like the further, so it just made me think about like the further we get in life and like all of that is more about what they say. Somebody, there was a movie or something somewhere, and they were like the questions. Like life is about the questions, and we spend so
Mm,
much time like looking for the answers, and we've had to do that for so long. I'm tired.
right.
Okay, I'm
I
tired.
already
I
did
just
that. Did that.
send me
When
an
does it stop?
email and let me know where I need to be. But matter of fact, just send me a calendar invite, okay? Because if
Right.
you leave me to have to make the calendar invite based on it, I'm not going to be there. I'm just send
It's
me a
probably not
calendar
going to
invite
happen.
so I could just press yes or no, okay?
Girl, I
And
missed a
that's just it.
meeting that I had a calendar invite for. I'm like, how you do that? Damn Memorial Day. I
Who
just
is the
knew
meeting on
all.
Memorial Day?
No, Memorial Day threw me off for the week.
Oh,
So
I
I had
was
a
like,
meeting on Thursday, but Thursday came around and I thought it was Wednesday. So that
facts,
didn't help me, even though I had the
facts.
calendar invite that said you have this meeting that is at 8 o'clock,
But
and I just
if you
had
didn't
to,
know what day it was, then that
right,
don't even
this
count.
tomorrow. I have this meeting tomorrow.
Yeah.
And you know what though? I will say, like, luckily, the people were very gracious. Because I was like, I am mortified. I am so sorry. Completely got thrown off on what day. Had this down as tomorrow in my head. Like it's okay. Like we can set it up for Tuesday. I'm like, perfect. I will
Thank
be
you.
there. I will
Thank
be
you for the
there.
grace. So that leads
So
me to
apparently
another
at 45, I'm
question.
getting old and I'm forgetting things.
Well, that was leading me to another question. What are the things? Because we accepted this idea like that we're aunties, right? And we're like, okay, well, but
Yes,
also asterisk caveat, we are the cool aunties, okay, very
right.
much
Yes,
connected
very much
to
so.
the
Very much
culture,
so.
okay, and the things on the TikToks and
They
such.
keep us
All
hip.
right. Wait, side note, side
I
note.
was gonna side note. I want to see if it's the same one. Tell me.
No, you don't know
Is it
this
not?
side
Is
note,
it
but
Charles? Is it
no, no,
Charles
no.
Barkley? Oh,
No,
okay.
no, no. But this is the side note. So I was talking to,
Okay.
remember I told you that I was working with some interns,
The
right?
interns. Yes.
So I was talking to one of the interns the other day, and I was basically telling her that I want her to design what she wants this internship to look like, because
Nice.
there's like so many things that could be in the scope of things. And ma'am, I need you to tell me what you need, and then I
What
could
you need
tell
to get
you
out of this?
what I
Yeah.
need, so that we could both be getting what we need, right? So
Fair.
I had said to her, I said, but what I really want from you is I want your perspective as a 20 something,
Mm.
because we don't know what it is like to have grown up with social media our whole lives.
Right,
Like
thank
we
God.
don't know that we don't know what it's like to like have every aspect of our lives documented. So I'm sending this in a voice note, right? So I was like, you know, I said we didn't have, you know, social media. I said we barely had chat rooms. We barely had the internet. So, you know, I was like, it's different the way that you all view the
Right.
world, the access you have, the information, blah, blah. What does girl say? Miss Kim, well, she didn't call me Miss Kimberly. She said, Kimberly, you know, I am so willing to help you. And she was like, if you need me to interpret a TikTok or
Hold one moment. Wait,
ma'am.
wait a minute. He said, if you need me to show you how to open this PDF, you you go ahead and give me a call. I got you.
I got you. You need me to help increase the size on your letters on your phone. I will walk you through it on what we call a video call. A lot of people call it the FaceTime.
She tried you. She tried you. That would have been her last day. I'm just playing. I'm just playing, sweetheart. I know you're amazing, but I'm just saying she tried you.
Right. I was cracking up so hard. Like, she really, oh, do you think I did not say I lived under a rock.
I'm gonna have to walk you through this TikTok. I was on the phone with a friend of mine, and he was reading a text, and he goes, "They sent him a an abbreviation, and it was like DWBI." And so I had my own little auntie moment, DWBI.
That's it. Is there any other context?
So the rest of the sentence isn't really going to make sense. But yes, he had said like, "Oh, you have everything you need, right?" And they said, "Yeah, DWBI."
DWBI.
Yes.
What?
So don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry. Wait, DWBI. Don't worry.
So to everybody out there, we're gonna set up a glossary section because the children are saying things in front of us.
Always.
See?
Always.
So yeah, so the fun part is like I like those type of things where they send it like just a string of letters and you try to figure out what's the phrase that everybody knows or whatever.
Yeah,
so that was the only way I knew that. But that wasn't
driving while black. I was like DWB. What are y'all talking about?
Oh my God. Each one teach one. We are here to learn, y'all. We got this together.
Well, we got some interpreters, okay, that said that they'll help us interpret the thing.
There we go.
So
good looking up.
That was my side note. Sorry. Do you remember your side note with
Yes. Yes, which was funny though, because it's kind of the same thing. So they have them singing Crazy. And it's like them talking about like, I remember when, and it'll be like, oh, I remember when this crush, I had said that they loved Ariana Grande. And I posted this on my Snapchat. And then they post the video of whatever it is. And it is them doing the most cringe-inducing, secondhand embarrassment causing, whatever. Singing, poetry, dancing, whatever you call it. And it has made me realize that one, I have never liked anybody, apparently, because I could not. And then number two, that people have no shame. Like some of the stuff that they put on there, I'd be like, I would never tell anybody, let alone have posted it on my IG and been like, hello world, please consume. But it's some funny stuff. So it's Gnarls Barkley and it's the I remember trend. So if your TikTok does not send that to your algorithm, feel free to look it up, get some chuckles. Because if you ever thought you were doing bad, you were not doing any of these things.
Oh,
I guarantee you. Guaranteed.
Yes, indeed. Wow. Yeah. I'm just glad that a lot of things weren't documented. Praise the Lord.
Who you telling? They all died in those little pink Sony cameras that everybody still got with a flash card stuck in it that you can't look at no more.
Listen. Okay, so you said you were just saying I remember when. Do you have a birthday that you remember, or a few birthdays maybe that you remember that kind of stand out from others?
Ooh. So I remember I was in love with Cabbage Patches, but I was like 10, I feel like, because it must have been a big part. Because, we didn't have like birthday parties every year. It was like the big numbers, the 5, 10, whatever. So I think it was my 10th birthday, and my mom had this gigantic like strawberry cake. Exactly, Miyoshi. This big strawberry cake with a gigantic Cabbage Patch on the front of it. And I had like my friends over from school, because I also was not the house where people like came over and hung out. So I remember that because like people were all over and it was fun and we had cake and it was a good time. I remember it must have been, actually last year was really, really good. I mean, I've been very fortunate, like for my birthdays to be surrounded by people that I loved, and just having like knowing that people took the time out to just kind of hang out and be like, okay, we're gonna kick it together. Like it's been great. Like we went on a little boat booze cruise. That was phenomenal. Got to see. Oops, hello. Was not my laptop over. Got to see the water, look at the gators in there, and listen to some music, dance around on the boat. It was a good time. I've had great birthdays when I lived in California, like all my Cali kids. If y'all are on here, I love y'all. Just phenomenal times drinking all day long. I mean, just kind of enjoying the neighborhood as it was, and just really taking that time to let people celebrate you, and just being able to see them having fun was good for me. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
So you get a lot of joy out of other people being happy as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to work on it. Yeah.
Because that was a question that we had asked that we were supposed to follow up on. Did you do that homework?
Did I get the answer? No. I thought about the question because again, the question is where it's at, right?
Yeah, like what legitimately brings you joy?
Brings me like,
yeah. You know what I also just realized? I had the wrong banner on all this time.
Well, you sure do. Oh, look at that. Hey, y'all.
Go ahead. What were you about to say?
Well, we're going to go ahead and start the show, y'all. Welcome. So you don't my girl see. I'm Kalanda, first of her name. Oh,
these
word.
are the types of bloopers and things that happen in the virtual producing world. And I was just talking, and I said, "Wait a minute, something
ain't right.
Right.
Something ain't right." It's all right.
What were you saying?
We made it. It's perfect. No, I mean, I just love simple. I love if I don't have to. My brain, oh, my poor brain. It does all the things, the overthinking to like the 15th degree. So anything that lets me just be, excuse me, just be calm. And thank you. That lets me just be calm and assured, which sucks because I feel like that, I have the whole burden thing of like, I don't want to be a burden, but then I'm also like, I need reassurance in this relationship. Like, are you mad at me? Are we still friends? Should I not call you? Am I supposed to text you? Like, maybe that was too much. Like, I'll give it an hour before I send you another TikTok. Like, my brain does.
Wait, can you share your formula for phone calls? Remember you were telling me, is it public knowledge? If it's not, I don't want to put you out there.
Fine. No, it's perfectly fine because I also had somebody else fuss about it the other day. So So again, I try to not bother people. I try to, be as minimally invasive as possible. So if I call you, I let the phone ring 3 times. Because I feel like if you can't get to the phone in 3 rings, you're probably busy, you're doing something, whatever. And then, you'll see I called and you'll call me back. Or you didn't want to talk to me and now I'm making you wait till your voicemail picks up 15 rings later to hang up. And you just standing there like, I want to watch my rest of my TikTok and his phone is still ringing. Like, that's rude. I'm not trying to do that. So you get 3 rings. Now, there are some people where I know they get more rings. My mom, I got to let her ring. Because even if it's in her purse, it's like a Mary Poppins bag. Like, it's going to take a while to get to it. So you got to give them time. I understand. I give you more than 3 rings. You get more than 3 rings. I recently upgraded.
Be knowing where my phone at.
I be like, I know this is just another sound going off around her computer desk. So
and the
I'm gonna give her a minute
hardly
to register.
ever on because of all the sounds.
Yeah.
Like I just don't want to hear them.
When my phone goes off, I'm like, why is it making noise? Like it's it's startling. It really is. Like, oh, why was that on? But yeah, I recently upgraded someone to 4 rings because they were like, the phone didn't ring. They were like, it didn't make any noise on my side. I didn't know it was ringing.
So they only got a half ring, and you was like, we 3 rings in.
3 and out. Call me back. It's fine. I will take it personally. Like, text me. If you don't talk on the phone, that's okay.
That rule. Remember, you were like, is only after so much time.
So yeah. So you. So let's say you call me, right? And I don't get the call. I miss the call. And I see you call. Now, if it's hours later, I'm probably going to text you back because you were available to talk when you called me and I missed it. Now, if it's within like 5-10 minutes, I'm going to call you back because that's reasonable time. But then you also have to be aware, people have their little call list. Like I know with like Berlin in California, she goes through her list. And if you miss your call, you out the rotation. Like you're just not going to talk to her today. She has moved on. You better get it next time. Like, so with hers, if I miss the call, I don't even text her because I know
you out
we're going to try again tomorrow.
Yeah.
We're going to try again tomorrow. My bad, boo. Don't charge it to my heart. Like, that's all I can say. But yeah, like, I feel like if someone calls you and you get it within 5 to 10 minutes, go ahead and call them back. But if you see it hours later, you can't assume that they're still just kind of hanging out waiting for you to call. They may not be able to talk. So I'm going to text you and be like, hey, sorry, I missed your call. What's going on?
Right.
Can I call you? Oh, yeah. Like, sure, call me. Knock yourself out. So, yeah. And my brain, it does.
No, but I love this, and it made me think about again the FaceTimes, right? Because I have an Android, right, and I am okay with that. My camera is beautiful, and it does what I need.
It is gorgeous. Okay. I am currently table colored today, since being on my laptop.
Listen, I'm all right with it. But this is the thing is y'all's iPhone users be getting these unsolicited FaceTime calls. And I just can't wrap my head around not just that I don't like unsolicited phone calls, right? I need a text to be, hey, was you good? You good for me to call? Like, because I am definitely, this could have been an email type of person. Like, what do you want? Like, I don't like when somebody's like, hi, how was your day? Hi, hello, how was your day? Fine. What you want? What do you want? Say what you want. Okay, you ain't got to do me with the pleasantries about what you want. Get it all out in that one sentence. Like, why we got to do 5 exchanges for you to say one sentence?
Oh my God.
But outside of that, right, I need that text. I need the text heads up, right? So then trying to wrap my mind around I'm almost to that place where I'm about to just not be fine. We gotta go right now. But I can't imagine like somebody requesting my face on
My
the
face.
that just
I
feels
was,
very much, why are you here?
it was very odd. I gave my phone number to this guy, and which was fine. He was not normal, nothing crazy. I have a,
Just
I have a history. But he he FaceTimed me like the next day, and I was
Wait,
appalled. That's
you had
it.
just
That's
given
it.
your number to him? Had just given
And
your
he
number to him.
like say like the day before, like we met the day before.
Oh no.
Then he FaceTimed me. And I feel very weird saying that as offended as I feel, but I was offended. I was like,
So let me ask, to help somebody, what would in your world would have been the appropriate way to communicate with you as having just received your number?
it would either have been a text,
Uh-huh.
preferable, or a phone call.
Okay.
Because I think it depends on who you're talking to. Because
Uh-huh.
I would say that I'm not a phone person, but that's not true. If it's the right person, I
You
could
be
be on
on
the
the phone for
phone
good 2-3 hours.
hours, 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 like literally. So it's not that I'm not a phone person. It's just maybe I don't know enough about you. And there's some conversations that are like, I just need to see you. Like, I'm not even gonna like start this conversation until I can see your face so I can like figure out how you react to things. And so I know how
Uh-huh.
to take them. Because just a phone call doesn't give you enough of that information, which is probably why I probably should FaceTime. But no, not happening. It's just the FaceTime right off the bat.
Hey,
That's definitely me being an auntie because the younger kids, they be on FaceTime all day. Like
hey,
they'll just FaceTime, be walking around, doing their stuff, which is fine. Do you knock yourself out? However,
it's a lot,
no.
but you know what? They also, I think, be on FaceTime, but don't be really having a face on FaceTime, which also don't make
Right.
sense to me because y'all using up extra battery
It's
for
a
why?
phone call.
When you
Phone
could
call.
just do a phone call. But hey, let me make this public service announcement in case anybody was do not request my face virtually, physically at all without appropriate communication prior to said request.
Oh
Appropriate
my goodness.
communication looks like text message first. Okay, then you would ask, hey, are you available? You understand
Right.
me?
When
I'm
I
not
FaceTime you, I need you to look at something. Like if we have to FaceTime, like you need to be trying to show me something. Because otherwise I
but
don't really need that.
also take a video of it and send it.
True. And just send it. That's it. It could all be so simple. Lauren said it the best. I mean, you rather make it hard. I don't understand.
I don't want it. And I don't remember how we got down on this track, but I do want to say this is an auntie thing for me. And you know what it reminds me of? I don't know if you remember when text messages, this is dating ourselves, when
She
text
said not.
messages.
You can't say when stuff started. We were at the beginning of things. We're like, remember when the internet started? Like the fact that we do, like that's, that is what it is. But
Crazy.
we do.
So remember when you had to pay for the text messages and it was
Yes,
$10 a
you had to
message,
pay for
right?
the characters. You had to pay for the characters, not even the message. Before you had to we were great with acronyms, but we couldn't afford to type out whole sentences. Are you serious? You did. You needed a CD for internet. You are right.
Yo, my first cell phone had 10 minutes on it for the month. 10, because the first
Emergencies
minute was free.
I made it.
And then it was free after that was it. It was for the sole purpose of being able to call and say, I made it
I'm
to
home.
school.
I got
But
it to
listen,
school.
this is what I was gonna say. So I remember when text messages had first started, and my mama was on the phone arguing with Sprint, and she was like, "Text over my phone." She was like, "Take these text messages love. You got me paid. I don't want to text
I don't
nobody.
need it. Oh my word.
Oh, Jesus. So this is the auntie thing. When you needed a
Yeah.
CD for the internet, baby used to be collecting them AOL free CDs. Uh-huh.
And it was not free because I worked at Best Buy and I had all the angry old people calling me. They're charging me. I'm like,
Oh, because what you had to
yeah.
put a credit card in there, that free
And
trial.
after a little while,
Then you
exactly.
forget to
Free trial
cancel.
ain't free. Free trial ain't free.
Yeah, trying to
Yeah,
have the
all the
doggone
time.
internet.
All the time, child. Woo-wee.
Now we
What a
got
time
it
to
in
be
our
alive.
pocket. Ain't that something? That's what that is.
Just keep living. Just keep living. Y'all can use those for free. Yeah. Oh
Oh
man.
my God. Okay. Let me focus. I have another question. What do
Okay.
you feel like this past year of life has taught you? This, and I know that's a
Girl.
big question because this past year been a motherfucker. You hear me? I can't even describe it.
Oh, you're gonna make me cry. That's one. That is one. I don't know, dude. It's all the cliches, you know, that they're there for a reason and that they exist, you know, that you just keep living. Um and realizing that at the end of it all, it's just you. You know, if you're not happy with yourself, with where you are, with your situation, whatever the case is, no amount of distractions, drinking, smoking, friends, fucking, none of that stuff is going to fill that void. So even if you don't know what brings you joy, you know, trying to find happiness in the discovery of it, um, and being honest with yourself to say, like, these are the things I don't like. Like, I did this because I like you. So I went along with that. But left to my own devices, I probably would have opted out. You know, like
Mhm.
it was, I think getting really honest around that and then taking that a step further to saying, okay, this is now a boundary where even though you like this, I don't, and I choose to not engage because I don't want to be uncomfortable, you know?
Mm.
So just like, it's constant. Yeah, it doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. But there is joy in the process, even when it's painful, and you're always stronger than you give yourself credit for.
Mm.
And to give yourself the grace that you give strangers. That's been a big one for me. That's been a big one for me. Because I will give anybody, any and everybody, the benefit of the doubt, the grace. Well, maybe it was this, and they probably meant that. And, you know, what were the other extenuating circumstances that they may have been feeling that way? But with myself, I'm like, stupid girl, stupid girl. You know, and it's like,
Mm-hmm.
you can't do that to yourself. You cannot
Yeah.
do that to yourself because that's the voice that's with you all the time.
Right. Yeah. What do you like? I know, of course, we're still on this path, both of us, to discovery, right? And like figuring
Right.
out who we are. Like what phase do you feel like you're in? And what does that finding joy in that look like?
What phase am I in? That's a hard one just because I don't, you know, where's the end phase? You know, like I don't
No,
on
that's
that.
true.
So I can't, my brain won't let me plot a point on that because it goes how far? How far on the other side do we have? You know, it's the poppy scale. Nobody died. So, Right.
She amening, honey. She's like, girl, because we done been
so
through it.
tell us.
Yeah, she wants y'all to know. She is the
She knows.
testimony.
This little dog, yeah, she got me through a lot. But I would say, like, you said where's finding the joy in it? Or
Yeah, like what does that look like because you just said a moment ago of finding joy in the process. And I'm wondering what that looks like for you right now as because I feel like there's been a shift in you like making a conscious decision to be like, okay, this is where we are. So we clearly need to figure out how to find joy in this. So I'm wondering what that looks like.
What that looks like. A lot of it is like letting go. First, it took me understanding and realizing in the process that I am a person that needs control, and that I feel very like I need to protect myself at all times. So I'm more aware now that I need to, like, I'm being more curious about myself. So I can say, like, yeah, like, just like, okay, I don't have to know what the next step is. I don't, like, let's just see what does happen. If that is the that I have to see what that next step is, and then give myself, the universe, God, time to actually fix it, instead of saying, oh, well, it could be this, and well, what about that? And then what about this? And then this is another possibility. And I'm so amped up on what could happen and all the different things that I miss everything that is happening right now. So I think just being, letting myself be curious about what's going on and actually being there for it, instead of trying to prepare for things that never happen. Like, and saying that to myself, like, when's the last time one of these catastrophic things you have pictured actually happened? It hasn't. So why are you spending your time and wasting your resources on creating them and creating solutions to them when you have this very real thing in front of you? Deal with that. Like, and being okay with that, but I think it's the curiosity part of the willingness to say everything that I thought I knew might not be true. Like, like, I thought that's what I wanted, and I thought that's what I needed and what I should do, but that's not. It's not, and it's okay to course correct and say, okay, if that's not it, then what? And there's nothing wrong with that. It's like we had talked about it before, but like, we get so stuck on, I should be doing this should be happening, I'm turning this year, so I need to be here, and letting that steal your joy, because you're looking at the things from like a position of lack or what you don't have, when in real life there's so much that you do have that you can celebrate. When even at my lowest times, there was definitely still people that would have rathered that problem, and it's not diminishing, like, everybody's problems are big and real to them, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. But, in perspective, it's not that bad. Most of the time. Sometimes.
But I think to your like beginning point of, if you keep living, that you will see something change. I remember when I was just kind of like, all right, guys, it's been real. I remember Lewis calling me, and he was like, I just need you to give it time. Like, I just need you to give it time. I understand. I get it. I know. And also, please give it time. And it's interesting to see, like, I feel like this time of year, a lot of anniversaries of things are coming up.
Okay.
So it's had me in a very like reflective place of kind of like what this last year has looked like and like the gravity of it all. And that's what just kept playing in my mind. Just give it time. Just give it time. If and I think for me it was the combination of the both, the giving it time, but then also the surrendering of I can't do anything. Like my boy, I done did
On you.
things, and I'm about to go to sleep because like the combination of those two things is where I feel like faith lives and where God lives. So I'm grateful that time was able to continue to elapse, and
Yeah.
we're both still here to be able to say, I know, and also
Yeah.
though,
Right.
just give it, just
Just
give it some
keep living.
time. Yeah,
It's
yeah.
hard. It is. It's very hard. And I think I had to learn that, and I had to find the keep living for myself. You know, like it's easy to be like, oh, you know, my mom would feel like this, my friends would feel like that. It would, you know, whatever. But to still be very apathetic personally about it
Yeah.
that's a really hard battle to fight. And it's a battle, and it is a fight, you know, of you have to consciously say like, no, we're doing this. Like I know it sucks, but and that sometimes that's where you find the most fun. I mean, quite honestly, because if you don't laugh about it, what you gonna do? But it's you get your most creative, your most resourceful. That's where the magic happens, you know, and being willing to say like, I need to find a reason for me that is me based. Because like you said at the very beginning, like, oh, you find joy in other people, and it's like, yeah, I'm working on that. That's not enough, you know.
Yeah.
And it's not fair to the people who love you either, you know. So
That's that last thing that you just said is not fair to the people who love you. Is something that I try to process a lot, because in my not wanting to be a burden, I have been told that I don't allow people to show up for me and love me in the ways that they are capable of doing. And I get it. And also, though,
right. It's like I hear the message because I've been told
yeah,
that several times, like in romantic and platonic relationships, where it's like you don't ask for anything. Like my ex and I would always because he said one time, you know what? He said lots of things that in hindsight he was like, that's not how I meant it. But he was like, you know why I love you? And I'm like, why? And he goes, because you don't want nothing. I'm like, what?
wow.
What did you just say to me? And he was like, no. He's like, you know what I mean, though? Like, it's not, I didn't want anything. Like, I just want, like, let's exist. Let's have fun. Let's enjoy ourselves. Let's do this together. You know, like, that is what I want. Like, I could buy myself a purse. You know what I mean? Well, I could. Like, I could buy those things. Like, that is what it is. I like them. I don't want to block no blessings if anybody wants to.
Also, I was gonna say, also the Cash App is there in the
when she asks where I be, and I'll be like, I'll be at the house. Well, y'all can find me on Cash App. Happy birthday to your girl. But no, but I understood what he meant, but it just sounds funny. But that is how I show up. But I've been told, it's not fair. You were there for me, you're around, but you don't let me do that for you. You don't give me the opportunity to do that for you. But it's just finding, again, like the phone call and text messages, it's finding okay, I'm not bothering them. Like, oh, I know that you have all this other stuff going on, and this pales in comparison. Like, I know you're dealing with this stuff with your kids or your, kids' parents, if that's the case, and I'm just over here with some hurt feelings about a phone call. Well, I'm gonna just eat that, Or if I say it and you don't really, I don't know, engage, then I go, okay, cool. Like, that's what and then the next time I just don't say it, So it's like, cool.
Yeah, it's very just as you're talking, it's making me wonder and think
I'm
about.
literally fighting her with one hand. Give me one moment.
No worries. Go, fine. Also, when y'all donate to the Cash App, it's also buy Sarah a bone Cash App, because sometimes Sarah be ready to turn up. But so what I was gonna say is that what was I gonna say? Hold on. Where did my brain go? Oh man, this is the most 40-year-old thing ever. Damn it. I don't know. It's gone.
Nope, gone.
I think I don't think my brain person is here. That my memory guy, I don't think he's
your memory guy.
Yeah.
You gave him the weekend off.
I believe I did. It was like a fleeting thought. Like, oh yeah, sure, you can take off the weekend and go hang out with your family.
Right. Hey, why not?
If y'all don't know about our brain people, this is a concept that I introduced to people in my world, because we really need to figure out how our brains work and what those processes are. So we all have brain people, but I have my brain person that's in charge of memory. I must have gave him the weekend off. And so the temp guy, I need to do a hiring fair for real, because I get tired of, I really do. I get tired of being like, where's my guy? He can't be here 24/7. Like, that's not fair. I have to be, a good boss, but like, bro, you are missed when you are not at work.
You are missing a lot of days. You can be the best employee, but if you can't show up, it doesn't matter how good you are. I'm just saying.
But anyway,
retail management, lesson number 1.
Girl, I had to get out. Okay, so but that also reminds me of something that I was gonna say that's gonna lead into. So I had posted a video on my Instagram page the other day. Also, time out, sorry. We have 400 subscribers on Minding My Black Ass Business YouTube page. And I just we don't have an applause thing, but we definitely got okay. So
we got some suggestions on how to get the brain people together. It takes a village. We got it.
What? And every time I see myself push these damn glasses up on my face, I get
No. You know what's worse than pushing your glasses up on your face? Wearing contacts and poking yourself in the fucking nose. That's worse. And I do it. I'm not wearing glasses. Do you see glasses? I'm not wearing glasses at all. I sleep in these contacts. I wake up pretending I can see. So why do I do this?
Because they still ain't got the strength that you need. You be trying to push
still can't fucking see. This is ridiculous.
Okay. So I posted a video of me talking to the interns, and the part of the video that I shared was me sharing my story, like my transition from retail management into teaching, right? And how I was like, hey, Lord, ain't nobody finna be teaching no kids. Ain't nobody got time for this.
For me?
Right? Kids teaching me? And then here I am,
the best
almost
at it,
20
teaching
years
the
later.
teachers.
Right.
Like, let me show you how to do it. As a matter of fact, not only do I do it to the best, but I'm gonna show you how to be the best. You're welcome.
You're welcome. You are welcome. Glad to be of service. So I was thinking about this journey, and I was like, it's so like it seems very random. It just seems like I don't know what my life looks like on the outside looking in, but I can imagine that people be like, "Where's this bitch doing now? Like, where are you? What? How are you making? What are you doing?"
Right. And I tell you, they ask me, and I go, "Well, she do a lot. She got a lot going on. A lot of things."
She got a lot going on. That is a very good answer because that is true. So as I was thinking about the journey, I was asking myself like I told you, like this is the anniversary of everything. So like all my shit fell apart like July, right? But tomorrow is the 1-year anniversary of my life coaches graduating. So I certified 5 life coaches, right? So and that was such a huge like task. So then it was like I was using all of my brain power to do that. And then after that, it was like,
like I did it. Whew.
Everything just blew up, kind of. But it was making me think about what I don't think at the beginning of the year I consciously set intentions for myself. Like for this year, at the beginning of the year, I was like, I just want to make it to my birthday. Like, and that was in February. So that was kind of as far as it went. And I'm starting to see myself being in a place of looking forward and looking ahead again. So all of that long caveats and stuff was to get here because I'm wondering, where do you want your intentions to be directed for this upcoming year? So that we also can hear and touch and agree and send energy and good vibes and all the things, but also to have a record, right? Because I've been going back and like uploading old videos that I've made to YouTube and like listening to that. And I told you the other day I was listening to some of our previous shows, like there's so much wisdom when we speak, but we don't necessarily know what we're saying in the moment. So I'm wondering what your thoughts are for what you want this next year to look like, so that next year we can look back and be like, and here we are.
You did that. Like you did that. I mean, for me right now, a lot of it is just really focused on being self-sufficient, and really understanding what I need. And I know that's been the one that I've been kind of putting off, of like, what you want, girl? Like, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? I'm learning and acknowledging a lot of what I don't want to do. So I think that's a starting point.
Definitely.
Because it's with a lot of this time, it's like, 5 may not be where I need to be. Like, I thoroughly enjoy the freedom of being able to help somebody with their business here, to, be an executive assistant on this side and like help organize their life, even though I apparently need my own freaking executive assistant. I don't know, because who's taking care of mine? But like, I want to see myself develop that and kind of figure out how I can support myself while doing that, and have that be something concrete. So I think that's really that, and then just my mental health, keep that in the forefront. What else? I wanna do all the fun, lovey stuff. I wanna open myself up to be like loved out loud and safe and happy, and just not even like a soft girl era. Like I'm tired of doing it by myself and doing it alone. So it's like let's have some fun. Like, and fun could be free. Like, it's not expensive. I mean, like, shit, let's go sit in the park.
Why people don't be trying to do the free stuff? I don't understand why when people want to hang out, why always money have to be spent?
Girl, you walk outside the door, it costs you $50. But it was like they had the are you here? Oh, you
yes, but
so well.
Because I am confused because I just be like, can we just walk
I
to the
thought I
park?
lost you for it because you were like,
Because I am real
at least my
confused.
earring moved. But no, like they had a full, like they always have this concert series that's here usually in May at Lafayette Square, and it's like every Wednesday, free concert, usually like 3 acts, whatever. And you just go out there, pull up a blanket, pull up a chair, smoke a cigar, drink a beer. They have like food vendors, and it's just a good time. And I'm like, why is this not like, that's it? Just some live music.
Yes.
And like a beach. That's what I see for the rest of my life. Live music, a beach, just some peace.
Okay.
I don't want to laugh. That man might have been right. I don't want nothing. I just can it just be I mean, I'll take it. Like, I'm not turning down nothing. Like, feel free to spoil me. But I'm not gonna ask you for it. Like, that's just not gonna happen. I'm not asking. But if you see it, yeah, I want it.
Are you a solo hangout type of person?
Oh yeah. I get up and go in a minute and just be like, oh. Before COVID, when I actually would go to the movies, I go to the movies by myself, go to dinner by myself. I like me. I'm funny. Like, I have great conversations with my. I'm a good time. So and that was actually a conversation I had because, like, my ex and I were talking and saying how, he doesn't need, like, we always went back and forth. I would say that I wanted him to have a larger circle, like that he needed a circle of support that wasn't me. Because he needed to have somebody to be like, she is a bitch and she is getting on my nerves. And he could not say that to me. So, like, I needed him to have that, And he was always like, no, I don't, like, I'm cool, I'm fine. I don't need a big circle, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, no, I need people around me. Like, I need to have the things going on. And I'm realizing now, though, that probably was because I was not well and I just didn't know it. And that having people around and being able to, like, be in and a part of whatever was happening for them was a distraction from me focusing on me.
On you.
And so now that it's like, it is just me. I can focus on it. And I don't mind being alone. Like, I can just sit in silence or with music or whatever, but like, it's not an anxious, not every once in a while I get restless where I'm like, I just need to get out. Like, I just need to go do something. But it's not like I'm running away from whatever I'm feeling or doing or going through or whatever. It's just peaceful.
Yeah, come on, peace, man. Here, like, when I tell you, I was in here. So I told you, I restructured my morning routine.
Oh yeah.
And it's been working out a lot better for me with just a simple switcheroo. But a part of the a part of my routine is I think I told you this before, like I want to get into drinking tea. And like I want the whole like tea, clear teapot, and like
Yeah.
I want to be fancy, but clear, because that's more
You want to
timeless
see it?
in my opinion. Yeah, I want to
Of
see
course.
the process. So anyway, so I was practicing, I was drinking my tea on the balcony the other day and the power was out. So usually I would be like having my Google Home on, doing the meditations and such or whatever, but the power was out and my phone wasn't charged. It was a lot. So I was just sitting on the balcony listening to like all the different sounds. And it was the most calming thing to my nervous system for me to like hear the birds and hear the traffic and hear the wind and hear like, I was just like, wow, this is just so peaceful. And when I asked earlier, like about the auntie things, I think this is definitely an auntie thing. Like I get it because it's so layered. Like we've spent so much time being who somebody else wanted us to be. Now you're like, I'm sick and tired of that. That done led to me losing my damn mind, literally. Okay, that ain't worth it. So now let me figure out who the hell I am, and also leave me the hell alone. Leave me alone. Girl, I was sitting here. There are like green mountains outside my balcony. And I can see like there are some houses like up on the mountains. And I was like, that's where I want to be. Up there.
She's like, there.
Over there. Like I want you to have to come up this steep road to find me. Leave me alone. Okay. It's the peace, right? Fishing. I can see why the uncles be out there going fishing. Peace.
I know, I've never been.
You never been? Like ever in your life with anyone? I was talking to Uncle Selby.
I think I went crabbing with Uncle Selby once. Maybe.
Okay. That sounds interesting.
Maybe, but not fishing.
Y'all caught crabs?
I think so.
Is that a pause moment? Do you like pause when you say that? You know how dudes be saying pauses like you caught crabs? Pause. No, I don't know.
Not.
But anyway.
Yes, I'm down. I'm down.
Yeah, so I went fishing one time in my life in Tampa. Actually, I had a student that was like my goddaughter, and her uncle was going fishing. And so he was like, asked if I wanted to go. So I went, and Corey went too. And I caught hella fish. I caught like 11 fish.